I was just a one-armed, worthless teacher after all. I thought it was the only hope in my life, just freeloading along by clinging to the thigh of his genius disciple Luo Feng. But just as I was speaking over the phone, while explaining the Ninefold Thunderblade to Luo Feng, a mutation suddenly occurred. An additional consciousness inexplicably emerged in my mind, able to instantly receive all of Luo Feng's insights into saber techniques. Only then did I realize my legendary cheat ability. It turned out to be a teaching system. When I briefly merged with the subconscious, he fell into enlightenment as if doused with the nectar of awakening. The lifelong martial arts bottleneck that once troubled me vanished in an instant. Just Luo Feng alone. It granted me divine-like comprehension. What if the genius disciple I take on isn't just him? Now, I can clearly feel myself dividing my attention between two things. A main consciousness is engaged in normal thinking. Another subconscious. Then crazy. Receiving Luo Feng's insights into the Ninefold Thunderblade. Analyze, summarize, and draw conclusions independently, even surpassing the old to bring forth the new. I tried to immerse my primary consciousness within it. In an instant, the soul tingled as if electrified. The mind became clearer than ever before. My comprehension has been enhanced 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. So this is the feeling of sudden enlightenment. In this state, I can not only follow my subconscious, together comprehend the Ninefold Thunderblade. You can even spare some attention to do other things. As the thought flickered, the phone on the table unexpectedly levitated in mid-air. I actually awakened psychic powers. But my current interest in this consciousness far exceeds psychic abilities. It turns out my cheat skill was teaching related. The stronger the students are, the stronger I become. My originally dim and weary eyes, and thus, divine light burst forth anew. No hacks. I can only slack off and wait to die. But now my future holds infinite possibilities. I rushed quickly into the training hall, once again merging into Luo Feng's contemplative secondary consciousness. Suddenly the mind became clear, lost in the unity of self and object. I began executing the Ninefold Thunderblade technique move by move. Every moment brings fresh insights flooding into the heart. The integration of swordsmanship with movement techniques became increasingly harmonious. I was even bursting with inspiration. It feels like even the 5 hearts facing heaven cultivation method can be integrated into this sword technique, the martial essence of this world. Originally it was blended into one, and the root that governs all this is will. I immediately sat down cross-legged. Thoughts and realizations surge in my mind. A newfound power seemed to be sprouting within the body. So this is the embryonic form of a domain. It's a pity that both my physical abilities and consciousness are too weak. Otherwise, one might even possess expertise in the field during the apprenticeship stage. Only at this moment did I realize Hong's immense strength. It lies in his indomitable will. That evening, I went to teach at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy as usual. Facing those advanced students, I'm practically like a tapeworm in their belly. You can spot the crux of the problem at a glance. A single sentence can dispel their days of confusion. The trainees' praise for me was unceasing. They didn't know. As long as I guide them, you can open a secondary consciousness window. All their thoughts and confusions, everything is laid bare before me. Through experimentation, I have drawn the conclusion. My current level of conscious amplitude is only sufficient. Simultaneously activate 2 secondary consciousnesses. One is Luo Feng, permanently bound. The other one can freely switch among the other trainees. Moreover, the insights brought by Luo Feng, this disciple, the quality is far superior to that of ordinary students. I figured it out. I immediately resigned from my teaching position at the high school, and invested heavily to purchase the Ninefold Thunder Saber, the 4th and 5th level manuals. Once upon a time, there was a salted fish just waiting to idle away its life. Had a new idea again. With Luo Feng's keen perceptiveness aiding him, I practiced the 4th level with almost no obstacles. After mastering it, I didn't rush to learn the 5th level. Instead, I tried to apply the force from the 4th level, integrating into body techniques and guiding exercises. My body's force output quickly reached 3.5 times the normal level. Its punching power far exceeds that of an advanced warlord, paired with level blade techniques and movement skills. Nowadays, ordinary primary lord level monsters, you're no match for me anymore. The monster that once took my arm, if encountered again now, it's time for it to run. But I still remain clear-headed. Physical fitness is the foundation. Push even harder. The realm is even higher. Facing a planetary level opponent is futile. Half a month later, Luo Feng's phone call came through. The voice was brimming with excitement. He told me he has already mastered the first layer of the 9 Thunderblade technique. I wasn't the least bit surprised by this. Just reminded him not to rush for quick results. First, integrate the force application techniques into both legs, combined with guiding techniques, until the 3 become one, become a bodily instinct. I told him, use the heart to master the body. Forget all the moves. Only the swift as thunder remains. Luo Feng listened with only partial comprehension. You're even complaining that I'm getting more and more cryptic, like an immortal cultivator. Little did he know what I'm referring to here. These are all genuine realms of existence I have personally experienced. The next day, Luo Feng set off for the wilderness area. I just sent a message to see him off, yet there was still a touch of melancholy in my heart. Who knows what the future holds? Can I still see such an unrestrained lord of the galaxy? Soon, insights and feedback from Luo Feng began to pour in. I learned about his first battle. Facing a lone wild boar, his legs exploded with power. The power delivery speed of the Ninefold Thunderblade instantly skyrocketed. With just one stroke, he finished off his opponent, clean and sharp, even surprising himself. And his newly joined Hammer Squad was even more impressed by the strength he displayed. Gasped in shock. What a monster. Next, Luo Feng began venturing into the wilderness zone just as he did in the original story, though his strength far surpassed that of his counterpart at the same stage. The power he displayed was not much weaker than Gao Feng's. With Luo Feng as their main force, the Fire Hammer Squad grew bolder in their ambitions, hunting down numerous beast generals. After that, things remained largely unchanged. They still clashed with the Tiger Fang Squad, which exposed their identities as psychic masters. Of course, none of this concerned Zhou Ze. His days were now thoroughly occupied. Each day was spent either practicing the Ninefold Thunderblade or honing his control over psychic energy. He could now control 3 flying blades, and the 5th tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade was within reach. My innate comprehension wasn't bad to begin with, it was my physical talent that held me back. But since merging with the subconscious that receives Luo Feng's insights, I feel like I'm on a whole new level compared to before. It's like I'm cheating. Zhou Ze was almost startled by his own current level of comprehension. He felt that when he merged with the subconscious that absorbed Luo Feng's insights, his comprehension had completely transcended. It was as if the comprehension of both individuals had combined, and he was constantly in a state akin to enlightenment. The surge in power and the euphoria from this cheat code made him itch to rampage through the wilderness zone, but he quickly snapped back to reality. Typically, one only ventured out to seek life and death trials when stuck at a bottleneck, unable to break through with strength alone. But the risks were immense. Death could come at any moment. Hope lay in survival. He had no desire to wait through countless cycles of reincarnation for Luo Feng to resurrect him. He could easily wait a few months. Once Luo Feng rose to prominence, he would naturally bring Zhou Ze along in his ascent. Still, it all comes down to the genius war. Only within the Virtual Universe Corporation can my true potential blossom. My physical limitations hold me back too much. Thankfully, rare treasures can compensate. Zhou Ze's heart swelled with hope. Unlike other worlds where lacking talent meant being discarded, this was devouring the starry sky. Insight was paramount. The genius battle even leveled all participants physically to test their innate understanding. Teacher, I'm back. Luo Feng lingered briefly at home before arriving at Zhou Ze's residence bearing gifts. Teacher, this is my very first earnings. You refused before, but now you must accept them. This time I made over 100 million in one go. Luo Feng briefly recounted his hunt for the Silver Moon ferocious wolf. You're being too polite, kid. Zhou Ze chuckled as he accepted the gifts. So, how was the wilderness zone? The most dangerous threat really is other martial artists. Just like you said, teacher. At first, things seemed pretty straightforward, but then we got ambushed by the Tiger Fang Squad. Luo Feng said angrily. You'll get used to it. More martial artists die at the hands of other martial artists than from monsters, Zhou Ze said calmly. Master, I plan to enter the wilderness zone alone to hone my sword techniques and footwork. Luo Feng voiced his intention. He'd long harbored this idea but lacked the resolve until Su Gang's provocation solidified his decision. Zhou Ze took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. The desire to improve is commendable. In the past, I would have fully supported you. But now. Chapter 4, Zhuge Tao's Astonishment. Noticing Luo Feng's puzzled expression, Zhou Ze continued, what we call honing usually comes when you hit a bottleneck. It's like a life or death trial. The terror of life and death unleashes boundless motivation. It's like the reflexive urge to close your eyes when a needle stabs toward them. Facing mortal peril, every cell in your body struggles instinctively, even your genetic material accelerates its evolution. The horror of the brink pushes both body and soul into unimaginable, pioneering states of advancement. In this state, one gains greater insight, evolves more readily, and elevates their strength more easily. Zhou Ze spoke eloquently, but Luo Feng remained puzzled. Master, if what you say is true, isn't that a good thing? Foolish. Zhou Ze rebuked. True masters cherish their lives. Only by living do they hold hope. Those who delude themselves into thinking they can grow by courting death are either desperate or habitually extreme, forgetting that life is irreplaceable. Death ends everything. You face no pressure demanding you risk your life now. Why would you do so? That's irresponsible to yourself and your family, not the mindset of a true strong individual. Luo Feng stammered, Teacher, I'm not going to risk my life. I just plan to hone my sword technique and footwork in County 0231. That area is mostly filled with beast soldier level monsters, with relatively few beast general level ones. And most of those are low tier beast generals, mid tier ones are rare. With my current strength, there's absolutely no danger. Zhou Ze snorted. I knew you'd think that way. But honestly, your approach to improving strength is just self-deception, believing that the more you suffer and push yourself, the faster you'll grow. Is that wrong? Luo Feng asked sheepishly. It's both right and wrong. Zhou Ze smiled at Luo Feng's constipated expression. Think carefully, what was your greatest gain from this trip to the wilderness zone? Luo Feng pondered briefly. The trials of the wilderness zone taught me the treacherous nature of human hearts. And I earned hundreds of millions of huaxia currency. And what about your Ninefold Thunderblade? Zhou Ze asked softly. I didn't have time to practice in the wilderness zone, but I used the Ninefold Thunderblade every time I killed monsters, Luo Feng quickly replied. So, Zhou Ze said calmly, you've only been using the first tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade. You've never grasped the second tier. Luo Feng felt as if an invisible hand had clamped down on his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. Let me give you an analogy. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Zhou Ze continued, but you also know practice is the final step. How does the truth come before that? Truth is like your daily arduous training. Only when you can master it proficiently does the need for practice arise. The sequence must not be reversed. If you practice and hone your skills every single day, when would you find time to train? That's going against the very purpose, isn't it? Luo Feng froze, his mind racing to process Zhou Ze's words. Realization dawned quickly. I understand, master. But you do lack real combat experience, especially facing opponents alone. This time you were guided by others. You should first engage in some fierce battles in County 0231. Once you've had your fill, dedicate more time to practicing the second tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade. When you grow weary of training, go battle again, but remember, never put the cart before the horse. I understand. Luo Feng nodded earnestly, then quickly added, Teacher, this trip really was just as you said. I felt some awkwardness at first, but it resolved quickly through combat. But I still don't quite grasp what you meant about mastering it with your heart. Take it slowly. Focus on mastering the second tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade first. Zhou Ze reminded him, adding, go spend more time with your family now. Once your strength grows, you might not have the time later. At this, Zhou Ze flashed a faint, enigmatic smile. The most pitiful living widow in the national server's female lead. Extreme Hall headquarters. In the executive office, a middle-aged man in traditional Chinese attire sat at his desk working. A beautiful woman dressed as a secretary knocked and entered, reporting. Supervisor, there are some unusual developments in Yangzhou City. Oh? Zhuge Tao looked slightly surprised. He took the file and immediately saw that the number of quasi-martial artists in Yangzhou City had increased significantly over the past 2 months. According to the investigation and report from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's master in Yangzhou City, the reason for the noticeable increase in quasi-martial artists passing the assessment is because an intermediate-level war general named Zhou Ze is teaching there. Most of these quasi-martial artists come from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Yian District. Many others even travel specifically to seek Zhou Ze's guidance there. They unanimously credit this intermediate war general's instruction for their remarkable progress. Zhuge Tao glanced at the report and smiled faintly. An intermediate war general holed up in a branch of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall? Interesting. Yangzhou City has been experiencing a talent boom lately. First Luo Feng emerged, and now Zhou Ze. Understood. You may withdraw. Yes, sir. Zhuge Tao studied the detailed data in the report, which recorded every prospective martial artist's specific punch power, speed, and neural reaction time. Senior Zhou Ze. I never imagined he'd be hiding out at a district martial arts academy branch in Yangzhou City. He still had some recollection of Zhou Ze. Even before he became a martial artist himself, he'd heard tales of Zhou Ze. Unfortunately, his own talent was limited. He never imagined Zhou Ze possessed such capabilities. Let's observe him further. Zhuge Tao had an idea forming in his mind, one that would have to wait until next year's martial combat assessment concluded. Days passed one after another. Just moments ago, Luo Feng called Zhou Ze to report that he had broken through to the second level of the Ninefold Thunderblade technique. He was now integrating the blade art, footwork, and energy channeling techniques, while his physical prowess had already reached the level of a junior combat general. This prompted Zhou Ze to grumble inwardly. It was one thing for Luo Feng's Ninefold Thunderblade cultivation to progress rapidly, but how could his physical prowess improve so swiftly? The next moment, Zhou Ze understood the reason. It was the guiding technique. Luo Feng had been diligently following his instructions, consistently practicing the integrated path of sword technique, footwork, and guiding technique. With every strike, he channeled the guiding technique. Coupled with his relentless daily combat, which demanded immense energy expenditure, he absorbed far more cosmic energy than others. Such progress was only natural. This progress is way too fast. No way, I can't hold back on spending anymore. I've got to buy the 6th tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade. Zhou Ze gritted his teeth and placed the order. His aptitude was exceptional. Though his basic fist strength was only at the intermediate warrior level, his explosive power surpassed that of advanced warriors. Combined with his unique approach integrating all three disciplines, most high-level beast warriors stood no chance against him. A few billion was a price he could still afford to bite the bullet and pay. If I'd known this would happen, I should have collected more monster materials, Zhou Ze mused with a hint of resignation. Back when he was focused on breaking through his limits, he'd slaughtered monsters relentlessly. To save time, he rarely bothered to cut up the materials, wasting countless pieces of high-tier beast general grade resources. Damn it! If all else fails, I'll just head to the wilderness zone to hunt. My strength is solid enough now, killing a few beast generals would be a profit. Zhou Ze was speechless. Taking on an apprentice was supposed to be his chance to relax, but now he was being forced to improve. There was no way around it. Being unable to answer his apprentice's questions was just too embarrassing. Another stretch of time passed. Luo Feng called again, announcing he'd mastered the 2nd tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade and was starting to learn the 3rd tier. This put pressure on Zhou Ze all over again. Maybe I should just give up? This is only the beginning. Once he enters the elite training camp, how am I supposed to teach him? Not to mention he'll soon become an invincible war god and inherit Hu Yanbo's legacy. Damn it, just give up, give up. Honestly, I was planning to give up anyway. A disciple surpassing his master? Nothing to be ashamed of. Despite these thoughts, Zhou Ze didn't cancel his subscription. He waited for the 6th tier manual of the Ninefold Thunderblade to arrive and began studying it. What Zhou Ze didn't know was that he had already piqued Zhu Getao's keen interest. In the headquarters office of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Zhu Getao was reviewing the pass rates for this month's quasi-martial artist assessments in Yanzhou City. Not only that, he had specifically requested detailed intelligence on the advanced trainees at the Yian District branch of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Impressive. Astonishing. How did he manage that? As one of the 4 directors of the Jiangnan-based city, he had witnessed countless prodigies rise to prominence. Yet, he had never encountered anyone possessing such astonishing teaching talent before. Zhu Getao, who always placed great importance on talent, was now thoroughly captivated by Zhou Ze. As the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he had access to considerable information from higher-ups. So what if his physical aptitude wasn't top tier? Dragon blood and plant spirits could compensate. What if his arm was broken? Life-giving water could fix that. Impressive. This Zhou Ze is truly remarkable. Zhu Getao was visibly shaken. Who would have thought Luo Feng was his disciple? Before even passing the martial artist assessment, he possessed intent-level sword techniques and subtle-level body movements. In the past, Zhu Getao would have attributed this solely to Luo Feng's innate talent. But now it was clear, while Luo Feng's talent was undeniable, the guidance from his master, Zhou Ze, was absolutely formidable. Chapter 5, The Pressure of a Trillion Yuan Bounty on Luo Feng. City 003. Beside Li Wei's body, Vanina stood silently, tears welling in her eyes. Whoever killed my son, I will never let them off the hook. Announce Wei's death to the entire world. Let every martial artist know, Vanina declared through gritted teeth. I, Vanina Polinas, will put up every penny I've earned over the years a 100 billion yuan bounty. Whoever uncovers the truth about who killed my son, and provides sufficient proof, will receive that entire sum. The astronomical bounty of 100 billion spread across every platform. Not just martial artists, but even ordinary citizens knew about this reward. Had Zhou Ze been unaware of the plot, he too would have been shaken, his heart inevitably stirring with a hint of greed. After all, 100 billion was more than enough to purchase a portion of dragon blood, and with a little extra, even a portion of the water of life. Not only could it instantly elevate him to god of war status, but it could also regenerate severed limbs. That kid Luo Feng, facing pressure this immense for the first time in his life. On the rooftop, Zhou Ze gazed up at the starry sky, a faint smile curling his lips. This pressure far exceeded mere life or death stakes. For if discovered, not only would he have no escape, but even his family would face certain death. City 023, 8th floor of a 12-story apartment building. Luo Feng sat cross-legged on a tattered mat, gently polishing a throwing knife. His mind replayed the staggering sky-high bounty notification from his communication watch. Who'd have thought they'd spend so much to hunt me down? I'm tempted to turn myself in, Luo Feng murmured, setting one throwing knife on the ground before picking up another to polish. 100 billion. But Li Wei's parents aren't fools. They wouldn't just hand over money based on vague tips. They'd demand solid proof. Luo Feng wasn't worried anyone had proof he killed Li Wei and the others unless by sheer bad luck, someone had captured his face during the act. His only real concern was his teammates from the Fire Hammer squad. The bounty notice detailed the fighting styles and strengths of the other 3 victims besides Li Wei. It also stated the killer was likely a warrior possessing god of war level strength or a psychic. Luo Feng's expression darkened. If the captain and the other 3 see this, it'll be hard for them not to connect it to me. Psychic practitioners were exceedingly rare. Moreover, his original reason for staying in City 003 was to hunt down the Tiger Fang squad, and among the 4 deceased was none other than their captain, Panya. At this moment, Luo Feng faced immense pressure at every turn. Especially after speaking with Captain Gao Feng and team member Wei Qing over the phone not long ago. People are the hardest to read after all, you can never truly know what's in someone's heart. And when faced with enormous sums of money, brothers turn against each other, spouses become enemies, fathers and sons sever ties. I've seen far too many such cases online. Especially with a bounty as astronomical as 100 billion. Huddled in the corner, Luo Feng felt a chill in his heart. Since suspecting the captain, Gao Feng, and Wei Qing, his mindset had shifted. Do they see me as a brother, or do they intend to trade me for money? This is 100 billion. Or perhaps they simply lack sufficient evidence to act on it yet. Luo Feng's gaze turned icy. Conspiracy theories swirled in his mind. He realized that under the shadow of a 100 billion yuan bounty, even his own mindset had shifted beyond his control. Self-discipline and self-awareness. Luo Feng recalled the methods his teacher had taught him for cultivating mental discipline and began to steady his thoughts. The memory made him want to call his teacher, but when he tried reaching Zhou Ze, the line remained dead no matter how many times he dialed. This only deepened his suspicions. Why won't it connect? Luo Feng's pupils contracted as fear surged within him. If anyone knew him best, it was his teacher. His teacher knew everything about him, his feud with the Tiger Fang squad, his status as a psychic mind master, and more. Could he be reporting me right now? Luo Feng gasped for breath. By not answering my calls, he's trying to keep me calm. Luo Feng's mind raced with wild thoughts, his anxiety reaching its peak. Yet, it quickly subsided. Years of companionship had forged an unshakable trust in Zhou Ze. To Luo Feng, Zhou Ze held a place in his heart no less significant than family. Power. If I possessed the strength of a high war god, or even surpassed that of a war god, all this would be easily resolved. Since I can't suppress this fear, I'll embrace it. The best way to resolve all this is to strengthen myself. Under immense pressure, Luo Feng drew the blood shadow warblade from his back. Right there, within the desolate residential building of Wilderness Zone City 023, he began practicing the Ninefold Thunderblade technique alone. Gradually, Luo Feng's mind grew still. The immense pressure forced his heart to become as calm as still water, elevating his spirit to unprecedented heights. He forgot everything, focusing solely on his sword technique. Even when his communication watch rang, he paid it no mind, relentlessly honing his skills. Thud, thud. After countless swings, the blood shadow blade emitted a strange, pulsating vibration, like a crack of thunder. Ha! The 4th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade. I've actually mastered the 4th level so quickly. Luo Feng was utterly astonished. After breaking through to the 3rd tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade amidst the rat tide, he had been integrating the sword technique, footwork, and energy channeling. Only a few days ago had he reached the level of mastery, allowing him to begin training the 4th tier. He never expected to master it today. This was far too fast. Was this truly the world's most difficult ultimate sword technique? Why did it feel easier than when he'd practiced basic sword techniques back then? What Luo Feng didn't realize was that his current practice of the Ninefold Thunderblade was indeed far easier than mastering the foundational sword techniques. Unlike the original story's version, where he had to figure things out on his own at this stage, he now had Zhou Ze's guidance. Ever since the foundational sword techniques, Zhou Ze had steered him toward the Ninefold Thunderblade. And now, with the golden finger activated during his Ninefold Thunderblade training, Zhou Ze could instantly pinpoint his flaws. Moreover, when Luo Feng practiced according to Zhou Ze's guidance, his learning and comprehension abilities were vastly enhanced. Thus, even though he was pursuing a path that integrated sword techniques, footwork, and qigong, his progress far outpaced what he would have achieved solely focusing on swordsmanship in the original story. Call the teacher and share this good news. Luo Feng was thrilled. The thought barely formed when his communication watch buzzed. Glancing down, he saw his teacher's call and took a deep breath to steady himself before answering. Master, I've mastered the 4th tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade. Luo Feng blurted out the moment he answered. Zhou Ze paused before replying. It seems people truly rise to the occasion when pushed. It seems the pressure you faced in City 003 was greater than anticipated. But that's a good thing, otherwise, you wouldn't have mastered the 4th tier of Ninefold Thunderblade so quickly. Luo Feng froze, then whispered, Teacher, I. Nothing to say, Zhou Ze cut him off. Power is the foundation. Turn pressure into motivation. Everything has its pros and cons. Once your strength grows, many things become simpler. Right. Luo Feng nodded firmly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Continue your training. Don't let setbacks hold you back, Zhou Ze said with a faint smile. Even under immense pressure, you must calm your mind, slow down, and focus on the present. I deserve to die for doubting you, teacher. Luo Feng wanted to slap himself, ashamed of his earlier thoughts. Su Xin. After ending the call, Luo Feng noticed his beloved had called. Damn it, I was so absorbed in sword practice I didn't notice. While Luo Feng chatted happily with his beloved, Zhou Ze, who had just finished speaking with him, lay bored on a rooftop chair, gazing up at the stars. Some things you just have to face alone. Relying on others forever won't help you grow. Zhou Ze sighed. But Luo Feng's progress with the sword is too fast. He's already at the 4th level of the Ninefold Thunder Sword much quicker than before. At this rate, I won't be able to teach him anymore. Sigh. Zhou Ze felt both pleased and proud of Luo Feng's progress, but the problem was he couldn't afford the 7th tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade. It cost over 100 billion huaxia currency. Damn expensive. Chapter 6, Refusing to become a basic training camp instructor. Jiangnan Base City, Extreme Martial Arts Headquarters. Zhuge Tao sat in his chair, reviewing the latest monthly assessment results for quasi-martial artists in Yangzhou City. This is unbelievable. How did Zhou Ze manage to increase the number of quasi-martial artists in Yangzhou City so dramatically? Zhuge Tao was incredulous. According to the report, whenever Zhou Ze had evening classes, all the advanced trainees in Yangzhou City would flock to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall branch in Yian District. Even advanced trainees from the surrounding garrison cities came seeking him out. It's a waste to keep such a renowned instructor confined to Yangzhou City. He should be assigned to the headquarters to teach at the basic training camp. Zhuge Tao was a decisive man. He immediately made a call. Chairman, there's someone I'd like to discuss with you. Originally, Zhuge Tao had planned to wait until next year's martial artist combat assessment results were out before making a decision. But after observing the situation these past few months, he realized that if he didn't act soon, Lei Dian Martial Arts Academy would snatch him away and he would become the Martial Arts Academy's scapegoat. Meanwhile, Zhou Ze had just finished cultivating the Ninefold Thunderblade. Immersed in absorbing Luo Feng's insights, his comprehension was beyond extraordinary, equivalent to the combined wisdom of himself and Luo Feng, further refined and elevated to a state of constant epiphany. This allowed him to swiftly master the 6th tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade, reaching the level of true mastery. His current punch power now surpassed that of a low-tier war god, rendering weaker low-tier lord-level monsters no match for him. Stepping before the punch power tester, Zhou Ze unleashed a single, unrestrained blow against the punch pad without any deliberate technique. 30,234 kilograms. Intermediate war general level fist power ranged from 16,000 kilograms to 32,000 kilograms. Zhou Ze's power was approaching advanced war general level, yet it still felt utterly useless. That gap of 1,000 or 2 pounds of force felt like an unbridgeable chasm standing before him. Damn it! Not only have I not improved, I've regressed. Zhou Ze sighed. His physical gifts were utterly pathetic. He suspected that without his relentless training, he'd barely be a low-tier warrior. Earthling's physical gifts were just too trash. The lowest tier bloodline held him back far too much. Just lie low, lie low. Wait for Luo Feng to give me the water of life, dragon blood, and plant spirits. Zhou Ze smiled faintly, harboring no bitterness within. Beep beep. Just then, Zhou Ze's phone rang. Seeing it was the official number from the Extreme Martial Arts headquarters, he answered. Zhuge Tao's voice came through. Zhou Ze, this is Zhuge Tao, head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall headquarters in Jiangnan Base City. I've been monitoring your situation for some time now. Zhuge Tao rattled on, but Zhou Ze understood his meaning perfectly. Lately, he'd been visiting the Extreme Martial Arts Hall weekly to teach and mentor students. Every session was packed to capacity, forcing Jiang Yan to impose attendance limits. Yet even that couldn't deter students pulling strings to get in. But that wasn't his concern. He just focused on doing his part, guiding anyone who sought his help. He already possessed extraordinary teaching talent, and with the power up, his guidance became razor sharp. Though he rarely trained his psychic abilities, his exceptional comprehension allowed him to master the 6 throwing knives to their fullest potential, even opening 6 subconscious windows simultaneously. Advanced trainees who followed his guidance could easily master his techniques. Earthlings might lack physical prowess, but their comprehension was often exceptional, especially those who reached advanced status before age 30. Under his tutelage, the number of aspiring martial artists in Yangzhou City exploded. Manager, I understand your point, but I've grown accustomed to Yangzhou City. I enjoy the freedom here. Teaching is teaching, no matter where I am. I can still make a difference right here in Yangzhou. Zhou Ze declined politely. As an angel investor, Zhuge Tao naturally offered generous perks, but Zhou Ze's reasons weren't fabricated. The basic training camp imposed too many restrictions and lacked freedom. In Yangzhou City, he enjoyed far greater liberty, just one night of teaching at the Martial Arts Academy each week. That was much more comfortable. Alright, it really is a shame. Zhuge Tao sighed regretfully. Your teaching talent astonished both me and the guild leader. Had you excelled at the basic training camp, the dojo master might have personally rewarded you with life water, or even dragon blood. Zhuge Tao still found it hard to let go. A genius versus a master capable of forging a whole cohort of geniuses, any fool could tell which was more valuable. Thank you for your kindness, supervisor. After ending the call with Zhou Ze smiled faintly. He held considerable goodwill toward this angel investor. Zhou truly had an eye for talent and made decisive investments. But admiration aside, he still found it troublesome. With Luo Feng around, the water of life, dragon blood, and even the spirit of plants would be his before long. All he needed to do was relax at home. Why go through the hassle of traveling to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy headquarters in West Asia, near Europe? Bright Moon Residential Complex, Zhou Ze's private villa martial arts hall. Don't use the Ninefold Thunderblade's power generation method yet. As Zhou Ze's words fell, Luo Feng adjusted his breathing slightly. His entire body surged forward like a charging gorilla, channeling his full strength into the forward impact, while his fist traced a smooth arc through the air. Boom! A deep thud echoed as the punch force tester's display flashed a single line of numbers. 16,101 kilograms. Staring at the number, Luo Feng was utterly dumbfounded. He froze in place, unable to move, feeling as if it were fake. Teacher, is this machine malfunctioning? Luo Feng scratched the back of his head, still struggling to believe it. Zhou Ze rolled his eyes. Only 16,000? I thought your intense training might get you to 20,000 kilograms. Guess your physical talent isn't all that great after all. Judging by the increase in your punching power after your first absorption of cosmic energy, you're at best outstanding, not even elite. Your gains are largely due to the boost from your mental psychic power. Combining sword techniques, footwork, and energy channeling, Luo Feng had been cultivating his genetic primal energy almost constantly during his training. It was no wonder his physical prowess had improved so rapidly. Luo Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Teacher, my fist power has already reached the level of an intermediate warrior. Your expectations are just too high. Luo Feng sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. And you're content with that? Zhou Ze raised an eyebrow. Contentment means recognizing the path beneath your feet, knowing you've been making steady progress, not settling for mediocrity. To become a true powerhouse, you must set grand ambitions. Luo Feng nodded confidently. Yes, thank you, master. I understand. I will surpass the dojo master. No, Zhou Ze said softly, that's merely your first small goal. Luo Feng froze. Ignoring the dumbfounded Luo Feng, Zhou Ze continued, stop spacing out. Keep going. Use the power of the 9th tier Thunderblade's 5th level. Oh, okay. Luo Feng snapped back to attention, channeling the power of the 5th layer of the Ninefold Thunderblade as he slammed his fist into the punch power tester. 67,201 kilograms. God tier. The baseline for God tier is 64,000 kilograms of force. Teacher, my current punch power has reached God tier. Luo Feng was ecstatic, repeatedly telling Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze replied calmly, that's just the force you exerted. Do you think other war gods have no strength at all? My strength even surpasses that of a basic war god. As the protagonist of Devouring the Starry Sky, Luo Feng performed a signature protagonist gesture, scratching the back of his head with a laugh. I'm just excited, that's all. My fusion speed, it's not much slower than an average primary level war god's. Luo Feng's eyes shone brightly, brimming with confidence. Close enough, Zhou Ze nodded. You must maintain a clear understanding of your own strength. It's like the money in your pocket, accept what you have without deceiving yourself. You need to find a lower tier lord level monster to train against. Figure out your exact strength. Anyway, you're a psychic master, most mid-tier lord level monsters can't hurt you. Right. Luo Feng nodded eagerly. The pressure from the trillion credit bounty felt trivial now, for he believed it wouldn't be long before he attained the strength of a mid-tier, or even high-tier, war god. Zhou Ze gave a slight nod. That's enough. What's sufficient? Luo Feng asked curiously. Your strength is sufficient. You can apply for the elite training camp, the so-called War God Reserve Camp, Zhou Ze explained. War God Preparatory Camp? That sounds kinda meh. Teacher, you said my current martial strength alone is already at the lower tier war god level. Do I really need to go there? Luo Feng pursed his lips, making an expression that would never appear in the original story. That's different. Our dojo master is the world's strongest martial artist. The headquarters has plenty of top-tier resources. Zhou Ze smiled. You'll receive superior training there, especially in physical conditioning. What good is better power generation? Fundamental physical conditioning is the real key. Zhou Ze murmured softly. But? Luo Feng's throat moved up and down, his voice catching slightly. Zhou Ze raised an eyebrow, feeling slightly awkward at Luo Feng's expression. He couldn't stand this. It's not like we're never seeing each other again. Why make it sound like a final farewell? Come on, let's go. You're being too sentimental. Chapter 7, The Arrival of Inspector Wang. What? Zhuge Tao leapt to his feet, eyes bulging. Listening to the voice on the phone, he could scarcely believe it. Say that again. I didn't catch that clearly. Zhuge Tao took a deep breath, and Wu Tong on the other end repeated the news with equal excitement. Supervisor Zhuge, it's absolutely true. I can't confirm the perfection level body technique after all. I can't judge that without actual combat, but his punching power was clearly measured. His foundational punching power already surpasses that of a junior war general, reaching the realm of an intermediate war general. Having mastered the 5th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade technique, a single punch can unleash force comparable to that of a low-tier war god. Zhuge Tao slumped back in his chair, speechless for a long moment, Wu Tong's words echoing relentlessly in his mind. The 5th tier of Ninefold Thunderblade, perfect grade footwork, punch power rivaling a war god. What kind of monstrous prodigy is this? No, something's wrong, very wrong. His teacher. Zhuge Tao froze for a moment, then snapped back to reality, his scalp prickling with dread. If his suspicions were correct, then... Hey, President, I have critical intelligence to report. Zhuge Tao immediately dialed the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Association, Zhou Zhengyang, nicknamed Iron Hand, and rapidly relayed the situation involving Luo Feng and Zhou Ze. What? Zhou Zhengyang was utterly shocked. Is this even human? Even the founder of the dojo back in the day couldn't have been this strong. An intermediate level warrior at 18. 5th tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade, perfect grade body movement. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Zhuge Tao reminded him, President, while Luo Feng's youthful prowess speaks to his extraordinary talent, his teacher's influence should not be underestimated. Zhou Zhengyang pondered for a moment before replying, I understand your point, but you fail to grasp that for a martial artist, even the most capable teacher is merely an aid. The crucial factor remains the practitioner's innate talent and personal effort. Seeing Zhou Zhengyang's skepticism, Zhuge Tao quickly added, Chairman, the February Martial Combat Assessment holds the greatest persuasive power. This time, Yangzhou City produced several quasi-martial artists with masterful footwork. Not only that, but many of the quasi-martial artists from Yangzhou City demonstrated remarkably impressive attack techniques. Their demonstrated prowess clearly surpasses that of quasi-martial artists from other regions. Zhou Zhengyang's expression grew more serious. If that's the case, Zhou Ze truly possesses unique teaching methods. But as you said, he has no intention of going to the martial arts headquarters. We can't exactly drag him there, can we? Zhuge Tao fell silent. Zhou Zhengyang chuckled, alright, I'll personally call him to extend the invitation. If he still refuses, don't blame me. Zhou Zhengyang was in high spirits. After all, the emergence of a prodigy like Luo Feng had brought him considerable benefits. As for Luo Feng's teacher, Zhou Ze, while somewhat surprising, Zhou Zhengyang still believed Luo Feng's extraordinary talent was the primary factor, with Zhou Ze merely providing effective support. This was actually quite understandable. Just like before the Great Nirvana, if a student got into Tsinghua or Peking University, it could only mean they possessed the innate academic talent to do so. Often, the more outstanding the student, the lesser the role the teacher played. After hanging up with the Extreme Hall president, Zhuge Tao stood in silence. The president's words seemed logical, but was that truly the case? He didn't think so. Even if Luo Feng's innate talent was truly extraordinary, his intuition told him that without Zhou Ze, Luo Feng wouldn't have reached such exaggerated heights. It's a pity he lacks the drive to improve. Otherwise, I would have pulled him up somehow. Zhuge Tao sighed, a sense of helplessness weighing on his heart. In the airport waiting area, the president of the Extreme headquarters and his 3 executives were all waiting. Soon, a phantom appeared in the sky, followed by a massive, deep blue, flying saucer-shaped technological craft hovering overhead. Beep! The passenger door of the flying saucer opened, extending a staircase. As several imposing martial artists descended, a figure floated out from the cabin door, hovering in midair before slowly descending. Inspector General! Zhou Zhengyang, Zhuge Tao, and the others felt a wave of breathlessness wash over them. They never imagined Inspector General Wang would personally make the trip. However, their reactions were swift, and they saluted in unison. MHM. Inspector General Wang gave a slight nod. Is Luo Feng here now? Inspector General Wang, lean and handsome, fingered his prayer beads. Even without deliberately projecting his aura, everyone present felt an immense pressure, as if facing a deity. This was suppression at the level of life itself. Even the most formidable warriors, unless they had ascended to planetary level status, remained forever mortals. Even those whose combat prowess surpassed the lowest planetary level tier by a single stage were no exception. Reporting to the inspector, we have already instructed him to await us inside the guild hall, Zhou Zhengyang replied respectfully. Let's go. Inspector Wang nodded, saying nothing more, getting straight to the point. Jiangnan Base City, Extreme Headquarters. Luo Feng was waiting in the conference room here. He felt quite confident in his abilities now and showed no signs of nervousness about the upcoming assessment. Instead, he was eager to prove himself. Soon, the president of the Extreme Headquarters called him out to greet the visitor, briefly explaining who was arriving. Inspector? Luo Feng's heart tightened slightly. He was well aware of the ranks within martial arts organizations. The position of inspector was reserved for those who had surpassed the war god tier. He never imagined that the one coming to evaluate him would be an inspector. Luo Feng took a deep breath, unable to suppress his nervousness. After all, this was his first encounter with someone of such stature. He hurried outside. Before long, a man clad in black robes, surrounded by attendants, approached. He appraised Luo Feng and spoke slowly. "You are Luo Feng?" Nearly under his gaze, Luo Feng felt as if he'd been torn from the heavens and earth, an invisible pressure surging over him. "Yes, Inspector." Luo Feng bowed respectfully. "Let's go to the training hall," Inspector Wang said indifferently, striding forward. Following behind, Luo Feng arrived at the fist strength testing machine in the martial arts hall. At Inspector Wang's gesture, he began the test. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng calmed his mind and struck the target with a punch. 16,132 kilograms. Use your strength. Inspector Wang nodded slightly. Ha! Luo Feng let out a low shout, channeling his entire body's hidden strength. Employing the 5th level power technique of the Ninefold Thunderblade, his right arm instantly sliced through the air, producing a terrifying sonic boom. The hammer-like heavy punch slammed directly onto the punching target. Boom! The entire punching bag swayed violently, tumbling backward before rebounding. 68,024 kilograms. Even though Inspector Wang had braced himself mentally, seeing this number in person still made his hand, which had been fingering his prayer beads, pause involuntarily. At 18 years old, possessing the physical prowess of an intermediate-level warrior, mastering the 5th tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade technique, and according to the report, he also possessed perfect grade footwork. This was truly outrageous. And, while others might not have noticed, he had discerned something even more subtle. "Jiangli, spar with him." Inspector Wang turned to a young man with a crew cut standing beside him. Jiang Li's eyes widened in shock. What kind of joke was this? Though he was only a low-tier war god, he was a legitimate war god tier combatant. A mere mid-tier war general, no matter how gifted, was someone he could effortlessly annihilate. But since the Inspector General had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. Chapter 8, Inspector Wang's Astonishment. As an initial-level war god from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and someone Inspector Wang held in high regard, Jiang Li possessed extraordinary talent. Luo Feng was defeated in no time. Even so, the entire audience felt a sense of disbelief. Jiang Li was a genuine god of war tier powerhouse. His very presence alongside Inspector Wang marked him as a prodigy, easily matching some weaker mid-tier gods of war. Impressive. Wang Zuanshishi flicked his prayer beads, a rare hint of astonishment flickering across his usually composed face. Many pursue power generation in their hands yet neglect their legs. Not only do you channel force through your legs, but you've seamlessly integrated it with your footwork and sword technique. Most crucially, you've infused the essence of the Ninefold Thunderblade into every movement. It's hard to believe you developed this entirely on your own. Inspector Wang was profoundly impressed. He couldn't recall anyone in the entire history of the elite training camp who surpassed Luo Feng, nor could he think of anyone even a tier below him. The gap was simply too vast. To possess such physical prowess and comprehension at 18, even the dojo master and the thunder god themselves fell short. Luo Feng scratched the back of his head. I didn't figure this out on my own. It was my teacher's guidance. Honestly, without my teacher's guidance, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Seeing that Inspector Wang believed his accomplishments were solely the result of his own independent understanding, Luo Feng felt embarrassed and immediately explained. Inspector Wang fell silent for a moment. "Your teacher?" Luo Feng nodded vigorously, his face glowing with profound gratitude. "Yes. I became my teacher's disciple when I first entered high school. He's been guiding me ever since. From the very beginning, he emphasized the integration of sword techniques and body movements. After I became a martial artist and started practicing the Ninefold Thunderblade, he insisted that before mastering even the first level of the Ninefold Thunderblade, I must integrate the guiding techniques, sword techniques, and body movements." Luo Feng spoke with palpable emotion. "That's why I've made such rapid progress in physical conditioning. And with his guidance on the Ninefold Thunderblade, I've encountered almost no bottlenecks." Inspector Wang froze, noticing a crucial detail. According to Luo Feng, he had now mastered the 5th tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade. If his master had consistently guided him, wouldn't that imply his master was at least at the 5th tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade? Such a prodigy remained completely unknown? Not to mention cultivating a super genius like this. Inspector Wang cast a silent glance at the president of the Extreme Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Base City and the others. The latter felt their scalps tingle, realizing the inspector was displeased. President Zhou Zhengyong immediately explained. "Inspector, we've actually been monitoring Luo Feng's teacher for quite some time. Director Zhuge Tao even invited him multiple times to teach at the basic training camp, but he simply wasn't interested. Not only that, I personally extended an invitation myself, and he still declined. I've reviewed his records. It seems his spirit has been somewhat affected." Zhou Zhengyong detailed Zhou Ze's situation point by point. Luo Feng's eyes flickered with hope. Given his temperament, he wouldn't have acted so uncharacteristically earlier, like a child. His actions were calculated. He wanted his teacher to catch the attention of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's leadership, hoping to secure a precious vial of life water to heal his mentor's injuries. Send me his records. Inspector Wang ordered. Zhou Zhenyang immediately transmitted Zhou Ze's files. After reviewing the file, Inspector Wang closed his eyes and began fingering his prayer beads. His movements were slightly faster than usual, revealing his inner turmoil, or rather, his profound shock, which he was struggling to contain. At least the 5th tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade, capable of fusing guiding technique, blade art, and body art into one. Intent level blade art, intent level body art, how terrifying. And to think he could teach these to others. Without the data from Yangzhou City's quasi-martial artist assessments and martial combat evaluations, one might attribute Luo Feng's achievements solely to his innate talent. But the truth was, Zhou Ze played an irreplaceable role in Luo Feng's current accomplishments. Even if the Hall Master, the Thunder God himself, personally instructed Luo Feng, it would be difficult to achieve such results. After all, combat prowess is one thing, teaching is another. They are two distinct fields of expertise. Many powerful individuals are not particularly skilled at guiding students. When his body was crippled, they gave him the water of life. When his physical prowess waned, they gave him dragon blood, even the essence of plants and trees. Such an extraordinary being shouldn't be confined to this small place. He needs a grander stage. As a powerhouse surpassing even war god tier masters, Inspector Wang saw further than Zhou Zhengyong, Zhu Gatao, and others. Setting aside his teaching talent, his own mastery of the Ninefold Thunderblade alone, his blade techniques, his realm of movement was more than sufficient. Consider that the Ninefold Thunderblade, the world's most difficult sword technique to master, remains inaccessible to the vast majority of martial artists throughout their entire lives. Even elite camp trainees practicing the Ninefold Thunderblade typically max out at the 1st or 2nd tier. Many graduates remain stuck at tiers 3 or 4 for life. The power output of many war god tier masters is equivalent to around the 3rd tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade. As for the 5th tier, that's often the realm of counselors, and even some peerless war gods only reach that level. Once Zhou Ze's physical prowess reaches god tier, he could easily become a top-tier god tier warrior. Advancements in sword techniques, footwork, and spiritual realm depend solely on his own efforts. However, enhancing physical prowess, though daunting for ordinary individuals, becomes far simpler at the level of a council member, with numerous methods available. At least, this holds true for those below the rank of council member. Yangzhou City, Bright Moon Residential District. Zhou Ze reclined in his chair, gazing up at the sky. Soon. Next year, I'll truly take flight. Luo Feng will definitely prepare the elixir of life and the spirit of plants for me. Zhou Ze stretched lazily. Lying flat felt quite pleasant. With Luo Feng as his disciple, he could soar effortlessly. Especially after entering the cosmic era, Luo Feng's rapid advancement made Earth merely a beginner's zone. The existence of the cheat code allowed him to constantly receive Luo Feng's insights. This meant that in the future, his understanding of laws and secret techniques would never fall short of Luo Feng's by even the slightest degree. If he put in the effort, those things requiring insight would undoubtedly surpass Luo Feng's. It must be said, cheating felt damn good. Beep beep. The phone beside him rang. Zhou Ze's thoughts flickered as he used his psychic power to make the phone float before his eyes. He'd expected a call from Luo Feng asking questions, but instead, it was Zhou Zhenyang from the Extreme Martial Arts Association. Zhou Ze, prepare yourself. Inspector General Wan will be seeing you shortly. Zhou Zhenyang spoke quickly before hanging up. Zhou Ze raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with surprise yet not entirely unexpected. After all, Luo Feng at this stage was simply too astonishing. At this point in the original story, Luo Feng's martial prowess was merely at the 3rd tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade technique. He hadn't yet channeled his power into his legs, his blade mastery had only just entered the 2nd tier of specialization, and his footwork hadn't even touched the perfect tier. His martial strength paled in comparison to his psychic abilities. Yet now, before even entering the elite training camp, Luo Feng's sword technique had reached the 5th tier. He had integrated guiding technique, sword technique, and footwork into a unified system, possessing both intent-level sword technique and intent-level footwork. His martial prowess alone far surpassed his psychic abilities. To put it plainly, with comparable physical prowess, even some invincible war gods or council members would only be at this level. Chapter 9, Refusing the Elite Training Camp. My apologies, Inspector, but I'm accustomed to my freedom. I find my current life quite satisfactory. After a moment's thought, Zhou Ze declined the contract personally tailored for him by Hong. It must be said, the terms were truly generous. Fulfilling the conditions would grant him the water of life, dragon blood, ultimate manuals, and even a reward of a plant spirit. Inspector Wang responded with a brief, "MHM." He said no more. A man of his stature wouldn't stoop to repeatedly persuading someone like a salesman. Time flew by. Before long, Luo Feng had enrolled in the academy. Shortly after admission, he sent shockwaves through the entire elite training camp. First, he defeated the provocative William and Candace. Ultimately, within his first month, he broke into the top 10 rankings, a feat unprecedented in the camp's history, stunning the world. Everyone agreed that Luo Feng's future potential was at least that of an invincible war god, with boundless prospects. Little did they know that after exhausting his dragon blood, Luo Feng had already attained the strength of a high war god. The 7th layer of the Ninefold Thunderblade. I'd been stuck here for months, unable to break through. Luo Feng sat cross-legged in the martial arts hall of the Jiangnan Pavilion Villa. Previously, he knew his rapid progress was due to his master's guidance. His advancement in the Ninefold Thunderblade, as well as his mastery of sword techniques and body movement, had faced almost no obstacles. But now, without his master's guidance, the Ninefold Thunderblade had completely stalled at the 6th layer. The 7th layer remained elusive, despite the fact that each previous layer had taken him no more than a month to comprehend. Never mind, I'll take my time. There's no need to rush, Luo Feng thought to himself. Now that my mental power as a psychic has reached the level of a high god of war, and my martial prowess surpasses that of an average middle god of war, I can earn money incredibly quickly. As a high-tier battle god-level psionicist, I could easily earn enough for life water, dragon blood, and the ultimate manual. But Li Wei's parents are both high-tier battle gods, and his father even possesses the black god armor. I'm not afraid of their strength. As a psionicist, once I'm in the sky, they can't touch me, especially since I'm in the elite training camp. But my family and teachers would be in danger. Still not strong enough? Luo Feng's gaze sharpened. Unlike Luo Feng, Zhou Ze was currently in the martial arts hall, studying power generation. Without funds, he couldn't purchase the 7th tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade technique. Yet, as time passed, inspiration struck him. Whether it was the Ninefold Thunderblade or the world-destroying spear technique, both were creations of Hong and the Thunder God. With his current level of insight, he might just be able to develop a higher level of power beyond the 7th layer of the Ninefold Thunderblade on his own. Sitting idle at home was tedious, and he had no desire to venture out on dangerous missions. Thus, in his boredom, he began studying the sword technique. He was a martial arts maniac by nature. In the past, he had neglected everything except martial cultivation. Later, after being injured and seeing no hope, he had fallen into despair, waiting for Luo Feng's arrival. Now, with his golden finger, he naturally couldn't sit still. The foundation of power lies in mastering the body, perfectly controlling every ounce of its strength. The limit is 100 times. These so-called power techniques are really just about unleashing the body's latent potential. Without them, it's just brute force. Every cell in the body exists in a state of inertia, and power is what activates them. Zhou Ze recalled certain frail women before the Great Nirvana who, upon unleashing their latent power, lifted massive trucks, ordinary people who, in a burst of potential, saved children moments before they were struck by trains. So how exactly does one activate these cells? Zhou Ze pondered deeply, repeatedly sensing the latent force within his body. Soon, an idea emerged in his mind. Intent. Willpower. Zhou Ze's expression shifted abruptly. Intent, in a sense, is the manifestation of will. So that's it. No wonder the giant axe places such emphasis on willpower. Zhou Ze's mind grew increasingly tranquil, entering a state of complete self-forgetfulness. His mental state became as still as a mirror, undisturbed. His spiritual energy enveloped his entire body as he used his will to tap into its latent potential. Suddenly, multiple viable pathways for the hidden energy surged through his mind. Wherever these currents flowed, the latent potential within every cell of his body was activated. What I must do now is reorganize these dark energies, ensuring they don't conflict with each other and can erupt simultaneously. This is bodily amplification. Zhou Ze felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He sensed that if he could successfully reorganize these dark energies, he could achieve a physical amplification of 20 to 30 times. No, my body's potential extends far beyond that. Zhou Ze's mind raced, and he quickly grasped the truth. My willpower isn't strong enough yet. Only with sufficiently powerful will can I unlock even greater potential. In the days that followed, Zhou Ze immersed himself daily in the subconscious insights imparted by Luo Feng, and his body's amplitude surged rapidly. 6-fold, 7-fold, 8-fold, 9 times. Only upon reaching 9-fold did he encounter a slight bottleneck, fundamentally because his physical strength could no longer withstand greater bursts of power. This was akin to ordinary people who pushed their explosive potential to the limit, ultimately leading to bodily tears, shortened lifespans, and various other aftereffects. Above the elite training camp, a blood-red triangular fighter hovered there. A man of Asian descent and a Caucasian man stepped out of thin air, floating mid-air. He first offered a compliment, then teleported instantly to Luo Feng's side, inadvertently revealing Luo Feng's identity as a mentalist. This elicited gasps of astonishment from all instructors and trainees. The Liao couple, who had already harbored deep suspicions about Luo Feng, now became almost certain he was the culprit behind their son's murder. After speaking with Hong, though he had received Hong's assurance, Luo Feng still called Zhou Ze. "Teacher, my identity as a psychic has been exposed," Luo Feng stated bluntly, his heart filled with worry. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. "Exposed? So be it. Luo Feng's expression darkened. Teacher, even if I can't defeat Li Yao now, I'm not afraid of him. But I'm worried they'll come after you and my family. Even with the Hall Master's personal guarantee, I still can't shake this fear. The murder of their only child was enough to drive Li Yao and his wife mad. Offering a 100 billion bounty before even finding the culprit showed just how desperate they were. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. Rest assured, Hong's guarantee holds. Anyone who dares lay a finger on me or your parents is slapping him in the face. As long as you live, we won't face any safety issues. Besides, Zhou Ze teased, you've grown quite capable now, haven't you? Starting to look down on your teacher? I'm not someone to be trifled with. That's not what I meant. Luo Feng panicked, rushing to explain. Alright, just kidding, Zhou Ze chuckled. Your psychic abilities were exposed on the spot. During this life or death mission in Australia, the Li Yao couple will definitely target you. They'll likely bring laser cannons after all, you're a psychic. Even a war god who can't fly, or even an invincible war god, wouldn't find it easy to deal with you. Luo Feng's expression stiffened. Thank you for the warning, teacher. Chapter 10, The Unbelievable Luo Feng. Jiangnan Base City, Extreme Headquarters. President Zhou Zhanyong had just finished a call with Inspector Lu in one of the rooms. He was inwardly wondering. I wonder who this new inspector is. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. After receiving Zhou Zhanyong's permission, the three chief supervisors of the Extreme Headquarters Zhuge Tao and the others entered. Chairman, we just received notice that Inspector Lu has been reassigned, but we don't know who the new inspector is? The lean man in the white shirt among the three executives frowned. I don't know either. The official notice hasn't arrived yet, Zhou Zhanyong shook his head. I hope the new inspector general will be easier to work with. Sigh. Inspector Lu had devoted himself to secluded cultivation and rarely interfered with affairs, making him easy to get along with. Now that he was being transferred, everyone's mood fluctuated accordingly. After all, the example of the former inspector, Iron Mask Zhang, was still fresh in their minds. During his tenure, he had dismissed 6 directors and even impeached a chairman. It had left those who came after him trembling in fear. Beep. Just then, a notification sounded from the laptop nearby. Zhou Zhanyong and the 3 supervisors hurried over. Zhou Zhanyong's heart sank slightly as he clicked open the notification. Luo Feng? Hometown, Jiangnan Base City, Yangzhou? Power rating, Invincible War God? Zhou Zhanyong and the others were incredulous, especially Zhuge Tao. But after repeated verification, they finally confirmed it. At Zhou Ze's residence. After reuniting with his family, Luo Feng went straight to Zhou Ze's room. He expressed his gratitude for the earlier warning while recounting his experiences and discoveries on the Australian continent. Master, this is the dragon blood I exchanged for you. I also saved you a portion of the spirit of plants. Oh, and Master, I originally intended to exchange some life water for you, but the curator said that stuff is just American nonsense, it's nowhere near as valuable. Luo Feng dumped all the valuable items out at once, not even noticing the slight tension in his heart, afraid his teacher might refuse them. No need for pleasantries. I do need these. Zhou Ze understood Luo Feng's nature, and this was precisely the outcome he'd hoped for. Excessive politeness would only create distance. Seeing Zhou Ze accept his gifts, Luo Feng beamed like a child. For years, his teacher had guided him without seeking anything in return. Even after surpassing his mentor in strength, he still felt unable to offer any meaningful help, a source of deep frustration. Now, finally, he could assist his teacher, a deeply satisfying feeling. Oh, right, Master. I purchased Fundamentals of Mentalists from the librarian at the War God Palace. I'll ask the librarian if you can take a look at it. It should be possible. Luo Feng suddenly remembered something. Over the past half year, Zhou Ze had naturally guided Luo Feng in his cultivation as a mentalist. Luo Feng knew Zhou Ze was also a mentalist, though he never understood why Zhou Ze had never revealed it. He had always felt his teacher's comprehension far surpassed his own, though limited by physical aptitude. Zhou Ze replied calmly, Luo Feng, your psychic power has reached the peak of the war god tier, and your overall strength has attained the level of an invincible war god. But this is all your power as a psychic master. You mustn't neglect your martial cultivation either. Body and soul must advance together, both require equal attention. Luo Feng smiled bitterly. Teacher, I know this well. You used to remind me daily. But without your guidance, my martial cultivation has stagnated beyond physical conditioning. After all this time, I still can't break through to the 7th tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade. Without Zhou Ze's guidance, he finally realized his innate talent wasn't as exceptional as he'd believed. This brought the slightly overconfident Luo Feng, who had broken multiple records in the elite training camp, back down to earth. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. You've grown overly reliant on me. I can't guide you forever. You must forge your own path. I'm actually hesitating whether I should teach you how to unleash even greater power. Zhou Ze reflected that even immortals still needed mentors, so he resolved to continue. Teacher, did you purchase the 7th and 9th layers of the Ninefold Thunderblade? Luo Feng was still thinking about hunting some monster lords to earn a little extra cash and buy the remaining layers of the Ninefold Thunderblade for his teacher. I'm not as loaded as you are. Zhou Ze shot Luo Feng a look. I figure whether it's the Ninefold Thunderblade or the world-destroying technique, they're both human creations. Why can't I forge my own unique power technique? And then, Luo Feng's eyes widened, his heart filled with anticipation, like a storyteller suddenly stopping at the climax. Then, before I knew it, I surpassed both the world-destroying blade and the Ninefold Thunderblade. Zhou Ze chuckled. Ah! Luo Feng was dumbfounded, utterly incredulous. Are you serious? It wasn't that Luo Feng didn't trust Zhou Ze, but this was beyond his comprehension. His own teacher was only an intermediate war general. How could he possibly create a power technique surpassing the first and second strongest on Earth? Who could believe that? He'd rather believe he wasn't his parents' biological child. Come to the training hall. Without another word, Zhou Ze headed upstairs, and Luo Feng hurried to follow. Entering the training hall, Zhou Ze unleashed a punch directly at the testing machine without any preparatory movements. 271,214 kilograms. Staring at the number displayed on the punch power tester, Luo Feng froze. Teacher, are you sure this isn't your base punch power increasing, reaching the level of a high-ranking warrior or even a war god? Zhou Ze delivered another punch to the tester, this time registering a force of around 30,000. 3 times 9 is 27. Whoa! Luo Feng sucked in a sharp breath, nearly causing global warming. Teacher, this. Luo Feng was utterly stunned, speechless for a moment. If his teacher weren't slightly lacking in physical aptitude, his future would be limitless. Having trained at the elite camp, Luo Feng knew full well that the dojo master and others valued power generation, footwork, and martial intent above all else, not raw physical strength. Master, with talent like this, you could absolutely speak to the martial arts academy about. Luo Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Ze remained silent for a moment, offering no further explanation. What could he possibly say? Admit he wanted to latch onto his disciples' coattails? Or confess he'd only awakened his cheat code last year? Zhou Ze remained silent, and Luo Feng, sensing the unspoken, wisely refrained from pressing. Master, I get to train under you again. Luo Feng exclaimed cheerfully. Ninefold power generation. He was only at 4.9 now. If he mastered ninefold power generation, combined with his near high-level war god physique, his martial prowess alone would rival his own as a spirit mind master. Combined, he could even face off against that far councilman who had chased him down the street. Given more time, he was confident he could meet him head-on. You faced considerable risks on the Australian continent this time. With your enhanced physical prowess and mental power, you can now control more flying blades. All this requires practice. Don't just think about grinding monsters for experience. That's something you do when you hit a bottleneck or get restless. After exchanging a few words with Luo Feng and offering some advice, he dismissed him. Only then did Zhou Ze descend to the ground floor, examining the dragon's blood and plant essence Luo Feng had brought him. Chapter 11, The Medicine King Constitution? Carrying 2 briefcases, Zhou Ze returned to the martial arts hall, locked the door from the inside, and shut down all communication channels. For some reason, the desperate urgency to push himself to the limit he'd once felt had vanished, replaced by an unusual calm. Perhaps it was because the path had come too easily, or maybe the confidence granted by his cheat code had simply made him more carefree. Click. Zhou Ze opened the briefcase containing the dragon's blood, removed the wooden box inside, and lifted its lid. Within, a test tube was secured by foam padding, its opening sealed with a stopper. This thing seems to hurt like hell. Luo Feng couldn't take it and passed out instantly. Zhou Ze chuckled, pulled out the stopper, and extended his psychic energy over it. The golden blood was instantly sucked out of the test tube, floating in midair without a single drop spilling. He swiftly smeared the golden liquid over his upper body. Soon, Zhou Ze felt the areas where he'd applied it begin to heat up. It's starting. Zhou Ze took a deep breath, feeling waves of heat surge along the coated skin, rapidly permeating every part of his body. The heat intensified relentlessly, his body temperature soaring. Agony struck instantly. Zhou Ze felt as if he were being tortured indiscriminately, as though countless ants were gnawing at every inch of his body, inside and out. A burning, tingling, and swelling sensation spread through his body, causing constant spasms. This is the feeling of growth. It's incredible. The extreme agony was unbearable, yet the sensation of his power surging relentlessly even overshadowed the pain. Zhou Ze could distinctly feel impurities and discarded cells being expelled from his body, forming grime on his skin. His tendons, bones, fascia, muscles, skin, and internal organs were undergoing a transformative strengthening. Having faced countless life or death crises in the wilderness zone without gaining a single shred of improvement, he now clearly felt his physical capabilities advancing moment by moment. This sensation was truly exquisite. Even the pain itself brought Zhou Ze a strange pleasure. What was pain? Merely the path he had come. If this agony could continuously enhance his strength, he would gladly endure it forever. Before obtaining the cheat program, no one could comprehend his despair. Even when he gave everything, he couldn't reach the rank of high-level warrior. To ordinary people, becoming a warrior was already an extraordinary feat, and a mid-level warrior was a rare existence even among warriors. Had he not been a transmigrator, had he not known this world intimately, he might have merely faced some setbacks. But he knew it all: this primordial universe, the immortal deities, the virtual corporations, and the fact that this was devouring the starry sky. How could he ever accept his own mediocrity? Pain always drags on, while joy flees in an instant. Feeling the dragon blood potion's effects completely fade, Zhou Ze rose to his feet with a hint of regret. I wonder what level my physical condition has reached now. Zhou Ze walked toward the punch power tester in the corner of the training hall. This machine was top of the line, capable of withstanding the force of a high-tier war god's punch. Back then, he'd been ambitious, convinced he wouldn't remain at the war general tier forever. If he was going to buy one, it had to be the best. Looking back now, it had definitely been the right choice. Shaking his head, Zhou Ze moved. Without any special technique, he simply unleashed his raw physical strength to its absolute limit. His fist slammed into the punching pad like a cannonball, accompanied by a sonic boom. Boom! A dull thud echoed, and Zhou Ze immediately glanced at the display screen. 69,102 kilograms. The baseline for a junior war god was 64,000 kilograms. This result far exceeded the threshold, guaranteeing his entry into the war god tier. Boom! Zhou Ze unleashed another punch, and the boxing test machine's display changed again. 622,037 kilograms. This exceeded the baseline punch power of a high-tier war god by over 100,000 kilograms. Even an average mid-tier war god would only reach this level with standard exertion. Compared to the dramatic improvement in my physical strength, my mental psychic power has only seen modest growth. Zhou Ze guided a flying knife to strike the punch power tester. With a clang, the force registered on the display. 29,343 kilograms. Previously, Zhou Ze had tested his psychic attack power, which hovered around 25,000 kilograms. This meant his psychic strength had only increased by roughly 4,000 kilograms. Ah well. Mental power improves passively alongside physical strength. Any increase is good enough. Mental power is far harder to cultivate than physical strength, especially since I don't even have a method to train it. After briefly gauging his approximate strength post-dragon blood infusion, Zhou Ze took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and opened another password-protected case. Compared to the protective measures for the dragon blood, the plant core was stored rather casually. After all, the thing was incredibly hard. What surprised Zhou Ze was that next to the plant core lay a throwing knife. Judging by the model engraved on it, this was an SS-grade throwing knife. This little guy really is thoughtful. Zhou Ze felt a warm glow in his heart. The SS-grade throwing knife transformed into a streak of lightning, piercing the egg-sized core of the 1,000-year-old willow tree. The essence liquid inside slowly flowed out, suspended before Zhou Ze's eyes under his control. Once he had absorbed all the essence, Zhou Ze opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Unlike the agony of using dragon blood, the essence of the 1,000-year-old willow heart core brought no pain whatsoever. Instead, it delivered a cool, soothing sensation, as if countless jade-like hands were massaging him. This transformation was even more intense than the one brought by the dragon's blood earlier. His body underwent constant metamorphosis, both inside and out, as his genes and cells continuously ascended. Zhou Ze distinctly felt his psychic abilities passively strengthening. After a long while, the transformation concluded. Zhou Ze admitted he preferred this gentle method over the painful path to strength. Next, Zhou Ze tested his strength once more. His psychic power hadn't increased much, but at least he had crossed into the advanced warrior class. The improvement in his physical strength, however, came as a surprise. 260,000 kilograms? That's a massive leap. Could it be I possess some sort of medicine king constitution? Am I better able to absorb the potency of elixirs and rare treasures compared to ordinary people? Before he knew it, mid-August was approaching. The closer this time drew, the heavier Zhou Ze's heart grew. As usual, he gazed up at the sky, dotted with countless stars. Since the Great Nirvana, if nothing else, the stars in the sky had become far brighter than before. At this very moment, not long after Luo Feng purchased the elixir of life, the golden horned beast is about to descend upon Earth. When he'd read the original novel and fanfiction before, he'd always assumed Luo Feng would sail through smoothly like in the story. But now that he'd actually crossed over, it was hard not to feel anxious. Moreover, he would soon face a crucial decision, whether to reveal to Luo Feng the location of the golden horned beast's life core. Telling him would likely resolve Earth's crisis. But if he didn't tell him? What if, just what if? He was truly terrified of that possibility. Huff. After returning from the King of Hell once, Zhou Ze increasingly felt that sometimes, knowing the plot in the future wasn't necessarily a good thing. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in Luo Feng, but because of his very presence, Luo Feng had already deviated from the original path. Thus, unexpected twists were only to be expected. Chapter 12, Master and Disciple Sparring. Yangzhou City, Bright Moon Residential Complex. The August morning air was pleasantly cool. Many residents strolled through the neighborhood while some martial artists practiced their morning routines. Theoretically, it makes sense, but putting it into practice is quite difficult. Must one truly wait until reaching the planetary realm to comprehend a domain? Zhou Ze emerged from seclusion, reclining on a rooftop chair as he gazed up at the starry sky. Before long, Zhou Ze spotted Luo Feng approaching from outside. He waved, gesturing for Luo Feng to hop up. "Little Feng, what brings you here so early? Hit a snag in your cultivation?" Zhou Ze smiled faintly as usual, glancing at the briefcase in Luo Feng's hand and teased. "Oh, our esteemed inspector has come bearing gifts again? I won't be polite if you're giving, I'm taking. Let me tell you, your mom used to share all kinds of embarrassing stories about you when we chatted. Those secrets are mine for 10 lifetimes. Luo Feng had long grown accustomed to Zhou Ze's attitude outside of teaching sessions, taking it all in stride. Back when he first became his disciple, there had been no kowtowing or tea-pouring rituals either. If there was one difference, it was that before Luo Feng became a martial artist, Zhou Ze always seemed listless. After his initiation, though still as lazy as ever, he now carried an added air of confidence. This filled Luo Feng with quiet satisfaction. In his mind, it was all because he'd proven himself worthy. "Master, this is the life water I bought for you. You've already used the dragon blood and the 1,000-year-old willowwood core, right? How did they work?" Luo Feng took out the life water and handed it to Zhou Ze with both hands. "This elixir of life is meant to be taken orally." Zhou Ze shook his head. "Give it to your younger brother. He needs it more. Even with you around, he still feels a bit inferior." "Teacher, I've already contacted the people in the United States. More elixir of life will be delivered shortly," Luo Feng explained. Zhou Ze chuckled. "Well then, I have even less reason to rush. I'm getting old. The future belongs to you young people. Besides, psychic powers are far more convenient than using one's hands." Zhou Ze remained reclined in his chair as the life water in Luo Feng's hand levitated into the air, returning to the open briefcase. The briefcase closed automatically, then floated back into Luo Feng's hand. "Teacher." Luo Feng hesitated. Before Luo Feng could finish, Zhou Ze glanced sideways at him and said, "You're too arrogant, Luo Feng. A mere 2 or 300 billion? Your master here could easily earn that much by hunting down a few lord-level monsters." Luo Feng momentarily forgot why he'd come here. Scratching the back of his head, he asked curiously, "Teacher, what's your current physical strength level?" Zhou Ze lightly pushed off the chair and stood before Luo Feng. "Little Feng, it seems we haven't sparred in quite some time?" Luo Feng looked up, pondering. "Since I joined the elite training camp, we haven't sparred at all." "Alright then, let's spar again today." Zhou Ze felt a tingle in his hands. It had been ages since he'd fought anyone. "Teacher, you're the one who brought it up. Don't blame me if I lose." Luo Feng's excitement grew. That damn competitive streak, it knows no bounds, regardless of gender or age. Wilderness zone outside Jiangnan Bay City. "Haha, master, I'll go easy on you." Luo Feng was getting carried away, memories of Zhou Ze thoroughly humiliating him flashing through his mind. He couldn't fathom why Zhou Ze would play such twisted games with his disciples, but today, he'd finally get his revenge. Forget it. Better just humor the old professor and keep him happy. Otherwise, I'll get scolded later. What's the point of that? Zhou Ze smiled warmly at Luo Feng, reminding him of the old fear of being dominated. Instinctively, Luo Feng felt a tingle of dread. "It's starting." Zhou Ze kindly gave a heads up, then in the next instant, he appeared abruptly behind Luo Feng as if teleporting. So fast. Luo Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Clang! A piercing metallic screech sent shivers down one's spine. Then Luo Feng's body flew backward relentlessly, carving 3 deep, long gashes into the ground as if it had been plowed through. "Master, how did you do that?" Luo Feng gripped the knife handle embedded in the ground, thoroughly shaken. To him, it defied all logic. Too fast. If not for his lightning-fast reflexes, he would have been finished instantly. Zhou Ze knew exactly what Luo Feng was thinking. He chuckled. Just imagine the curve as a straight line. Young minds are more rigid than this old man's. A flash of insight struck Luo Feng's mind, and he instantly understood Zhou Ze's words. The 6th tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade. Realizing his master's true power, Luo Feng's muscles tensed from relaxation. 7 streams of hidden force erupted simultaneously. Like Zhou Ze, he traced an arc through the air, yet his speed rivaled that of a straight line. Clang! Luo Feng was sent flying once more, coming to a halt only after a long moment. "Nice speed. But your power is too weak," Zhou Ze commented coolly. "Master, how many times your strength did you use?" Luo Feng asked curiously. "How many times your strength did you use?" Zhou Ze glanced at Luo Feng. "Full force." Luo Feng replied. "Close enough," Zhou Ze chuckled. Master, you're a high-level war god?" Luo Feng's eyes widened. "Thanks to your dragon blood and plant essence, my absorption might be slightly more effective than yours," Zhou Ze chuckled. But without psychic power, you still couldn't beat me, Zhou Ze chuckled softly. A high-rank war god possesses at least 256,000 kilograms of punching power. Add ninefold force amplification and sucking. Luo Feng sucked in a sharp breath, and the world seemed to warm slightly. Luo Feng suffered a crushing defeat. Facing overwhelming force and speed, his flying daggers sank like quicksand. Zhou Ze merely needed a light flick to deflect them, temporarily disrupting Luo Feng's timing a split second that proved decisive. At the level of an invincible war god, combat unfolded at blinding speed, thousands of meters covered in the blink of an eye, weapons clashing dozens of times per instant. Even to the eyes of a war general martial artist, only after images remained, utterly impossible to follow. Master, with your strength, if your physical conditioning improves, even that weak counselor wouldn't stand a chance against you, Luo Feng said with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Not even close. Zhou Ze replied calmly. Fundamentals reign supreme. Against absolute life-level suppression, raw power is useless, and anyway, power has its limits. Oh, and since you like wandering around, keep an eye out for a double-horned green python. Luo Feng nodded, harboring a slight suspicion but choosing not to press further. Teacher, you possess the invincible strength of a war god now. Why haven't you revealed any of it? Luo Feng tucked the blood shadow war blade behind his back. Why spread it around? When you're powerful, trouble comes knocking. You can't easily refuse it, too much hassle. I prefer peace and freedom. Zhou Ze stretched lazily. Head back now. Remember to give me the life water when the time comes. Luo Feng froze. Master, didn't you say you'd earn the money to buy it yourself? Zhou Ze rolled his eyes at Luo Feng. I just wanted to let you know I'm not in a rush and find someone to show off to. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. After returning to the villa aboard Luo Feng's smart fighter jet, Zhou Ze sent Luo Feng a message, going into seclusion. Don't bother me for anything. He then set up auto-replies on his communication watch and phone before beginning his seclusion. His battle with Luo Feng had sparked numerous ideas he now sought to test. Chapter 13, The Unexpected Visitor. Obalu, Paris base city. In the heart of this base city, where every inch of land was precious, an ancient castle stood tall. Its vast footprint rivaled the entire Bright Moon district of Yangzhou City. Janet, my dear, how fortunate you've returned safely from the Australian continent. A middle-aged man with handsome features, a slender build, and an air of nobility greeted a young woman with a gentle smile. The young woman possessed long golden hair and a tall, slender figure with fluid lines, projecting an aura of both strength and beauty. Her skin was as fair and translucent as jade, her eyes deep and luminous, like the brightest stars in the night sky. Beneath her combat uniform, her astonishing waist-to-hip curve drew attention at every moment. A small beauty mark beneath her right eye added a touch of enchanting allure. Dad, I'm now a warrior with God of War level strength. Australia may be dangerous, but I can handle it easily. Janet addressed her father directly, then added, Dad, grandfather wants to see me. It's about Luo Feng, isn't it? The middle-aged man felt a twinge of awkwardness. As a father, he was competent, but as the head of a prominent family, he clearly fell short. At the very least, he lacked the necessary cold-bloodedness. Your grandfather likely has that in mind, but whatever you decide, I support you. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. In this extraordinary era, personal power is the foundation. And my child, I believe you possess that potential. Janet's beautiful eyes flashed with determination, tinged with a hint of mischief. Of course. I am the Windsor family's foremost prodigy. One day, I too will become a counselor like grandfather. After a brief exchange, Janet followed her father into an ancient-looking chamber. An elderly man sat cross-legged within, radiating an aura of command even with his eyes closed. Janet, my child, welcome back. The old man rose to his feet, bearing a striking resemblance to both Janet and her father. It was none other than Janet's grandfather. Though he was a planetary-level martial artist, he carried none of the typical warrior's aura. Instead, he exuded an innate elegance befitting a true gentleman, a quality lacking in many of Obaro's old nobility. This was an era that revered martial prowess. Those so-called old nobles who failed to keep pace with the times after the Great Nirvana would inevitably be left behind. Grandfather, I too once liked Luo Feng. But he already has a girlfriend, and he made it clear to me. Janet got straight to the point. As a gifted martial artist, a rare female one at that, born into a privileged noble family, her pursuit of the martial path was far more resolute and pure than most. She had once stated she wasn't opposed to arranged marriages, but her partner must be at least 1 or 2 tiers stronger than her. Driven by her admiration for strength, Janet had indeed been drawn to Luo Feng. She had even declared in his presence that even if he had a girlfriend, even if he were married, she could still take him away. However, after Luo Feng immersed himself in martial cultivation and explicitly declared his heart held no room for others, coupled with his astonishingly rapid power growth, now standing as an unrivaled war god, she finally abandoned that notion. No, my child, you may have misunderstood your grandfather, the old man murmured with a faint smile, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Luo, he was a boy equally devoted to martial arts. Unless you had burst into his life from the very beginning, he wouldn't have developed an interest in any other girl. When Luo Feng entered the elite training camp, every major power worldwide had investigated him thoroughly, the old man included. Especially after Luo Feng broke into the top 10 within his first month. What I mean is, even if you two can't be together, you can still maintain a friendship. Especially since you're his senior sister, trained under the same master. Janet sighed. We're simply not on the same level now. He's an unrivaled war god, while I'm just a war general level martial artist. Your thinking is a bit rigid, Janet, the old man smiled faintly. Luo is a good kid. He values relationships deeply. You don't know. The old man shared some details about Luo Feng. Even the coldest person harbors affection for genuinely kind-hearted individuals. Grandfather, are you suggesting I visit Luo Feng, seize the chance to meet his teacher, and then present them with a vial of life water? Janet's gem-like eyes twinkled with calculation. Yes. You and he share a natural bond of friendship, but bonds like that can grow cold without regular connection. From what I know of Luo, he would certainly purchase a vial of life water for his teacher, and... The old man's gaze grew profound. Perhaps you might gain something else. Ah, it still won't work. Zhou Ze shook his head, a faint smile touching his lips. Though it did inadvertently give me another idea for using the cheat. During his days of seclusion, Zhou Ze had tried every method imaginable but still failed to comprehend the domain. He attributed it to his own lack of insight, which naturally led him to think of his cheat code. A sudden flash of insight struck him. If he could control flying knives with split attention, even triple focus, why couldn't he apply the same principle to his subconscious mind receiving enlightenment? Overlaying students' insights onto myself should work. Time to make a round at the guild. Ever since Zhou Ze's fame skyrocketed, the Yian District Academy had been packed to capacity nearly every day. On lecture days, the place was so crowded it was downright absurd. Not only that, but after Luo Feng's explosive success at the elite training camp, coupled with his deliberate promotion of Zhou Ze, visitors came to see Zhou Ze in an unending stream. Endless moral obligations kept piling up. It was only because Manhwa residential area belonged to the extreme martial arts hall that others found it difficult to enter, otherwise he would have been driven to distraction. After that, Zhou Ze resigned completely, choosing to retire at home and live as a person free of responsibilities, obligations, or commitments. But teaching was addictive. Decades of experience made it hard to quit. Thus, at Wu Tong's invitation, he reluctantly agreed, but only on one condition: he demanded full autonomy to conduct unannounced inspections. Faced with this situation, property prices in Manhwa residential complex skyrocketed. People pulled every string they could to secure a place there. Teacher, I have a senior classmate who wants to visit you. You? Luo Feng sounded slightly exasperated over the phone. If Su Xian found out, it would be hard to explain. Senior sister? Zhou Ze pondered briefly, already guessing who it was. Bring her over. Teacher, I won't come over myself. Otherwise, Su Xian might. Luo Feng sounded slightly awkward. Heh, you kid. Zhou Ze chuckled and shook his head. Alright, have her come over. On Luo Feng's end, Janet playfully greeted his parents. Little junior brother Luo Feng, uncle and auntie, Ahua, I'll be heading out now. Bro, are you playing both sides? Luo Hua's eyes widened. What nonsense, Luo Feng playfully smacked Luo Hua on the back of the head. What a silly thing for a kid to say. Haha, bro, you're just feeling guilty, Luo Hua chuckled. Luo Honghua frowned slightly. Feng, even though you're different now, Su Xian never looked down on you back then. What? Gong Xinlan exclaimed excitedly, I know martial artists can marry multiple wives. Since Luo Feng and Su Xian hadn't established a clear relationship yet, and she hadn't interacted much with Luo Feng's family, she didn't feel particularly attached to them. Feng, mom supports you. But you can't just abandon Su Xian. Luo Honghua frowned disapprovingly and scolded her gently, what nonsense are you spouting? You're corrupting the child. Gong Xinlan retorted defiantly, but it's national policy, worldwide policy. Encouraging martial artists to marry multiple wives and have many children. But what if I? Before Luo Hongwei could finish, he caught Gong Xinlan's murderous glare. He shuddered and quickly changed the subject. Chapter 14, Calm down, Janet. Hello, Teacher Zhou. I'm Janet, Luo Feng's classmate. Pleased to meet you. Zhou Ze opened the door to find Janet standing there, blonde hair, striking features, a gift bag in one hand, raising her other hand in greeting. Her almond-shaped eyes held a depth of affection that could melt a dog's heart. He could only think, no wonder she's the kind of anime character who attracts hordes of perverts. Janet's outfit was strikingly similar to anime characters, bold and daring, predominantly black with purple accents. Her flawless, snow-white skin, radiant like holy light, was impossible to look away from. Beneath the defined abs at her waist sat an ultra-short, form-fitting skirt, her devilishly curvaceous figure pulsing with energy without any effort. Paired with her angelic face, blending coquettish charm with youthful innocence, the visual impact was overwhelming. The tear tattoo at the corner of her right eye added an extra layer of allure. This made Zhou Ze sigh, wondering what kind of bland, watered-down fare he'd been consuming during his past, degenerate years. Janet, I'm delighted to meet you too. Please come in and sit down. Zhou Ze smiled slightly as he invited Janet inside. Watching her perfect silhouette glide in with that mysterious step, he momentarily lost himself in the view. Of course, he snapped back to reality the next instant. Janet, would you prefer tea or wine? Zhou Ze asked with a smile after inviting her to sit on the living room sofa. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. I'd prefer wine. Janet's eyes crinkled with a smile. Even without trying, every flicker of her expression seemed to beckon men. Alright, wine it is. Zhou Ze chuckled. With the presence of Hong and the Thunder God, coupled with China now being Earth's foremost superpower, the world had developed an intense fascination with Chinese culture. This obsession surpassed even that of the United States before the Great Nirvana. As a symbol of Chinese culture, tea was naturally sought after by people worldwide. At gatherings of any caliber, alcohol might be present, but tea was indispensable. He grabbed a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses, poured Janet a full glass, then poured himself one before initiating the conversation. Janet, right? Luo Feng mentioned you. Back then, you caused him quite a bit of trouble. Oh? Janet's lips parted slightly, her delicate hand covering her mouth. Your pursuit gave him quite a headache, huh? But my disciple is a devoted, single-minded young man. His girlfriend isn't just his white moonlight, she's also his first love, Zhou Ze chuckled. Janet retorted indignantly, I'm clearly prettier and more elegant than his girlfriend. Besides, I'm a war general level martial artist. I'm destined to become a rare female war goddess. Zhou Ze shook his head with a smile. The fact that you make Luo Feng feel troubled actually shows he already has some doubts. Seeing you today, you are indeed prettier than Su Xin, have a better figure, and are a powerful martial artist. But feelings can't be forced. Janet brushed her golden hair and smiled. True, I agree with that. But I believe everything is worth striving for. Even though I ultimately failed, I have no regrets. That's true enough. Zhou Ze agreed. Noble-born women were indeed exceptional, they received systematic cultivation from childhood. Janet's beautiful eyes crinkled, her red lips curving upward as she fixed her gaze on Zhou Ze. Teacher Zhou, little brother Luo Feng often speaks of you at the elite training camp. Every time he mentions you, he sounds utterly devoted. I'm curious, why is that? Janet voiced her inner curiosity directly, a quintessentially Western way of thinking. Perhaps because I've been of great help to him, Zhou Ze replied casually. Like what? Janet pressed without hesitation. Zhou Ze was a bit speechless. Because I taught him his sword techniques and footwork. After entering the elite training camp, your instructors probably couldn't make him any better at most, they could spar with him. You must have sparred with Luo Feng. With comparable physical abilities, did you find him tougher to handle than your instructor Zheng Feng? Speak to people as people, speak to ghosts as ghosts. If you're direct, I'll be direct, I won't take this humiliation lying down. That's true. Janet propped her chin with her right hand, the wrapped fruit of laws growing even more massive. The top 10 trainees in the elite training camp have already surpassed their instructors in power generation, sword techniques, and footwork. And compared to other war god level trainees, Luo Feng definitely has gaps in monster hunting. Even so, he's still ranked in the top 10 within the first month. This proves his mastery of force application and other skills has already surpassed both his peers and instructors. At this point, Janet's beautiful eyes turned to Zhou Ze, her curiosity palpable. Luo Feng always credits his teacher's guidance for this, yet his power application was already at a remarkably high level before entering the elite training camp. I asked him before entering the camp, he had already mastered the 5th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade. That's utterly unbelievable. You know, many war gods never reach even the 3rd level of the Ninefold Thunderblade in their entire lives. I'm stuck at the 2nd level too. I know how difficult the Ninefold Thunderblade is to cultivate. Teacher Zhou, could you help me? Janet paused mid-sentence, then reached for the bag on the table. This is the gift I brought for you, the water of life. Zhou Ze silently shook his head. Your gift is precious, but I believe your efforts will be worth it. Zhou Ze felt no awkwardness after all, she didn't seem bothered by it either. Shall we head to the training hall? Janet was eager, placing great importance on her martial path. Inside the training hall, Janet moved with exquisite grace, beginning her Ninefold Thunderblade form. Her stunning curves and perfect physique were on full display. Were it not for the slender, emerald green battle blade in her hands, one might mistake her for dancing, showcasing her allure. Why not enjoy the view? Zhou Ze analyzed Janet's blade technique and power generation while admiring her graceful form. The two activities didn't conflict at all. After completing her demonstration, Janet's beautiful eyes held a hint of resignation. Master Zhou, have you spotted my issue? I've been stuck at the 2nd tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade for far too long. No matter how hard I train, I simply cannot master the 3rd tier. Janet's gaze fixed on Zhou Ze, a flicker of hope flickering in her eyes. She wanted to see if the man praised by her younger brother, Luo Feng, now the peerless war god, could aid her cultivation. Zhou Ze withdrew his gaze with a hint of regret. It's just a minor issue, but this very issue is preventing you from advancing to the third layer. Moreover, your footwork and sword technique are too crudely integrated. Zhou Ze pointed out Janet's flaws with a precision that bordered on manipulative, making her feel as if she'd just taken her first steps into the martial arts. Then tell me how to fix it. Janet's annoyed expression held a certain charm. Even when beautiful women got angry, they were captivating. No wonder so many perverts enjoyed provoking them. You have many issues. Tackle them gradually, Zhou Ze replied bluntly. The core reason you can't break through the third level of the Ninefold Thunderblade lies in your scattered mind. To put it bluntly, the moment your mind wavers, your body tenses up and your spirit follows suit. This prevents your hidden force from transmitting effectively. Moreover, your intent isn't pure enough. The Ninefold Thunderblade is all about speed taken to its extreme. When you first started practicing it, you probably kept that in mind. But over time, you've either forgotten it or failed to integrate it into your blade technique. Janet practiced the Ninefold Thunderblade under Zhou Ze's guidance, half convinced. After countless swings, the emerald blade flickered, instantly igniting a cold gleam that illuminated the entire training hall. A faint, peculiar ripple emanated from it, like a flash of lightning. Puff, puff. A peculiar sonic boom rippled through the air. I think I've mastered the third layer of Ninefold Thunderblade. Janet was overjoyed, her face flushed. No one knew how long she'd been stuck on the second layer or how agonizing it had been. She never imagined that Zhou Ze's simple words would propel her to master the third layer of the Ninefold Thunderblade. This is simply. Holy crap, this is unbelievable. Overwhelmed by joy, Janet tossed aside her emerald green battle blade and transformed into a blur, charging straight toward Zhou Ze. His instincts kicked in, alerting him to the danger. Thank you so much, Master Zhou Ze. Overwhelmed with emotion, Janet threw her arms around Zhou Ze, her curvaceous, fiery form clinging to him like a suction cup. The unique, intoxicating fragrance of a woman filled his senses, refreshing and invigorating. The softness and firmness of her body made Zhou Ze instinctively glance down at the astonishing curve below her slender waist. Holy crap, if this kept up, he was going to embarrass himself. Zhou Ze quickly hypnotized himself. She's just overly excited and emotional. She can't control herself. I can't react strangely, at least not now. Damn it, this won't do. I need to pull her away. Zhou Ze didn't know if he'd underestimated Janet's charm or if his past anime watching nostalgia was playing tricks on him, but he felt like years of mental discipline had gone to the dogs. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Janet. Chapter 15, Janet being PUA'd? Zhou Ze quickly pushed Janet away, though a flicker of regret flickered in his heart as he did so. Janet, however, appeared perfectly composed. Covering her mouth with a smile, she said, "Sorry, teacher. I just got a little carried away." Noticing Zhou Ze's discomfort, Janet suddenly realized he didn't look his age at all. He appeared to be only around 30, with a youthful aura that made him seem more like a man in his 20s. Previously influenced by Luo Feng, she had imagined Zhou Ze as a venerable elder. Now he seemed more like a friendly older brother next door. She also noticed Zhou Ze's striking good looks. Perhaps from honing his skills as a martial artist in the wilderness, he radiated a rugged, determined aura. And of course, his physique was that of a trained fighter. Ahem. Zhou Ze suppressed the flutter in his chest, taking a deep, stealthy breath before forcing calmness. As a martial artist, one must always maintain a cool head, neither arrogant nor impatient. Losing your composure over a little excitement like this, Janet. You need to strengthen your cultivation of tranquility in your daily life and improve your mental fortitude. Understood, Master Zhou, Janet replied earnestly, then added with a hint of coquettishness, her voice sweet and soft. Master Zhou, may I ask? She paused mid-sentence, a peculiar thought stirring within her. Changing her tone to one of soft, sweet coquetry, she continued. I just returned from a life-threatening adventure in Australia and have some vacation time. Could I ask you to guide me during this period? It must be said, Janet instinctively knew how to leverage her feminine advantages. That expression alone was enough to unsettle any man, causing his brain to freeze. I'm retired now. I don't teach anymore. Zhou Ze replied with a faint smile that wasn't quite a smile. But for Luo Feng's sake, I'll make an exception and guide you once. Is that not enough? Please, I'm begging you. Janet stepped closer, wrapping her arms around Zhou Ze's right arm, her voice sending shivers down his spine. Fine. Since you gave me the elixir of life, I'll mentor you a few times over the next period. Zhou Ze subtly withdrew the plump fruit of the law from his pocket. Women can only be adornments, otherwise, they'll slow down his ability to draw his sword. Elite Training Camp. Emerging from the trial chamber, Candace wore an icy expression, her demeanor utterly unruffled. Her sycophant William, however, greeted her with a broad grin. Congratulations, Candace. Your prowess has advanced significantly through this life or death trial. You're highly likely to rank within the top 30 this time. MHM. Candace cast a faint glance at William, her vampire-like pallor showing no trace of joy. Candace, I know you're frustrated, but that bastard Luo Feng just got lucky. He probably stumbled upon some rare treasure. How else could he become an unbeatable god of war so quickly? William was clearly annoyed. Luck is part of strength, Candace replied laconically. She didn't believe she couldn't catch up to Luo Feng in the future. William hurried to add, did you hear? Rumor has it Janet rushed straight to Luo Feng's hometown, Jiangnan Bay City, as soon as she returned. Candace nodded coolly. Stung by Luo Feng's success, Candace had lost all interest in arranged marriages or even the title of Polina's family head. As long as he was strong enough, like Luo Feng, power, status, and beauty would follow. All that was merely an appendage of strength. He didn't doubt his own potential. If Luo Feng could achieve it, so could he. Seeing Candace's disinterest, William pressed on, I heard that after Janet visited Luo Feng, she asked him to introduce her to his master. Now she trains with him daily and seems to be staying at his place lately. William grew more animated. I suspect Janet's been brainwashed. A mid-tier warrior at best, practically useless. How could he possibly help her? Luo Feng's success comes from his own innate talent. What does his teacher have to do with it? Everyone knows that as a martial artist, you always rely on yourself, not how powerful your teacher is. At best, they can provide some resources. Candace frowned but said nothing. Still, she felt William had a point. Martial artists always relied on themselves. Everyone else was merely auxiliary. Luo Feng's rise to an invincible war god was due to his own exceptional talent and relentless effort. His Australian journey was simply a stroke of luck. What did it have to do with anyone else? This Janet. There's an old Chinese saying, long hair, short sight. Hope she doesn't get PUA'd and end up rolling in the hay with some old geezer. That'd be something. Female trainees in the elite training camp were already rare, and those exceptionally beautiful were even fewer. Since Janet entered the camp, countless male trainees had set their sights on her, Candace being one of them. He coveted Janet not just for her looks, but more crucially because she was destined to become a war god. That would make his wife a war god, granting him greater influence within the Bolinas family. But then Luo Feng arrived. Janet took a liking to Luo Feng and pursued him relentlessly, infuriating Candace. Yet he dared not offend Luo Feng after all. The man had ranked among the top 10 recruits the moment he entered the elite training camp. If anyone in the family learned he had antagonized Luo Feng, who would dare support him? Yet now, Candace no longer cared. He disregarded all external factors, convinced that with sufficient strength, everything would be within his grasp. What she does is none of my concern. But you're right, a martial artist relies on themselves, not others. Candace said indifferently before striding forward. In a martial arts hall within a villa at Bright Moon Residential Complex, Yangzhou City, Zhou Ze stood arms crossed, silently observing Janet's sword techniques. Soon, Janet finished her demonstration and paused. Her gem-like eyes, sparkling with hope, fixed on Zhou Ze as she asked, Master Zhou, how am I doing? Zhou Ze snapped back to attention. So. But I feel like I've got it down perfectly. Janet pouted. I don't care what you think. I care what I think. Zhou Ze genuinely had no intention of manipulating her. You're dancing for me. The dance moves are flawless, but they lack the decisive sharpness of a martial artist. Especially since you're practicing the Ninefold Thunderblade. I have no idea how you even learned that technique. The intent is off, the technique isn't crisp. Is it too late to get a refund now? Zhou Ze sighed. Teacher Zhou, please don't be angry. I may be a bit slow, but I'll work hard. I know I can't match Luo Feng. Beaming, Janet brushed her damp golden bangs aside and approached Zhou Ze, showing not a trace of the awkwardness one might expect from a poor student. You are working hard, keep practicing. Zhou Ze covered his nose, deliberately putting on a disgusted expression. Watching Zhou Ze stride away, Janet sniffed the air left behind, pouting indignantly. There's no bad smell at all. I even put on that special perfume. Chapter 16, The Sensation Janet Caused at the Elite Training Camp. Bright Moon Residential Complex. Zhou Ze reclined in his chair, hands behind his head, gazing up at the starry sky. Domain, where exactly is the gap? Zhou Ze sighed inwardly. If only I could experience a domain once, I'd definitely break through. He raised his left hand and examined it closely. Having neglected his left arm for years, the sudden presence of an extra limb felt oddly unfamiliar. It's not the arm itself, Zhou Ze mused inwardly. It's probably because my psychic power can't keep pace with my physical abilities. Clatter! The sound of a glass door sliding open reached his ears. Zhou Ze glanced over. Janet, heading back to the elite training camp? What time's your flight? Around 3 in the afternoon, Janet replied, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she smiled faintly. She swayed slightly as she approached, her steps light and fluid. Master, thank you for your guidance these past days. I've come to bid you farewell. In just half a month of training, Janet's abilities had undergone a dramatic transformation. Though she hadn't broken through the 4th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade technique, she had perfectly integrated the guiding art with her swordplay and footwork, following Zhou Ze's instructions. Her sword technique had reached the realm of artistic mastery, while her footwork remained consistently flawless. Her strength had surged dramatically. Though still not on par with Luo Feng, who had just entered the elite training camp, she was now firmly ranked within the top 50. Alright, you're finally leaving. If this kept up, you'd ruin my reputation. Zhou Ze joked, but suddenly caught the scent of perfume mingled with the faint fragrance of a maiden drawing near. He'd grown accustomed to this scent over the past few days, but this time, the distance felt uncomfortably close. Pack pack. Zhou Ze felt the damp sensation on both cheeks and froze momentarily. He. Teacher Zhou, don't get the wrong idea. This is just our Western custom. I'm off now. Watching Janet leap off the rooftop, Zhou Ze pondered, is the kissing greeting still popular in the West? Don't videos always show them adopting our Chinese handshake? At most, a hug. Janet, you're acting weird. West Asia, Extreme Martial Arts Headquarters, Elite Training Camp. Janet returned to the dormitory, romantic castle, brimming with confidence. The moment she stepped in, a white girl sitting in the living room teased. Hey, Janet, you're back. We thought he'd eaten you alive. Who knew you'd actually return? Sweetie, let me feel your tummy, see if you're carrying a little one. Janet huffed, get lost, Mary. I was training with Master Zhou. Don't let your dirty mind question the teacher-student relationship between us. But why are you blushing? Mary blinked her big, watery eyes innocently. Who the hell? Janet cursed under her breath before storming into her room without looking back, prompting Mary to giggle softly. 9th floor, 9th level trial chamber. Janet strode into the hall. The moment she entered, she noticed a group of people staring at her and whispering. Janet raised an eyebrow slightly, ignoring them completely as she made her way to a spot to wait. She's come to the trial room. She seems pretty confident. She doesn't actually think Luo Feng's achievements are because of his teacher in Yangzhou City, does she? You wouldn't believe it, she actually stayed at teacher Luo Feng's place for a full week or two. And teacher Luo Feng is a man. If it were me, I wouldn't let such a delicate beauty slip away. Before long, two more figures entered from outside, Candace and William. Candace, look, it's Janet. William raised an eyebrow at Candace. Candace remained silent. He wasn't as obsessed with Janet anymore, but having once pursued her, he still felt a twinge of reluctance. Janet, you've let Luo Feng's success go to your head. Candace remarked coldly. William shrugged indifferently. Maybe she likes it that way. After all, it gets her closer to Luo Feng. Ha! Janet sat cross-legged on the ground, seemingly oblivious to Candace and William's exchange. Candace said no more, while William, finding the situation dull, scanned the room and joined a familiar group in their conversation. William, you're here at the trial chamber too? How about it, confident you'll crack the top 100 this time? Of course I am. This life or death adventure has pushed my abilities to a whole new level, ha! Speaking of which, Candace has been chasing Janet forever. Why did she completely ignore you guys earlier? Is she sulking or something? Ha ha. You know exactly what I mean. Janet's been staying at teacher Luo Feng's place for so long, who knows what happened? Time ticked by, and soon it was Janet's turn to enter the trial chamber. Before stepping in, she glanced at William's small group and sneered. A bunch of losers who can't even crack the top 100. All you do is gossip behind people's backs, you've got zero real skills. Instead of wasting time on that, you should put in some actual effort. The trainees in the elite training camp were all warriors, their senses were incredibly sharp. Thinking that lowering your voice meant others couldn't hear you was just self-deception. If you won't give yourselves any dignity, why should she give you any face? Janet's words silenced not only William and his group but the entire trial hall. Ignoring the crowd, Janet strode down the corridor ahead, entering the innermost room. She picked up the blue helmet from the martial arts section, her face radiating confidence. At the main entrance of the training camp, before the black dragon carving, several elite camp trainees, and even basic camp trainees, gathered here to observe the rankings. Elite camp trainees primarily came to check their own rankings, while basic camp trainees came out of curiosity or to see if the rankings of those they followed had risen. As one of the few elite camp trainees, a high-level combat commander, and crucially, the most stunning one, Janet naturally drew the admiration of trainees from both camps. The moment her ranking changed, it caught the attention of all the students. Look, it's Janet. Did her ranking really go up? Could spending half a month at teacher Luo Feng's place have actually made a difference? As one of the camp's most talked about figures, Janet's every move drew the attention of most trainees. The entire training camp knew about her staying at Zhou Ze's place these past 2 weeks. Wait, look at her ranking, it's risen again. And so fast. This exclamation drew the attention of everyone gathered before the black dragon statue to Janet's ranking. Janet's mastery of the Ninefold Thunderblade far surpassed Luo Feng's when he first joined the elite training camp. Her power cultivation had also reached the 3rd tier, while her footwork transcended Luo Feng by an entire level, achieving perfection. Her sword technique realm surpassed Luo Feng by 2 tiers, reaching the realm of artistic conception. Such prowess undoubtedly far exceeded Luo Feng, who had only reached 68th place during his first month in the camp. She's climbed again. Holy cow! She shot straight into the top 50. How is it possible to leap so far in one go? The excitement among the trainees before the Black Dragon statue spread like wildfire. Yet Janet's ranking continued to climb. In the 9th floor trial chamber of the 9-story tower, an elite training camp cadet waiting in line received a message from a friend and couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap!" Seeing this, Candace, William, and everyone in the hall turned to look. Chapter 17, Shocking the World. Why are you yelling so loud? What's going on? What's going on? Several people who knew him in the hall asked in succession. Janet. The student pointed toward the corridor leading to the trial chamber, his voice trembling with shock. A friend of mine who was watching the rankings at the Black Dragon statue just told me Janet has climbed all the way to 46th place. Even trainees immersed in cultivation had heard whispers about Janet, a peerless beauty, whenever they visited the cafeteria. I thought she was only in the 60s before? She jumped about 20 spots? That's crazy. How did she manage that? Amidst the frenzy over Janet's meteoric rise, many reached for their phones or communication watches. Hey, check Janet's ranking at the Black Dragon statue for me. Hey kid, where were you at the Black Dragon statue just now? Is Janet's ranking real or fake? News of Janet's skyrocketing rank gradually caught the attention of the entire training camp, though this ranking was only temporary. As Janet's ranking continued climbing, ultimately reaching 23rd place, the entire elite training camp was stunned. Not only that, but as one of the most closely watched locations among the global elite, the elite training camp's new recruits each semester and their ranking changes were under intense global scrutiny. The Black Dragon statue at the camp's entrance was now swarming with elite camp trainees and basic camp trainees alike, all staring intently at Janet's ranking in disbelief. This is huge. Janet? Was she really only ranked in the 60s before? Was she hiding her strength? Jumping over 40 spots after the life or death adventure? That's ridiculous. Unbelievable. The entire elite training camp was in an uproar. How is this possible? Rank 23. In the trial chamber on the 9th floor of the 9-story tower, Candace's deep, piercing eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Beside him, William's eyes were equally wide, his hands trembling slightly. He hadn't even heard the announcement that it was their turn to enter the trial chamber. It's Luo Feng's teacher. God, I never imagined Luo Feng's teacher truly possessed such extraordinary abilities. William clutched his head in disbelief, gasping in astonishment. Candace took a deep breath, her mind reeling. No wonder Luo Feng was so extraordinary. She had assumed it was due to his astonishing talent, but never imagined it was so closely tied to his teacher. How is this possible? How is this possible? Candace murmured. If it were about physical prowess, that might be plausible. After all, dragon blood and plant spirits could temporarily boost a martial artist's physical capabilities. But in the trial chamber, everyone's physical attributes were fixed at the level of a junior warrior, with no differences whatsoever. What mattered was individual power application, sword techniques, footwork, combat experience, and so on. These qualities couldn't be rapidly enhanced by external means. If your innate talent was lacking or your comprehension slow, it simply wouldn't work. Long-term effort and accumulation might improve your ranking, but it was impossible to jump 40 places in just half a month. Every trainee admitted to the elite training camp is a prodigy among prodigies selected from billions worldwide. True geniuses and prodigious talents reveal themselves within the first month of enrollment. The Janet incident kept escalating. The training camp, Extreme Martial Arts Academy, and major global factions were all stunned by Janet. This was swiftly followed by a flurry of frantic investigations into her. They discovered that the only difference in Janet's behavior was that after visiting Zhou Ze at Bright Moon Residential Complex and returning to the elite training camp, this incident occurred. This left them utterly dumbfounded. They never imagined, nor could they believe, that anyone could achieve such feats. This completely shattered their worldview. This ability to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary was enough to captivate anyone, a miraculous power capable of forging martial arts prodigies. Who the hell? How is this person also from China? Connect me to the president immediately, I need to speak with him right now. Zhou Ze? Is Janet's advancement connected to Zhou Ze? Wasn't he Luo Feng's instructor before he joined the elite training camp? Connect me to Commander Jiai. We absolutely must secure this talent. He's one of us, a Chinese national. We hold the inherent advantage, commanded a middle-aged Chinese man. Thunder God Martial Arts Headquarters. Damn it, why is it always the Extreme Martial Arts Academy? We failed to secure Luo Feng, but we absolutely must recruit his instructor. Otherwise, our Thunder Martial Arts Academy will never rise again. This is worse than the Luo Feng situation. We need the headmaster to handle this personally. The war god tier powerhouse, appearing middle-aged, wore a grave expression. Within these few short hours, military organizations, special administrative units, family conglomerates, and even the two major limit martial arts halls from various major nations all sprang into action. Back then, Luo Feng had ranked in the top 10 within his first month of joining the elite training camp, sparking frenzy among all factions. Yet no one connected this to his teacher's influence, instead focusing solely on courting Luo Feng himself. Naturally, some factions had considered courting Zhou Ze, hoping he could persuade Luo Feng to join them. But no one had taken Zhou Ze seriously himself, believing Luo Feng's success stemmed from his own innate talent and had little to do with Zhou Ze. But now, everything was different. Luo Feng could still attribute his success to his own exceptional talent, but Janet, that stunningly beautiful trainee, no one was unaware of her innate talent and potential. To join the elite training camp and rank around 60th, talent was certainly a factor. Yet, after 2 or 3 years, it became clear her potential had plateaued. After spending just half a month with Zhou Ze, he returned and immediately broke into the top 30. If people still didn't get it after that, they must be brain dead. What would securing Zhou Ze mean? It meant mass-producing prodigious martial artists, transforming them into monstrously powerful beings. Not only that, but it could dramatically boost the combat power of War General tier and War God tier martial artists. Even council members, if they could receive Zhou Ze's guidance, might improve their power generation, sword techniques, footwork, and more. After all, even Janet, a top-tier academy student ranked over 60, achieved such immense growth. How much more so for others? Truthfully, by now, many who've heard this intelligence find it hard to believe. They dismiss it as deliberate myth-making. How could a mere War General tier martial artist bring about such a qualitative change in Janet, an elite training camp student whose talent was already established? Yet the ironclad intelligence and evidence lay before them, leaving them no choice but to believe. Limit Martial Arts Headquarters Spaceship. Thunder God had arrived here days ago, seeking Hong's insights on domain cultivation. The two were practically inseparable these days. Brother Hong, have you received news about Janet and teacher Luo Feng's Zhou Ze? The bald, bright-eyed Lei Shen slid open the door as he entered. An urgent call had just sent him out to take a phone call. MHM. A hint of surprise flickered across Hong's usually impassive face. Let's review Janet's past and current battle records together. Thor quickly sat down beside him, draping an arm over Hong's shoulder as they both turned to watch the screen. If this is real, he chuckled, it's nothing short of miraculous. I'm finding it hard to believe myself right now. Play Janet's battle footage from the trial chamber, Hong commanded. Yes, master. With an electronic prompt, a 3-dimensional image materialized before Hong and Lei Shen. Chapter 18, Hong and Lei Shen. Zhou Ze's conditions. Hong and Lei Shen watched Janet's past and present combat footage side by side. Even without analysis, the vast difference between her former and current abilities was starkly evident. Holy crap, this kid was only at the 2nd level of power back then, her sword technique barely at the mastery level, and her footwork just entering the subtle realm. Now she's already at the 3rd tier of power, her sword technique has reached the realm of intent, and her footwork is stable and perfect. This is insane. Thunder God's eyes widened in astonishment. He alternated glances between Hong beside him and his own bald head, his expression utterly exaggerated. Brother Hong, did you recognize my 9-tier Thunderblade? Before, she practiced them completely separately. But in just this short time, she's not only broken through to the 3rd tier. And she's integrated the guiding technique, swordplay, and footwork all together. Hard to believe this is the result of just half a month. Hong said solemnly, how exactly did he guide it? Hong looked slightly puzzled, then shook his head. The world is vast and full of wonders. Take this universe, for instance. As Earth's foremost martial artists, we're nothing more than vagabonds in the cosmic scheme of things, barely scraping by to survive, not even as good as ants. As Earth's strongest martial artist, Hong had gathered considerable cosmic knowledge from various ruins during the Great Nirvana period. Thunder God had also uncovered some knowledge in certain ruins. He laughed heartily. That's a good thing. If he truly possesses that ability, once his power grows in the future, he might even be able to guide us. Perhaps. Hong smiled faintly, saying nothing more. Brother Hong, should we go meet him together? I'm getting more and more curious about this guy. This isn't just about improving physical fitness, it's too incredible. The Thunder God nudged Hong's shoulder. Hong considered it briefly. Alright, I'm also curious about what kind of person he is. But before we go, I should call Luo Feng first. Wait, no, both Luo Feng and Zhou Ze have their communications turned off right now. Let's just head over directly. At that very moment. On the villa rooftop, Zhou Ze looked at Luo Feng's gloomy expression and chuckled, why the long face? In life, the most important thing is to be happy. Teacher, you've really put me in a bind. Luo Feng shot Zhou Ze a resentful glance, his heart brimming with bitterness as he explained. Teacher, you have no idea, after senior sister Janet returned to the training camp, she caused an absolute uproar. Just moments ago, calls had flooded Luo Feng's communication watch and phone nonstop, including inquiries from legislators and international dignitaries who'd somehow obtained his contact details through various channels. It's not that big of a deal. Why all the fuss? It's just a slight bump in the rankings. Zhou Ze said indifferently. Teacher, I feel like you're just showing off. Luo Feng's expression remained blank. No, I'm just stating the facts. Zhou Ze waved his hand dismissively. By the way, are you heading to the ruins of ancient civilization number 9 at the end of this month? Luo Feng nodded earnestly. Yes, teacher. I told you about it. I'm still weighing it. With a 72% casualty rate inside, I'm hesitating whether it's worth the risk. Luo Feng assumed Zhou Ze was concerned about his safety. But I made an internal call. They estimate my success probability is over 80%. Teacher, do you think I should go? The condition for me obtaining this Black God armor set was that I would enter an ancient civilization ruin in the future and acquire another set to give to the Martial Arts Academy free of charge. Zhou Ze said lazily, stop asking me these questions. You're an adult now and an unrivaled war god at that. Make your own decisions. Stop acting like an immature child. Luo Feng's expression froze as he recalled Zhou Ze's past teachings. He nodded earnestly. Master, I understand. Suddenly, Luo Feng sensed a disturbance in the distance. The next moment, the sky above grew hazy as a blood-red intelligent fighter jet materialized there. The Curator's primordial grade intelligent fighter. Luo Feng was momentarily speechless, though it wasn't entirely unexpected. Having always been by his teacher's side, he hadn't fully grasped its significance before. But when Janet received guidance and instantly jumped to 23rd place in the rankings, he realized just how fortunate he was to have been under his teacher's tutelage since the age of 16. The Crimson Intelligent Fighter Jet, the signature vehicle of Hong, the owner of Extreme Martial Arts Hall, descended upon Bright Moon Residential District, instantly causing a massive stir. Fortunately, the personal guards had tipped off Wu Tong, the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall here, beforehand, preventing any chaos. Hong and Lei Shen leapt from the fighter's cockpit and landed on Zhou Ze's rooftop. Even as Hong deliberately restrained his aura, Zhou Ze still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, a mental oppression. What overwhelming willpower truly worthy of Hong. And the Thunder God too. Zhou Ze swiftly rose to his feet and, alongside Luo Feng, bowed respectfully. Club leader, Chairman Thunder God. Luo Feng hadn't expected not only the pavilion master but also the Thunder God to arrive. Judging by their demeanor, their relationship seemed anything but ordinary. He briefly appraised the Thunder God, a strange sensation stirring within him. After all, he had spent years mastering the Ninefold Thunderblade technique, and now its very creator stood before him. Xiao Feng, brew a pot of tea and bring it to the reception room. After instructing Luo Feng, Zhou Ze exchanged polite pleasantries with Hong and the Thunder God without a trace of subservience. The three then proceeded to the reception room and took their seats. Luo Feng swiftly brought in the teapot and 3 cups, poured tea for each, then left them alone. Zhou Ze, how did you manage that? It's incredible. Thunder God blurted out his burning question the moment he sat down. Over the years, Brother Hong and I have guided countless disciples and students, yet compared to you, we feel utterly inadequate. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. It's really nothing special. Perhaps it's just talent. Understanding the essence of guiding techniques, swordplay, and body movement, then identifying the core and specific issues within a student's mind and body and explaining it in a way they can grasp. But the real key is the student's own willingness to put in the effort. Thunder God rubbed his chin. Easy to say, but damn hard to do. The first part about grasping the essence of Qigong, sword techniques, and footwork is manageable. The latter part is okay too. But that last bit, explaining things in a way they can understand, that's the very heart of teaching. Hong sighed, the greatest truths are the simplest. In this, both Lei Shen and I fall short of you. Ha, you've cleared up our doubts with just one sentence. Thunder God laughed heartily. That's pure talent, something we could never learn even if we tried. Zhou Ze sighed inwardly. The existence of the cheat code not only amplified students' comprehension of his teaching but also, to a large extent, allowed the subconscious window it open to grant him profound insight into their minds and bodies. If he taught haphazardly, the results would be drastically diminished. Zhou Ze, I'd like to invite you to teach at my training camp. Name your terms, how does that sound? Thunder God chuckled. Hearing this, Hongwen simply stared at Lei Shen with a calm expression, as if saying, try pushing the price up like that again. Zhou Ze replied calmly, Chairman Lei Shen, the dojo master invited me before, but I declined. People have different aspirations. I've always found staying in this small place quite comfortable and free. But now that things have come to this, even if I refuse you, I won't be able to live in peace. However, I have a few requests. Chapter 19, Ninefold Power. Hong and the Thunder God stunned. Speak. Hong understood Zhou Ze's meaning. Janet's dramatic rise in the rankings was nothing short of earth-shattering. If Zhou Ze didn't forge a deeper bond with the Martial Arts Academy, trouble would follow him endlessly. Even if his disciple were Luo Feng, possessing the might of an invincible war god, it wouldn't be enough to stop it. My first request, and the most crucial one, is this: you personally drafted my contract. You should know I have few ambitions and cherish my freedom. Zhou Ze spoke calmly. Staying in Yangzhou City gives me absolute freedom. I can stay home whenever I want, or teach at the martial arts school whenever I please. Therefore, I hope to retain this freedom. However, I can promise that unless something crucial arises, I can offer you 3 slots per month, 2 for our martial arts school and 1 for Chairman Lei Shen's Thunder Martial Arts School. Zhou Ze smiled at Lei Shen. Once you've discussed it internally, have all 3 of you come to me for a session. Agreed, Hong replied indifferently. Ha, you're a smart kid, didn't forget about me. Thunder God laughed heartily. I thought I'd be left out. Anyway, I'll take you up on this offer. You're practicing my Ninefold Thunderblade, right? Whenever I have time, I'll personally guide you through it. Zhou Ze smiled without comment, then continued, my second request is for a sample of plant spirit essence. You know my physical constitution isn't ideal. Agreed. Hong nodded. Thunder God shot Hong a jealous look. Let your guild master pay for this. I know your extreme martial arts guild struck gold discovering massive quantities of plant spirits over on the Australian continent. That said, the Thunder God didn't really care much about these things. Those Willowwood cores were of little use to planetary-level martial artists, especially him and Hong. My third request is to obtain the Ninefold Thunderblade and the complete set of Apocalypse manuals. I'd also like to inquire about your understanding of mental cultivation. Zhou Ze feigned curiosity. If we could obtain your notes on cultivating mental states, or your annotations on ancient classics, that would be most welcome. Zhou Ze paused here before continuing, judging by your cultivation methods, it seems your understanding and demands regarding mental cultivation permeate every word in line. I know I'm being perfectly reasonable. I can offer my self-developed power channeling manual in exchange. This technique evolved from the Ninefold Thunderblade forged by the Thunder God, capable of amplifying power up to ninefold. The entire reception room fell silent for a long moment. Are you certain you created this yourself, and didn't obtain it from some ancient ruins? Thunder God's eyes widened in disbelief. As the creator of the Ninefold Thunderblade, the ultimate manual granting the world's highest power output, he understood the immense difficulty involved. All these years, he had never managed to break through the 7-fold power barrier. The 10th layer of hidden force simply refused to emerge. How on earth did you manage it? Thunder God asked, utterly stunned. Hong didn't believe Zhou Ze would exaggerate about such matters, especially in front of the two of them. He pondered, it is indeed somewhat unbelievable. Zhou Ze remained calm, then gave a self-deprecating chuckle. To tell you the truth, it was my disciple Luo Feng who pushed me over the edge. Oh, come on, spill it. Don't keep us in suspense like Brother Hong, we post-90s kids aren't into riddles. Lei Shen pressed impatiently. Zhou Ze spoke slowly, the truth is, I didn't have enough money to purchase the 7th tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade. But my disciple Luo Feng possessed remarkable insight and was willing to work hard. He quickly mastered the 6th tier, leaving me with nothing more to teach him. That left a bitter taste in my mouth. Later, it struck me both the Ninefold Thunderblade and the world-destroying technique were created by others. I considered myself reasonably perceptive myself. Why couldn't I build upon the 6th tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade to forge a higher tier power technique myself? And that's how you devised the Ninefold power secret technique? The Thunder God rubbed his bald head, his expression dazed. It feels like less than a year has passed since then. Truthfully, once you grasp the essence, generating power isn't difficult. What's truly challenging is the cultivation of mental state you mentioned in the manual. Zhou Ze's expression softened with genuine respect. This admiration wasn't feigned, both Hong and the Thunder God were worthy of respect. Hong exhaled deeply, a rare smile touching his lips. All right. I'll summarize my insights on mental cultivation when I return and send them to you. Oh, by the way, Master, I'm also quite curious about your domain. Could I perhaps? Zhou Ze smiled sheepishly. If I could experience it for myself, that would be absolutely perfect. I feel like I'm just a hair's breadth away from mastering my domain. Many powerful individuals knew about Hong possessing a domain. It wasn't something easily concealed. Thunder God swallowed hard, his face twisted in a pout. Could you hold off a bit? If you really do get a domain, it'd be a huge blow to my pride as the world's second-ranked practitioner. Had it not been for their earlier exchange, Thunder God would have dismissed Zhou Ze's words outright. But Zhou Ze had mentioned cultivating one's state of mind and achieving ninefold power. So when Zhou Ze said he was just a step away from the domain, it wasn't hard for Lei Shen to accept. Fine. Hong agreed in a deep voice. His gaze sharpened as a crimson-black light erupted from his body, enveloping the entire meeting room. In that moment, Hong resembled a god. Is that a domain? Luo Feng froze outside the door. How did things escalate to this point so quickly? Inside the room, Hong's domain didn't damage anything, yet it exerted just the right amount of pressure. Zhou Ze felt this first step on the path to becoming a true powerhouse. So that's it. I understand now. Will. It's all about will. Infusing will into genetic primal energy, physical strength, mental power, and consciousness. It's not the simplistic fusion I imagined, then triggering cosmic resonance. Rather, it's about using will to permeate everything, to master everything, thereby triggering cosmic resonance. My theory is correct, but how exactly does one achieve resonance? What are the specific steps? Zhou Ze snapped back to reality with a hint of regret. He watched as Hong condensed his domain into a small, crimson-black sphere. The sphere shrank steadily until it vanished entirely into his palm. Zhou Ze pondered thoughtfully. Brother Zhou Ze, how about it? Any feelings? Looks like you're still a bit off. That look on your face when you closed your eyes and seemed to have an epiphany just now scared me, huh? Thunder God chuckled. Zhou Ze shot Lei Shen a half smile, half frown. I've got it now. I'll master the domain the moment I get back. Ah. Seriously? Lei Shen's face fell, then he perked up with excitement. Master Zhou, if you really succeed, don't forget about your brother here. Anyway, you're definitely better at teaching than Brother Hong. If you can really guide me to grasp the domain, I'll take you as my master, haha. Hong shot Lei Shen a glance. Watch your mouth. Zhou Ze couldn't help but marvel at Thunder God's relentless self-promotion and remarkably flexible moral boundaries. Yet, interacting with him was genuinely pleasant, and Zhou Ze found his mood lifting involuntarily. The ninefold power I've mastered is quite unique. Let me explain it to you now. If you teach this to others, they might need to develop their own sword or spear techniques on top of my power generation. A smile curved Zhou Ze's lips. The greatest reward of this meeting was about to come. Chapter 20, The Synergy of Hong and the Thunder God's Insight. Oh? Thunder God was intrigued. He considered himself the world's foremost expert in force application, sword techniques, and footwork. Only Brother Hong, with his domain, could surpass him. Hong was equally intrigued. He'd always believed true masters forged their own paths, others' techniques remained theirs alone, and ultimately, one must cultivate their own insights. This power generation technique of mine is derived from Chairman Thunder God's 9-tier Thunderblade. The difference lies in how each tier of hidden force unleashes an explosive power approaching double the previous tier. Zhou Ze paused before adding, Dojo Master, Chairman Thunder God, please follow me to the training hall. I'll demonstrate it for you. Hong and the Thunder God followed Zhou Ze out of the conference room. Master, Hall Master, Chairman Thunder God. Luo Feng, who had been seated on the living room sofa, sprang up like a coiled spring. Hong and the Thunder God nodded with faint smiles. Little Feng, you come with me to the training hall too. Zhou Ze glanced at Luo Feng. Yes, Master, Luo Feng replied promptly, following behind. His heart raced with excitement. The moment Zhou Ze spoke, he understood exactly what his teacher intended to do next. He never imagined that even the globally recognized number 1 and number 2 would seek permission from his teacher to unleash their full power. This feeling was truly exhilarating and filled him with pride. The four of them arrived at the martial arts hall on the second floor. Zhou Ze first demonstrated the power levels from 1 to 9 times for Hong and Lei Shen, comparing each using the punch power tester. 9 times power. It really is 9 times power. This is truly unbelievable. Thunder God sighed wryly, all these years, I've been feeding it to the dogs. Zhou Ze smiled gently. Chairman Thunder God, don't be so hard on yourself. It's only by standing on your shoulders that I was able to grasp ninefold power. Stop calling me chairman. Just call me Thunder God. All this chairman that makes me feel uncomfortable. Thunder God laughed heartily. If your physical gifts had kept pace, your power would surpass mine by now. Hong pondered for a moment before sighing. This power technique is incredibly difficult to master. It feels like it defies all conventional methods. Theoretically, we cultivate martial arts by practicing techniques created by predecessors, honing our abilities through relentless training. But your power technique seems to grasp the very essence of force itself. It doesn't rely on any other methods. Passing it on to others would be incredibly difficult. Hong rarely spoke so much, and even the usually boisterous Thunder God fell silent. Indeed, you haven't created any specific technique or sword style. There seems to be no guiding method. You've practiced my Ninefold Thunderblade as well. You should know that the essence of the Ninefold Thunderblade lies in using those sword techniques to enhance your own power generation. That is the fundamental goal. Luo Feng exclaimed excitedly, Master, the Hall Master and Chairman Thunder God are absolutely right. I know this best. I can't learn your power generation, nor can I understand it when I hear it. Zhou Ze remained unruffled. I anticipated you'd struggle to master it. Luo Feng froze, inwardly thinking, then why did you teach me? Of course, Luo Feng dared not voice this thought aloud, reserving his complaints for his inner monologue. Zhou Ze glanced at Hong and the Thunder God and said, however, while others find it difficult to learn, the Hall Master and the Thunder God grasp it quickly. At this remark, Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng all froze, momentarily unsure of the implication. Zhou Ze didn't keep them in suspense: willpower, mental strength, state of mind. As he uttered these 3 words in succession, Hong and Thunder God's eyes lit up. Zhou Ze might not grasp the essence of power, but this was their specialty. Luo Feng, have you been reading those ancient classics passed down through the ages lately? Zhou Ze glanced at Luo Feng. I've been too busy lately. The military even drafted me for some work recently, Luo Feng replied sheepishly. No matter how busy you are, you must carve out time to read the classics. It calms the mind. Zhou Ze nodded at Luo Feng before continuing. Many classics mention that our bodies are merely shells, while the soul is the essence. So the question arises, what is the essence of our souls? Are we souls controlling our bodies? Then what controls the soul? Actually, some texts hint at this, but most people can't grasp it. The thunder god's expression froze. It is the heart, it is the will. Hong had closed his eyes tightly at some point. Within Zhou Ze's mind, two subconscious windows appeared. It worked. Zhou Ze's lips curved into a faint smile. The curator's domain is essentially an application of willpower. Zhou Ze looked at Hong, who abruptly opened his eyes, his expression startled as he murmured, indeed it is. Your understanding of the heart-mind, your cultivation in this realm, far surpasses ours. Hong had uttered this sentiment countless times today. Stop calling me curator, I can't bear the honor. Just call me by my name. Hong and Lei Shen felt as though today's revelations had exhausted decades worth of astonishment. Thunder God walked over, patted Zhou Ze's shoulder, and teased, hey, you're really putting us down here. With your profound mastery of the mental state, you still ask for our insights on cultivating it? Wherever three walk together, one of them must be my teacher, Zhou Ze replied with a faint smile. He knew Lei Shen understood this principle well, it was merely playful banter. But my cultivation of the state of mind is certainly far inferior to yours. Zhou Ze refused to be flattered. To be precise, I've only grasped some fundamental truths. To illustrate, when the Thunder God harnesses sevenfold power, I was barely managing onefold when I first grasped the essence of power generation and had to retrain. Zhou Ze's words were simple and easy to understand. All three of them, including Luo Feng, nodded in agreement. Quick. Brother Zhou Ze, tell us the specific methods. The Thunder God always carried himself with the impatience of a youth, but to truly see him that way would be to fall into his trap. Alright, let's start with what the heart and will truly are. Our earth is truly mysterious. It's hard to believe we have cultivation methods for mental states yet lack techniques for refining genetic primal energy, or perhaps that history was deliberately erased by someone. Mental power is also willpower. When you let go of everything within and focus on a single point, you can distinctly feel this force. Our everyday thoughts and actions are passive expressions of our mental power and will. What we must do is actively summon and harness this force. Teaching was also a process of self-reflection and summarization. After opening the subconscious window to receive insights from Hong and the Thunder God, Zhou Ze multitasked, immersing himself in both streams simultaneously. Instantly, he felt his comprehension reach a terrifyingly profound level. In this state, his comprehension equaled the combined insight of Luo Feng, Hong, and the Thunder God. As he lectured, his insights into the state of mind deepened. He would then articulate these realizations for Hong and Lei Shen to hear. Though Hong and the Thunder God's identification with him as their disciple fell far short of Luo Feng's level, they nonetheless gained some benefit in their own insights. Their own cultivation of mental states was already profound. As they listened to Zhou Ze's words, they would deeply reflect on their past insights into mental states, verifying each one. And Zhou Ze absorbed every single one of these insights. Chapter 21, The Deep Blue Realm. Teacher. Luo Feng's mind was in turmoil at that moment. What is it? Zhou Ze regarded Luo Feng with a faint, ambiguous smile. Luo Feng forced out a sentence, I never imagined you were this powerful. He recalled how Zhou Ze had just guided Hong and Lei Shen as if instructing him. Good heavens. Those were Hong and Lei Shen, the world's top two experts. And they showed no impatience or disdain, they were like obedient students listening to their teacher. My goodness. This was utterly unbelievable. It felt like a dream. Just now, it truly felt like a dream. But then again, if even those legends could humbly learn from someone far weaker than themselves, could he truly surpass them? Master, you said surpassing the dojo master is just a small goal? I'm starting to doubt myself. Luo Feng sighed. As Luo Feng was his sole disciple, Zhou Ze could constantly sense his inner thoughts. Even when it wasn't related to teaching, he naturally understood what Luo Feng was thinking. Learning knows no bounds, that's why you must learn from Hong and the Thunder God. Humility leads to progress, arrogance leads to decline. Cultivation requires a mindset of equanimity and relentless dedication. After a moment of deep thought, Luo Feng's eyes hardened with resolve. I understand, Master. Master, I was hesitant about venturing to the ruins of ancient civilization number 9. Risking my life just to obtain a set of black god armor. The risk outweighed the reward, it wasn't worth it. Now I see you were right. Even walking down the street, an ordinary person might get hit by a car or trip and fall. Nothing is ever 100% safe. With an over 80% success rate, I was still hesitating. How could I ever hope to surpass the Hall Master? Zhou Ze replied calmly, well, martial arts are inherently a path of extremes, pursuing the ultimate. To succeed as a martial artist, you must possess an indomitable fighting spirit and momentum, a conviction that nothing can stand in your way. If you spend your days hesitating and retreating, you're not just failing as a martial artist, you're failing as an ordinary person. Luo Feng nodded vigorously. Well then, Master, I'll take my leave. I've gained much insight just now and wish to reflect on it. As Luo Feng turned to leave, Zhou Ze called after him, when you go to headquarters, remember to call me. Take me with you. Luo Feng scratched the back of his head. Teacher, what are you going there for? I have no choice if I don't go, the Black God set will be repossessed by the Martial Arts Academy. Stop asking so many questions. Just remember to pick me up when the time comes. Now go back. I'll be in seclusion for training. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. Zhou Ze waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Got it. Luo Feng pushed open the door and closed it quietly behind him. Martial Arts Hall. Zhou Ze sat cross-legged at the center, a faint smile playing on his lips. This was the first time Zhou Ze had received tangible benefits beyond mere insight. It couldn't be helped Luo Feng's strength had been too low before to offer much in return. Truly worthy of being called the Thunder God. His comprehension is no less than Luo Feng's. It was only later, when Luo Feng seized the golden horned beast, that he gained continuous opportunities. At the thought of the golden horned beast, a flicker of worry crossed Zhou Ze's eyes, but the momentary distraction was swiftly cut off. First, establish the domain. My power has already increased significantly. And mentally, I can verify each insight from Hong and the Thunder God, transforming them into my own. What belongs to others will always remain theirs. Even if I grasp the process and answers, they won't truly be mine. Zhou Ze closed his eyes slightly, immersing himself in his inner world. Soon, he found his rhythm. Genetic primal energy, physical strength, mental power, consciousness. Focus again. Coalesce. Hum. An intangible yet palpable resonance emerged, directly stirring the cosmic void. A deep blue force suddenly erupted from Zhou Ze's body, enveloping the entire martial arts hall. Domain. It worked. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. Physical strength, primal energy, psychic power, all three are burning simultaneously. At this rate, I won't even last a few minutes. My psychic power is too weak. With a flick of his thoughts, Zhou Ze shrank the domain, confining it to the surface of his skin. The energy drain instantly lessened considerably. Zhou Ze glanced at the punch power tester before retracting the domain. He certainly didn't want to wreck his martial arts hall. Time to hunt some monsters for practice and get certified as a war god tier martial artist while I'm at it. City 003. A deep blue intelligent fighter jet materialized above the city's outskirts. Its hatch opened, and a young man clad in gray training gear stepped out, balancing on a diamond-shaped shield. His face bore a rugged yet handsome expression. Despite his youthful appearance, he exuded a sense of world weariness and steadiness. His eyes were as still as a mirror, reflecting no emotion. An elementary lord tier mighty demon ape? Lucky me, a group of monsters, Zhou Ze murmured with a slight smile. Apart from his sparring match with Luo Feng last time, Zhou Ze hadn't set foot in the wilderness zone for years. Yet despite his long absence, the feeling was not unfamiliar. Ever since the Great Nirvana began, he had spent most of his time in the wilderness zone, dedicated to honing his skills. He had endured countless hardships and brushes with death, especially in the later years. Reflecting on it now, he couldn't help but think he'd been courting death. Surviving felt like a miracle. Whoosh! Zhou Ze leapt toward the lower lord tier monster, the mighty magic ape, propelled by his hexagonal shield. His speed rivaled that of sound. The wilderness zone strictly adhered to the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. For this mighty demon ape to reach the lower tier lord level, it must have survived countless life or death crises. Moreover, ape-type monsters were inherently intelligent. Come to think of it, during the Great Nirvana period, some weaker, smaller ape-type monsters would even scavenge human firearms and fire them. Woo-woo! A deadly sense of peril surged through the mighty demon ape's core. Its fur bristled, and without a second glance, it bolted toward the horizon. Its intelligence rivaled that of humans, and now its mind was on the verge of collapse. It had been targeted by a human psychic the moment it emerged. Monsters slain by psychic masters knew this truth. Once targeted by a human psychic, unless you were confident in defeating them or could find stronger monsters for protection, you were doomed. There was nowhere to run after all, they could fly. Ape-type monsters are clever creatures. When they spot an enemy far stronger than themselves, running is their first instinct. Zhou Ze showed no urgency in hunting this monster. Instead, he trailed behind it calmly and steadily. Even in City 003, high-tier lord-class monsters weren't easy to come by. And this particular gregarious monster was renowned as the undisputed top-ranked primate monster. Its lair undoubtedly harbored high lord-tier specimens. True to Zhou Ze's expectations, he soon spotted a colossal ape, standing a full 25 meters tall, feeding in the distance below. In its grasp was a leopard-like monster of medium lord-class strength, seemingly resembling a shadow leopard. Roar! The low-tier lord-level great ape, upon spotting its ancestor, let out a roar of wild excitement, signaling a plea for help. Roar! Roar! The great demon ape, still mid-meal, instantly flew into a rage. It loathed being disturbed while eating. It never imagined that within this territory, a human war god level being would dare hunt its own kind and dare to pursue them right into their own lair. They were practically asking for death. Chapter 22, Hunted by a King-class Mighty Ape. Boom! Standing roughly 25 meters tall and possessing strength rivaling that of a peak-high lord, nearly matching the might of an invincible human war god, the mighty demon ape kicked the massive corpse of the Shadow Panther aside with a single stomp. Roar! It pounded its chest with both hands, letting out a furious roar. Visible shockwaves erupted from its gaping maw, sweeping out in all directions and kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Zhou Ze abandoned any pretense of playing games with the low-tier lord-level mighty demon ape that was hunting him down. He manipulated 10 crimson throwing knives, sending them hurtling toward the great demon ape in a flurry of arcing trajectories. SSS-grade. In an instant, the crimson blades enveloped the mighty demon ape, slicing back and forth relentlessly. Finally, 2 or 3 daggers pierced clean through its skull. The mighty demon ape collapsed with a thud. Still in mid-stride, it fell lifelessly to the ground, smashing a small earthen mound ahead of it into fragments. Psychic masters are so efficient, Zhou Ze murmured with a smile. One encounter, and it took down a monster of the same tier from over 100 meters away. Damned humans! How dare he slaughter one of its kin right before its very eyes? Roar! The peak lord tier mighty ape erupted in fury. Its massive body moved at unnatural speeds, covering a kilometer in under 2 seconds to reach Zhou Ze. Clasping its massive palms together like a colossal iron hammer, it slammed them toward Zhou Ze. Whoosh! Zhou Ze dodged the mighty demon ape with an unnatural arc, then swung his blade at the back of its neck. The great demon ape had battled humans countless times. Those who evaded its attacks invariably targeted its eyes, the back of its neck, or its rear. A cold smirk crossed its mind. Using the momentum of its turn, its left arm whipped backward like a whip, accompanied by a series of air-shattering pops. Clang! Zhou Ze's alloy blade collided with the back of the mighty magic ape's hand, producing a shrill metallic screech. Snap! Zhou Ze felt the blade shatter in his hand. His figure flickered as he swiftly dodged the mighty demon ape's relentless attacks. He then hurled the knife handle toward the ape's eyes, simultaneously using his psychic power to accelerate the blade. Roar! The mighty demon ape swatted the alloy hilt away with one blow, its momentum unabated as it charged toward Zhou Ze. Its fists whirled rapidly, each strike generating intense air pressure. For ordinary martial artists, even without being struck directly, merely approaching this pressure wave would be enough to shatter their internal organs. I'm done playing with you. Zhou Ze had toyed with the mighty demon ape briefly, stretching his limbs. As the beast closed in once more, its fists pounding toward him, a deep blue light erupted from within his body. Hum! The water domain instantly enveloped the surroundings, rapidly contracting. What the hell is this? The mighty demon ape tried to roar in fury, but under the domain's absolute suppression, he felt his thoughts freeze, let alone open his mouth to bellow. Goodbye. Zhou Ze said politely, extending his right hand into a claw before clenching it tightly. Boom! Terrifying force erupted, and the mighty demon ape's 25-meter-long body was instantly crushed by the domain's power. Flesh and blood splattered in all directions. These filthy remnants were halted by Zhou Ze's psychic force moments before reaching him, leaving not a single speck of blood on his body. Domain power is truly formidable. No wonder Hong is called peerless at his level. Zhou Ze chuckled in admiration. This domain alone was sufficient to render a mighty demon ape a lord-tier powerhouse renowned for its strength, comparable to an invincible war god utterly defenseless. Keep in mind, this was merely the force radiating outward. To truly unleash a domain's full power, one must often concentrate the domain's energy onto the warrior's weapon, amplifying its might immeasurably. My current strength is fully on par with, if not surpassing, that of a planetary-level first-tier martial artist. Zhou Ze was itching to test his newfound power, wishing a planetary-level monster would appear before him right now so he could experience it firsthand. As they say, what you wish for comes true. Roar! A faint, blurred shadow appeared in the distant sky, yet Zhou Ze already felt an overwhelming pressure of suppression that threatened his very existence. Zhou Ze froze for a moment, then immediately began calling for help. Curator, save me! After sending the distress signal, Zhou Ze planted his feet and slammed into the ground, then spun around like a whirlwind, fleeing in the opposite direction. Damned humans! How dare they slaughter my kin! The planetary-level great demon ape seethed with fury, determined to crush Zhou Ze into pulp. The great demon ape truly lives up to its name. Who would have thought its lair even harbors a king-class great demon ape? Zhou Ze appeared battered, yet his composure remained rock-solid. If only he had a suitable weapon, he felt he could turn the tables. Your legs aren't as fast as mine. Even while being pursued, Zhou Ze found time to glance back at the moon. The all-around boost from his domain was simply too godlike. If not for playing it safe, he'd have loved to crush a king-class monster with his bare fists. The domain fused physical strength, genetic primal energy, and psychic willpower. Once activated, it consumed stamina, primal energy, and psychic power. The stronger these three elements, the more formidable the domain became. Though Zhou Ze's mental power significantly held him back, his domains might remain terrifying. Its acceleration far outpaced the king-class Mighty Ape, and he felt he hadn't even unleashed his full potential. If Hong takes too long, I'll have to burrow underground. Thankfully, I have plenty of throwing knives. They should barely form a cone-shaped tunnel. As he ran, Zhou Ze contemplated his second survival strategy. The domain was fierce, but its consumption was truly immense. The weakness of his psychic power was painfully obvious. His original energy reserves were nowhere near as substantial as those of planetary-level beings who could cultivate dantian to store vast quantities of genetic original energy. At this rate of consumption, his psychic energy would be depleted in 10 minutes at most, and his primal energy would be exhausted in under half an hour. Damn humans! They run faster than rats in a sewer. The king-class Great Ape, unable to catch Zhou Ze, seethed with rage. After a stalemate lasting about 10 minutes, a blood-red intelligent fighter jet materialized overhead like a phantom. Hong, you finally made it. Zhou Ze exhaled a long breath of relief. Hong transformed into a crimson streak, hovering nearby. The once menacing king-class mighty demon ape, now resembling a colossal rat with its tail between its legs, fled without looking back. Director, hold the fort for me. I want to test the power of my domain. Zhou Ze gave chase to the fleeing king-class mighty demon ape, a faint smile playing on his lips. The tables have turned, buddy. Round 2 begins this time. I'm the one in charge. Domain? Hong held Zhou Ze in high regard, having given him his private contact information before departing. Little did he expect that upon returning, before he could even begin his seclusion, he'd receive Zhou Ze's distress signal. Now he had to rush back again. Watching Zhou Ze being hunted down by a king-tier mighty ape, he was still puzzling over how Zhou Ze had provoked a king-tier monster, especially the mighty ape, ranked number 1 among primates, when suddenly he heard Zhou Ze declare he'd grasped a domain. Chapter 23, The Power of Domains. Speculation on the cheat. It truly is a domain. Zhou Ze's comprehension far surpasses mine. Hong murmured with a hint of admiration. This is indeed a good thing. Having trained a disciple like Luo Feng, who valued loyalty and righteousness, coupled with his recent interactions with Zhou Ze, he held the young man in high regard. Even I walked a long path at the planetary level before grasping a domain. For him to comprehend it at the apprentice level is truly astonishing. Had he not already witnessed Zhou Ze's extraordinary abilities firsthand, he wasn't sure he could have contained his astonishment. The world is vast, and nothing is impossible. Hong followed at a steady pace, his mind utterly unruffled. He harbored no concern for Zhou Ze's safety after all, as Earth's sole, now dual master of domains. No one understood domains better than him. He recalled that before mastering his domain, he hadn't been a match for the Thunder God. Yet the moment he grasped his domain, the Thunder God became utterly outclassed, and that was with Hong deliberately holding back to spare the Thunder God's pride in every encounter. The gap between having a domain and not having one was like heaven and earth. Even if Zhou Ze was only at the early stage of High War God, even without a weapon, he was more than sufficient to handle a brute force great strength demon ape. Damn it, that accursed human. It felt utterly cursed. Chasing after a mere war god level human had somehow drawn the ire of humanity's strongest being, a force even the Beast Emperor feared. How could a mere, pitiful king-level monster like itself possibly stand a chance against him? He intends to use me to temper this detestable human brat. Lord-level monsters possessed intelligence comparable to humans, let alone king-level beasts. If I die, you won't survive either. The king-level mighty ape's heart was filled with resentment. It knew its fate was sealed today. Better to kill Zhou Ze while Hong wasn't paying attention. Roar! Thud thud. The king-class mighty demon ape halted, whirling to pound its chest in a furious roar, issuing a warning to Zhou Ze and Hong. Zhou Ze wasted no words. His domain condensed around his entire body as he charged toward the king-class mighty demon ape like a bolt of lightning, except this lightning could change direction mid-flight. The king-class mighty demon ape's first punch missed its mark. Almost simultaneously, its second fist slammed toward Zhou Ze. Boom boom boom. The power of a king-class monster was terrifying enough, let alone one renowned for its strength like the might demon ape. Each of its punches could unleash a category 10 plus typhoon across hundreds of meters. Instantly, it exchanged over 100 blows with Zhou Ze. I can fully withstand its power. My strength surpasses that of a typical planetary tier level 1. After clashing head-on with the king-class mighty demon ape, Zhou Ze gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. That's enough. Had Hong not been waiting, he might have lingered to toy with this king-class great ape. But now, he couldn't keep Hong waiting any longer. In the next instant, Zhou Ze pushed his domain power to its absolute limit. A deep blue sphere, slightly smaller than a soccer ball, formed in the palm of his right hand. He hurled it toward the king-tier mighty demon ape. Not far above, Hong's eyes narrowed in surprise. A domain could be thrown? He'd tried it himself, but couldn't manage it. How on earth did he do that? Watching with puzzlement, the next instant, the aqua-blue sphere erupted, blazing with dazzling light. A miniature mushroom cloud rose. Dust swirled through the air, and the area within hundreds of meters seemed to be swept by a Category 18 typhoon. Simultaneously, a visible shockwave rippled out in all directions. After a long while, when the chaos finally settled, the massive king-class great ape had vanished without a trace. Only scattered fragments of flesh and bone remained. I always thought the domain was incredibly powerful, but this still surpassed my imagination. Zhou Ze, wearing a slightly weary expression, stepped onto his shield and flew toward Hong. Hong, thank you for coming. This was quite a hassle for you. A hint of gratitude flashed across Zhou Ze's face. After you and Lei Shen left, I quickly grasped the essence of the domain and wanted to test its power. I never expected that after taking down a high-level Lord-class mighty demon ape, I'd run into this king-class mighty demon ape. I just mastered my domain and didn't realize my power was already strong enough to slay it. In my panic, I called out to you for help. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. No big deal, Hong replied, then pointed toward the distant site where the domain had erupted. How did you manage to throw the domain out? Can't you? Zhou Ze asked, puzzled. Hong shook his head. After thinking it over, it might be related to you being a psychic. Logically speaking, unless you've surpassed the war god tier, your primal energy shouldn't be able to project outward. But perhaps because you're a psychic, you can project your domain even at the war god level. Zhou Ze nodded. Hong, you've mastered your domain for a long time. You must have profound insights into its application. Might I ask for your guidance? Hong's expression remained cold. Before they knew it, the month had come to an end. During this period, Zhou Ze had exchanged insights multiple times with Hong and Lei Shen. Naturally, Zhou Ze guided Hong and Lei Shen in their efforts. Regarding domains, Hong initially instructed Zhou Ze. Soon, however, Zhou Ze began offering his own insights. They then engaged in mutual discussion, after which Zhou Ze gradually started teaching Hong. By month's end, his understanding and teaching of domains had fully surpassed Hong's, and he had fully assumed the role of instructor. Throughout this process, Lei Shen naturally couldn't resist joining in. Seeing Zhou Ze now instructing Hong on domains, he shamelessly pestered Zhou Ze to teach him as well. I never imagined that not only could I amplify their comprehension, but they could also amplify the comprehension of others, including me. Not only that, unlike Luo Feng, they don't seem to be able to amplify everyone's insights from the start. The higher their recognition of me, the greater the insights they can amplify. It appears the reverse is true for me as well. The greater their recognition of me, the greater the insight I can amplify. Zhou Ze furrowed his brow, pondering the usage of this cheat code without any instructions. Compared to his ability to merge with these subconscious minds and gain insight stacking at any time, Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shen could only silently gain insight stacking when comprehending his teaching content. Moreover, once Hong and Lei Shen ceased contemplating his teachings or turned their focus elsewhere, he could no longer peer into their minds. Luo Feng, however, had no such restriction. He could always see what was on his mind. This cheat code of mine is tied to teaching. Does that mean they have to sincerely acknowledge me as their master? Zhou Ze speculated. Don't be fooled by Hong and the Thunder God calling me teacher constantly in their eyes. I'm merely equivalent to a tutor. This wasn't out of disrespect, but rather a difference in conceptual understanding. The term teacher commonly refers to tutors, elementary or secondary school instructors, or leading figures in specialized fields. A master, however, was entirely different. Luo Feng addressed him as teacher just like the others, but the meaning was entirely different. One was a disciple, a direct disciple, while the others were merely ordinary students. That must be it. I'll have a chance to verify it later. Zhou Ze stretched his waist. Today was September 29th, time to head to Hongning Base City for assembly. Hopefully, the intelligent core from the ancient civilization ruins in Sector 9, which thinks no differently from ordinary humans, won't be so rigid. Chapter 24, A Stubborn AI? Whoosh! The deep blue Qianquan-class intelligent fighter streaked toward ancient civilization ruins number 9 at astonishing speed. Inside the cockpit, Hong's personal guard, the enchanting Yao Riao, stood before 9 war gods, including Zhou Ze. You may simply address me as Miss Counselor. Her voice sent a tingle through one's heart. She wore a black robe, adorned with a golden mask, her dark hair cascading freely. The mask concealed all but her eyes, nose, and mouth. Those mesmerizing eyes alone were enough to confirm she was undoubtedly a peerless beauty. Wonder what she looks like in real life, Zhou Ze thought to himself. She got slammed when the anime first came out. Yao Riao was a mixed-race woman with an exceptionally large frame and voluptuous figure, a physique most people couldn't pull off, creating an awkward mismatch like a small horse pulling a heavy cart. Our destination this time is ancient civilization ruin number 9, deep within the South American Amazon jungle. After Yao Yao's brief introduction, she answered questions from the present war gods, triggering the translation software on everyone's communication watches. Just what kind of man is this? After finishing her explanation, Yao Rong cast a slightly curious glance at Zhou Ze. As one of Hong's personal guards, she functioned more like a secretary in her daily duties, interacting with Hong far more than anyone else. Lately, she'd noticed Hong frequently communicating with Zhou Ze, often with the Thunder God present. Most puzzlingly, Hong seemed to regard Zhou Ze as a teacher? Yao Riao dared not dwell on it. South American Amazon rainforest. A Qianquan-class intelligent fighter jet rapidly descended from high altitude before gliding to a smooth landing. Whoosh! The hatch opened, and Zhou Ze, along with 8 other war gods and Yao Riao, stepped out. Teacher, this place is actually a vast wasteland, Luo Feng remarked with slight surprise. In his memory, the Amazon was naturally a jungle, yet he never imagined such a vast expanse of wasteland existed here. Zhou Ze nodded. The next moment, the earth trembled beneath their feet. The ground split open, revealing a passageway 5 meters wide. A silver-gray elevator rose directly from the fissure to the surface. The elevator doors opened, and an elderly man clad in a crimson robe stepped out. He bowed slightly to Yao Riao, Counselor Yao Riao. Yao Rong glanced at the group, gave a few instructions, then flew into the intelligent fighter jet and departed. Led by the robed elder, Zhou Ze, Luo Feng, and 7 others entered a vast, empty hall spanning hundreds of square meters. Welcome, 9 war gods. War gods, may you return alive. The personnel in the underground base were visibly excited. The red-robed elder explained, pay no mind to these fellows. They've been cooped up here far too long. Rarely seeing outsiders, they're understandably enthusiastic. Alright, war gods, are you all ready? Zhou Ze and the others remained silent, their eyes fixed on him. Excellent. Open the portal, the red-robed elder bellowed. Clank, clank, clank. The curved alloy wall at the front of the hall cracked open, revealing a circular passageway. The passage remained alloy for the first 2 or 3 meters, but beyond that lay an eerie, dark brown section twisted and tangled like interwoven tree roots, an unsettling sight. Except for Zhou Ze, shock flashed across the faces of the others to varying degrees. Follow the passage straight ahead and enter that glowing mirror that is the entrance to the ruins of ancient civilization number 9. The 9 individuals entered the passage one after another. After the last person passed through, the alloy wall behind them closed. Stepping into the bizarre passage formed by tangled dark brown ancient tree roots, everyone could distinctly smell the peculiar scent permeating the air. Master, everyone, I'll go first. Luo Feng turned to face Zhou Ze and the other war gods. Brother Luo Feng, good luck, Tuoba Yen called out from nearby. You too. Luo Feng replied with a smile. Alright, go ahead. Zhou Ze nodded. Luo Feng nodded back, stepping directly into the mirror without hesitation. Teacher Zhou, I truly envy you to have taught an invincible war god. Tuoba Yen said with a smile. It's his own hard work. Amidst the laughter, Zhou Ze stepped into the glowing circular mirror. A moment of blurriness passed, and Zhou Ze found himself standing in a vast black hall spanning hundreds of square meters. Dreamlike beams of light streamed down from the ceiling, casting the entire space in an ethereal, dreamlike glow. Quite magical, Zhou Ze remarked, surveying his surroundings. Though they'd entered through the same portal, they'd emerged in entirely different locations. Soon, a series of complex sounds echoed through the hall. Zhou Ze glanced at his communication watch. The watch relayed the translated message, please proceed to channel A. Simultaneously, the watch displayed the translated text. Cosmic Universal Language, it does sound somewhat like Sanskrit. Zhou Ze muttered to himself. The black hall slowly trembled. After about half a minute, a black passageway appeared, with universal cosmic language inscriptions alongside it. Zhou Ze strode directly toward the passageway. The moment he stepped inside, the entire black passageway in the hall instantly blurred and vanished. Inside the black passageway, Zhou Ze activated his domain power the moment he entered, accelerating to a running speed exceeding 1 kilometer per second. Before long, 3 branching paths appeared ahead. 3 paths. This is far easier than Luo Feng's elite assessment. Zhou Ze chose the middle path. Soon, 3 more forks appeared. As the new 3 paths materialized, Zhou Ze abruptly halted and waited patiently. Soon, 6 figures cloaked in black robes approached. Sorry to keep you waiting. Zhou Ze intended to test the strength of these black-robed figures. Boom! Zhou Ze instantly lunged at one of the black-robed figures, kicking it flying with a single blow. He then punched the nearest other black-robed figure, sending it hurtling away. Then, as if teleporting, he appeared behind another black-clad figure, grabbed its head, and slammed it into the ground, punching a large hole through the floor. Roar! At that moment, 3 hooded figures behind him let out a low growl, leaping to attack Zhou Ze from behind, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Wah! Yet a strange sound rang out, and the 3 hooded figures found themselves utterly immobilized, suspended mid-air. Each black-robed figure possesses physical prowess comparable to mine, with strength roughly 3 to 4 times greater. Zhou Ze shook his head. This test is far too easy in the cosmos. Seems the AI core isn't as rigid as I imagined. A faint smile touched Zhou Ze's lips. Boom! Zhou Ze's will flickered, and his domain power erupted suddenly. The 3 robed figures were instantly crushed. After a brief pause, Zhou Ze's expression shifted as he charged straight toward the central fork in the path. Each time, there were 3 identical forks, yet Zhou Ze still hadn't seen the crystal figure appear. Intelligence is intelligence. Even if it can think like a human, it's still rigid. Zhou Ze muttered inwardly. An apprentice-level adept who comprehends domains? In the cosmos, such a talent would be fiercely sought after. Even the 5 great powers might take notice. Yet in this godforsaken backwater, he was actually being rejected for failing to meet the required brain domain breadth. Ah well, at least I'll get a black god set out of this. Just as Zhou Ze was thinking this, a massive convergence of colorful light gathered overhead. Chapter 25. Hong, you're being greedy. Trembling allure. It actually came. Zhou Ze's heart leapt with joy, yet his face remained guarded and wary as he watched. The streaming light coalesced, swiftly forming a blurry, towering silhouette before solidifying into the bald crystal being Zhou Ze had anticipated. Percent, at #%. The bald crystal being uttered a sentence with a smile, its features exquisitely refined. If human, it would be either strikingly handsome or exceptionally beautiful. Zhou Ze glanced at his communication watch. Hello, Zhou Ze. The bald crystal figure glanced at the communication watch, and instantly, a beam of light shot into it. Zhou Ze knew this was deleting the translation data stored within his watch. Zhou Ze feigned nervousness. Don't be nervous. The slightly metallic Chinese spoken by the bald crystal being struck Zhou Ze as somewhat magical. No need to be surprised. Human development on this planet is under my surveillance. Your linguistic evolution, cultural history all are within my monitoring. Naturally, I understand your language. Zhou Ze muttered inwardly, what a way to put it. You know I don't understand cosmic languages, so why not just speak Chinese? What a show-off. Was this karma for all his usual posturing? No, he was merely stating facts. How could that be called showing off? Our Yuanmo star is primarily home to mentalists, though martial practitioners also exist. As an apprentice who has already grasped the concept of domains, you qualify to become one of us. Zhou Ze listened to the crystal being's words while pondering internally. It seemed Honggang hadn't grasped a domain when he first entered this place. Otherwise, he would have joined the martial arts lineage of Yuanmo star long ago. Their strength, sword techniques, and movement styles might be top tier on Earth, but they're nothing special on Yuanmo star. This is your reward for passing the assessment and joining the falling ink star. The crystal being waved a hand, and instantly, several items from the depths of the palace were drawn toward them by a streak of colorful light. A black vest, silver arm guards, and a hexagonal metal plate. The first item is the force-sensitive undergarments you call the black god suit, the crystal being pointed at the black vest. The second item, these silver arm guards, are auxiliary light brains. The third is the token of Yuanmo star. Zhou Ze's eyes widened. To the crystal being, he must have looked utterly astonished, but inside, Zhou Ze was screaming in his mind. Where's the cultivation technique? Where's the secret manual? I had that huge tome. Luo Feng even got an attack technique manual sky escape and I got nothing. Guess I really wasn't his biological son. The crystal being stroked the final hexagonal metal plate inside. I'm following the master's programmed instructions. Unfortunately, even if you obtain the Yuanmo star token, it won't summon anyone from Yuanmo star to retrieve you. Why? Zhou Ze followed the crystal being's lead, engaging in conversation while seizing the chance to ask about the mysteries of the cosmos. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, still waiting in the black hall, was dumbfounded. What happened to my brain domain breadth of 21, greater than 18? What about my eligibility for the elite channel? Wasn't it supposed to be just a 15-minute wait? Half an hour had already passed. You are the first member of the meteorite star to emerge from Earth in 5,000 years. The bald crystal being stated, but you must not grow arrogant. Though you possess a domain at the apprentice level, your aptitude for cultivating primal energy and mental psychic power leaves much to be desired. If you get the chance, you should venture into the cosmos as soon as possible. Only there can you truly shine. If possible, I hope you can help me gather information about the falling ink star. Something's off. Dead wrong. This bald crystal being was absolutely not the emotionless intelligence Babata described, capable only of thinking like a human. That tone and emotion Zhou Ze clearly sensed it wasn't cold, mechanical intelligence. He even felt this core had begun to exhibit traits of sentient life. If that were the case, it might actually be a good thing for him. Zhou Ze asked with slight deference, Elder, I am now part of Yuanmo star. I desire contact with it more than anyone, for Earth is simply too small. Zhou Ze paused, then adopted a sincere, pleading tone, speaking with careful caution. But as you said, my talent for cultivation is poor, you know. But I have some confidence in my comprehension. Could you possibly give me a manual for cultivating psychic power? Because I'm also a psychic, my psychic power has always held me back, making it difficult for me to break through to the planetary level. This way, I'll be better equipped to explore the cosmos in the future. The bald crystal being's unique eyes fixed on Zhou Ze, seeming to wrestle with something before replying swiftly. The inheritance of Yuanmo star can only be activated by traveling to Yuanmo star itself. I don't know. But you have a point. All right. Ancient Civilization Ruins Number 9, Underground Base. Click, click, click. The sound of the passageway opening echoed through the base, leaving nearly 100 members in a state of bewilderment. What's going on? Is there a problem with the ruins? It's been less than 3 hours. As everyone stood frozen in shock, the passageway opened, and Zhou Ze emerged looking exactly the same as when he'd entered. Welcome back, War God Zhou Ze. Compared to the enthusiastic surprise and welcome Luo Feng received upon his return from death in the future, everyone present now stood frozen in shock. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Zhou Ze gave a slight nod in acknowledgement and sent a message to Hong. Before long, a blood-red intelligent fighter jet appeared overhead. Hong, I didn't expect you to come personally. Zhou Ze's opening words startled the enchanting woman brewing tea nearby, nearly sending her into a panic. In this world, no one ever addressed the pavilion master by name. Even the thunder god called him Brother Hong. Others either referred to him as pavilion master or first speaker. A faint smile touched Hong's usually impassive face. You're back so soon. Any findings? Hong cut straight to the point. Nothing useful to you. It's about psychic practitioners, Zhou Ze replied bluntly. The rest? I can't discuss. All right. Hong felt a slight disappointment, though he didn't believe Zhou Ze would deceive him. Both were individuals who had journeyed far in their spiritual cultivation, possessing vast perspectives. They never feared being surpassed by anyone and remained eternally confident in themselves. Hong, you're being greedy. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. The power I generate has reached tenfold, yet you haven't even matched the Thunder God's original sevenfold output. Your aptitude for power generation isn't inferior to his, it's just that you're overly fixated on your domain. Understand this, enhancing your power also amplifies your domain's might. If you're stuck in your domain, consider refining your spirit and energy instead of fixating on the domain itself. Hong's expression grew solemn. 1,000 words condensed into a single syllable. After a moment of silence, he added, thank you. I understand. Beside him, the enchanting woman poured tea, her hands trembling slightly as 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind. Good heavens, was this something she was meant to hear? Chapter 26, The Thunder God is truly number one. Hong's request. Jiangnan Base City, Yangzhou City, Bright Moon Residential District. Thunder God sat cross-legged in the martial arts hall, listening intently, just as he had when first learning boxing and yoga before the Great Nirvana. Thunder God, the supreme union of heaven and man realm of ancient Indian yoga and the perfected union of man and flesh state of Chinese internal martial arts are both foundational steps toward entering the realm. Whether it be ancient yoga or internal martial arts, they both emphasize cultivating the state of mind, a form of harnessing mental power. The intent behind sword techniques and body movements is also a rudimentary application of mental power and will. What you must do is transcend them. Thunder God possessed an exceptionally elevated state of mind, and his willpower and consciousness were naturally beyond question. His insight was no weaker than Hong's. As he comprehended Zhou Ze's guidance, he integrated insights from Zhou Ze, Luo Feng, and Hong. This brought him sudden enlightenment. In that instant, faint threads of lightning began to flicker throughout the entire training hall. The white-robed, bald Thunder God, who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, had closed his eyes at some point, his expression serene. Within mere moments, the entire training chamber transformed into a realm of thunder and lightning, with electric serpents swirling through the air. At that moment, the entire Bright Moon residential complex and its surrounding areas felt a life-level suppression, as if ants were facing a deity. Outside the complex, a figure cloaked in black robes stared in utter shock. A domain. It absolutely is a domain. This sensation cannot be mistaken, a seductive voice emerged from beneath the black cloak. So this is a domain. Genetic primal energy, physical strength, and spiritual power completely fused into one. This power is too overwhelming. Brother Hong has been holding back all this time. Thunder God couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Congratulations, Lei Shen, Zhou Ze said with a faint smile. Thanks, brother Zhou Ze. You've been a huge help. If I ever need anything in the future, I'll ask straight up. At that moment, Lei Shen was filled with profound gratitude. As for the earlier joke about becoming his disciple if he helped him grasp the domain, both Zhou Ze and Lei Shen knew it was just playful banter, not to be taken seriously. Yeah, for domain application, you should go ask your best buddy. My talent's weak, so I'll have to train hard to break through to the planetary level sooner, Zhou Ze chuckled. Thunder God rubbed his bald head. During my great nirvana, Brother Hong and I collected quite a few rare treasures. I'll go look through them and see if anything might help you. Zhou Ze shook his head. It's unlikely. What I lack aren't treasures to enhance physical prowess, but treasures to strengthen spiritual psychic power. Hong mentioned that since the great nirvana, such treasures haven't appeared. Guess I'll just have to grind it out. Had he awakened his mental power, Zhou Ze would have long since become a planetary-level martial artist through physical enhancement alone. But now that he was a mental force practitioner, there was no other way. Though he was merely a low-tier mental force practitioner with barely adequate brain domain breadth, he was still one. The mental energy stored within his sea of consciousness was dozens, even hundreds of times greater than that of an ordinary martial artist. To enhance his psychic power, Zhou Ze must elevate every single strand of a feat exponentially more difficult than for ordinary martial artists. Well, I'll take my leave then. I should be heading back. The Thunder God scratched his bald head, looking somewhat embarrassed. No problem. It's been an honor spending time with the world's second strongest warrior, Zhou Ze quipped. Honestly, you didn't have to emphasize that second part. Thor rolled his eyes before bursting into excited laughter. This time when I return, I'm going to snatch that #1 martial artist title right out of Brother Hong's hands, ha. You know what? You're absolutely right. Zhou Ze stroked his chin. In terms of physical prowess, power generation, genetic primal energy, and even mental strength, Thor was a full tier above Hong. And after mastering his domain, though he still lagged far behind Hong in application, his foundational domain power was significantly stronger. There might just be a chance as long as Hong hadn't broken through to the second tier. Go for it. After being number 2 for so many years, it's time to rise up and claim the top spot. Zhou Ze teased. Outside the villa, Thunder God, cloaked in a white robe that concealed his form and features, walked with restrained aura, his focus entirely on the newly awakened domain. Chairman Thunder God. A faint voice snapped him back to attention. He looked up. What a tall woman. Yao Riao? Are you here to see Zhou Ze? Though Yao Riao concealed herself well, he recognized her identity. Yes, the director sent me to seek out teacher Zhou. Yao Riao showed little restraint as a member of Hong's personal guard. She had met the Thunder God many times and knew the true nature of Hong and the Thunder God's relationship. The Thunder God had no desire to engage in small talk with Yao Rong. His sole focus now was deepening his understanding of the domain's power. This kind of power growth was utterly mesmerizing, making one forget everything else and become completely immersed. It was also why many powerful individuals showed little interest in romantic affairs. Chairman Thunder God is also here. Yao Rong's heart trembled inwardly, though she'd witnessed the pavilion master seeking guidance from Zhou Ze just recently, making this revelation easier to accept. With a mix of curiosity, trepidation, and respect, Yao Rong approached Zhou Ze's villa and gently pressed the doorbell. The door opened automatically as a telepathic voice softly instructed, "Enter, Counselor Yao Riao. Fly directly to the rooftop and come down to the martial arts hall from above." Yao Riao glanced up, slowly ascended to the rooftop, then opened the glass door and descended the stairs to the martial arts hall. Inside the training hall, Zhou Ze's eyes fluttered open. The first impression that struck her was sheer scale. Everything was huge. As a woman, Yao Riao stood around 1.9 meters tall, exceptionally tall even by the standards of this era. Combined with her European and American heritage, she possessed an exceptionally large frame. From head to toe, she towered over even the most imposing figures seen in Western films by Chinese standards. Especially her hips, they were so wide they could crush an elephant. Yet astonishingly, such a monumental figure was paired with a face of exquisite refinement, radiating an effortless, graceful beauty. Her entire physique, placed in the Tang Dynasty era, would have utterly outshone all others, radiating an extreme voluptuousness and powerful presence. This visual impact surpassed even Janet's, causing most men to feel an involuntary sense of inferiority. After all, she was an existence beyond their grasp. Add to that her formidable strength, even among the council members. Of course, Zhou Ze considered himself outside that vast majority of men. "Enchantress Counselor, Hong has already informed me of your purpose," Zhou Ze spoke slowly. The Enchantress quickly interjected, "Professor Zhou, just call me Enchantress." He was the only man in the world who could address the dojo master by her first name. She dared not let Zhou Ze use such a respectful form of address. "Alright, Yao Riao. Hong seems quite concerned about you," Zhou Ze remarked casually. Yao Riao beamed with pride. "The director raised me personally. He's like a father to me." A hint of awkwardness flickered in her smile. Zhou Ze raised an eyebrow. No wonder Hong had repeatedly urged him to help. This was a headache anyone would dread. Chapter 27. Do you truly like Hong? Yao Riao's stubbornness. "You're both unfortunate and fortunate," Zhou Ze smiled. "I could sense from his words that he's also very proud of you." "Really?" A flicker of surprise and shyness touched Yao Riao's face. Nothing delighted a child more than parental affirmation. "Right. Enough about family matters," Zhou Ze said, his expression returning to calm. "From Hong, I understand your general situation. You've been with Hong since childhood, practicing mental cultivation alongside him, yet it seems less than ideal?" Yao Rong's expression dimmed. "I followed his instructions exactly, but I don't know why it hasn't worked." "Because you refuse to confront your true self." Faced with such issues, Zhou Ze always believed cutting through the confusion decisively was the best approach. Hesitation leads to defeat, soft-heartedness invites loss. "You like Hong, don't you?" Zhou Ze's voice thundered like a bolt from the blue, exploding within Yao Riao's heart. "Of course. He's like a father to me." Yao Rong's heart raced wildly. Despite possessing the strength of a council member, standing at 1.9 meters tall with a figure exaggerated to the extreme, she now acted like a timid young girl. The contrast couldn't be more stark. "No, I'm talking about romantic feelings." I've seen you sneak glances at Hong multiple times, that awkward look in your eyes. You think you're hiding it well, but even a fool could see right through you. Do you think Hong doesn't know? He just hasn't said anything, either to spare your feelings, or because he's been waiting for an opportunity. That opportunity is me. Zhou Ze said coldly. Snap. Yao Riao's heart shattered instantly. Unwilling to accept reality, she snapped, enough. Stop talking. Why are you yelling so loud? Zhou Ze raised an eyebrow. This Hong really wasn't acting like a human, he couldn't even handle his own affairs. As he spoke, a water blue barrier blossomed, enveloping the entire training hall. He didn't want Yao Riao's voice to carry out and attract unwanted attention, not out of fear, but simply because he found it bothersome. The domain's activation, coupled with a power similar to Hong's, instantly calmed Yao Riao considerably. Yet hope still flickered within her. I know the dojo master fears the trouble. As Earth's top martial artist, too many eyes are on him. Plus, he has his own children. If people found out he'd fallen for his adopted daughter. Yao Riao spoke with unwavering conviction. Zhou Ze replied flatly, he never liked you. Before Zhou Ze could finish speaking, Yao Riao suddenly raised her voice, but why does he care so much about me? It's clearly more than just family affection, he obviously likes me too. He just doesn't want to face it. He's afraid the whole world will find out about our relationship. If he doesn't like me, why doesn't he just say so? Why make me his bodyguard? They call it bodyguard duty, but I've been doing his secretary work all along. Damn you, Sima Hong. The debt you owe me, you'll never pay it off in a lifetime. Just say it properly, loyalty. Honesty. Zhou Ze felt his head spinning. Women who've lost their minds, spoiled brats, and scam artists pretending to be elderly, they're the most headache-inducing. Brats can be intimidated with sticks, and scam artists have their limits. But a woman who's lost her mind? She's crazier than a pig at New Year's. Hong cares for you because he's always treated you like his own daughter. Given Hong's disposition, if he truly loved you, he wouldn't care what others thought. But precisely because of that, how could he possibly fall for the foster daughter he raised with his own hands? His own children haven't spent as much time with him as you have they? His affection for you isn't much less than for his biological children, it might even surpass it. Making you his personal guard is one of his ways of showing it. He's always worried about you, always watching over you. He doesn't want to say it directly because he fears you can't handle it. After all, while you seem powerful and gifted in martial arts, you're truly fragile when it comes to emotions. For a moment, Yao Riao couldn't refute this. But now, her mind underwent a temporary super-revolution. Her intelligence felt like it had reached the pinnacle of human intellect. Regaining her composure, she reasoned logically, he could easily have left me behind. Time would have gradually faded my memories. The argument that appointing me as his personal guard is invalid, he simply likes me but dares not face it. Put. Zhou Ze felt like he was going to spit blood. Women's intelligence is utterly unpredictable, sometimes it's zero, other times it rivals Einstein's. Sima Hong. He cursed under his breath again, then composed himself and quipped. Ever heard the story about yellow hair and old Deng? Yao Ruan listened, about to speak again, but was instantly silenced by Zhou Ze's voice, laced with the power of his domain. You're an orphan. As Hong's adopted daughter, you hold a privileged status yet have no friends. You've poured all your emotions into Hong. If Hong deliberately distanced himself, don't you think you'd start overthinking? And in that most emotionally vulnerable state, what if someone with ulterior motives took advantage? The men vying to be Hong's son-in-law could circle the earth 100 times over. Zhou Ze added pointedly, speaking of which, the Thunder God has the most authority on this matter. Hong appeared cold on the surface, but the fire within her heart burned no less fiercely than that of the Thunder God or Luo Feng. The Thunder God. Yao Riao's eyes glazed over. As Earth's only two powerhouse-level figures, every move Thunder God and Hong made was scrutinized by global powers. The world's major powers were well aware of the situation between the Thunder God and his daughter, and the Thunder God had even publicly issued a stern warning over it. Hong naturally had his reservations. After all, appearances could be deceiving underneath, all sorts of shady dealings could be happening, and you couldn't find any evidence. Everything just unfolded naturally. Zhou Ze spoke slowly, so do you understand now? You should grow up. You can do anything, but please stop causing trouble for your father. Her enchanting form trembled. But I truly love the pavilion master. I won't make him worry in the future. I won't fall for any other man besides him. The enchanting girl wiped away her tears, her defiance unyielding. Zhou Ze had pleaded and reasoned with her, pulling out every emotional lever he possessed. Yes, even this kind of thing counted as guidance in the cheat system's judgment. As a student listening and understanding the content, Yao Riao also possessed an insight bonus. But when it came to matters of the heart and state of mind, even the highest insight and most elevated mindset seemed insufficient. From the very beginning, Yao Riao knew she was deceiving herself. Truthfully, you know all this. You know Hong's feelings toward you are those of a father and daughter. You even know your feelings for Hong aren't romantic love, but familial affection. So why can't you face it? Zhou Ze spoke calmly, like an elder delivering a measured explanation. It's because you've become overly dependent on him. Hong, by nature, isn't adept at expressing himself. He can even seem cold. He's a man of action, not words. That surface coldness has made you overlook his genuine acts of caring. It's a woman's nature to crave affirmation. You need constant validation to feel secure. So you're terrified of losing Hong, which gave birth to this distorted emotion. Because you lost everything at a young age, Hong entered your heart like a ray of light. Her eyes, glistening with tears, fixed on Zhou Ze, revealing extreme vulnerability and inner turmoil. A daughter is her father's little cotton jacket. Hong sees things clearly. He knows continuing this way could easily lead to this outcome, but compared to the other choice, he'd rather choose this. Yao Ron's expression remained calm. No matter what you say, I just can't let go. Besides, the curator and I aren't related by blood, and he's single too. Chapter 28, Luo Feng's death. Li Yao and his wife go mad. Media room. Hong's three-dimensional virtual projection stood in the center of the room. Zhou Ze stared at it for a long time, 1,000 words boiling down to one sentence. Men contemplate life and death, women contemplate love. Hong, you're a real jerk. Without waiting for Hong to respond, he ended the call. On the other end, Hong smiled faintly. His usually cold face softened, his eyes brimming with nostalgia as he recalled the great Nirvana period when he had first rescued her after she lost her parents. Those two large, watery eyes, looking at him with such a pitiful expression. He admitted, in that moment, his heart had nearly melted. I was careless. In cultivating one's character, men primarily face trials of life and death, while women confront emotional challenges. No one could truly help with such matters, yet after being swept away by Hong's clever flattery, he agreed. Of course, this confidence was granted by the cheat code itself, no one else to blame, it was his own choice. Men contemplate life and death, women contemplate love. Put simply, she's either encountered scumbag men, or never had the chance to. Hong protected her too well. For Yao Riao, Hong was the only light in her heart, a light that was familial affection from the very beginning. Zhou Ze sighed, then couldn't help but chuckle. Poor Thunder God. He's been scared by Hong, hasn't he? Having no children in either lifetime, Zhou Ze couldn't fathom an old father's affection for his little cotton-padded jacket. Yet even figures like Hong and the Thunder God were ensnared by it, a testament to its power. Low-key, always low-key. These subtle stabs were far trickier to handle than any blunt weapon. Enough thinking. Time to practice. Zhou Ze sat cross-legged in the martial arts hall, setting everything else aside as he immersed himself in cultivating his psychic powers. The manual AI9 gave me may only cover the basics, but having it makes all the difference. The golden horned beast remained a persistent worry. Before that day came, every ounce of strength gain counted. Zhou Ze hoped to reach planetary level power as soon as possible. Time passed slowly. 3 months flew by. Over these 3 months, Zhou Ze's fame had skyrocketed, drawing countless elite camp trainees to aspire to his level. Ever since Chu Chang received his guidance, Zhou Ze had maintained a steady first place, leaving second place Renatus, Zhang, and other top 5 trainees far behind. This sent global powers into a frenzy once more. The third time proved the rule. While Luo Feng could be dismissed as a prodigy, Janet was ample proof of Zhou Ze's extraordinary talent. Chu Chang's consistent top ranking spoke volumes. Major factions and powerful martial artists scrambled to secure coaching opportunities and spots with Zhou Ze. Military leaders from the 5 great nations, underground factions like the HR Alliance, none were exempt. Even numerous legislators personally called to inquire or plead. Fortunately, Zhou Ze had prepared himself mentally. Hong and Lei Shen promptly issued announcements. After the joint declaration from the 2 martial arts academies, the world's top martial artist and second-ranked martial artist Zhou Ze finally found some respite. Obaro, within a castle in the heart of Paris Space City. Janet, my dear, what did Zhou Ze say? Asked the head of the Windsor family, Janet's father, with affection. Though she held little hope, a sliver of expectation lingered in her heart. Dad, how could Master Zhou possibly agree to me? He's turned down major nations and even the Speaker of Parliament, Janet pouted playfully. Lately, she felt increasingly fortunate. Had she not heeded her grandfather's advice to visit Zhou Ze and present him with a vial of life water back then, she wouldn't have this privilege now, the ability to seek Zhou Ze's guidance anytime. Truly, in the entire world, only she and Zhou Ze's disciple, Luo Feng, possessed such an opportunity. Others who sought Zhou Ze's guidance racked their brains in vain, forced to rely on the elite training camps of Hong and Lei Shen. Even then, the 2 camps combined offered only 2 spots. Very well, sighed the Windsor family head regretfully, then smiled faintly, his words carrying hidden meaning. Janet, you must seize this opportunity. Oh, Dad, he's my teacher. Janet pouted coyly. Ha, Janet, he's not like Hong and Thunder God, who are solely focused on martial arts and uninterested in anything else. This is your chance. Grandfather chuckled heartily. As the old Chinese saying goes, when a woman pursues a man, it's like a thin veil between them. Moreover, he could clearly see that Janet was not only not repulsed, but actually showed interest in that direction, which was perfect, as he was not a purely political creature. He could ruthlessly sacrifice his own daughter for personal gain. Oh, Janet, I've compiled quite a bit of material on that subject and sent it to your email. Study it thoroughly when you get back. The Windsor patriarch said with solemn earnestness. Oh, Dad, you're being outrageous. Janet retorted, flushed with embarrassment and anger. With a daughter as charming as me, who would need that sort of thing? Of course not. My darling is the most beautiful woman in the world, the Windsor patriarch chuckled heartily. Humph. Janet shot her father a withering glance and turned away. That said, once back in her room, Janet glanced around furtively like a thief before opening her laptop and secretly logging into her email. Meanwhile, Zhou Ze was chatting with Hong in the media room. I never expected this. I never expected. Hong sighed deeply. He truly hadn't expected Luo Feng to stay locked up for 3 whole months. Why so pessimistic? Zhou Ze smiled faintly, showing no trace of worry. Since we got the translation software, the longest anyone's been in there was a month and a half. Now it's been 3 months, Luo Feng probably. Leaning back lazily on the sofa, Zhou Ze remarked, I'm not even worried. Seeing Zhou Ze's utterly unconcerned demeanor, Hong could only trust him. After all, if Luo Feng managed to break through, he would undoubtedly set a new record for the longest time spent inside. Zhou Ze himself held the record for the fastest time ever recorded. Besides, Zhou Ze had mentioned certain undisclosed factors at play. Hong, don't go telling Luo Feng's family anything that might worry them. I'll talk to them myself. Before hanging up, Zhou Ze gave Hong a final reminder. Jiangnan Base City, Jiangnan Shanshui Residential District, Huayao Peak Villa. A hazy starlight enveloped the entire mountain peak, while the sound of a cascading waterfall echoed nearby. On the rooftop of the most luxurious villa, Li Yao stood clad in a deep blue training uniform, his long hair cascading freely. His face, as cold and impassive as a stone sculpture, radiated an icy aura even with his eyes closed. A figure approached swiftly, eyes sparkling with excitement. Yao, great news. Luo Feng hasn't emerged from the ancient ruins on Site 9 for 3 months. You know, even with translation software, the latest war god only took a month and a half to emerge. Li Yao's mouth twitched as he forced himself to remain calm. Stay composed. It's not confirmed yet. We must wait until we have absolute proof of Luo Feng's death. The Nina composed herself. Yes. Though I regret not being able to torture and kill Luo Feng myself. But doesn't he have family too? He dared to kill our child. Once his death is confirmed, we'll. His teacher. The Nina frowned. Zhou Ze's current reputation was truly terrifying. His legendary coaching abilities had the entire world going wild for him. Even Hong and the Thunder God, the world's undisputed top 2 powerhouses, had united to issue statements on his behalf. If we harm Luo Feng's family and he comes after us. Li Yao's face twisted into a twisted grin. What is there to fear? We have all the time and means we need. No matter how close Luo Feng and Zhou Ze were, it was merely a teacher-student relationship. That bond will fade with Luo Feng's death and the passage of time. Besides, we can use mundane methods to torment Luo Feng's family. We don't need to deliberately kill them, that would be too easy for them. The Nina's face twisted with excitement. Exactly. We have all the time in the world. We can torment them endlessly without actually killing them. We can hire professional psychologists to devise all kinds of specialized torture methods. Right, we can't let them break down too quickly, suffer psychological collapse, or drive them to suicide. That would be too easy for them. We must torment them for decades at least, then strike them down in one fell swoop. Let them know this is all Luo Feng's fault. Make them hate Luo Feng, so he can never rest in peace even in death. The Nina was lost in her delightful fantasies, her beautiful face gradually taking on a sickly pallor. We can arrange for people to deliberately give them moldy, rotten vegetables when they shop for groceries. When they try to hail a cab, they'll wait forever without success. And when they finally get one, we can have the driver pick a fight with them. We could have people in their neighborhood deliberately pick fights with their family members, or isolate them. We could have someone run them over while they cross the street. No, their family are ordinary people. Killing them outright wouldn't be much fun. We could have a psychic engineer it more subtly, making them trip and fall on the road every so often. Oh, and I heard his brother used to be disabled but was cured. Ha! Well, if that's the case, disabled people should stay disabled for life. Li Yao was equally excited, fueled by long-suppressed frustration and the despair of hopeless revenge. That's too small-minded. I remember Luo Feng's younger brother, Luo Hua, had a pretty girlfriend. Of course, we can't do that right away. I recall Japan had some truly twisted torture methods. I happen to know a few Japanese people, maybe we can learn a thing or two from them. We could also use our connections to investigate, maybe his parents have relatives on both sides. The Nina's smile grew more twisted. Right. Why didn't I think of that? We can control every single one of Luo Feng's friends and family. The Li Yao couple were truly twisted, lost in the delusions they'd woven for themselves. They were truly ruthless, resorting to methods as brutal as cracking eggs to scatter the yolks or splitting earthworms lengthwise. Chapter 29, The Revenge Begins. The Li Yao couple's cautiousness. Bright Moon Residential Complex. Within the martial arts hall of Zhou Ze's villa, a graceful figure danced through the space. Her movements were fierce yet elegant. After completing a set of sword techniques, Janet halted, glided toward Zhou Ze with a subtle step, and asked with a hint of mischief. Master Zhou, how's my practice? Over the past month or two, Janet's attire had grown increasingly revealing, bearing every possible inch of skin. Paired with her porcelain complexion, it was a sight that was hard to look away from. Not bad. You've reached the 5th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade technique. Both your footwork and swordplay are stable at the realm level. That's quite impressive for someone your age. Zhou Ze's expression remained composed. However, your integration of guiding technique, swordplay, and footwork remains problematic. It always has been. Janet pressed her red lips together, pouting as she pleaded. Oh, Teacher Zhou, I know, but I just don't know what to do about it. That's why I came to ask you. Ha! Zhou Ze's smile held a hint of meaning. Lately, your heart hasn't been in cultivation. You should spend some time seeking out monsters to temper yourself. True strength is the foundation. Don't let trivial matters distract you. Janet's eyes misted over. She wasn't some little girl who couldn't handle a bit of criticism. She simply heard the hidden meaning in Zhou Ze's words. Zhou Ze, I like you. Being a girl with a Western mindset, Janet mustered her courage, skipping the formal teacher Zhou and addressing him directly by his first name. From the very first days we met, I fell for you. Even though I initially came to interact with Luo Feng and you as part of my family's mission. Janet felt a wave of relief after voicing her true feelings. I don't believe you couldn't sense my feelings. That's why I refused to become your disciple. The bond between master and disciple is entirely different from that between teacher and student. I know. Zhou Ze replied calmly. Then how do you feel about me? Janet's beautiful eyes brimmed with directness and hope. Nothing special? I prefer being a jerk. No initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. Zhou Ze said indifferently, if you want to define our relationship, you're going to be disappointed. Janet froze, momentarily speechless. So that's why you've been with all those messy women but never married? Janet arched an eyebrow. Janet, what do you think matters most in this world, in this era? Or rather, what are you pursuing? Janet looked slightly bewildered, yet her voice carried a hint of skepticism. Power? Exactly. Zhou Ze murmured. My heart is both vast and small. Zhou Ze's gaze mirrored his inner state as still as a mirror, without a single ripple. So small it holds only martial arts, so small it's consumed entirely by honing my own strength. Matters of the heart, I've never pursued them, nor could they ever occupy even a sliver of space within me. So, do you understand? Zhou Ze's eyes, cold as ice, fixed on Janet. There's an ancient Chinese saying, those who follow different paths cannot work together. With that, Zhou Ze left Janet behind and slowly walked out of the martial arts hall. Virtual space, Grand Conference Hall. Silver floors, walls, and a large circular table. At this moment, 6 black chairs were occupied. Hong and the 5 inspectors of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy were all present. It's been a year. We confirm Luo Feng is dead, Hong stated coldly. After completing these tasks, Hong went to the media room and dialed Zhou Ze's number. Once connected, Hong looked at Zhou Ze and said, I've announced Luo Feng's death. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. It's fine. After all, it's been a year. Should I deal with Luo Feng's old enemies? Zhou Ze shook his head. No need. This is the perfect chance for Luo Feng to settle an old score once he emerges. Hong fell silent. You still hold out hope? It's not about my hopes, Zhou Ze said calmly. It's because I know that place, and I know Luo Feng. Alright, I'll leave the enchantress to you. Hong pondered for a moment. Zhou Ze was speechless. That's your problem. Why keep dumping it on me? Watch out, or I might kidnap your precious daughter. Hong stared at Zhou Ze without a word. On September 30, 2058, the official website of Extreme Martial Arts Academy posted an announcement. The death of the invincible war god, Luo Feng. Luo Feng's family learned of it that very day. Though they inherited a vast fortune in Luo Feng's name, what use was money now? They weren't martial artists. No amount of wealth could fill the void. Upon hearing the news, Su Xian rushed to Zhou Ze's home. Though she knew the information released by Extreme Martial Arts Academy was unlikely to be inaccurate, she still wanted to understand exactly what had happened. Luo Feng's parents and younger brother also arrived at Zhou Ze's residence, seeking concrete details. They were naturally unwilling to accept this. Jiangnan Bay City, Huayao Peak Villa, Jiangnan Shanshui Residential Complex. Ha! 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 What a glorious day! Joy! Pure joy! Li Yao stood inside the villa, fists clenched tightly, overcome with excitement. He took a deep breath and turned to his wife, Vanina, beside him. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy has released an announcement confirming Luo Feng's death. What a pity I didn't get to kill him with my own hands. The Nina's face twisted into a sickly, eerie smile. Yes, it's finally confirmed. We can finally begin our plan. We regret not killing Luo Feng ourselves, but we can take that regret out on his family. Li Yao regained his composure. True. But his family remains affiliated with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Killing them would create complications it would be difficult to conceal, especially since Luo Feng bore a grudge against us. Only we possess the capability to exact revenge. Plus, his master's stance remains unclear. If we go too far, he might intervene. The Nina also regained her composure, her eyes as cold and calculating as a venomous snake. True. That's why we must remain calm at all times. We can initiate the retaliation plan, but keep the frequency low. Let Luo Feng's family believe they're just unlucky. They won't suspect this is merely the appetizer. Give it time. Once Luo Feng's teacher's feelings for him fade, we can gradually ramp up the intensity. Li Yao laughed heartily. Exactly. Remember, you must stay calm. Don't kill the Luo Feng family, and don't completely shatter them mentally. We should savor the process of tormenting them. We've got all the time and patience in the world to play with them. Li Yao and his wife spent a full day and night strategizing how to exact their revenge with perfect precision. Oh, and since Luo Feng was the invincible war god, he might have left some contingency plans. Unlike the original story where Luo Feng's death triggered mindless retaliation, the Nina now acted with greater rationality and patience due to Zhou Ze's influence. Li Yao pondered, his eyes flashing with sharpness. Fog Island. The heart of grass and trees on Fog Island. Perhaps he traded it with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy for some treasures. The Nina replied coldly, yes, we must be meticulous. Even the slightest risk must be avoided. Send people to gather specific intelligence first. Li Yao frowned, turning to Vanina. Use your family's loyal retainers if possible. And avoid technological means of communication. Speak directly on site. Chapter 30, Luo Feng returns. Luo Hua wants to train martial arts. Deep within the ruins of ancient civilization site number 9, inside the crystal chamber where Luo Feng resided. After a year here, his face was thick with beard, hair cascading over his shoulders like a wild man. Only his eyes shone like brilliant stars. He looked down at his communication watch. A year. A full year trapped within this ancient civilization's ruins. With a flicker of thought, Luo Feng unleashed 14 flying knives that whirled around him before converging with devastating force upon the crystal wall. Boom! 15 throwing knives, each packing over 500,000 kilograms of impact force combined, over 7 million kilograms. This power utterly surpassed all high war gods, truly rivaling a planetary-level martial artist of the first tier. Come on! I will get out. With teacher here, mom, dad, and Ahua will definitely be safe. Before arriving, his strength alone was enough to overwhelm Li Yao. Only because Li Yao possessed the Black God armor, which made him impossible to kill, did teacher's power now far surpass his previous self. With the teacher's protection and living in the same neighborhood, Li Yao and his wife had no chance to harm his family. After a year out of the Black Room, Luo Feng progressed tremendously in his mental cultivation. He initially suffered repeated breakdowns but then recalled Zhou Ze's guidance on cultivating his mindset. At this point in the original story, Luo Feng could only control 14 throwing knives. Now he could command 15, and he soon sensed he could master a 16th. What? Li Yao and Vanina's faces darkened upon hearing their subordinates' report. They never imagined brother Luo Feng would be so observant. Despite their extreme caution, he had still detected them. What was most unacceptable to Li Yao and Nina was Luo Hua's boldness. Despite them not making any obvious moves and significantly reducing their activity. He had hired 8 high-ranking warriors as bodyguards, stationed constantly with his parents. He'd even extended protection to his girlfriend's entire family, something they themselves couldn't afford to do. That alone was troubling enough. Even with 6 high-ranking warriors as bodyguards, they could still inflict psychological torment, just not physical harm. But when Luo Hua mobilized China's Special Security Division to protect his family, all their petty tricks became useless. That damn Luo Hua! What tricks did he pull to become the 8th shareholder of Industrial Bank? The Nina's face twisted in fury. Industrial Bank was China's largest financial institution, and its top 10 shareholders held astonishing privileges. Li Yao suppressed his rage and asked, with the China Special Department involved, even mobilizing the HR alliance won't help. What can we possibly do? The Nina's expression darkened as she coldly declared, I refuse to believe there's no way. If all else fails, we'll hire assassins to eliminate them outright. They're just ordinary people, even their bodyguards can't protect them. They've had it easy enough. Hoof. Bright Moon Residential Complex. Zhou Ze lay on the rooftop gazing at the stars. This habit had formed during his period of decline, and even after awakening his cheat code, he still found himself lying here from time to time. That Li Yao couple is quite interesting. Their hatred for Luo Feng runs deep. The Liao couple feared him so much they avoided using the HR Alliance's resources. Instead, they relied on death squads cultivated by their family and other underhanded methods tactics unfit for the table. And you know what? It was downright disgusting yet incredibly difficult to pin down evidence. It was only through Zhou Ze enlisting Hong and the Thunder God's assistance that they managed to pinpoint the culprits. Wonder when Luo Feng will emerge. It should be much faster now. His psychic amplitude was significantly stronger before entering than in the original story. Zhou Ze chuckled. Given his current standing with Hong and Lei Shen, he could have resolved the Liao couple's situation directly. But after some thought, he decided to let Luo Feng handle it himself. Playing babysitter isn't conducive to a disciple's growth. After pondering the matter of the Luo Feng family, Zhou Ze sighed inwardly once more. He deeply felt that cultivating psychic power was incredibly difficult. Even with a cultivation technique, progress was as slow as a turtle's pace. Unless he ventured into the cosmos, he wouldn't make any real progress. A month passed into days. On October 3, 2058, roughly 1 year and 1 month since Luo Feng had been sealed within the crystal chamber, the world's 5 major superpowers, the 2 great martial arts academies, the HR Alliance, and other major factions were all utterly shocked. The Limit Martial Arts Academy's invincible war god, Luo Feng, had spent 1 year and 1 month in the ancient ruins of Site 9 and emerged alive. Jiangnan Base City, Huaya Peak Villa atop the Jiangnan Shanshui residential complex. Luo Hua, you're something else. Actually hiring a psychic? One psychic can only protect one person. If you're so bold, hire one for every member of your family. Let's see how long you can keep that up. Humph. Li Yao snorted coldly, his eyes flashing menacingly as he held a glass of red wine. Whoosh. A figure darted into the hall like lightning. It was Vanina with her golden tresses. What's the rush? Li Yao frowned slightly, taking a leisurely sip of wine before closing his eyes in pure enjoyment. Luo Feng isn't dead. He's out. Vanina blurted urgently. Crack. Li Yao, who had been savoring the moment with his eyes closed, couldn't believe it. The expensive wineglass slipped from his fingers. Zhou Ze, your disciple has emerged from the ruins. Hong observed Zhou Ze with a hint of curiosity beneath his cold demeanor. As expected. Zhou Ze stretched lazily. Oh, and remember to keep a close eye on him. Don't let the target commit suicide or get killed. Rest assured, Hong replied flatly. We'll need to adjust the rules going forward. Martial artists, especially those with significant power and status, find dealing with ordinary people far too easy, particularly when resorting to underhanded tactics. After emerging, Luo Feng rushed straight home. Seeing his family safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. After a period of warm family bonding and heartfelt conversations, Luo Hua immediately began recounting everything that had happened recently to Luo Feng. The usually composed Luo Feng could no longer contain himself. Rage burned fiercely within him. Damn it. Bro, it seems our teacher had already arranged for some psychic mind readers to protect us. Luo Hua felt a wave of dread wash over him. If it weren't for those psychic mind readers, Dad might have been shot dead. With that high-velocity sniper rifle, even a high-level war general would struggle to shield an ordinary person, even if they reacted in time. Luo Feng's face was icy cold. His rage had reached its peak, yet it showed not a trace. His family mattered most to him, and now they had nearly been taken from him. Thankfully, the teacher thought ahead. Otherwise, the thought of anything happening to his parents, Ahua, or even Su Xian made Luo Feng feel like he might truly lose his mind. Brother, I intend to train in martial arts, Luo Hua declared solemnly. Luo Feng froze. Why the sudden interest in martial arts? Didn't you enjoy stock trading? Luo Hua replied with a self-deprecating smile. In this era, if one can train in martial arts and has talent for it, how many people would choose to do anything else? What almost happened to Dad this time? This incident made me realize, no matter how strong you are, brother, you can't protect us every single moment. Even hiring bodyguards wouldn't guarantee it. Luo Feng felt a pang of worry. He knew martial artists lived on the edge of Blade's death could come at any moment. Besides, stock investing doesn't conflict with martial training. And someone within the martial arts circle mentioned that after becoming a martial artist, with the acquisition of genetic primal energy, as physical fitness improves, the speed of brain processing also increases. Doesn't that mean better stock investments? Beneath Luo Hua's composed exterior, a flicker of excitement and passion stirred. He'd harbored this idea all along, yet hesitated, fearing his own mediocrity. He was a driven man. If he did something, he did it right. Xiaofeng, come to my place. Just then, Zhou Ze's voice reached Luo Feng's ears. Ah Hua, my teacher is calling me. I'll have to go now. Chapter 31, Luo Feng applies for a life or death duel. Master. Having not seen his teacher for a year, Luo Feng's heart swelled with gratitude and excitement upon their reunion. He felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in thanks, but Zhou Ze held him back firmly. Don't act like a little girl. Zhou Ze gave Luo Feng a faint smile. Feeling pretty upset, huh? Yes. Luo Feng understood Zhou Ze's meaning and nodded fiercely. I never imagined that Li Yao and his wife would be so ruthless. They're far more ruthless than you could ever imagine. Zhou Ze extended his hand, tapped his auxiliary light brain armband, and transmitted information directly to Luo Feng. Auxiliary light brain? Luo Feng froze. Teacher, did you also activate the elite channel to join Yuenmo Star? We'll talk about that later. Zhou Ze said, focus on handling your own affairs first. After staying in there so long, how do you feel? Confident you can handle the Li Yao couple alone? Absolutely. Luo Feng's expression turned icy, then he asked in confusion, Teacher, what do you mean by that? Back. Finally back. Li Yao and his wife smiled faintly as they slowly descended the stairs from the passenger plane. Li Yao, Vanina, a voice called out. Li Yao and his wife felt their hearts sink as they saw 4 figures approaching from a short distance away, seemingly having waited for quite some time. The leader's face was as cold as ice. Your scheme has been exposed. We are here to formally arrest you on behalf of the War God Palace. Outside the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, a large number of flying saucer-type and smart fighter jets were parked on the helipad. Over 30 council members had arrived at the scene. Around 3 p.m., the Supreme Court chamber within the headquarters' colossal spacecraft structure gathered over half of Earth's powerful lawmakers and a select few esteemed war gods. As Hong and the Thunder God arrived, the trial commenced swiftly. After about an hour, with irrefutable evidence and witness testimony, Li Yao and his wife were on the verge of being sentenced to death. At that moment, Luo Feng raised his hand. After receiving approval from Hong, Lei Shen, and others, he spoke, First speaker, second speaker, esteemed judges, I request a life or death duel with the Li Yao couple. This violates the regulations, a judge frowned. The Li Yao couple violated the War God Palace's statutes. The court should pronounce the verdict. Not allow you to engage in a private duel. Luo Feng scanned the crowd before him, then fixed his gaze on Hong and the Thunder God. Approved. Approved. Hong and Thunder God agreed in succession. With both of them in agreement, the opinions of the others became irrelevant. They both held special authority. Those who truly understood the law knew its true purpose. Often, it wasn't meant to restrain the powerful, but to protect the weak. Heh, Luo Feng, you're courting death. I'll grant you your wish. Li Yao glared at Luo Feng with vicious intent. Vanina sneered coldly as well, we'll make sure you suffer, even if it kills us. Though the Li Yao couple knew Luo Feng was immensely powerful, they preferred a life or death showdown with him to a humiliating execution. Perhaps they could seize a chance to kill him. The wilderness area outside the Extreme Martial Arts Academy headquarters. All the legislators and martial artists present had gathered here to witness the showdown. For the first time under these circumstances, Zhou Ze stood alongside Hong and Thunder God. This instance sparked a flurry of whispers among the entire crowd. They realized they had underestimated Zhou Ze. Li Yao and his wife instantly understood why. Despite not deploying HR alliance forces or any technological means, they had been arrested in an instant. It turned out Zhou Ze had long laid his trap, waiting for them to walk right into it. Humph. You wanted us to be the sharpening stone for your disciples? Then let's see who lives and who dies. Li Yao seethed with rage. Back on the Australian continent, Hong had used him as a sacrificial pawn for Luo Feng. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine facing this fate again before his death. The frustration and fury boiling within him were unbearable. Li Yao, Vanina, Luo Feng's expression was icy cold. When you posted that 100 billion bounty for my capture, did you ever imagine today? Your son tried to kill me for no reason. Little did he know I'm a psychic. If you hadn't resorted to dirty tricks against my family, I might have forgotten about you two clowns. Enough talk. You two die today. We may be doomed, but you die too. Li Yao retorted coldly. Vanina sneered maniacally, you're just a lowly peasant living in a tenement block, a family of peasants. Even if you became a martial artist, you'd still be a peasant. My son killing you is an honor for you. You should have died willingly back then. Luo Feng remained unruffled, offering a faint smile. But your son is dead, killed by my hand. Now you two will die by mine too. Vanina snorted coldly and changed into her combat suit. Li Yao did the same. At that moment, Luo Feng felt a sense of emptiness, yet his mind turned to thoughts of the future. If he and Su Xian had children, he would raise them well. He believed his descendants would not turn out like Li Wei. Begin. With Hong's command, Luo Feng commanded the 16 flying knives dancing around him to shoot forth like death rays. Without her black god armor, Vanina was instantly riddled with holes like a sieve. Li Yao was blasted far away, blood spurting from his mouth mid-air. This outcome caught everyone off guard except Zhou Ze and Luo Feng himself. A single exchange made Li Yao spew that much blood mid-air? For Li Yao, with his high-rank war god physique and the black god armor, to be rendered completely helpless, that impact force must have exceeded 6 million kilograms. Luo Feng is a peak war god tier psychic. Each throwing knife packs 520,000 to 560,000 kilograms of impact force. 16 blades mean 8 to 9 million kilograms, that's easily on par with the average power of a beyond war god existence. What on earth did he gain inside Ruin 9? How could he progress so drastically in just 1 year? The group buzzed with endless discussion. Hong and Lei Shen both turned to look at Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze spread his hands helplessly. He just emerged. Meanwhile, after Luo Feng killed Vanina and knocked Li Yao flying, he didn't immediately finish him off. Instead, he said coldly, "When you used such despicable methods against my parents, did you ever imagine this day would come?" Li Yao lay on the ground, his eyes hollow and lifeless. "I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. I truly refuse to accept this." Li Yao's heart surged with emotion, perhaps rage, perhaps resentment. Death itself wasn't terrifying. What was terrifying was the agony before death. An unprecedented surge of emotion made Li Yao's body tremble violently. He seems to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Thunder God pointed at Li Yao. "MHM." Hong Danma replied indifferently. Both men turned their gaze toward Zhou Ze. Thunder God placed a hand on his shoulder and chuckled, "We're in trouble." "It's fine." Zhou Ze knew exactly what Lei Shen meant, not that Li Yao could kill Luo Feng after breaking through, but that becoming a council member would grant him entirely different power and status. For instance, if a war god publicly killed another war god within the confines of a base city, it would be a capital offense. But if a council member, driven by the need to protect their family, killed a war god in anger, they'd get away with a few years at most. Unlike in the original story, Li Yao and his wife haven't been sentenced to death yet. If someone steps forward to vouch for them, they might actually avoid execution. After all, his actions against Luo Feng's family had some justifiable grounds. While Luo Feng killed their son, regardless of who was right or wrong, there was no evidence at the time to prove that Li Wei had intended to kill Luo Feng and was killed in retaliation. Interesting. Zhou Ze turned his gaze toward an elderly man with snow-white hair, his long locks cascading down to his waist. Chapter 32, Luo Feng, driven to desperation. This is an existence beyond war god? This is the power of a counselor? Li Yao couldn't help but burst into maniacal laughter. The light around him warped faintly, his form blurring at times, shifting eerily at others. Luo Feng. Li Yao fixed his gaze on Luo Feng, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "It's all your fault. You destroyed my family. Today, you die." Fearing others might stop him, Li Yao ignited his genetic energy, enveloping himself in a golden glow. This desperate gamble meant even victory would leave him gravely injured or dead. He charged toward Luo Feng at breakneck speed, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. In his mind, having broken through to planetary level and now fighting with everything he had, Luo Feng was as good as dead. Li Yao, die. Luo Feng hovered mid-air. With a flash, the sky dart transformed into the mountain drilling spike. As 12 strands of psychic energy merged with the intricate patterns to activate it, 12 golden filaments instantly shot toward the spike's tip, generating an unimaginable penetrating force. Roar! The sky drill seemed to pierce through space itself, transforming into a golden streak of light. Its speed was so astonishing that many of the assembled council members barely registered its movement. Boom! Li Yao, who had just prepared to unleash his power, faced this overwhelming speed. He had no time to think, no time to dodge. He was blasted away instantly. Even having broken through to the planetary level, Li Yao was still no match for Luo Feng. Yet, thanks to the Black God armor, he didn't meet the same fate as in the original story, being instantly killed by Luo Feng's single strike. What terrifying penetrating power! Li Yao's face darkened with embarrassment. He hadn't expected that even after breaking through to surpass God Warrior level, he still couldn't match Luo Feng despite using desperate tactics. Li Yao, even with your planetary level breakthrough, you're doomed today. Luo Feng's voice was icy as he manipulated the sky-piercing drill, relentlessly bombarding Li Yao. Li Yao tried to flee, but faced with the drill's lightning-fast attacks, he couldn't move an inch. If this continues, even with the Black God armor, my body won't withstand this penetrating force. Terror gripped Li Yao as he glanced toward the gray-haired elder in the distance. Yan Hai, who shared a special bond with Li Yao, sighed deeply. He never imagined that Li Yao, who had clung to a sliver of hope and despair and broken through to the council member level warrior rank, still stood no chance against Luo Feng. Even with the Black God armor, he couldn't save his own life. Yan Hai recalled their shared adventures during the Great Nirvana era true life and death trials. He had long regarded Li Yao as his own child. Enough! Yan Hai turned to Hong and Lei Shen. First speaker, second speaker. Can we halt this life or death duel? Li Yao's murder of a martial artist's family certainly merits death. Yet he now has mitigating circumstances. His only son was killed by Luo Feng, and he refrained from killing Luo Feng's family, likely out of respect for the War God Palace's laws. Now his wife has also perished at Luo Feng's hands, receiving the punishment she deserved. Yan Hai felt his reasoning was sound. Glancing at the assembled crowd, he continued, "Our greatest enemy is the monsters. With billions of people worldwide, we've only had a little over 60 council members over the years. Each one is indispensable in the fight against monsters. Now, with one more warrior at the level of a council member, humanity gains another indispensable force. If he were to perish in internal strife, it would be an immense loss for humanity." Yan Hai felt his reasoning was sound and expected others to agree. Luo Feng heard his words and felt a surge of rage. He unleashed his full power, and Li Yao soon began to struggle. Yan Hai grew anxious. His bond with Li Yao was genuine, yet he also weighed his own interests. If he agreed to save Li Yao, he would gain a loyal council-level martial artist ally. He hurled his specially crafted cane, aiming to deflect Luo Feng's mountain drill and buy Li Yao a moment's respite. Yet to his shock, his cane was deflected midair by several flying daggers. Old Biden. This is a life or death duel sanctioned by the War God Palace. How dare you disregard the rules and intervene personally? Zhou Ze stood atop his shield, looking down on Yan Hai with disdain. He then turned to Luo Feng and said, Luo Feng, increase your intensity. If you don't finish off Li Yao now, you might not get another chance. Zhou Ze's actions drew the attention of everyone present. A psionicist? Who would have thought Luo Feng's teacher was also a psionicist? His strength seems to have reached the level of a counselor. He actually used a flying knife to knock away Yan Hai's cane. Master and disciple both at the counselor level? Many felt this world had grown utterly mad. In such a short time, 3 council-level martial artists had emerged one after another. Yan Hai's heart was filled with dark malice, but outwardly he sighed, Master Zhou, I'm doing this for the sake of all humanity. You should understand the importance of a council-level martial artist. Besides, Luo Feng killed his son first. Zhou Ze grew impatient. You old fossil, you talk too much. All this righteous moralizing, moral blackmail, do you think everyone here is an idiot? The families of martial artists are inviolable, that's the consensus of all humanity's warriors. The life or death duel was decided by the War God Palace. Who do you think you are, trying to change all this with just your words? Do you think the War God Palace's regulations are a joke? Who doesn't know how to wave a big flag? Li Yao's actions have crossed every warrior's line. That kind of slow, torturous torment, I doubt any of you here would want your own family and kin subjected to such suffering by enemies or hostile forces if something happened to you. Zhou Ze's words struck a chord with everyone present. They began whispering among themselves, nodding in agreement as they murmured their approval. Just then, an unexpected development occurred on Luo Feng's side. Luo Feng's aura surged violently. Every War God tier martial artist present gradually sensed a suppression emanating from the very level of life itself. Luo Feng had also broken through to the planetary realm. With his planetary level breakthrough, the base impact force of each of Luo Feng's flying knives surged dramatically. In an instant, he struck down Li Yao. Holy! Zhou Ze's eyes widened. Truthfully, this was something he never could have imagined. The auxiliary light brain also listed methods for breaking through to the planetary realm. The first method was to wait for an opportunity, perhaps a moment of intense emotion could trigger the breakthrough. Luo Feng was this type. The second method involved continuously strengthening one's consciousness. A powerful consciousness could also trigger a breakthrough in psychic power. The third method, used by Luo Feng in the original story, involved secret techniques. For instance, the original Luo Feng broke through to the planetary level using the secret art 99 Divine Forging. This kid's cornered, Zhou Ze murmured with a faint smile. He's terrified he'll never get another chance to kill Li Yao. Yet in Yan Hai's mind, that smile felt directed at him a mockery. He took note of this grudge. Chapter 33, The Demon Babata Drools. Fog Island, Australian continent. Deep underground, an alien spacecraft, a blend of ancient simplicity and futuristic technology, rested in its place. Suddenly, the ship's hatch opened. A small, pitch-black robot emerged, clutching a crystal core that radiated the scent of rice. Before long, it arrived at the edge of an underground river. Plop! The robot tossed the Moya crystal into the underground river before turning back toward the alien vessel. Moments after the crystal core was tossed, a massive, nearly 20-meter-long tentacle resembling the legendary golden staff of the Monkey King swept it away in an instant. Inside the alien spacecraft, monitoring the crystal's disappearance, a cute little demon predominantly blue with white accents and a starry sky behind its but rested its chin on both hands. This beast emperor has been raised for over a year, barely usable at best. At Manhwa residential complex, after spending time with his family, Luo Feng arrived at Zhou Ze's rooftop. Zhou Ze, hands clasped behind his head, remarked, Little Feng, impressive. Breaking through to planetary tier so quickly. I thought you'd need more time. Luo Feng gave a wry smile. I was backed into a corner. I never expected Li Yao to break through to planetary tier right before the fight. With his black god armor, I couldn't kill him on the spot. I was worried then that some counselor might suggest sparing him. After all, counselors stand completely above other martial artists and enjoy numerous privileges. Zhou Ze chuckled. What about the counselor? Hong and the Thunder God wouldn't spare him just because he's a counselor. To resort to such despicable tactics against a martial artist's family, if that sets a precedent, what would become of us? Luo Feng smiled faintly. Yes, but thank you for your concern, teacher. No big deal. Zhou Ze waved it off. Seeing Zhou Ze's utterly relaxed demeanor, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel perplexed. He'd worked himself to the bone just to achieve this level of strength, yet every time he visited his teacher, he found him exceptionally carefree. Even so, the fact that he could control flying knives with his psychic power to block Yan Hai's attack left Luo Feng speechless. "Teacher, how did you do that?" Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. "What do you mean, how?" Zhou Ze reclined in his lounge chair, tilting his head slightly. "Yan Hai, that's a powerhouse who once competed for the position of fifth speaker. You actually blocked his attack?" Luo Feng explained. "Well, all it takes is a hand, doesn't it? He's just a filthy old waste," Zhou Ze said indifferently. Luo Feng fumed inwardly, "But you're only at God tier. He's a second stage planetary tier. His base strength alone ranges from 4 to 8 million kilograms. Even without full power, the impact he unleashes reaches 20 million kilograms. That kind of attack power, I can't take it lightly." Zhou Ze raised an eyebrow, stepped in front of Luo Feng, and gave him a sharp smack on the head. The latter grimaced in pain. "What's the matter? Now that you've become a planetary-level martial artist, you look down on your old teacher? What an ungrateful disciple." Luo Feng said awkwardly, "Teacher, stop joking around. I'm genuinely curious." Seeing Luo Feng like this, Zhou Ze felt a sudden loss of interest and returned to his chair. "Feng, you've changed. You weren't like this before." Luo Feng replied calmly, "Teacher, people grow. It's not that I've changed." "True," Zhou Ze chuckled. "After over a year in that little black room, most people would have lost their minds." Luo Feng's expression remained composed. "This past year, I've come to understand many things, especially after facing Li Yao and his wife, Yan Hai, the dojo master, and Lei Shen. Teacher, didn't you tell me from the very first day you taught me swordplay that in this world, strength is the foundation? With strength, everything else follows? I have no interest in anything else. At first, I just wanted to buy a big house for my parents and Ahua. Now, I just want to grow stronger and stronger. I simply relish the feeling of becoming more powerful." Luo Feng's gaze was unwavering. "A good look." Zhou Ze gazed up at the starry sky, not even facing Luo Feng. After a moment of silence, Luo Feng couldn't hold back any longer and awkwardly broke the quiet. "Teacher, you still haven't told me? Already losing your composure? I thought you'd cultivated greater mental fortitude over the past year. Instead, you seem more restless than ever." Zhou Ze's expression held a hint of amusement. "If you want to grow stronger, cultivate your temperament. Don't just focus on cultivation daily, read more ancient texts. True masters, like Hong and the Thunder God, can quickly adjust themselves in any situation." Before Luo Feng could ask more, Zhou Ze closed his eyes, stretched out his legs, and settled into meditation. Luo Feng sighed helplessly and left. Watching Luo Feng's retreating figure, Zhou Ze rolled over. Children lose their charm once they grow up. Ah. Back in his own martial arts hall, Luo Feng pondered Zhou Ze's words. Teachers usually speak with hidden meaning. Luo Feng recalled his past interactions with Zhou Ze. Though he felt his mental fortitude was sufficient, further refinement wouldn't substantially boost his strength, only ensure peak performance. But Zhou Ze's words weighed on him. Stealing his resolve, he began cultivating his temperament from this very moment. Fog Island. A deep blue fighter jet appeared overhead. Luo Feng stepped out of the cockpit and flew toward a blood-red fighter nearby. "Luo Feng, your teacher didn't come?" Lei Shen asked immediately upon seeing Luo Feng enter alone. "He's not interested in this sort of thing." Luo Feng smiled. Thunder God shrugged. "The old man seems to be getting more and more leisurely these days." Luo Feng quipped, "Yeah, he seems like some high monk in a temple, enlightened and detached from worldly affairs." Thunder God placed a hand on Luo Feng's shoulder. "You brat, talking trash about your teacher like that, aren't you afraid we'll tell him?" "Ha!" Luo Feng's expression changed. "Chairman Lei Shen, you're being too harsh." "Ha ha!" The Thunder God roared with laughter. At that moment, a three-dimensional virtual projection filled the cabin, revealing the entire landscape below. Luo Feng gazed down at the vast lake stretching for hundreds of miles. Surrounding it were numerous flying saucer fighters, triangular fighters, and even some temporary bases under construction. Luo Feng was slightly taken aback. "Curator, is this Fog Island?" "MHM." Hong acknowledged before explaining to Luo Feng. From Hong and the Thunder God, Luo Feng learned of the existence of the Third Beast Emperor. Deep beneath Fog Island, Babata had long sensed Luo Feng's arrival, though her feelings were complex. "If only my master could create 2 inheritance soul marks. Even if he were a pure martial artist, I would insist my master take him as a direct disciple." Babata reflected that in over 6,000 cosmic eras of accompanying her master across the vast cosmos, she had never personally witnessed such a prodigious talent possessing a domain at the apprentice level. Such talents usually only appeared in legends and rumors. Unfortunately, just as astonishing as his domain at the apprentice level was the fact that his brain domain's breadth was the same size as that of a normal martial artist. "I just can't wrap my head around it, no matter how hard I try." Ah. Babata simply couldn't fathom how Zhou Ze had become a mind master. After all, the minimum brain domain breadth for a mind master was at least 9. The larger the brain domain breadth, the greater the mind master's potential. Ah, whatever. He's got the meteorite star token. As long as no one with a significantly larger brain domain than Luo Feng shows up, I'll pick Luo Feng. Then, haha. Babata couldn't help but drool. Even with her unwavering faith in her master, she had to admit that in the wider cosmos, a genius like Zhou Ze would have already joined one of the 5 great powers. Her master, unlike her the great demon Babata, simply didn't have that kind of luck. Chapter 34 found another one teacher should be able to use it. Bright Moon Residential District. Zhou Ze gazed up at the starry sky, his eyes vacant. He no longer needed to assume deliberate meditation postures whether walking, sitting, or lying down. He could cultivate his genetic primal energy or psychic powers. Luo Feng thought him lazy, but that was merely the surface he saw. The great way is simple. Zhou Ze had long ceased to be bound by outward appearances or formalities. Every moment was cultivation. Minor trends may shift, but major events cannot be reversed. Luo Feng, how will you choose when the time comes? Fog Island. At this moment, Luo Feng stood face to face with Merdhansen. Suddenly, they both noticed the earth dragon beneath them swelling continuously, emitting a faint white glow. An intensely fragrant rice aroma filled the air, emanating precisely from this earth dragon. The white crystals must have been consumed by this earth dragon, Luo Feng thought. Soon, the earth dragon over 50 meters long reared its head and let out a deafening roar. Sizzle! A single horn sprouted from its forehead, and its body, which had been glowing white, rapidly swelled. A unicorn horn! King class! Luo Feng and Mo Hander both exclaimed in shock. Though stunned, Luo Feng promptly reported to Hong, Director, this is Luo Feng. Luo Feng, what is it? Hong's voice remained cold and composed. Luo Feng quickly recounted the scene he had just witnessed to Hong. Stay where you are. I'll be there immediately. Hong's voice carried a rare hint of urgency. As a powerhouse who had rapidly risen during the Great Nirvana era, Hong had explored numerous ruins and acquired vast amounts of information from across the cosmos. Based on Luo Feng's description, he likely knew what this treasure was. For him, the most scarce resource was precisely this type of Muya crystal capable of providing energy. The emergence of the Muya crystal ignited a frenzy among the world's strongest, sparking a brutal struggle. Unbeknownst to them, deep within the earth, aboard an ancient spacecraft, a virtual little demon was scanning the breadth of their mental domains. This assessment went completely unnoticed. Not even Hong or the Thunder God sensed a thing. This 8. This 5. This 16. So low, even lower than Luo Feng. Babata scrutinized these war gods and counselors vying for the Muya crystal. These earthlings have such poor aptitude. With so many war gods and planetary level beings, only Luo Feng surpasses 20. Babata propped her chin, as if conducting mass additions. Yet batch after batch failed to satisfy her. The quality was simply too low. She couldn't fathom why this small place was so peculiar. Not only had a tiny planet produced 2 planet-level geniuses possessing domains, utterly extraordinary beings, but it had also spawned a being below planet level who possessed a second-tier domain. Moreover, it seemed that one of these 2 planetary-level martial artists with domains had only been able to comprehend their domain because of this apprentice-level prodigy who possessed a domain. Of course, her great demon Babata refused to acknowledge this. Even she herself couldn't possibly grant a planetary-level warrior a domain. Domains aren't something you can grasp with a few pointers. It all comes down to the warrior's own insight. It depends on them, not anyone else. Looks like I have no choice but to pick Luo Feng. It's like picking the tallest among the short. Had the meteorite star not malfunctioned, trapping her in space, her great demon Babata would never have stooped to consider these second-rate candidates. Luo Feng is the most suitable choice, and he has the best relationship with Zhou Ze. Arg! Babata threw a tantrum on the spot, roaring furiously. Why does Zhou Ze have such incredible insight but such poor talent as a psychic? Even if he were just an average psychic with a broad mental domain, I'd choose him. Babata sighed in resignation. Logically speaking, with Zhou Ze's brain domain breadth, becoming a mentalist was virtually impossible. Even if he managed to become one now, his potential would be pitifully low. She dared not gamble. With only one inheritance soul imprint left, wasting it on meteorite ink star would mean its complete dissipation into the river of time. Beneath the fog island, Luo Feng was searching for Muya crystals. As a planetary-level psychic, he could radiate his psychic energy, allowing him to locate Muya crystals far more swiftly than most other council members. He has now obtained 5 Muya crystals, one of which remains undiscovered by anyone. There are too many people. I wonder if I can find another one. Luo Feng held on to a glimmer of hope. Though he still didn't know the specific effects of Muya crystals on human martial artists, the fact that so many people were going crazy over them, even the Hall Master and the Thunder God took them extremely seriously, spoke volumes. There really is one here. Luo Feng's face lit up with delight. Suddenly, a fiery red figure swiftly approached the location of that Muya crystal. Luo Feng's expression tightened. That's mine. He charged toward the crystal, summoning his psychic energy to pull it into his backpack. It was undeniably convenient. Luo Feng. Far's face twisted with fury and apprehension. Far? Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, then wore an amused smile. Far, you chased me quite a distance back in Mist Island. I wouldn't need psychic power to bully you. Luo Feng drew the specially crafted blood shadow warblade from his back, fixing a steely stare on Far. Luo Feng, you're too arrogant. Far's voice was thick with suppressed fury. Just moments ago, she'd watched a Muya crystal snatched away. Now, having finally spotted another one, she encountered Luo Feng. She'd planned to try her luck at snatching it if it didn't work, so be it. But she never expected Luo Feng to insult her. I don't need psychic power to deal with you. Luo Feng said calmly. Influenced by Zhou Ze, Luo Feng had not abandoned close combat even after his psychic power had broken through to the planetary level. The clash was imminent. The moment they clashed, Far sensed something was off. Clang! Clang! After exchanging over 100 blows in an instant, even giving his all, Far couldn't gain the upper hand against Luo Feng. How can he be this strong? Even with a war god tier physique, his power is no weaker than mine. Just how high is his power output? Far was utterly incredulous. Far's face darkened. Not only was his martial prowess on par with hers, but his psychic abilities were so formidable they could even slay a planetary-level warrior clad in the Black God armor. Globally, only Hong and the Thunder God held records of slaying planetary-level warriors clad in Black God armor. It's his teacher, Zhou Ze. Far couldn't help but think of Luo Feng's mentor, that man with mysterious magical power. As the world's most closely watched parliamentarian, Luo Feng possessed strength surpassing the war god tier before even turning 20. No one could help but be fascinated by his background. Basic information was easy to find, requiring little effort. Fail, unable to match Luo Feng's prowess, had naturally investigated him afterward in her frustration. And she wasn't alone. Virtually every war god and counselor worldwide had some understanding of Luo Feng's rise. It wasn't exactly classified information. Damn it! How is this possible? A war god tier physique, yet through sheer power alone, he rivals mine. His sword technique and movement mastery far surpass mine. If I continue, I'll surely be defeated. Farl touched the small whip at the back of her head, the one that boosted attack speed, accidentally severed by Luo Feng, feeling both furious and helpless. She had no heart left for battle. Boom! After landing a strike, Far exploited the momentum from Luo Feng's attack to swiftly retreat in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Luo Feng couldn't be bothered to pursue. Tenfold power. My strength is second only to my teacher's. Though my physique is merely at the war god tier, my combat prowess rivals that of an average counselor. Luo Feng thought to himself with satisfaction. Based on the distribution ratio, this should complete another one. Masters should be able to use it. Chapter 35, Luo Feng, you need a stronger teacher. Deep underground, over 2,000 meters below the surface, lay a section of the surging, wide underground river. After receiving the message, Luo Feng rushed to this location. Following Hong's distribution of the Muya crystals, under Babada's subtle guidance, Luo Feng sensed there were still valuable treasures beneath the fog island. After stepping on the fragment of the meteorite star and obtaining it, Babada changed his hint again, guiding Luo Feng step by step to the hatch of the meteorite star. What is this? Luo Feng jolted awake. Scanning inside with his psychic senses, he was overcome with excitement and rushed in, beginning to collect the vast quantities of Muya crystals. 289 pieces. Holy crap, I'm rich! Luo Feng's grin stretched almost to his ears. Filled with anticipation, he continued along the passageway at the intersection. His journey was filled with wonder, and soon he arrived at a vast, empty hall. Beep! A voice rang out, and the magnificent demon Babada possessing a starry sky, but that made women swoon and men drool, made his dazzling entrance. I used to have a pretty good temper. Babada explained his earlier outburst upon seeing his master's remains. After exchanging a few words, Luo Feng, as a member of Meteorite Inc. Star, paid his respects to Huyen Bo. Truthfully, Luo Feng had never practiced kneeling in worship throughout his life. However, his historical studies taught him that before the Great Nirvana, people honored their ancestors on Qingming Festival. Ever since cultivating the heaven-escaping art, he had deeply admired the predecessor who had pioneered this secret technique. Paying his respects, he felt little resistance within. Luo Feng. Babada looked at Luo Feng. I ask you, are you willing to take my master as your teacher, become his direct disciple, and become the future master of Yuanmo Star? Of course. Yumoxing has been destroyed, and that faction has been annihilated. Become a disciple? Luo Feng froze, a sudden reluctance stirring within him. Seeing Luo Feng's hesitation, Babada grew impatient. He began bragging about his master's virtues, extolling his own merits, and finally bared his little fangs, threatening with a menacing tone. Luo Feng, decide now, will you take my master as your teacher? If you do, you'll receive all the gifts he's prepared for his direct disciples. Of course, you may choose not to. In that case, to protect my master's secret, I'll have no choice but to kill you. Babata edged closer to Luo Feng, his eyes narrowing as he twisted his face into a terrifyingly menacing expression. If only the Galaxy Lord understood XP, things would have moved much faster. Luo Feng hesitated. But I already have a master. This so-called teacher you speak of, does it mean the same as master on Earth? Well, it's almost the same, Babata reasoned calmly before erupting. Luo Feng, do you realize my master is an immortal deity? Even among immortal deities, he's considered a powerhouse. Countless beings dream of becoming my master's disciples, yet none get the chance. Do you understand? Babata tapped Luo Feng's battlesuit, lifting his little head proudly. If it weren't for this lowly planet, I'd never choose you. Poof. And if my master's direct disciples didn't specifically require a mentalist, I would have chosen your teacher, Zhou Ze, without hesitation. That's someone who possessed a domain even at the apprentice level. Babata's face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Domain? Luo Feng froze. Like that special power Master Han possesses? Warriors possessing a domain exuded an aura unlike any other. That oppressive presence, akin to a deity, was unforgettable once experienced. He hadn't realized his own teacher possessed a domain, so that extraordinary power was called a domain. Yes, that's the power of a domain. Once you possess a domain, you're virtually unbeatable at your level. If your cultivation base keeps pace, you can even dominate your entire tier. That powerful? Can you help me gain a domain too? Luo Feng's eyes widened in awe. That depends entirely on you. Your insight, luck, strength, and opportunities are all indispensable. Babata counted off each factor on his fingers. This domain doesn't seem too difficult after all. Luo Feng remarked curiously, the Hall Master, the Thunder God, and my teacher all three possess domains. I feel I can have one too. Luo Feng was brimming with confidence. Babata's eyes widened. Do you even know what you're saying? Do you understand what a domain truly is? Do you realize that under normal circumstances, a galaxy produces only one cosmic level being? And for a cosmic level powerhouse to break through to domain master level, the first requirement is possessing a domain. Countless cosmic level powerhouses are stuck at the domain stage. Ah! Luo Feng, you ignorant fool, you're driving me mad. Babata was beside himself with frustration. Is it really that difficult? Luo Feng scratched the back of his head and whispered, I think my teacher should teach me how to master a domain. The Thunder God did. Before Luo Feng could finish, Babata's eyes widened, her lips puckered, and she huffed indignantly, What do you know? That's a domain. Ahem. You've already emphasized that, Babata. Luo Feng gave an awkward smile. Babata snorted, I'm not even going to bother arguing with you. Anyway, just know this, whether you can grasp a domain depends entirely on you. External forces are merely aids. Even when my master was alive, he couldn't force someone to possess a domain just because he wanted them to. However, he added, as the mighty demon Babata who once accompanied my master across the cosmos for over 6,000 eons, with my guidance and support, you still have a very good chance of comprehending a domain. Despite his words, Luo Feng still trusted his teacher. He didn't argue with Babata. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Luo Feng nodded. Babata continued, as for the hesitation you feel in your heart, it's nothing at all. The powerful beings of the cosmos possess incredibly long lifespans. At the apprentice level, one might seek a teacher at the planetary level, another, and even at the stellar or cosmic levels, they might still take on yet another master. Even at the domain master or realm master levels, they still seek teachers. It's perfectly normal for a powerful being to have dozens of mentors. Luo Feng nodded lightly. All right. Babata declared confidently, rest assured, having you study under another master doesn't mean you're abandoning your original teacher. It simply means you've grown and mastered your craft. Now you need a more powerful mentor to guide you. I'm sure even your own master would approve of your decision. After all, beyond offering some inspiration regarding the domain, he can no longer guide you in many other aspects. You've already reached the planetary level, while his unique circumstances make breaking through that barrier quite challenging. But this demon, Babata, is different. I've followed my master, Hudianbo, traversing the cosmos for billions of years. I've recorded every lesson he's ever taught his disciples. Later, I often guided my master's disciples. With my assistance, you'll reach Realm Lord within 100,000 years. Breaking through to immortal rank isn't a dream. For some reason, Luo Feng felt a pang of unease after hearing this, though he sensed Babata hadn't deliberately disparaged his own teacher. He didn't know how to refute Babata's claims. His teacher was merely a war god level being, and he himself had only recently broken through to the planetary level. Apprentice level, planetary level, stellar level, cosmic level, domain lord level, realm lord level, immortal deity. 7 tiers in total. He had only just stepped into the second tier, while his teacher stood at the peak of the first. Yet Babata and his master stood at the very pinnacle. Thinking this, Luo Feng himself began to feel a bit unsure. The gap was too vast. Immeasurable. Chapter 36, Is this little thing intelligent? It's quite cute. Above Mist Island. A blue triangular intelligent fighter sliced through the long night. In this battle for Mist Island, Luo Feng undoubtedly reaped the greatest rewards. Having inherited the legacy of Meteorite Ink Star, he now possessed the true qualifications to soar to new heights. After returning to Bright Moon residential area, Luo Feng spent some time with his family before heading to Zhou Ze's place. Little Feng, you look refreshed. Seems your trip to Mist Island was quite fruitful, Zhou Ze remarked with a faint smile. Luo Feng chuckled. Teacher, you really missed out by not going to Mist Island this time. What's meant to be mine will come to me, what's not meant for me is lost. What's there to lose? Zhou Ze replied indifferently. Luo Feng produced 10 Moya crystals. An intensely potent fragrance immediately wafted out, but he tightly sealed it with his mental energy, otherwise, the entire neighborhood would have smelled it. These Moya crystals are treasures coveted by both the Flood and the Thunder God. Master, I present you with 10. Luo Feng used his psychic power to make the box containing the crystals float onto a table near Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze shot Luo Feng a surprised look. Luo Feng, it's only been a few days since we last met, but why do I find you acting so obsequious? That's not like the old you. No news is good news. Spit it out, why beat around the bush? Zhou Ze stretched lazily. Luo Feng scratched the back of his head. Teacher, that power you wielded must be the domain power possessed by the Hall Master and the Thunder God, right? That's how you knocked Yan Hai's staff away. I want to learn domain power too. Domain? Haven't I been teaching you all along? Zhou Ze slumped lazily in his chair. Ah! Luo Feng gasped. You can master domain just by cultivating your mental state? Luo Feng was genuinely surprised. It's just a prerequisite. Zhou Ze said indifferently. Just as Luo Feng was about to speak, Babata appeared out of nowhere. Through a mental projection visible only to Luo Feng and Zhou Ze, he materialized before Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze, nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Babata, the great demon Babata. Babata floated in midair, his nearly golden proportioned physique on full display. His exposed starlit skin gave off an otherworldly beauty. The real Babata possessed far greater visual impact than his anime counterpart. His petite form was both endearing and exquisitely beautiful, while his delicate iron wings beckoned an irresistible urge to touch them. Is this little thing sentient? It's pretty cute. Zhou Ze chuckled. At Zhou Ze's words, both Luo Feng and Babata froze in shock. Zhou Ze! How rude! Do you know who I am? I am the great demon Babata, Lord Babata, who traverses the cosmos alongside my master. Babata roared furiously, nearly exploding with rage. He instantly materialized before Zhou Ze, their noses almost touching. Apologize. Apologize to me right now. Zhou Ze's gaze drifted downward involuntarily. What amazing skin, and those exposed broad shoulders. Damn, he was really hungry. Zhou Ze. Babata practically snarled the words. From the moment he gained consciousness until now, Babata had never been so deeply offended, nor had he ever encountered such an abstract human being. Babata. Luo Feng was stunned, feeling weak, pitiful, and helpless. Luo Feng, where did this little guy come from? He's rather cute. Zhou Ze stroked his chin. His level of consciousness is surprisingly high. It seems more advanced than the intelligence found in the ruins of ancient civilization number 9. Babata was utterly enraged. Forgetting he was merely a consciousness entity, he launched into a wild, uncontrolled beating against Zhou Ze. Damn it, Luo Feng, rein in your AI. Why is it randomly attacking people? Zhou Ze clutched his head. Physically, he wasn't hurt at all, but mentally? Ouch. After a wild rampage, Babata finally let him off with a snort once Zhou Ze surrendered and offered a sincere apology. Luo Feng, you little rascal. How dare you set up your own teacher like that? Zhou Ze grumbled. Luo Feng ignored Zhou Ze's words. He was long accustomed to his teacher's neurotic tendencies. Seeing him rewarded by Babata now actually gave him a small sense of satisfaction. Zhou Ze looked at Babata, surprised by how vivid the sensation in the consciousness realm felt. Rumor had it Babata possessed an energy body. He desperately wanted to ask on behalf of his past life netizens, could an energy body get pregnant? Humans shouldn't, at least not. Zhou Ze adopted a serious tone. Luo Feng, explain this. How did you manage to bring back such a little devil? Catching Babata's silent, fixed stare from the side, Zhou Ze reluctantly changed his tone. Luo Feng sighed helplessly. Teacher, this is Babata. I found her deep beneath Fog Island. After briefly recounting his apprenticeship beneath Mist Island, Luo Feng emphasized, Teacher, she's not an ordinary sentient being. Is that so? Looks like she's far more advanced than the AI from the ancient civilization ruins of Site 9. Zhou Ze exclaimed with sudden realization. Not significantly more advanced. Babata corrected, hands on her hips, clearly displeased. It's incomparable. Your Earth's rudimentary logic processing programs aren't worthy of being called intelligence. To truly be called intelligent, one must at least match humans in problem-solving capabilities. Logic processing programs, then logic that rivals true human intelligence, then emotional intelligence, and finally intelligent life. I am intelligent life. Babada pointed a raised thumb at himself. A life form just like your human lives, and some animal lives, plant lives, and so on. Babada's tone grew passionate. I possess all emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, along with the insight to cultivate and evolve. So can you get pregnant? Zhou Ze desperately wanted to ask, but he feared being beaten to death. Moreover, my master once prepared a physical body for me. With that vessel, I made the name Demon Babada echo across countless star systems throughout the vast cosmos. Babada beamed with pride. Zhou Ze replied with utmost seriousness, so that's the kind of demon Babada you are. Impressive. Babada sensed something off, yet couldn't quite place it. After all, as the intelligent assistant to an immortal noble lord, few dared address her in such a tone. Enough, Zhou Ze. I now formally ask you, are you willing to become my master's registered disciple? Babada said with some urgency. Of course, this is because my master prepared only one inheritance soul imprint. The current situation is exceptional. Even as a registered disciple, you'll receive every benefit except the inheritance soul imprint. Zhou Ze spread his hands. Babada, you're underestimating me. While I admit my cultivation talent is lacking, based on the ruins data I've obtained, my aptitude for comprehending domains at the apprentice level would be highly prized even among the 5 great powers, wouldn't it? You must understand, in the cosmos, what matters least to those titans is cultivation talent. What truly counts is one's grasp of resonance, domains, laws, and arcane techniques. Babada was utterly flustered. He hadn't expected Zhou Ze to possess any knowledge about the cosmos. How could he possibly deceive him now? Chapter 37, if need be, this demon Babada will make you. But they won't nurture you with the same dedication I have. To them, you're merely a seedling, a sapling. Only those who blossom into geniuses are considered true talents. Babada hurriedly added. Besides, becoming my master's disciple doesn't conflict with joining the 5 great powers later. Earth is ultimately too insignificant, and lacks suitable cultivation manuals. Even with your exceptional aptitude, you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. Jealousy. Luo Feng had to admit he was jealous. Just now, when he became a disciple, it hadn't been like this at all. That had been pure coercion and bribery, not like now, where he was begging his master to take him on. But then again, if his master truly became Hu Yanba's disciple, wouldn't that mean he and his master could address each other as fellow disciples? And he'd be the senior one. In that case, would his teacher have to call him senior brother? Luo Feng mused with a mischievous grin. Zhou Ze, unaware of his rebellious disciple's eagerness to advance, shook his head. Forget about becoming my disciple. I've never had any intention of taking on a disciple in this lifetime. Babada still felt a lingering reluctance. After all, in the cosmos, the most steadfast bond wasn't between parents and children, but between master and disciple. My master walks tall even across the cosmos. Do you understand? He's the master of Yuanmo Star. He wasn't just an immortal, he was a powerhouse among immortals. Back in the day, he commanded 9 immortal servants. Across the entire cosmos, even the most advanced civilizations treat their masters with utmost respect. Though he's no longer with us, he prepared a gift for you. Combined with my cultivation guidance, you can reach stellar tier within 50 years, cosmic tier within 500 years, become a domain lord within 5,000 to 10,000 years, and attain realm lord tier within 100,000 years. Zhou Ze chuckled with amusement. Babada, did you use the same line to sweet-talk Luo Feng? Ah. No, absolutely not. I'm just telling the truth. Babada's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, betraying a hint of unease. Zhou Ze sighed. Rest assured, Luo Feng is my disciple. As the sole direct disciple of Yuanmo Star, our bond is exceptionally strong. When intelligent beings become stubborn, they truly are stubborn. She pondered for a moment, seemingly recalling some earlier scenes. As if summoning immense resolve, she stammered. At worst, this demon Babada will let you. Ha? Zhou Ze froze. Speak up clearly. I didn't catch that. If you explain properly, I might just comply. How did that line go again? Finally, this moment has arrived. Who knew you were this kind of Babada? But in the end, Zhou Ze resisted the ultimate temptation with sheer willpower. Teacher, Babada, what just happened? Why did I disconnect? After reconnecting his consciousness, Luo Feng scratched the back of his head. He couldn't shake the feeling he'd missed something, or perhaps they'd reached some kind of understanding. Nothing, Zhou Ze replied casually. Don't speculate, kid. Luo Feng looked at Babada, who quickly changed the subject. Luo Feng, you two go ahead with your work. I'll go set up your private virtual space. With that, Babada vanished. Luo Feng shot Zhou Ze a resentful look, feeling like he'd become a wronged husband. Time flew by. That day, snow swirled and drifted outside, while the villa's heating system hummed warmly. Upstairs, in the martial arts hall, Zhou Ze and Luo Feng's consciousnesses were simultaneously drawn into Babata's private virtual space. Virtual space. Upon a towering peak piercing the clouds, Luo Feng in his white robes and Zhou Ze in his grey training uniform appeared almost simultaneously. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. Below the peak lay an abyss of unfathomable depth, while a colossal planet occupied 1/3 of the sky. Impressed? Babata, with 2 demon horns, hovered nearby. The cosmos holds countless wonders. When 2 planets are relatively close, or when one is exceptionally large, this phenomenon occurs. Luo Feng nodded slightly, then turned to Zhou Ze beside him. Teacher, aren't you surprised? Why should I be surprised? Zhou Ze smiled faintly. All right. Luo Feng trailed off. Enough. From this day forward, you shall formally receive the legacy of the great master. Babata lifted his head slightly, his finely chiseled face radiating confidence. First, you must understand, to build a skyscraper as tall as this, its foundation must be incredibly solid. That's precisely why it takes 50 years for you to reach the stellar realm. If we disregarded everything else and crammed knowledge into you like a stuffed duck, I could get you to stellar level in 3 years. But the cost would be that you'd never reach cosmic level. Babata adopted a new appearance, now wielding a teaching rod and wearing black-rimmed glasses. Student Luo Feng listened intently. Student Zhou Ze raised his hand to speak. Babata, I want to reach stellar tier within 3 years. Babata roared like a demon. Zhou Ze, did you even hear what I just said? Don't you possess even this basic martial cultivation knowledge? Luo Feng scratched the back of his head. Why did Babata and his teacher start arguing the moment they met? What had happened back then that Babata still couldn't let go of? Luo Feng's mind raced with possibilities. Zhou Ze replied earnestly, Babata, I'm serious. You know about the genius battle, right? That's my goal. Babata's tone faltered. So this was your plan all along? The peak genius battle? Though you possess a domain, the peak genius battle is still far too difficult. How will I know unless I try? Zhou Ze replied casually. For him, reaching stellar tier to qualify for the genius war was all he needed. With Luo Feng backing him, a top 10 finish was guaranteed. This life without any pressure was truly boring, so boring. Of course, before that, he still had to face Earth's impending crisis. The closer the time drew to the cosmic starry sky, the more frequently Zhou Ze's worries surfaced. Babata, master, what exactly is the genius battle? Luo Feng asked curiously. Babata almost spoke in unison, you don't need to know. It's too far off for you. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. It's too distant for you now. Keep striving. Grasping domains is merely the beginning, the laws themselves are the foundation. Alright, Luo Feng replied listlessly. His own teacher was already an enigma, and now Babata had joined the ranks. It was really messing with his head. Just then, Babata waved his small hand. Instantly, a crimson castle materialized behind him. Follow me, Babata said, flying into the castle. Zhou Ze and Luo Feng exchanged a glance before running over together. The castle opened. Passing through 18 iron towers and 36 beautiful maidens, the two quickly arrived at the cultivation room on the 2nd floor. This is the cultivation room I've prepared for you. Babata pointed to the walls surrounding the room. Instantly, bookshelves filled the walls, displaying a vast array of books. Zhou Ze took a deep breath inwardly. This was a period of rapid power growth not only for Luo Feng, but for him as well. For him, the only chance to change his fate in the future lay in the Genius War. Chapter 38. I never had high hopes for him anyway. The entire training room contained well over 10,000 books on the shelves lining all 4 walls. Luo Feng, you are now at the planetary level. Therefore, the manuals on these 2 shelves are what you'll cultivate in the future. The upper shelf contains martial arts manuals, while the lower shelf holds manuals for cultivating as a powerful psychic. A powerful psychic must also possess a powerful body. Physical strength and power generation both require cultivation. Likewise, martial artists cannot afford to be weak in spirit or consciousness. Zhou Ze should understand the importance of spirit very well. Babata flashed a mocking smile. The reason he's stuck at the apprentice level is precisely because his spirit falls short of the minimum requirement. Zhou Ze remained impassive. What could he do? This was the consequence of awakening psychic abilities without possessing the innate talent for psychic cultivation. Babata, I thought our teacher possessed formidable willpower. Shouldn't his spirit be equally strong? Luo Feng expressed his confusion. Babata swished his tail dismissively. Mental strength encompasses both consciousness and psychic power. His consciousness is solid, but his psychic power doesn't even meet the minimum standard. Babata looked utterly disdainful. You can imagine he'll be perpetually stunted by his psychic abilities. Babata trailed off, exasperated. He's a peculiar case. Logically, with such a narrow brain domain, he shouldn't have awakened psychic abilities at all. Yet here he is. Luo Feng was puzzled. Babata, surely that can't be the case. Before, the difficulty in advancing mental power was because Earth lacked cultivation methods for it. Now that we've inherited teacher Hu Yanbo's legacy, we have cultivation techniques for mental energy. Progress should be much faster. Babata floated in midair. You don't understand. For psychic practitioners, brain domain breadth often indicates their innate aptitude for cultivating psychic power. The higher one's innate brain domain breadth, the better their aptitude for cultivating psychic energy and the more efficiently they absorb cosmic energy to convert it into psychic power. Take you and Zhou Ze, for example. Your brain domain breadth is several times greater than his, and your cultivation speed is exponentially faster. Even if he learned the cultivation method and used Muya crystal directly, his progress still wouldn't match yours, you who don't use any treasures and haven't even learned the cultivation method yet. Understand? Luo Feng glanced at Zhou Ze and nodded. Luo Feng, your current physical condition is at the peak of the apprentice level, and your consciousness is sufficient. Breaking through to the planetary level will be easy for your body. You can start working on the breakthrough shortly. Babata smiled and pointed to the lower level, saying, the next level down is for mentalists. The master achieved great heights in martial cultivation, but his mastery as a mentalist was even greater. The psychic master legacy he left for you is primarily divided into the control chapter, the illusion chapter, and the miscellaneous chapter. Each chapter is complex and profound. These teachings stand unique even across the cosmos. Of course, the entry points for these teachings are extremely difficult. However, Luo Feng, you possess the master's legacy soul imprint, which will make your cultivation much easier. As for Zhou Ze, I never held much hope for him in the path of the mind master. Babata spoke while approaching Zhou Ze, circling him, and then tapped his chest with a finger. Just as Zhou Ze lunged to grab his tail, Babata slipped away again. Luo Feng exclaimed in surprise, soul imprint? What is that? How come I've never heard of it? Babata waved his small hand, conjuring a recliner beside him. He promptly flopped onto it, rocking back and forth contentedly, as if in a baby's cradle. When I first made contact with you, I infused the soul imprint into your body. It's quietly integrating into your soul, altering your mental energy. In about 3 hours, you should complete your initiation. Zhou Ze paid no mind to Babata's occasional deliberate taunts. Just wait until later, and you'll learn what it means to be self-important. Babata crossed his legs on the recliner, waved his hand, and produced a large apple, which he began to munch on with a satisfying crunch. Luo Feng, from now on, your primary training will take place in this chamber. Today marks the moment we define your path forward. Whatever you pursue requires a concrete plan. Only then can you walk steadily and far, avoiding wasting time and energy on useless endeavors. But I can only offer advice, you must make the decision yourself. Yes, I understand. Luo Feng nodded. First, you must prioritize your martial cultivation, never neglect it. Second, both the control chapter and the illusion chapter are foundational, you must study them both. The miscellaneous chapter, moreover, embodies the very essence of our Yuanmo star lineage. As my successor, you must master all these teachings. As for whether you become a master of control or a master of illusion in the future, that choice rests with you. Third, you must set aside time to study the universal language with me. Luo Feng glanced at the bookshelves crammed with volumes and felt a chill run down his spine. Learning the universal language is one thing, but with this many books, just reading them all would take an eternity, let alone mastering and applying them. But as a martial artist, I'm a mentalist. Isn't cultivating a powerful physique enough? Other aspects, at most, I'll practice some footwork for kite flying. The rest isn't that important. After speaking, Luo Feng glanced at Zhou Ze again. Short-sighted. Babata flicked the apple core aside and snorted. The cosmos is divided into two major factions, martial artists and psychic practitioners. Which is stronger depends on the individual, but psychic practitioners' methods are more intricate and unpredictable. Didn't I just explain? Martial artists seeking breakthroughs and advancement must prioritize spirit and willpower. Similarly, for a mentalist to improve, they must focus on physical strength and genetic primal energy. Zhou Ze is stuck precisely because his spirit can't keep up. Babata shot Zhou Ze a mocking glance as he spoke, but Zhou Ze remained impassive. Luo Feng felt a bit annoyed. Had Babata gone stir-crazy from isolation? He kept pointing out his master's shortcomings and confronting him. Babata, finding the conversation dull, turned to Luo Feng and said, you might not feel it now, but at the cosmic level, especially as a domain master or realm master, the demands on spirit, willpower, primal energy, physique, and cultivation realm are incredibly high. Luo Feng frowned. Babata, you said it yourself, only primal energy and physical strength matter. Those force-based attack techniques and such really aren't important, right? It's not that I don't want to learn, it's that human energy and time are finite. There are only 24 hours in a day. Even if I could go without eating, drinking, or resting. Luo Feng spread his hands, gesturing toward the densely packed books surrounding them. You should understand that spreading oneself too thin is a grave mistake. Besides, you said the miscellaneous treatise is mandatory, along with the control treatise and the illusion treatise. These are all essential. This must be learned, that must be learned, there simply isn't enough time or energy. Babata's eyes widened in fury. Just as he was about to retort, Zhou Ze spoke up. Chapter 39, Blasting Babata to Bits. Luo Feng, Babata is just an AI. What does she know about martial arts? You're being too hard on her. Before Zhou Ze could finish, Babata erupted in fury. Zhou Ze! You bastard! Let me state this again. I, the demonic Babata. The great Babata. An intelligent being who serves the mighty among the immortal gods. A terrifying existence who has traversed the cosmos for billions of years alongside the Lord of the Fallen Ink Star. How dare you say I don't understand martial artists? This infuriates me. Humph. Babata's star fruit pulsed rhythmically, mesmerizing all who witnessed it. So, you're just artificial intelligence, right? What do you know about martial artists? What do you know about realms and laws? You're just copying others without grasping the essence. Zhou Ze spoke with a detached yet profound intensity, but the colder his tone, the more enraged Babata grew. Luo Feng watched the scene unfold, feeling a strange satisfaction he couldn't quite explain. That arrogant Babata always met a miserable end when facing his master. I don't understand? I don't understand? Then do you? Babata puffed out his cheeks, fuming. Of course. It's just basic knowledge, nothing extraordinary. Zhou Ze brushed his sleeve casually and replied. Actually, you'll understand once you grasp the domain. Looking at Luo Feng, Zhou Ze continued, I've always had you study ancient texts. Haven't they repeatedly discussed essence, energy, and spirit? Luo Feng nodded thoughtfully. Faced with the master and disciple talking over each other, completely ignoring her, the great little demon Babata, she vanished from the virtual space in a fit of rage. Master, Babata seems pretty upset with you. Is that okay? Luo Feng offered an awkward smile. It's fine. She's just a child who's lived over 6,000 eons for nothing. No need to mind her, Zhou Ze replied indifferently. Teacher, is a domain also related to physical constitution? The physical body represents essence, our primal energy represents qi, and mental power represents spirit? Luo Feng recalled the ancient texts. But how does this relate to power generation or attack techniques? At most, it's just a method of utilizing physical strength, right? Luo Feng remained perplexed. Good, you're making progress. Even with my teachings, you're not just blindly accepting everything and applying it without thought. Zhou Ze gave Luo Feng an approving look. Luo Feng scratched the back of his head and chuckled, all thanks to my teacher's excellent guidance. Essentially, a domain is a special power born from merging consciousness with vital energy and spirit, focusing it into a single point. It's about harnessing willpower to resonate with the cosmos. Zhou Ze continued eloquently. Therefore, the stronger your vital energy, meaning your physical constitution, genetic potential, and mental fortitude, the more powerful your domain becomes. As for power generation, it fundamentally involves activating dormant cells within the body. The basic punching power we martial artists unleash doesn't actually activate any latent potential. The higher the power output, the more of these dormant cells are activated. If all could be activated, theoretically, one could achieve a 100-fold increase in basic punching power. Luo Feng's eyes widened. Holy crap, that's terrifying. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. His current punch power barely reached 10 times his baseline. If he could achieve a 100-fold power, how terrifying would that be? Babata, who had been secretly peeking at the screen, also stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This Zhou Ze was simply too godlike. A 100-fold increase in basic force was a prerequisite for becoming an immortal deity. And here was a mere earthling, deducing it on his own. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must have gained some cosmic inheritance to know this. And on Earth, besides her great master Babata, who else could possess such inheritance? Master, what about the attack techniques? Surely mastering them isn't just a matter of practicing more to achieve greater force? Luo Feng speculated. Of course. In truth, the 100-fold power is merely the foundation. How to combine the hidden energy within the body, how to apply it, that is the crucial part. It's like solving math problems. Learning the basic concepts and theorems is only the foundation. Mastering how to apply them effectively is the real skill. That's what earns high scores. If power generation is the foundational concept and theorem, then attack techniques are the application. Of course, I believe most attack techniques integrate both foundation and application. Zhou Ze's words were simple and easy to understand. Luo Feng instantly grasped the meaning, his expression filled with excitement. Luo Feng, your heart is still too shallow to learn the domain. Both I, Han, and the Thunder God, we've each lived through decades of life and death battles since our Nirvana rebirth to gain this understanding. You're still young. Don't aim too high. Moreover, a domain forced upon you without understanding its essence won't take you far. Zhou Ze fell into deep thought. Often, guiding others served as a way to reflect on and refine his own theories and experiences. Reviewing the old to understand the new. Take Babata, for instance. She merely copied her master's teaching materials, parroting them verbatim. Of course, that's commendable in itself. After all, even as an intelligent being, she ultimately couldn't transcend the limitations of artificial intelligence. Zhou Ze remarked with a hint of mockery. Babata had been listening intently until the last part, when she suddenly snapped out of it. Damn you, Zhou Ze! I'm telling you, you're finished. Your future is ruined. How dare you look down on this demon, Babata? Babata materialized and unleashed a flurry of attacks on Zhou Ze. Facing Babata's close attention, Zhou Ze felt both pain and pleasure. Luo Feng, still deep in thought, witnessed this scene and sensed something was off. No matter how he tried, he couldn't quite place it. He recalled his mother casually mentioning that many people of their generation had been intensely interested in anime and games during their youth. Some even preferred the handsome men and beautiful women of the 2D world over reality. Especially his father. His mother had once hinted that even in his youth, he had peculiar tastes, favoring those trashy anime female characters, and even, could his teacher be that kind of person? But that didn't quite add up either. There was a period when he'd been intensely curious about his teacher's past, secretly digging into his history. And what he found? His teacher had gone through a period of moral decline, with a pretty messy private life. Anyway, he just couldn't wrap his head around why anyone would be interested in a virtual character. Babata, it's my fault. You've traveled the cosmos with your master for over 6,000 eras. What haven't you seen? You must know these things. It's just that we're still too weak, and knowing them would serve no purpose, so I didn't mention it. Zhou Ze pleaded. After venting his frustration, Babata blew on his hair and snorted. You know your place. Babata glared fiercely at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, now you understand the importance of martial cultivation, don't you? The time and effort you feared are nothing. You have all the time in the world to study and research. Planetary level practitioners live around 1,000 years, stellar level for 1 era, cosmic level for 10 eras, domain lords for 100, realm lords for 1,000 eras, and immortal gods can live forever. Also, Luo Feng, just listen to Zhou Ze's words from now on. All that talk about cellular potential or whatever, there's no such concept in the universe. His domain theory is somewhat plausible, but the essence of this concept, is it something you can even grasp at your current stage? That's something only realm lords, or even immortals, can grasp. You're still far too distant from that level. Don't set your sights too high. MHM. Luo Feng nodded, inwardly wondering, then why could his teacher grasp and comprehend essence? And the teacher had instructed him to begin with grasping the essence. Didn't that prove he too possessed the capacity to comprehend it? And Luo Feng, I've traversed the cosmos for billions of years alongside my master. Zhou Ze doesn't even have a fraction of my age. What haven't I seen? What don't I understand? You must listen to me. If you follow my guidance, you stand a very good chance of becoming an immortal in the future. Babata was thoroughly displeased with Luo Feng's repeated roars after becoming his disciple. Ha! Zhou Ze laughed at an inopportune moment. That laugh could spell life or death. For Babata immediately lost his temper. Chapter 40, The Golden Horned Colossus emerges. Earth, Pacific Ocean, hundreds of kilometers from the Hawaiian Islands, deep within the ocean's depths. Chilling darkness. No one knew that an elliptical black egg, roughly 12 meters in diameter, had fallen from the starry sky and lain at the ocean floor for over a year. This mysterious black egg trembled faintly. The weeds and mud on its surface gradually sloughed off, revealing a strange exterior adorned with golden patterns. Accompanied by a strange humming sound, cracks appeared across the black egg's surface. Then, with several loud crack noises, a strange, pitch-black, slime-covered lifeform emerged from the eggshell. After the Fog Island incident, the entire world fell into a state of calm. Those who had seized or luckily obtained the Muya crystal were all striving to enhance their power. The major nations, having obtained the Beast Emperor's corpse for the first time, conducted various experiments. Zhou Ze and Luo Feng, having inherited the legacy of the meteorite star, immersed themselves in cultivation daily. Meanwhile, Hong and Lei Shen, the world's top 2 practitioners, were now in a remote wilderness region of West Asia. They appeared somewhat disheveled yet still radiated an air of command. The surrounding land was riddled with dense clusters of craters and spiderweb-like fissures, with forests within a radius of over 10 kilometers nearly obliterated. Ha! Brother Hong, this is the first time I've defeated you since you mastered your domain. How does it feel? Pretty disheartening, huh? I'm the world's top cultivator now. Ha ha ha! The thunder god roared with laughter. Ever since comprehending his domain under Zhou Ze's guidance, he had long anticipated this day. To be safe, while practicing his domain control, he'd periodically seek Zhou Ze's advice on power techniques. Only when he felt confident enough did he challenge Hong. And now, after challenging Hong, he had defeated him. Hong's expression remained impassive, showing no trace of defeat. Instead, he offered a faint smile. Too bad. You just claimed the top spot, and now you're back in second. Thunder God froze. What? Before Lei Shen could process it, Hong's aura surged to a new height. Thunder God whistled in astonishment. Brother Hong, you haven't broken through to the second tier of the domain, have you? Hong replied indifferently, didn't you see? Care to try again? Thunder God eagerly replied, "Bring it on. Let me witness the might of the second-tier domain." Clang! Clang! Hong and Thunder God clashed once more, their battle igniting instantly. Both transformed into streaks of phantoms, darting and colliding through the air. Soon, the dust settled. Hong reclaimed his throne as the world's top player. Thunder God's face showed no disappointment, but rather a hint of excitement. After all, he had grown accustomed to being number 2. Suddenly becoming number 1 felt strangely unfamiliar. Brother Hong, the second-tier domain is truly a significant leap beyond the first tier. And your mastery of domain application far surpasses mine. Thunder God chuckled. Hong replied indifferently. After a moment of silence, Hong furrowed his brow slightly. Thunder God, you must have sensed it too, right? A rare look of gravity crossed Lei Shen's face as he rubbed his chin. Of course. Who knows what the future holds? As long as aliens don't show up, huh? Thunder God laughed again as he finished his sentence. As masters of mental cultivation, both had long attained the realm of unity with heaven and earth. Simply put, this state meant heaven and earth coexist with me, all things are one with me. Beyond maintaining optimal mental states at all times, its greatest benefit lay in attracting blessings and averting misfortune. Whatever happens, our priority now is to strengthen ourselves as quickly as possible, Hong said calmly. Right. Thunder God nodded earnestly. At this point, the Thunder God added, Brother Hong, you should seek guidance from Zhou Ze. He truly has a knack for teaching. I don't know how much power he's channeling now, but it's definitely far beyond mine, it's absurdly high. Hong replied coldly, cultivation ultimately depends on oneself. He has shown us the path, the rest requires our own insight and effort. Hong's words held truth ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Yet Lei Shen held his own perspective. With his childlike innocence, he simply believed Zhou Ze could help him improve more effectively, which is why he frequently sought his advice. He never felt awkward or embarrassed about seeking guidance from Zhou Ze, despite Zhou Ze's lower cultivation level compared to his own. Meanwhile, Zhou Ze also sensed a suffocating pressure within himself, as if facing a crisis where the heavens themselves were about to collapse. The golden horned beast has emerged. Zhou Ze remained expressionless. Ever since awakening his past life memories and realizing this was the swallowing starry sky world, he had placed immense importance on cultivating his mental state. Countless trials between life and death during the Great Nirvana had elevated his mental state to the first level, enlightenment of the mind. Yet, upon brushing death's door, that state shattered. Then, with the external aid activated, his mental state shattered and was reborn, breaking through to the second level, heaven and man as one. At this level, he no longer appeared ordinary to the average person. He also possessed the ability to attract fortune and avoid misfortune, much like Hong and the Thunder God. Zhou Ze's journey was no less arduous than Hong and Lei Shen's. In some respects, his innate talent was far more ordinary than theirs. Despite enduring countless brushes with death, he still failed to advance. Yet misfortune breeds opportunity. This agony forged his character through relentless tempering. Later, amplified by Luo Feng's insight, his state of mind advanced toward the third tier. Especially after mentoring Hong and Lei Shen, his insight surged again. He often used their exchanges as opportunities to secretly guide them, thereby gaining their insights into mental states. This allowed him to surpass even Hong in his own mental cultivation. Of course, cultivating one's state of mind was unlike other disciplines. Without sufficient life experiences, brushes with death, and hardships, even if one gained such insights, they would be like water without a source, never truly one's own. Master, I'm here. Spotting Zhou Ze on the rooftop, Luo Feng flew straight up. As soon as he arrived, Luo Feng eagerly asked, Master, besides my daily cultivation, I've been studying ancient texts, but I still find cultivating the state of mind too elusive and intangible. I don't know where to begin. Babata also leapt out, looking exasperated and frustrated. Luo Feng, I don't understand why you place such importance on cultivating your mental state. This stuff is just something ordinary people came up with. Aside from having some effect on your mindset, it's completely useless for cultivation. Overstudying it is a total waste of time. And you, Zhou Ze. If cultivating one's state of mind were truly useful, then throughout all of Huaxia's history, not a single martial artist would have ever emerged. Could you please stop leading my Yuanmo star disciples astray with such frivolous pursuits? Luo Feng ignored Babata, knowing that engaging her only fueled her agitation. Zhou Ze likewise paid her no mind, as if he and Luo Feng had established a private channel between themselves. Luo Feng. If one day Earth faced destruction, and it required you to stake your future to protect it and humanity, what would you choose? Zhou Ze did not answer Luo Feng's question. Chapter 41, The Question. Earth destroyed? That's impossible. Babata shook his head, arms crossed over his massive chest. Even if your entire human race were wiped out, Earth itself would be nearly impossible to destroy. This entire vast expanse is concealed by the Master's spatial magic. The probability of outsiders breaking in is infinitely close to zero. After all, the cosmos is simply too vast. And even if someone did get in, no one would be foolish enough to destroy a life-bearing planet. That'd be like burning their own money. And besides, Babata trailed off, but Zhou Ze guessed her meaning. Essentially, Earth had a massive thunderclap wake it, and everyone dies. Damn riddles. One teacher is enough. Luo Feng thought fiercely. Calm your mind and think deeply, Zhou Ze said, his gaze intense. Luo Feng assumed Zhou Ze was guiding him in cultivating his mental state. After a moment of deep contemplation, he replied earnestly, Earth is my home. As long as there's even a sliver of possibility, I'll do everything in my power to prevent its destruction and the extinction of humanity. Babata, who had produced a bottle of drink at some point, took a sip. Hearing Luo Feng's words, she spoke up. Don't worry, Earth will be fine. Besides, even if something happens, you can take refuge inside the meteorite star. Not even an ordinary immortal powerhouse could destroy it. And by the time such a situation arises, I'll have already built a spaceship capable of taking you all away from here. Luo Feng raised an eyebrow but said nothing more. He knew Babata's way of thinking was quite different from theirs. But what if there's an equal chance to prevent the disaster early on, and the price of success is also betting your future? Zhou Ze stared calmly at Luo Feng. A gamble? Luo Feng smiled faintly. Teacher, I once read a line in ancient texts. My fate is in my own hands, not heaven's. If I truly had the power to prevent it early, I'd be the one to step up. I'd do it without hesitation. Of course, as you said, teacher, only by living can there be hope. I wouldn't throw my life away needlessly. I'd only take that path if there was truly no other choice. Compared to his original character, Luo Feng had indeed changed somewhat under Zhou Ze's influence. Babata growled, Luo Feng, you're my only disciple on Meteorite Star. The master left his soul imprint to you. I won't let you die. Luo Feng quipped, stop harping on death, it's bad luck. Didn't you say I'm betting my future? Even if I'm somehow hindered and can't advance my strength, I've still got you, Babata, and master. You'll definitely help me, right? Ha ha. Babata snorted, don't compare this great Babata to that little brat. He's unworthy. This demon Babata has followed the master across the cosmos for billions of years. How could a mere speck of dust, not even a fraction of my age, compare to me? Zhou Ze chuckled, yeah, you're an ancient woman who's lived for billions of years, yet you still try to act like a young girl. Babata instantly flew into a rage, teleporting behind Zhou Ze in an instant. Her iron tail locked around his neck. Sigh. Luo Feng watched Zhou Ze and Babata playfully sparring and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Is staking the future on this move going to make it impossible for me to advance in the future? Luo Feng suddenly wondered. Zhou Ze severed the mental link with Babata. Not exactly. It just means the future becomes far more uncertain, Zhou Ze replied with a smile. Luo Feng's gaze hardened. Isn't this similar to my hesitation before entering the ruins of ancient civilization number 9? The future inherently represents uncertainty. This world has no predetermined destiny. Like how I only wanted to improve my family's life back then to buy a big house for my parents in Ahua. I never imagined things would turn out like this. If I were faced with sacrificing my future or facing death, I might need to consider if there's a better way. But just having more uncertainties in the future? That's nothing. Martial artists must sever all ties and charge forward with unyielding resolve. It's merely uncertainty. If you lack even that courage, how can you speak of the future? What right do you have to become a true warrior? Zhou Ze smiled faintly. True. After speaking, Zhou Ze reclined in his chair, closing his eyes to rest, leaving Luo Feng staring blankly in place. After a long while, Luo Feng finally asked, Teacher, how do these two questions relate to cultivating one's state of mind? I still don't quite grasp it. Luo Feng felt his 22 brain domain capacity was strained. He couldn't grasp the significance of Zhou Ze's questions. They seemed connected to cultivating one's state of mind, yet also utterly disconnected. Zhou Ze replied with his eyes still closed, didn't I explain this long ago? Cultivating your mental state means accumulating experiences, enduring trials, and tempering yourself. Stop always looking for shortcuts. The expedient method lies in understanding the various stirrings within your heart, awakening to your true nature, and focusing on what your heart truly desires. Regulate all thoughts, free from internal and external disturbances. When you can truly achieve these things, you will have attained enlightenment. Luo Feng pondered thoughtfully before replying, I've got some ideas now. I'll head back and think it through. Alright, go ahead. Zhou Ze waved his hand lazily. Back at home, in the martial arts hall on the second floor, Babata noticed Luo Feng wasn't cultivating his primal energy, nor reading books or practicing secret techniques. He couldn't help but pop up and say earnestly, Luo Feng, even if you wish to cultivate this so-called state of mind, there's no need to expend so much time and energy on it. Primordial energy, psychic power, inherited secret techniques, these all require cultivation. While I personally doubt the effectiveness of this state of mind you speak of, I understand your Earth culture well enough to know such things can't be forced. Often, it takes a lifetime of accumulation before a sudden enlightenment. You're rushing it. That's the very pitfall of cultivating mental state. Moreover, I've combed through every ancient text of your Huaxia nation. Your sages throughout the ages have all said, walking, sitting, lying down, and standing are all cultivation. In other words, focusing on the present moment is cultivating mental state. What that fellow said, regulating all thoughts, unaffected by internal or external disturbances, refers precisely to focusing on the present moment, untainted by emotions or desires. Luo Feng suddenly understood. He looked earnestly at Babata and said, "Thank you, Babata. I get it now." Babata smirked triumphantly. No need to thank me. This stuff is child's play to me, utterly trivial. It's just that Zhou fellow who keeps making a big deal out of nothing, acting like some riddle master." Luo Feng was speechless. That said, your ancient sages in China did have some merit. Those concepts about mental states and character, from my perspective, they essentially boil down to cultivating the mindset of a strong individual. It has some value, but not much. Barbata stretched lazily in midair, yawning as he said, "Alright, Luo Feng, focus on mastering our Yuanmo star's secret techniques. I've been working hard for you for so long now, and I haven't held back or embellished anything. Even if you place great importance on cultivating your mental state and disposition, it's not something that can be rushed." Luo Feng nodded. "I understand. Actually, my teacher has always emphasized this, but I was blinded by the domain." Babata flared up again, roaring, "Your current master is the master. That scoundrel Zhou Ze was merely your introductory teacher. You've already graduated." Luo Feng felt both amused and exasperated. Every time Babata argued with his master, mentioning him would trigger Babata's demonic roar. He was practically becoming the scapegoat. He quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Babata, didn't you say you've read all the ancient Chinese texts? What exactly is a domain? And how is it related to one's state of mind?" Chapter 42, A Year's Growth. A domain is the true integration of genetic primal energy, physical strength, mental power, and consciousness, igniting resonance with cosmic space to forge a unique force. The fusion of these diverse powers elevates the martial artist who comprehends the domain to a terrifying level of strength. Within the planetary realm, a domain master is said to be unmatched among equals. Babata explained earnestly. "That powerful?" Luo Feng was somewhat astonished. "What about mental state? Do you know how comprehending a domain relates to mental state?" Well, Babata was tempted to say realms and mental fortitude weren't closely linked, but then he recalled Zhou Ze's unwavering certainty in the fact that only geniuses with exceptionally powerful minds could comprehend realms in the cosmos. Perhaps. But cultivating mental fortitude is too elusive and intangible. Besides, look at the three who've grasped domains on Earth now, including Zhou Ze. Aren't they all much older than you? Of course, at this age, you're insignificant not just in the cosmos, but even compared to this demon Babata. Perhaps you could try, but don't focus all your efforts on cultivating your mental state." Luo Feng nodded. "Babata, you're right. I understand, master." Before Luo Feng could finish speaking, he saw Babata's expression about to change. He immediately stopped and shifted the topic, speaking earnestly. "Babata, by the way, is teacher Zhou's aptitude for psychic power truly beyond improvement? Warriors can enhance their talents with rare treasures, surely psychic masters can too?" Babata reclined in midair, hands clasped behind his head. "Of course. But the effective ones are unaffordable, and the cheap ones are useless, especially for that Zhou Ze fellow. His aptitude for psychic cultivation is absurdly low. He shouldn't have awakened his psychic abilities at all. If he hadn't, he might have already broken through to the planetary realm." "All right." Luo Feng sighed in resignation. Babata continued unprompted, "To truly alter innate talent, the best method is actually the bloodline potion." Bloodline potion? What's that?" Luo Feng asked curiously. "Is it some kind of treasure that can elevate a person's bloodline rank?" "Exactly. When I was underground in Mist Island, I told you about those powerful human races. They just eat, drink, and sleep without cultivating, yet automatically reach domain lord level." Hard to imagine." Luo Feng sighed. "Those cosmic beasts with peak bloodlines, growing naturally to realm lord level just by eating and sleeping. The bloodline potion possesses the effect of evolving human bloodlines. The most precious ones can even evolve a person to a first-class bloodline, meaning they can naturally grow to the domain lord level without cultivation." Babata added, "Even the cheapest bloodline potion is beyond your current means." That expensive?" "Babata, even if I reach star-level strength and unlock the first account teacher Hu Yanbo left me, would that still be impossible?" Luo Feng scratched the back of his head. "Still out of your reach. Those are treasures priced in cosmic currency. Give up on that idea." Babata replied bluntly. "All right," Luo Feng said, his head drooping in disappointment. "However, you can purchase bloodline evolution agents. While their effects are far inferior to bloodline potions, they still work quite well." "Machem, I understand." Bright Moon Residential Complex. On Zhou Ze's rooftop, Lei Shen immediately started venting as soon as he entered. "Brother Zhou Ze, you wouldn't believe it, I sparred with Brother Hong yesterday." Zhou Ze smiled faintly. "Did you win or lose?" "Of course I won." Lei Shen flashed his pearly whites, then looked utterly exasperated. But right after the fight ended, he suddenly broke through to the second tier of his domain. That's just ridiculous. Poor me, I reclaimed first place for less than a minute before Brother Hong snatched it back. Sigh, life's so unfair. Thunder God slung his arm around Zhou Ze's shoulder, feigning tears. After waiting a while, Thunder God noticed Zhou Ze hadn't reacted and asked, Brother Zhou Ze, why aren't you saying anything? Zhou Ze gave Lei Shen a half smile, half grin. The latter scratched his shiny bald head, looking slightly embarrassed. Just as Lei Shen was about to speak, a blurry figure appeared beside them. The silhouette quickly sharpened into a distinct form. Hong. Zhou Ze, Hong greeted him, casting a cold glance at Lei Shen. Brother Hong, your plane isn't as fast as mine. I arrived quite a while before you. Thunder God declared smugly. Hong ignored Lei Shen and addressed Zhou Ze directly. Zhou Ze, what brings you here? Thunder God also turned to Zhou Ze. You must have sensed that vague sense of impending danger too. Could this be it? Zhou Ze replied, it's somewhat related. I called you both here to discuss something. It's up to you to decide. At this point, Zhou Ze smiled faintly. Since their first meeting, the three had frequently exchanged insights on cultivating their minds, with Lei Shen often seeking his advice on power techniques. Thus, despite his current strength and status falling far short of Hong and the Thunder God, they treated him as an equal. For beings of such transcendent mental fortitude, even if one possessed overwhelming power, without matching mental resilience, true common ground remained elusive. Oh? Lei Shen's curiosity piqued. Hong, meanwhile, turned his gaze slightly. A great opportunity awaits you both. You must have sensed it too, ha? Zhou Ze briefly recounted how he and Luo Feng had obtained the inheritance of the meteorite star. Will that artificial intelligence called Babata agree to let us join the meteorite star? Thunder God asked with a smile. Zhou Ze chuckled, no problem. You two can comprehend domains at the planetary level. Even if the ruler of Yuanmo Star were still alive, they'd be desperate to recruit you. You're the kind of talent they couldn't even ask for. Thunder God laughed heartily. That's excellent news. With only the two of you left in the entire sect, you won't have to worry about being treated as cannon fodder. Hong nodded in agreement. This is for the best. We've gained the inheritance without any constraints. Suddenly, Babata appeared out of nowhere, flailing wildly in midair. You bastards! You two are just as despicable as Zhou Ze. Disrespecting your master, you deserve punishment. Babata was both furious and helpless. Of course, deep down, she was secretly delighted. After all, these two were undoubtedly the most outstanding disciples. Possessing their own domains at the planetary level, such geniuses would be fiercely sought after anywhere in the cosmos. Babata, Zhou Ze raised an eyebrow. Luo Feng isn't here. How can you appear before us? Babata scoffed dismissively. It's merely a consciousness projection. As long as your smart brain possesses this capability, I can manifest anywhere on Earth. Don't forget I'm an intelligent life form. This is a fundamental function. What's so surprising about it? Hong and Lei Shen exchanged a glance. No wonder Zhou Ze had said Babata was quite interesting earlier. This was pure childishness. A child? Just coax him along. Babata paid Zhou Ze no mind, instead pulling Hong and Lei Shen aside to offer guidance on their future cultivation paths. After all, they were her precious disciples from Yuanmo Star. In the cosmos, neither of them was the sort of disciple Yuanmo Star could easily obtain. At the very least, among her master's disciples, none possessed the genius to comprehend a domain at the stellar realm level. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Under Babata's guidance, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God all made tremendous strides in their cultivation. Zhou Ze, however, still hadn't broken through to the planetary level. Even with the Yuanmo Star's mental power cultivation techniques, which allowed his mental power cultivation speed to barely match that of an average mental power cultivator on Earth. But it was still far too slow. Zhou Ze had asked Babata how to boost his strength regardless of the cost, but Babata explained that it required treasures her master had deemed worthless and never collected. Left with no choice, Zhou Ze channeled his time and energy into amplifying his psychic force and refining his psychic domain areas, where he made astonishing progress. In power output, Zhou Ze had reached 18x amplification. His domain power neared the third tier. Mentally, drawing upon Luo Feng's insights, his psychic power amplification had already hit 19x. My psychic energy can't keep up at all. My brain's capacity is too low, holding too little psychic energy. When I unleash 19x amplitude at full force, I can't sustain it for even half a minute. In the martial arts hall, the 19 flying knives that had been whirling rapidly around Zhou Ze fell limply to the ground. The same goes for physical amplitude. My body can barely handle more dark force. Zhou Ze felt both amused and exasperated. He was probably rarer than a planetary-level domain master in the entire universe. What kind of person maxes out their physical amplitude and achieves a 19x psychic amplitude at the apprentice level? With that effort, wouldn't it be better to break through to planetary tier instead? Besides, advancing to planetary tier was infinitely easier than maxing out physical amplitude. While artifacts could aid in leveling up, enhancing physical and psychic amplitude relied ultimately on one's own insight. Luo Feng's second-floor martial arts hall. Luo Feng suspended the blade fragment in midair with his psychic force. From a single strand of psychic energy to 19 strands. Before receiving the Yuanmo star inheritance, Luo Feng could control 18 strands of psychic energy, but each required controlling a separate object. He couldn't merge the 18 strands without compromising combat effectiveness. Combining them caused mutual interference. Now, he could merge all 19 streams. Babata whined, "Luo Feng, you're right to listen to me. This demon Babata has roamed the cosmos for 6,000 cosmic eras. What does that greenhorn Zhou Ze know about psychic masters?" Luo Feng felt a pang of embarrassment. He dared not contradict Babata, especially when the demon mentioned his teacher. Otherwise, he'd be subjected to a full-blown demonic roar from Babata. For the past year, he had trained under Babata. It wasn't that he distrusted Zhou Ze, but Zhou Ze simply couldn't guide him. Both had inherited the legacy of the Inkfall star, and he had been diligently studying specifically the secret teachings of psychic masters. Zhou Ze, however, had glanced at the martial arts secrets once and never looked again. This past year had been incredibly busy for him. He had to cultivate his gene primordial energy, practice the control, illusion, and miscellaneous chapters from the Spirit Master's secret transmission of the fallen Ink Star, and even study the warrior's secret transmission. After a year of this, one's mind was bound to feel a bit scattered. Compared to being confined within the ruins of ancient civilization number 9, where he only needed to focus on the foundational 321 techniques of the spiritual mind master, the current load of learning material was overwhelmingly vast and diverse. East Sea of Huaxia Nation. Hong and Lei Shen floated 200 to 300 meters above the sea surface. "Brother Hong, it's been a year. Watch me defeat you this time," Lei Shen declared with brimming confidence. Hong's lips curved into a faint smile. "Alright, bring it on." Almost simultaneously, both unleashed their domains. Two circular realms, one crimson black, the other azure gold, collided, sending wave upon wave of energy rippling outward in all directions. Even though the sea surface was 200 to 300 meters below them, layer upon layer of tsunami-like waves still swept out in all directions. Beneath the surface, aquatic beasts fled for their lives. This was the might of Earth's two strongest beings. Save for a certain colossal creature lurking deep beneath the ocean's surface, the golden horned beast, no living thing could stand against them. Chapter 43, The Golden Horned Colossus Emerges. Apocalyptic Crisis. North America, United States of America, former New York State. Just as the East Sea connects to the Demon Sea of China, New York connects to the Atlantic Ocean. Therefore, the United States had constructed a warbase over 500 meters long not far from here. Equipped with multiple laser cannons and guarded by several war gods, even a typical king-class monster would struggle to escape unscathed. At this moment, the tranquil night passed without incident, seemingly no different from most ordinary nights. Most soldiers were resting in the camp or engaging in leisure activities. Suddenly, a colossal creature over 180 meters long appeared before the military base, approaching at an astonishing speed. Its body was covered in scales the size of houses, and it possessed a pair of wings, each spanning over 200 meters in width, entirely covered in black scales. Most striking was the solitary black horn protruding from its forehead, its surface twisted with intricate golden patterns. These complex golden designs radiated from the horn, spreading across its neck and covering its entire body. Most chilling of all were its dark golden eyes, cold and indifferent like a god, gazing down upon all creation. Facing this creature that was clearly a king-class monster, the American warbase immediately activated its laser cannons. But to their utter despair, 3 full-power laser blasts failed to scratch it, leaving not even a trace. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth. Accompanied by a deep, rumbling growl, the sky darkened. Instantly, the space around its maw warped, and the entire warbase began to levitate, hurtling toward its gaping jaws. As the base approached its maw, it steadily shrank. The base, originally over 500 meters long, shrank to less than 5 meters in length. The monster closed its jaws, swallowing the entire base whole. Meanwhile, in the East China Sea of Huaxia Nation, Hong, who had been easily defeated by the Thunder God, could scarcely believe it. The defeat had been so swift and decisive, almost seamless. From start to finish, he had little ability to resist, constantly being overwhelmed and forced into passive defense. He didn't even have time to counterattack before he was defeated. Oh. To be honest, even the Thunder God hadn't anticipated this outcome. He knew his own strength well. After a year of preparation, he had confidence in defeating Brother Hong, but he hadn't anticipated it being this straightforward. This made him wonder if Hong had intentionally held back. "Brother Hong, did you hold back on purpose?" Lei Shen rubbed his bald head. "No." Hong shook his head indifferently. "You've been staying with Zhou Ze all this time, haven't you?" "Yeah, I didn't have much to do anyway. When I did, it was mostly to find you." Thor nodded with a smile, suddenly understanding. "And I really felt Zhou Ze was teaching me well, so I just ended up staying at his place." Besides practicing the secret transmission of meteorite ink Star Warriors daily, I've spent most of my time focusing on physical amplitude cultivation, as Zhou Ze suggested. Lei Shen chuckled cheerfully. Brother Hong, you won't believe it, Zhou Ze's approach to physical resonance training is truly one of a kind. You know how much power I can generate now? A hint of curiosity flickered in Hong Danma's indifferent eyes. How much? 15 times body amplification. Lei Shen blurted out, eyes brimming with anticipation for Hong's reaction. True to his expectations, Hong's pupils suddenly contracted, clearly stunned. How is that possible? Hong couldn't believe it. He himself placed great importance on physical amplitude, yet after a year of training, he had only managed to increase his own by a mere 1x. This meant his current physical amplitude lagged behind Lei Shen's by a full 6-fold, a gap that had previously been only 1-fold. Thunder God placed his hands on his hips and chuckled. I knew you'd ask that. Thor showed no intention of hiding anything. Ever since joining Meteorite Star, have you been practicing their secret teachings exclusively? Hong looked at Thor and said, you seem to have trained too. Your sword technique is completely different from before. Thunder God chuckled. Naturally, I've cultivated Meteorite Star's sword techniques, energy channeling, and movement arts. I still prefer calling it power generation. But regarding power generation, I actually learned from Zhou Ze. Hong fell silent. Thunder God rubbed his shaved head and chuckled. I probably don't think as much as you all do. You might assume that having received the legacy of an immortal deity-level powerhouse like Yuinmo Star, naturally everything should center around Yuinmo Star's secret teachings. But I simply feel that learning Zhou Ze's unique power generation method suits me better and allows me to improve faster. I like things fast. Brother Hong, his unique power generation method is perfect for those of us with some cultivation achievements in mental cultivation. Under the scrutiny of our consciousness, no secret within our internal world can remain hidden. According to Brother Zhou Ze, this so-called power generation, the body's amplitude actually activates latent potential within us, awakening dormant inert cells. Ordinary people couldn't possibly learn his power generation technique. The barrier is terrifyingly high. Just entering requires nearly the first level of mental cultivation. Hong remained silent. Truthfully, he was the first to recognize Zhou Ze's extraordinary potential, but Zhou Ze's abilities were simply beyond comprehension, a true miracle. Thunder God chimed in excitedly, Brother Hong, you won't believe this. According to Brother Zhou Ze's cultivation theory, once your mental state reaches the first level, practicing his power generation technique is like cheating. I've never been impressed by anyone except you, but even though Brother Zhou Ze's strength is far below ours, I'm genuinely blown away by him. He's incredible. Hong was at a loss for words. Just then, a distinctive notification tone sounded. Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances almost simultaneously. Trouble's brewing. Meanwhile, Bright Moon Residential Complex. Zhou Ze received a notification for the highest level meeting from the War God Palace. Meetings of this caliber would draw all global council members, the speaker, high-ranking government officials, and select war gods of exceptional standing. Zhou Ze remained composed. This day had finally arrived. Faced with such an apocalyptic crisis, even the most composed individuals would inevitably experience inner turmoil. Yet, while the turmoil existed, it was not unbearable. Regulate all emotions, unaffected by internal or external disturbances. This principle didn't mean those with elevated minds lacked emotion or remained utterly unshaken like robots. Rather, it meant they could swiftly adjust to any situation, maintaining optimal composure. The Golden Horned Beast, one of Luo Feng's most crucial early-game power-ups. Zhou Ze's gaze remained serene. But I'm curious to see how this devouring starry sky world correction force performs. Zhou Ze recalled Luo Feng's life. Even with his intervention, it ultimately returned to its predetermined course. Thus, a saying came to mind, minor trends may shift, but major events cannot be reversed. Since he intended to verify his own conclusions, Zhou Ze wouldn't hesitate or second-guess himself. A martial artist must possess a sharp edge. Once a decision was made, it remained unshaken. Babada, forget it. After a moment's thought, Zhou Ze decided to use the helmet after all. With a swish, the helmet activated, and Zhou Ze materialized in a chamber of the God of War Palace, clad in his long robe. Chapter 44, Let me know once the weapons are repaired. The top-floor conference hall of the War God Palace. Over 50 golden-robed council members had already gathered in the chamber, alongside numerous white-robed war gods. Of course, among the white-robed figures, some were not war gods at all, but leaders from the 5 great nations who had been granted special authorization to attend. These leaders normally lacked the authority to enter, but today they had received special authorization. Luo Feng, Teacher Zhou. A middle-aged man approached and shook hands with Zhou Ze and Luo Feng respectively. Jia, Luo Feng inquired curiously, what exactly has happened? Why are even the leaders of the 5 great nations here? I'm not sure. It seems something major happened in the United States, but I don't have the details. Jia shook his head. However, based on what the US president told us, the situation is extremely serious. He didn't even have time to explain before immediately notifying the other nations. Come on. You probably haven't met many of the other leaders from our nation, China. Let's go introduce you. Zhou Ze gestured for Zhou Ze and Luo Feng to follow him to meet the other leaders. Luo Feng, you go ahead. I'll head over to Hong and Lei Shen. Zhou Ze said softly. Hearing this, Zhou Ze was inwardly shocked, but he didn't ask any further questions. The conference hall grew increasingly crowded. The atmosphere grew tense. Within less than 5 minutes, every delegate had arrived: the leaders of the 5 major powers, the HR Alliance chairman, and virtually every top-tier figure globally qualified to attend. Soon after, Hong and Thunder God arrived. Zhou Ze exchanged a glance with them, his mind briefly pondering. This day has finally come. Soon after, the African-American President of the United States of America arrived and made his way to the podium. Leaders of all nations, speakers, and members of parliament, the dark-skinned president said grimly. All the highest representatives of our Earth are gathered here once more. This should be a grand assembly, but I must solemnly inform you, the catastrophe, the apocalypse, for our Earth has arrived. At these words, the expressions of nearly everyone in the conference hall shifted. They naturally did not believe the American president was joking. For him to utter such words meant that the United States had encountered a crisis beyond the nation's ability to resolve. Please watch this video, the dark-skinned president said in a solemn tone. Soon, everyone witnessed the war base being swallowed by the golden horned beast, its scales impervious even to the most powerful laser cannons. Led by the golden horned beast, the 2 beast emperors and countless other sea monsters began their assault on the mainland. Manhwa Residential District, Yangzhou City. Zhou Ze opened his eyes and muttered, the atmosphere is really oppressive. Come to think of it, this East Sea Azure Dragon gives me a strange feeling. Faced with a stellar-class golden horned beast, nearly everyone panicked, especially those who possessed even basic knowledge about stellar-class and starfield beasts. Sometimes ignorance truly is bliss. Babata, who knew Earth had spawned a stellar-grade golden horned beast, was driven to near madness when Luo Feng insisted on confronting it head-on. Zhou Ze, shouldn't you try to dissuade Luo Feng? He's your disciple. That's the golden horned beast with the most elite bloodline in the entire universe. You Earth humans stand no chance against it. Humanity's extinction is inevitable. Babata complained. Zhou Ze replied calmly, what else can we do? We have to try. If it doesn't work, then we'll see. Babata sighed. Fine. He won't give up unless he tries. I'll accompany him to Ruin Site 12 to see if we can find any high-tech weapons. Hydrogen bombs? They're utterly useless against a stellar-level golden horned beast. But rest assured, even if we can't defeat the golden horned beast, you can still take refuge aboard the meteorite star. Even if that beast reaches the domain Lord tier, it won't be able to damage the meteorite star in the slightest. With that, Babata vanished from Zhou Ze's sight. Zhou Ze gazed toward the east, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. He quickly composed himself. With his current strength, he couldn't intervene anyway. Better to focus on cultivating his psychic powers. Night. Above the Pacific Ocean, Luo Feng stood atop the sky-splitting shuttle, streaking toward the Hawaiian Islands like a streak of light. Meanwhile, 19 intelligent fighter jets streaked toward the golden horned beast from various locations. One after another, the intelligent fighters, each carrying a hydrogen bomb, slammed into the golden horned beast. Yet none could inflict any damage. In fact, the beast used the impacts as a form of massage. To all of humanity on Earth, this was nothing short of a fairy tale, utterly absurd. The final fighter, Hong's personal craft, a primordial-grade intelligent fighter, carried a 150 megaton hydrogen bomb that detonated at the beast's most vulnerable point, its belly. Zhou Ze's screen instantly turned white. He turned his head slightly toward the horizon, where a dazzling sun appeared in the distant sky. It really is spectacular. Zhou Ze glanced sideways, struggling to comprehend how a being roughly his own size could unleash such devastating power with a single punch. Even the attacks of many powerful warriors, when dispersed, would far exceed this level of destruction. The failure of the 150 megaton hydrogen bomb plunged every high-ranking official on Earth into despair. Meanwhile, Luo Feng glared at his communication watch, his eyes bloodshot and fists clenched so tightly they hissed. Babata sighed, if this were a human martial artist at the stellar tier 1 level, they'd have been obliterated by now. The golden horned beast truly lives up to its reputation as the absolute pinnacle bloodline among the cosmic beasts of metal attribute, devouring beast renowned for both defense and offense. And yet, this only managed to wound it slightly. Luo Feng, I told you the appearance of the golden horned beast means Earth's humanity has been sentenced to death. Enough! Luo Feng snapped angrily. In the smart virtual space on his wrist, Babata, lounging on the sofa, had been about to launch into another lengthy commentary on the golden horned beast. But being rebuked by Luo Feng for the first time, he fell instantly silent. How dare he scold me, the demon Babata, muttered Babata, his adorable little fangs bared. A tiger fallen from grace is bullied by dogs. I am the great demon Babata. I slaughtered countless realm lords in my prime, and now I'm being reprimanded by this little brat. Enough. This guy's gone mad. I'm magnanimous, I forgive him. Though Babata logically understood the depth of Luo Feng's suffering, she couldn't truly empathize. As an artificial intelligence who had followed Hu Yanba through countless planetary and species annihilations, such devastation had long ceased to move her. The most perilous moment at Ruin 12 came when the final spacecraft activated its self-destruct mechanism. Yet with Babata present, this crisis was easily averted, a close shave indeed. After obtaining the weapons, Babata immediately informed Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze, rest assured. Luo Feng and I obtained weapons at Ruin 12 capable of killing 6th or 7th tier stellar level beings. They only need a day or two of repairs before they're ready for use. Though Babata and Zhou Ze often argued, she knew how to prioritize at this critical juncture. Babata, if these weapons can kill a 6th or 7th tier stellar grade beast, can they take down the golden horned colossus? Zhou Ze asked calmly. Of course. Babata patted her chest. The higher the tier, the greater the gap between each level. That golden horned beast is only a tier 1 stellar grade beast. Killing it will be child's play. Let me know once you've repaired the weapon. Zhou Ze said, then turned away from Babata. Chapter 45, Aim for the chest nucleus of the golden horned beast. In the blink of an eye, over a day had passed. In the War God Palace's highest council chamber, just as Hong and the Thunder God were about to fight desperately, Luo Feng suddenly stood up. Everyone, I am confident we can slay the devouring beast. Zhou Ze, I've repaired the B6-grade laser cannon. Ha ha. I'm just too awesome, Babata. A laser cannon and used for over 800,000 years, only this great demon Babata could fix it so quickly. Praise me. Quick, praise me. Babata gloated triumphantly. This laser cannon probably won't kill the golden horned beast. Zhou Ze remained calm. How could that be? This is a B6 grade laser cannon. Even a 7th tier star level martial artist would struggle to survive a hit. Babata protested indignantly. Are you deliberately underestimating me? That's going too far. I've been busting my ass for you earthlings for a whole day and night. Zhou Ze shook his head. No, but it's highly unlikely to kill the golden horned beast. Make sure Luo Feng has the robot target its body to maximize damage. Babata's pupils contracted sharply as understanding dawned. You mean its life core? Babata exclaimed. Isn't that obvious? Zhou Ze spread his hands. To kill a domain lord, you must destroy its life core. And a domain lord's life core can exist anywhere in its body. It could be in the consciousness sea of its head, within its dantian, or even in its arms, chest, anywhere. Didn't you say the golden horned colossus possesses the pinnacle bloodline? Capable of naturally evolving to realm lord tier without any bottlenecks. If that's the case, does it also possess the life core functionality exclusive to domain lords? Babata tapped his chin with his right index finger. You know, you're actually onto something. Anyway, you can't kill them by hitting their heads. These star-spanning beasts usually hide their life cores at the center of their bodies. Zhou Ze stated earnestly. Sigh, should I tell Luo Feng? His hopes have been dashed time and again. I wonder if he can handle it? Babata sighed. Just say what needs to be said. If he can't handle even this, how will he ever become strong? Zhou Ze finished speaking and turned away from Babata. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's heart sank upon hearing Babata's words. He immediately called Zhou Ze to confirm, and upon receiving Zhou Ze's affirmation, he felt utterly shaken, unable to accept it for a moment. After a long while, he finally regained his composure. Whatever the outcome, we'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. Luo Feng immediately relayed Zhou Ze's words to Hong and Thunder God. Their expressions darkened as well, but their mental fortitude was formidable. They quickly regained their composure and called Zhou Ze. Yes, that's exactly it. Hong, Thunder God, you'll need to fight tooth and nail. Zhou Ze stated succinctly before ending the call. Zhou Ze stood up, gazing toward the east. If this correction succeeds this time, I can finally rest easy. The moment Zhou Ze hung up, Babata leapt out, protesting. No way. I won't agree to this. Hong and Thunder God are disciples of the fallen ink star. If they burn their souls, even if they manage to kill the golden horned beast, they won't die, they'll just fall into a soul-level slumber. A soul-level slumber, even an immortal would struggle to awaken from that. What good is your protest? You can't stop them anyway. Relax. Zhou Ze waved his hand dismissively. Compared to the original timeline, Babata felt little attachment to Hong and Lei Shen's sacrifice at this stage. Now that they'd become disciples of Yuanmo Star ahead of schedule, Babata treasured them beyond measure. After all, both Hong and the Thunder God were planetary-level beings who had already grasped their domains. Such talents were highly prized by most powers across the cosmos. Even at its peak, Inkfall Star had never recruited such prodigies. Damn that golden horned beast. Babata's blue-silver eyes were nearly red with fury. Her current state of mind mirrored that of Earth's high-ranking officials. The heavens had granted her 4 exceptionally talented disciples on Earth, yet before she could even leave the newbie village and depart the planet, she was about to lose 2 of them. Ah! It's all your fault, you despicable Zhou Ze. Babata, thoroughly displeased, instantly teleported beside Zhou Ze. She hoisted him up by his tail and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Since he couldn't die on the consciousness level, Babata showed no mercy whatsoever. Bully the weak and fear the strong. If you've got the guts, take on the golden horned beast. A proud immortal legacy, and you can't even handle a mere stellar tier 1 little brat? How dare you? Zhou Ze spat out a threat before quickly disconnecting from the network. After all, he wasn't a masochist. Above the Pacific Ocean, every high-ranking official on Earth was glued to this location. To them, it was a matter of survival or death. The answer was about to be revealed. At this moment, the metallic robot clutched its B6 class laser cannon, maintaining a distance of 1,200 kilometers from the golden horned beast while steadily closing in. Meanwhile, Hong and the Thunder God hovered nearby, preparing to burn their souls in a desperate battle against the golden horned beast. Upon reaching the optimal distance from the golden horned beast, the metal robot's crimson crystal eyes suddenly blazed brightly. A signal flashed directly into the laser cannon. Instantly, a dazzling, blindingly brilliant white beam erupted from the 5-meter diameter muzzle of the laser cannon, streaking across the Pacific Ocean sky. In the blink of an eye, this white beam of light had already reached its target 1,082 kilometers away, the golden horned beast. In the darkness, high above the Pacific, the golden horned colossus held its wings slightly aloft, its dark gold eyes surveying the waters below. And at that very moment, it sensed its primordial nucleus locked onto by a deadly threat of annihilation. Shift. In the blink of an eye, the protoplast shifted from the center of its body to its head. Simultaneously, in the next instant, it felt a white pillar of light pierce through its chest, passing straight through. The blinding white beam, after piercing the golden horned beast, shot through the atmosphere in an instant, plunging into the star-studded sky. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. At that moment, the entire Earth erupted, overwhelmed with excitement. Hong. Thor exchanged a glance with Hong. Without a moment's hesitation, they ignited their souls and charged toward the golden horned colossus. Though the beast remained motionless, they distinctly sensed its life force still pulsing within. Such a distinct life force was perceptible even to apprentice-level martial artists, let alone them. It's actually still alive. With injuries this severe, shouldn't I have listened to my teacher and shot it in the head? Witnessing this scene, Luo Feng couldn't help but dwell on the pressure of humanity's impending doom. A wave of regret washed over him should he have ignored his teacher's advice? Yet the next moment, he countered his own thoughts. Master was so certain, Babata agreed, and we had a 3-step plan ready. Calm down, calm down. Meanwhile, Hong charged forward while transmitting his voice, Thunder God, we must stop it from destroying the laser cannon. We might just be able to kill it. Thunder God growled. Whoosh. Whoosh. In an instant, the two traced 2 arcs, charging directly at the massive golden horned beast from opposite directions. Chapter 46, Yan Hai's intent to kill Zhou Ze. Hong and Thunder God still failed. Even though the golden horned beast suffered more severe injuries than in the original story, it was still beyond their capabilities to handle. The beast even withstood laser cannon fire, forcibly dismantling the B6 class laser cannon. Truly, the golden horned beast lived up to its peak bloodline reputation. As long as its core remained intact, no physical damage could threaten its very foundation. With the death of Hong and Lei Shen and the destruction of the B6 laser cannon, the only weapon capable of harming the golden horned beast, global leaders plunged into despair. Major nations began implementing their succession plans. Amidst the despair of others, Zhou Ze remained unusually composed. He now understood with certainty. Minor trends may shift, but major currents cannot be reversed. A mysterious, unique force also existed within the star-devouring world. No matter how much he interfered with Luo Feng's growth, what was meant to remain unchanged would ultimately stay so. This is a blessing. I had feared my actions might cause unforeseeable changes to Luo Feng and Earth's future. Now, I can proceed with my plans in peace. Just as Zhou Ze contemplated the future, Babata suddenly materialized before him, looking utterly frantic. Zhou Ze, you must stop your disciple. He intends to use the desperate technique of the Tower of Void through the hexagram's secret art to slay the golden horned beast. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. Having a method is better than having none. This time, Babata was genuinely furious. In the past, such anger would have manifested as playful teasing directed at Zhou Ze. Do you even know what you're saying? He's your only disciple. Are you just going to stand by and watch him throw himself to his death? If his soul suffers severe damage and falls into slumber, even an immortal powerhouse would need 1,000,000 years to recover. Even if Luo Feng survives like Hong and the Thunder God, he'll still fall into true soul slumber. He might never awaken, fading away in eternal sleep. Of the 4 meteorite star disciples he'd painstakingly acquired, 3 were now lost. The remaining one relied on the soul-inherited soul imprint. Babata was utterly beside himself. Zhou Ze understood Babata's feelings, yet he had no way to explain. He couldn't very well say that Luo Feng would possess the golden horned beast, or that Hong and the Thunder God would awaken soon. Silence fell over them, unbroken. You're driving me mad. Babata exclaimed. Meanwhile, Babata tried to persuade Luo Feng, but ultimately relented. Following the original storyline, Luo Feng sent out a global call for planetary-level martial artists to sacrifice themselves. He ultimately selected Murdhansen, East, Tripathi Singh, Jai, and Sokolov. Even though he already knew the plot, Zhou Ze felt deeply moved. It was like having read the novel and knowing the story, yet still being unable to hold back tears while watching the anime. And now, having crossed over into the devouring the starry sky world, he was witnessing it firsthand. To revive them, it will take a very, very long time. Perhaps for them, it's merely a dreamless slumber. Zhou Ze sighed inwardly. Time was a strange thing, a fleeting moment could feel like eternity. He felt he grasped something, yet it remained just out of reach. Human history turned a new page. Yangzhou City, Jiangnan City. Times Square was filled with wreaths and flowers. The catastrophe unleashed by the golden horned beast had placed even greater pressure on humanity than the Great Nirvana period. Yet, through the ultimate sacrifice of Earth's 8 greatest heroes, mankind had weathered this storm. Base cities worldwide spontaneously organized various events to express gratitude and reverence for the 8 heroes. At this moment, Zhou Ze remained utterly oblivious to the world around him. After enduring a grueling, prolonged process, he had reached a critical juncture. His physical prowess had peaked at the apprentice level a year prior, and his willpower had long surpassed the requirements for breaking through to the planetary level. Only his spiritual power remained his weak link, holding him back. Over the past year, fueled by unlimited supplies of Moya crystal and the secret mental cultivation techniques of Meteorite Ink Star, his cultivation pace despite his mediocre talent surpassed that of other Earth-based mental practitioners of average aptitude. Cultivating psychic power proved far more challenging than enhancing physical prowess. Even under these favorable conditions, it took him a full year to reach the mid-tier war god level. Armed with Luo Feng's breakthrough insights, combined with his own innate understanding and that of Hong and the Thunder God, he executed the 9 planetary-level breakthrough movements with remarkable fluidity. With each successive movement, every cell in his body seemed to boil. The latent, unabsorbed genetic primordial energy within each cell began to coalesce like droplets of water, droplets merging into streams, streams into brooks, brooks into rivers. Waves of heat surged from his entire body, swirling and condensing until they ultimately converged at the dantian in Zhou Ze's abdomen. Boom! Within the dantian, as if Pangu himself were splitting the heavens and earth, a dantian that had never existed before was instantly and explosively forged. The rotating primordial energy accelerated its spin once more, endlessly expanding and contracting each cycle, leaving it smaller than before. Without a doubt, the genetic primordial energy was undergoing sublimation. Finally breaking through the planetary level. Zhou Ze felt elated. The miniature planet he observed within his dantian differed from Luo Feng's golden sphere. His was a water blue crystal. This was exactly what I expected. Just as Zhou Ze pondered this, the constantly rotating aqua-blue miniature planet emitted wave after wave of strange fluctuations. Genetic primordial energy. A flicker of realization crossed Zhou Ze's mind as threads of aqua-blue genetic primal energy instantly surged from his dantian, flooding throughout his entire body. Crackle, crackle, crackle. In an instant, Zhou Ze felt every bone, membrane, meridian, organ, and even every cell in his body rapidly transforming. Even his soul and consciousness were undergoing a profound elevation. When the transformation concluded, Zhou Ze examined his new special abilities. The boundless ocean. Translating it into Chinese, Zhou Ze used an idiom to describe the function of his special ability. Who would have thought I'd awaken a top-tier water attribute special ability? Over the past year, Zhou Ze had frequently consulted the archives of Meteorite Star to broaden his horizons and satisfy his curiosity. He was particularly intrigued by the types and functions of special abilities after breaking through to the planetary level. Better than nothing, I suppose. This thing is only really useful in the early stages. Had he not been familiar with devouring the starry sky, Zhou Ze would undoubtedly be thrilled right now, convinced that awakening the most elite special ability was something truly remarkable. But knowing that what truly mattered for devouring the starry sky practitioners were the laws, the genetic level, the amplitude, the secret arts, and the equipment, he felt rather underwhelmed. European Union nation, Paris base city. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Yan Hai, his hair streaked with gray, arrived at the central plaza of base city dressed in a suit. He stood there, offering a single flower to each of the 8 heroes who had saved Earth's humanity. His expression was solemn and mournful, his body slightly hunched, evoking sympathy. After completing this, he returned to the large rooftop terrace on the 3rd floor of his villa, feeling exceptionally content. He held a glass of expensive red wine, took a deep sniff, closed his eyes in pure enjoyment, then tilted his head back and drank it down. Bliss. Pure bliss. Yan Hai remained with his eyes closed for a long while, utterly immersed in the moment. After so many years of exile, hiding on this distant European continent, he hadn't dared set foot in China for decades. But starting today, Yan Hai would go wherever he pleased. Jia Yi was dead. The 4 speakers were dead. That freak Luo Feng was dead too. Only the fifth speaker, Atkin, remained, and he was his friend, on his side. It could be said that now, on this entire planet, he could do whatever he pleased. Zhou Ze. I'll let you live a little longer. Once the heat dies down, I'll make my move. Yan Hai recalled the moment Luo Feng had killed his beloved little vulture right before his eyes. He also remembered Zhou Ze, who had intercepted his walking stick back then. As these thoughts swirled, a sense of urgency gripped his heart. He had intended to wait for the dust to settle, but now he feared Zhou Ze might break through to the planetary level. After all, Zhou Ze was just as monstrously powerful as his own disciple. As a high-ranking war god, Zhou Ze had managed to knock his staff away with a single strike, a strike intended to deflect Luo Feng's sky-piercing shuttle. With his own second-tier planetary-level strength, even holding back, he was far beyond what a mere war god could withstand. Yet Zhou Ze had done it, seemingly effortlessly. No, I must deal with him immediately. Better safe than sorry. Chapter 47, I do whatever I want. Zhou Ze, Luo Feng isn't dead. Babata appeared before Zhou Ze, grinning from ear to ear, repeatedly recounting how Luo Feng had possessed the golden-horned beast. See? You filthy bastard, don't you know who Luo Feng is the heir and disciple of? My master's direct disciple isn't so easily disposed of. Now he's turned misfortune into fortune by possessing the golden-horned colossus. His future is boundless. Babata grew more and more excited as he spoke. This is a star beast. Possessing a star beast, and not just any star beast, the top-tier golden-horned beast, the pinnacle of bloodlines. It still feels like a dream to me. Listen to me, if you dare leak a single word, I'll never let you off the hook. Hey, why aren't you reacting at all? Babata stepped before Zhou Ze, only to find his expression utterly calm. The fervor burning within Babata instantly cooled as if doused with ice water, leaving him utterly unable to feel excited. Zhou Ze smiled faintly as he pinched Babata's adorable little face. I'm delighted too. Luo Feng is my disciple. An opportunity like this is truly rare and hard to come by. Be happy if you want, but why pinch my cheeks? Babata angrily pushed Zhou Ze's hand away. I am the great demon Babata. In my prime, I slaughtered countless realm masters. You, a mere lowly earthling who hasn't even reached planetary level, dare to offend the great demon Babata. At this point, Babata's eyes widened in shock. Ha? You've actually broken through to the planetary level? Your psychic power was just at mid-war god level, how did you suddenly break through to planetary grade? Babata was puzzled, then asked curiously. What's your special ability? Let me see. It's actually #%at. Babata's face flashed a hint of surprise as he uttered a few universal cosmic phrases, then frowned slightly. How should I translate this into Huaxia language? The boundless sea. Zhou Ze uttered 4 words. Excellent translation. That's a perfect description. Babata nodded, then shot him a dismissive look, giving off a snobby vibe. This special ability is the pinnacle of water attribute powers. Far superior to Luo Feng's diamond body. You've hit the jackpot awakening this. It's just a special ability, nothing to get excited about. You've lived tens of millions of years for nothing. This is nothing special. Zhou Ze retorted bluntly. You? Babata pointed at Zhou Ze and snorted coldly. So what if it's a slightly stronger special ability? Remember, Luo Feng possessed the golden horned beast, his power far surpasses yours. Zhou Ze chuckled, pinching Babata's cheek again. He had to admit, the little face felt incredibly satisfying to pinch, hard to let go. My disciple surpassing his master. I should feel quite pleased. Smack! Babata swatted Zhou Ze's mischievous hand away, mocking him petulantly, you're just a rookie master now. You won't be able to teach Luo Feng anymore. Only I, the great demon Babata, am qualified to guide Luo Feng. You can go have fun over there. With that, Babata vanished. Paris Base City. Yan Hai arrived at the villa of Atkin, the 5th speaker of the War God Palace. Having made an appointment in advance, he was led by the butler into a bedroom. From within came the faint sounds of 2 women weeping and cursing. Yan Hai wore a meaningful smile, well aware of his friend's particular tastes. The butler offered an apologetic look. Counselor Yan, this. Yan Hai waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. You may go now. I'll wait in the main hall. After arriving in the hall and waiting a moment, Atkin finally emerged, looking thoroughly satisfied. Yan Hai, you couldn't have picked a worse time. You've interrupted my fun, haha. Observing Atkin, who clearly enjoyed group activities, Yan Hai greeted him. Atkin, all these years later, you haven't changed a bit. Atkin handed Yan Hai a cigar, then lit one for himself. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a thick plume of smoke, his face radiating pure satisfaction. Can't help it. I've always had a thing for this. This pair. I've coveted them for far too long, never daring to make a move. Now they're all dead. I can do whatever I want. You're in a bit of a rush, but they're all dead. Yan Hai let out a faint smile. Atkin puffed away. What is it? I haven't finished enjoying myself yet, and you're already here. Yan Hai's voice was grave. I think we still have one thread left. Seeing Atkin's puzzled expression, Yan Hai added gravely, "Don't you think Luo Feng's teacher, Zhou Ze, is a threat?" Atkin shrugged indifferently. "Just some high-ranking war god. What's there to worry about?" Yan Hai inwardly rolled his eyes. This guy was completely intoxicated by pleasure. But what if he breaks through to the planetary level? Yan Hai remained expressionless. Atkin frowned. That would be troublesome. Back then, he seemed to block your strike effortlessly. If he breaks through to planetary level, we might not stand a chance. But acting now, right after they've just died, isn't ideal. Let's wait a while before making our move. Yan Hai pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "Alright." He knew Zhou Ze inside out. His physical gifts were average, but his comprehension was sharp. It was only through the plant spirit essence Luo Feng had given him that he'd risen to high war god. Waiting a while seemed perfectly reasonable. Yangzhou City, Bright Moon Residential Complex, Luo Feng's residence. A blond man emerged, his face dark with anger. Who the hell? He was a planetary-level powerhouse, personally coming to negotiate with Luo Hua, a significant show of respect. Yet not only had Luo Hua refused, he'd even brandished Luo Feng's robot as a threat. That damn Luo Feng, still causing trouble even after death. Vino seethed inwardly. He only held back because Luo Feng's influence was too vast. If he dared to force the issue, global public opinion would tear him apart. After all, humanity had already deified the 8 heroes, elevating them to godlike status. But to certain individuals or factions, the dead posed no threat whatsoever. It was only because the heat was still too high. Once the fervor died down, they wouldn't be as gentle as he was. The biggest reason Vino instinctively overlooked this was the robot Luo Feng had left behind. Human nature is truly vile. Zhou Ze lay on the rooftop, watching Counselor Vino soar toward the sky, unleashing sonic booms from his unrestrained flight, a cold smile playing on his lips. Whether reading novels or watching anime, this part always sickened him to the core. Only Luo Feng survived, while the tragic fates of the heroes' families were glossed over in a single sentence. Similarly, when Merhansen's family suffered a car accident that claimed one life, it was brushed aside. Just as those filthy little men imagined, "I can do whatever I want." Coincidentally, Zhou Ze also loved that phrase. Chapter 48, Luo Hua becomes an apprentice. Watching the departing figure of a Vino council member, Luo Hua stood at the window, narrowing his eyes. Oof. Now that my brother's gone, they're all like starving wolves, eyeing the things he left behind. Using both carrot and stick. A flicker of worry crossed Luo Hua's eyes. Relying on the treasures his brother left behind, he had already become a god-tier martial artist. Yet such strength was still utterly insignificant when facing a counselor. Moreover, as his understanding of martial artists deepened, he knew his robots could threaten council members. Yet if a psychic mind reader held his family hostage, he'd be utterly helpless. It's still my own weakness. If I possessed my brother's strength, even without him here, they wouldn't dare touch my family. Luo Hua clenched his fists. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he looked less like a martial artist and more like a bookish scholar. I must grow stronger quickly. Beyond physical conditioning, the most crucial aspect of becoming stronger lies in mastering power generation. In that moment, Luo Hua thought of Zhou Ze. Meanwhile, Counselor Vino cursed under his breath as he soared through the sky, scheming about how to coerce Luo Hua into handing over the treasures Luo Feng had left behind once the commotion died down. The thought of Luo Feng's treasures filled Vino with intense eagerness. After all, these were items left behind by Luo Feng, a powerhouse second only to Hong and the Thunder God. They were bound to be incredibly valuable. As the ancient Chinese saying goes, treasures have always belonged to those who possess the strength to claim them. Even if he didn't take them, someone else would. This Luo Hua was so ungrateful, not understanding the principle that possessing a treasure invites trouble. How dare he threaten him with a dead object? The thought ignited a surge of fury within him. Suddenly, a gray shadow appeared in the distance ahead. The figure carried no aura whatsoever, its emergence utterly abrupt. Who's there? Vino's guard instantly snapped up. A council-level martial artist could run over a kilometer per second on the ground and about 500 meters per second in the air. Soon, Vino could make out the figure's appearance. That's Zhou Ze, Luo Feng's teacher. The moment Vino recognized the figure, he noticed something was terribly wrong. There was nothing beneath his feet. He had broken through to the planetary level. The vivid memory of that single strike that had sent Yan Hai's walking stick flying remained etched in his mind. Back then, Zhou Ze was merely at the God of War tier. Now, having broken through to the planetary tier, Vino swallowed hard. The next instant, his entire body froze. He felt as if he'd been plunged into quicksand, utterly immobilized. His body froze rigidly mid-air, halting abruptly at the speed of sound. Domain? Vino managed to utter the word before the terrifying force of the domain crushed him. His body exploded, raining down as a shower of blood from the sky. Zhou Ze cast a cold glance before flying toward Yangzhou City without looking back. He quietly returned home. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Scanning the area with his psychic senses, he discovered the visitor was none other than Luo Hua. What brings Luo Hua here? Zhou Ze pondered briefly before using psychic force to open the door and transmit his voice. Come in. Meet me on the rooftop. Outside the villa, Luo Hua took a deep breath, clutching an exquisitely wrapped gift bag as he hurried inside. He ascended the curved staircase to the rooftop. Luo Hua, what brings you here? Zhou Ze smiled faintly, appearing quite amiable. The fake stock guru, Buffett. The real stock guru, Luo Hua. He was already scheming about where to dump all his future wealth once he struck it rich. Teacher Zhou, I wish to apprentice under you. This is the gift I prepared as my initiation offering. Luo Hua immediately tried to kneel, but Zhou Ze stopped him. Luo Hua, you were doing quite well with your stock investments. Why suddenly take up martial arts? Zhou Ze inquired with a smile. Luo Hua replied sincerely, I started training in martial arts when my brother was away last time. Now that he's truly gone, the treasures he left me are coveted by various factions and individuals. This made me realize the importance of strength. If I had my brother's power, or even less, I'd still have the confidence to protect these treasures and my family. Luo Hua was about to say something nice about Zhou Ze, but Zhou Ze cut him off. Alright then. Now both you and your brother are my disciples. You're also my second disciple. But don't stop your stock investments, don't waste such exceptional talent. Of course, your primary focus must remain on martial training. After all, martial arts are the foundation. As your strength grows, your mind will sharpen too. Zhou Ze quipped, I was planning on making money off you in the future. True to being brothers, Luo Hua and Luo Feng both scratched the back of their heads unconsciously at Zhou Ze's teasing, momentarily at a loss for words. But when it came to making money, he was confident no one could outdo him. Master, this is my initiation gift. Luo Hua lifted the box, intending to present it to Zhou Ze. No need, I don't need it. Zhou Ze shook his head. Babada had plenty of those things. But this is from my brother. It's my gift to you. Luo Hua said, looking troubled. In Luo Hua's mind, his brother had certainly given the Muya crystal to Zhou Ze, but this gift was one he claimed to have prepared himself. Keep it for yourself, Zhou Ze said calmly. I appreciate the thought. Alright. Luo Hua reluctantly placed the wooden box back into the packaging bag, holding it by one handle. Zhou Ze appraised Luo Hua. Luo Hua, with your current physical prowess, you've reached the war god tier, right? Luo Hua nodded. My brother left me some treasures. I relied on them to reach mid-tier God of War level, but my true strength still falls short of most entry-level God of War warriors. Zhou Ze tapped his right index finger rhythmically on the wooden chair before addressing Luo Hua. Your brother must have left you techniques to break through to the planetary tier, right? Yes, Luo Hua replied. Good. Now I'll assign you your first task, absorb wood crystal to break through to planetary tier. Zhou Ze said calmly. Keep absorbing wood crystal. As long as you don't hit a bottleneck, keep breaking through. Ha! Luo Hua froze, scratching the back of his head. He wanted to ask why, but felt too embarrassed. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. There aren't many rules around here. If you have questions, just ask. Your brother was far livelier than you back then. Luo Hua cautiously began, Master, my brother. Before he could finish, Zhou Ze cut him off. Just call me teacher. Calling me master feels a bit odd to us modern folks. Keep it in mind. Alright, teacher. Luo Hua felt a slight relief. He too was unaccustomed to the title, finding it somewhat awkward to say. Luo Hua gathered his thoughts. Teacher, my brother wouldn't let me advance too quickly. He said I needed to build a solid foundation. Zhou Ze nodded. He's not wrong, but it's a bit one-sided. Luo Hua looked at Zhou Ze with a questioning gaze. Zhou Ze continued eloquently, when I taught him sword techniques, as soon as his skill reached the mastery level, I skipped the perfection stage entirely and taught him the intent of sword techniques. Without the sword intent of the Ninefold Thunderblade, he couldn't have mastered it so quickly. Foundations are always relative, Luo Hua. Remember this, never jump to conclusions about anything. Luo Hua nodded as he listened. As a prominent figure who had reached the pinnacle of a domain lord, he possessed all the virtues of a true powerhouse. Zhou Ze's words struck him as profoundly reasonable, much like his approach to stock investments. Physical prowess and level are indeed foundational. Building a solid base enables better breakthroughs and helps avoid future bottlenecks. But treasures for leveling up abound throughout the cosmos. Therefore, the true foundation always lies in aspects related to one's innate comprehension such as physical resonance, psychic resonance, domains, laws, arcane techniques, and so forth. Luo Hua fell silent for a moment before raising a question, but shouldn't this mean we need to master our own power and build a solid foundation precisely when we're weak? Zhou Ze pondered briefly before replying, as I mentioned earlier, what is the purpose of building a solid foundation? There's truth to the saying, a towering building starts from the ground up. Without a solid foundation, it will collapse. But for martial artists, building a foundation is to better break through to higher levels, especially in physical prowess. Yet experience tells me physical breakthroughs depend mainly on talent and artifacts. Even if you don't master your power with extreme precision, it doesn't hinder progress. As for the so-called amplitude, that is, power generation, it doesn't require exceptionally precise mastery either. Luo fell silent again, his mind racing as he analyzed Zhou Ze's words. Martial artists with good talent see their physical abilities improve rapidly daily, even hourly. You can't possibly spend all your mental energy controlling that enhanced power, can you? Only those who hit a bottleneck and can't progress further start by mastering every ounce of their body's power to enhance their strength. Alright, don't overthink it for now. Go back and mull it over. Zhou Ze dismissed Luo, finding the whole situation rather amusing. Who'd have thought Luo would take up martial arts? Heh, I wonder how far he'll get. Chapter 49, Lacking Talent? Make up for it with insight. Luo's comprehension isn't any worse than his brother's. In fact, when it comes to identifying problems, analyzing them, and solving them, he far surpasses Luo Feng. Add to that the hardships he's endured since childhood, he's prime material for cultivating inner discipline. After Luo became his disciple, Zhou Ze had secretly activated a subconscious window to receive Luo's insights. The emergence of his second disciple confirmed his initial hunch: as long as someone became his disciple, he could instantly gain all their insight bonuses, no need to build recognition through effort. Problem-solving ability, the ability to pinpoint core issues. This focus on insight is incredibly useful. It applies to every aspect. Zhou Ze felt his mind unusually clear. Compared to before, he could now discern and analyze problems with greater precision. Unbeknownst to him, he had broken through his domain's bottleneck, reaching the third tier. Luo has a natural talent for this sort of thing, no wonder he can steadily make big money playing the stock market, which is like walking a tightrope. Zhou Ze chuckled. This time, he also realized that aptitude can be selective, something he could understand now. Being quick-witted doesn't mean you're a jack of all trades, though some are. But people usually have a particular area of focus. For instance, someone might be a math whiz but utterly hopeless at language arts. Others might be incredibly sharp when it comes to flirting, yet struggle in other areas. This bias in aptitude was quite similar to natural talent. At this thought, Zhou Ze's eyes suddenly widened in realization, but he quickly regained his composure. You know what? Talent is often tied to tangible things like the body, soul, and clarity of laws, while insight is more akin to intangible aspects like will and spirit. One is tangible, the other intangible. One can be clearly sensed, while the other cannot be felt, only manifested externally. Yet this cheat code of his allowed him to distinctly perceive the rise and fall of insight. Interesting. Zhou Ze chuckled. Now that Luo had become his disciple, he could gain access to the combined insight of himself, Hong, the Thunder God, and Luo Feng. If Luo Feng kept scattering his energy elsewhere while Luo focused solely on his teachings, it might just give Luo Feng quite the surprise later on. The reactions of Babata and Luo Feng would surely be entertaining. Though he understood Babata and Luo Feng's reasoning, having his disciple stolen and finding the young man no longer obedient still left him somewhat troubled. It felt akin to parenthood, watching a child you'd raised grow up with their own ideas, no longer as obedient or dependent as before. Beep beep dot. The auxiliary light brain's alert sounded. Answering incoming call. Zhou Ze issued the command to his auxiliary light brain. Zhou Ze, do not leave Manhwa residential complex. According to intelligence from my extreme martial arts academy, Yan Hai, who has long harbored resentment toward you, may attempt to harm you. The seductive voice of the auxiliary light brain echoed. Mei Chem, got it. Thanks, Zhou Ze replied, then couldn't help adding reassuringly, Darao, don't worry. The master will wake up. After a moment of silence, the seductive voice replied, I understand. Time flew by, and several months had passed in the blink of an eye. The fervor surrounding the 8 deified heroes gradually cooled, and Earth's humanity slowly returned to life as it was before the golden-horned beast. Internal strife remained humanity's eternal theme. With Earth's 8 strongest absent, and without these powerhouses to keep them in check, nations naturally began covertly competing. The Muya crystals, once hidden away to attract powerful beings or cultivate prodigies, were now being brought out en masse to bolster their foundations. The effects of the Muya crystals were extraordinary. A single crystal could elevate an average war god to the rank of counselor. The Luo family possessed a full 60 Muya crystals. With the boost to his comprehension, Luo swiftly mastered the modified Yuanmo Star secret transmission gene primordial energy cultivation method taught by Zhou Ze. Not long ago, he had already broken through to the first tier of the planetary realm. It must be said that Luo possessed exceptional martial talent. The entire Luo Feng family had received personal affirmation from Babata that they all possessed remarkable aptitude. Over the past few months, Zhou Ze had shifted his focus away from cultivating his domain. His physical aptitude was limited, and without venturing into the cosmos, further advancement proved difficult. Thus, he turned his attention to comprehending the laws of the universe. While it seemed unusual for a planetary-level or stellar-level martial artist to possess a domain, such instances were not particularly rare in the vastness of the cosmos. Only those who touched upon a thread of the primordial laws could truly rank among the geniuses of the cosmic nation. Only those who truly crossed the threshold of primordial laws were considered genuine super geniuses, worthy of joining the Virtual Universe Corporation. It's all so vague and elusive. Could it be that my aptitude for laws is mediocre? That my perception of them lacks clarity? I haven't even touched the laws yet, what clarity am I talking about? Zhou Ze felt a bit downcast. But the next second, he snapped out of it. If my talent is average, I'll make up for it with insight. Zhou Ze's eyes flickered as he began strategizing his next steps after entering the universe. Just then, he sensed a powerful aura approaching. Though the intruder suppressed their presence, Zhou Ze, possessing a domain and having resonated with cosmic space, could detect them the moment they drew near. The clowns are here. Fine. Might as well relax and dispose of these clowns while I'm at it. Zhou Ze stretched lazily. Outside Bright Moon Residential Complex, 3 men in black suits smiled politely at the security guard before entering the compound with exceptional courtesy. One was Caucasian, another appeared South Asian, and the third was a gray-haired Chinese elder. They walked straight toward Luo Feng's villa, entering without invitation. Councilman Sego, it's up to you, Yan Hai said with a smile. A hint of greed flashed across Sego's face. This was the home of that freak, Luo Feng, but now he was Earth's top psychic. Luo Feng must have left behind many treasures, perhaps even the legacy of a psychic master. If he could obtain it, he might just become the true #1 in the world. Unfortunately, he couldn't claim these treasures alone. The 2 old men beside him possessed strength far surpassing his own. He hoped Luo Feng's family would be sensible. If they weren't, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them. After all, they were merely ordinary humans, not divine beings like Luo Feng. Killing them would only tarnish his reputation and invite public backlash. With that thought, he extended his psychic energy, intending to hypnotize Luo Feng's parents and leave only Luo Hua behind. Why aren't they responding? The moment this thought crossed his mind, a water blue light enveloped him and the 2 people beside him. What is this? Sego struggled desperately, but the aqua blue light was impenetrable, sealing him so tightly he couldn't even use his psychic powers. A domain. How is this possible? Atkin's face twisted with terror. Hong? Or perhaps the Thunder God? Have they awakened? Yan Hai's heart was equally gripped by dread. Both Atkin and Yan Hai were veterans since the Great Nirvana, having experienced the might of Hong's domain firsthand. No, this isn't Hong and Thunder God's domain. Yan Hai's face drained of color. His mind raced, connecting the dots between Hong, the Thunder God, and that man. A name surfaced in his mind. Zhou Ze. Chapter 50, The 5 Nations That Knew When to Back Down. It was around 10 a.m. Many residents were out strolling with their families in the neighborhood. Spotting Zhou Ze suspended in midair, bathed in that strikingly vivid aqua blue glow, they instantly became curious onlookers. Is that Zhou Ze? He's actually levitating in midair. Doesn't that mean he's now a martial artist beyond the war god tier? Those 3 look like Counselor Yan Hai, Chairman Atkin, and the newly promoted Transcendent God tier psionicist, Counselor Sego. What kind of power is that aqua blue light? It's completely immobilizing all 3 of them warriors at the counselor level. Due to Zhou Ze and Luo Feng's presence, numerous powerful individuals had quietly moved into Bright Moon Residential District, including several war gods. They were utterly astonished by Zhou Ze's breakthrough to planetary tier. If Luo Feng hadn't perished, the prospect of both Zhou Ze and his master attaining counselor tier would have been nothing short of extraordinary. Yet what puzzled them was Zhou Ze's apparent conflict with them. What shocked them even more was that Zhou Ze seemed to have single-handedly subdued 3 council members, one of whom was the former 5th speaker. This is Luo Feng's home. These 3 coming here together clearly meant trouble. They probably never imagined that Master Luo Feng had already surpassed the war god tier and possessed such terrifying strength. Hit a wall, huh? Heaven wants to destroy him, so it first makes him mad. Damn it, are you out of your mind? They're martial artists who've transcended the war god tier. Even if you whisper, those 3 will hear every word. Ordinary martial artists and civilians remained unaware, but among the newcomers, a handful recognized these 3: Atkin, Yan Hai, and Sego as the new triumvirate that had emerged after the apocalyptic crisis, now wreaking havoc across the globe. Didn't expect all 3 of you to show up. Saves me some trouble. Zhou Ze floated in midair, smiling broadly. Counselor Zhou Ze. I never imagined you'd break through to planetary tier and possess a domain equal to that of the 1st and 2nd speakers. Congratulations. Atkin managed to utter with difficulty. Glancing at the crowd gathering nearby, he felt a slight sense of relief upon realizing he hadn't caused any actual harm to Luo Feng's family. When you're in someone else's house, you have to bow your head. Sego also smiled ingratiatingly. Counselor Zhou Ze, I never intended to harm them. You should be able to see that. Yan Hai's face darkened, but he knew begging for mercy was futile. Zhou Ze, we admit defeat. Tell us what conditions must we meet for you to spare us. Yan Hai was, after all, a true leader. His resolve was far stronger than the other 2, and he knew Zhou Ze wouldn't let them off easily. Damn Atkin. If it weren't for that bastard, he would have taken Zhou Ze down long ago. Who would have thought Zhou Ze actually broke through to planetary level in such a short time? Yan Hai wanted to slap himself. He regretted it so much. Fortunately, they hadn't intended to kill anyone today, only to coerce Luo Hua into handing over Luo Feng's belongings. Plus, this was a public place, and the crowd of onlookers was growing. At this thought, Yan Hai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Let you off? Standing atop the rooftop, Zhou Ze surveyed the crowd below before fixing his gaze on the three men. A faint smile touched his lips, then his expression turned icy. Atkin, Yan Hai, and Sego felt Zhou Ze's icy killing intent, their hearts pounding with terror. If not for being bound by his domain, they would have begged for mercy on their knees instantly. Spare me. I was wrong. Controlled by the domain's power, Atkin and the others were lifted skyward, soaring higher and higher until they were crushed to death before the eyes of the crowd. Blood mixed with shards of flesh and bone splattered outward, forming a rain of blood falling from the sky. Except for the Luo Feng family villa, which remained shrouded by the domain, the surrounding crowd was splattered with blood to varying degrees. Ah! Run! He's gone mad! Such a terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. A crowd of onlookers gathered, many of whom were so terrified their legs gave way and they collapsed to the ground. Those who still had the strength scrambled to flee in all directions, as if fearing they might be next. Only Luo Hua stepped forward calmly, a hint of relief on his face. Professor Zhou, thank goodness you noticed in time and came over. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have known what to do. But Luo Hua trailed off. He realized that since Zhou Ze had dared to do this, he must have already braced himself for the backlash. Saying more would only invite resentment. Of course, he wasn't being heartless, he'd been instinctively horrified by the bloody scene moments ago. Ah Hua, you still need to build up your courage. Getting scared like that. Zhou Ze smiled faintly, appearing exceptionally refined and cultured, as if killing 3 people had been as effortless as crushing 3 ants. Luo Hua scratched the back of his head, feeling awkward, yet inwardly acknowledging he truly needed to head to the wilderness zone to toughen up. News of Zhou Ze's merciless execution of 5th Speaker Atkin, veteran counselor Yan Hai, and newly elected counselor Sego swiftly spread across the globe. Yet the public reaction wasn't what anyone expected. Zhou Ze had been too ruthless, executing the 5th Speaker and 2 counselors without mercy in front of so many witnesses. This signaled he had no limits. The 5 great nations weren't fools. With Hong and the Thunder God in slumber, their awakening uncertain, and Luo Feng dead, Zhou Ze's demonstrated combat prowess made him the undisputed top fighter globally. Who in their right mind would dare provoke such a formidable power? Not only did the 5 great nations refrain from antagonizing him, they actively worked to control the media, shutting down outlets or detaining editors who dared to report on the incident. Not only that, they deliberately highlighted the 3's crimes while lavishly praising Zhou Ze's righteous actions. Thus, an eerie silence descended in the days that followed. Major factions and even lawmakers fell into unspoken compliance, daring not to make a single misstep for fear of drawing Zhou Ze's attention. Even those who believed Zhou Ze was only close to Hong, Lei Shen, and Luo Feng and had little connection to the other 5 heroes dared not let their guard down. After all, life is precious. The kind are bullied, the gentle are ridden. Zhou Ze almost chuckled. He'd braced himself for online backlash. Little did he know this saying would prove even more fitting than when I enter seclusion, great scholars will defend my teachings. Fine by me. Saves me the trouble. Seeing the 5 great nations in various factions show such understanding, Zhou Ze felt quite pleased. His days had been quite fulfilling lately. After the golden horned beast incident, he'd come to realize that with Luo Feng around, he had absolutely no need to worry about Earth's affairs. As for his disciple, Luo Feng, he would find his own path. Zhou Ze's task was simply to focus on improving himself. He had once believed that simply riding Luo Feng's coattails would propel him forward unstoppably. But after seizing the golden horned beast and absorbing its inherited memories, he had come to realize one crucial truth. That was, although he could absorb his disciple Luo Feng's insights, it didn't mean he could absorb all of Luo Feng's memories. Fundamentals like physical amplitude and psychic power amplitude were manageable. Through Luo Feng's insights, he could still synthesize and internalize them as his own. But the secret techniques within the golden horned beast's inherited memories, and even the spiritual psychic arts passed down by the Yuanmo star, were beyond his ability to learn through mere absorption of insights. Even if he could peruse Luo Feng's learned techniques at any time, lacking the inherited soul imprint that altered psychic power, mastering those secret arts created by Huyan Bo remained quite challenging. To be honest, realizing this situation left him somewhat disheartened. He had thought that by piggybacking on Luo Feng, his life would reach its peak and pinnacle, yet the gap between reality and his expectations proved far greater than anticipated. Yet, with his mental fortitude, he quickly adjusted. Upon careful self-reflection, he realized the most extraordinary aspect of his cheat wasn't education itself, but the ability to enhance his own insight through his disciples and students. Students only gained insight bonuses by receiving his guidance and comprehending its essence. Yet he could constantly accumulate the combined insight of all his students, truly terrifying. Calculating by amplitude, even with limitations, he should be able to take at least 100 disciples, or even 10,000. With such a massive accumulation of disciples, he could turn even a pig into Zhou Beiji, or transform the Monkey King into the victor over demons Buddha. Once Zhou Ze grasped his greatest advantage, he began mapping out his future path. He quickly analyzed the situation and formulated his long-term plan. Of course, all this would only materialize after truly entering the cosmos, reaching Qiulong Star, and opening an account in the virtual universe. Earth was merely a beginner's village, far too insignificant. Chapter 51. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Law fluctuations. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. On the rooftop of Zhou Ze's villa, Luo Hua, having hit a bottleneck, came to seek Zhou Ze out to explain his situation. "Ah Hua, you've been working hard. In less than half a year, you've actually pushed yourself all the way to the third tier of the planetary level O." Zhou Ze said with slight surprise, "You've also managed to endure the solitude pretty well." Luo Hua scratched the back of his head, still as shy as ever. "I don't have much else to do. I just grind wood crystal all day, training 24/7. Luo Hua chuckled. "I'm used to it. After losing my leg in a car accident when I was young, my parents and brother were never home. I passed the time reading books on stock investing. But I gotta say, practicing cultivation is way more thrilling than reading books. I never feel lonely or bored. I actually enjoy this feeling of getting stronger every day." Zhou Ze nodded with a smile. "Yeah, savoring the practice, that's something only the truly virtuous can achieve. Patience is a commendable quality." He paused before adding, "Advancing from the third to fourth tier is a minor hurdle. No need to rush. For now, dedicate half your daily practice time to reading." Luo Hua froze. He'd expected Zhou Ze to have him practice power generation, sword techniques, or footwork, not reading. "Master, reading books?" Zhou Ze nodded. "Read ancient texts. Study them daily, applying what you learn to practice. Don't just grasp the surface meaning. Once you enter the first realm of cultivating the mind, enlightenment, and seeing your true nature, you'll be ready to begin practicing my method." Luo Hua hesitated before asking, "Master, can I practice sword techniques?" Influenced by his parents, Luo Hua had read martial arts and xianxia novels before, once dreaming of becoming an unparalleled swordsman. But after his legs were crushed, he had bid farewell to that dream. "You may, but prioritize wisely. You may come to me for an hour each day, and I will teach you sword techniques." Zhou Ze naturally understood sword techniques as well, but ultimately chose the art of the broadsword because at that time, the only two ultimate manuals available were for spear and broadsword techniques. "All right," Luo Hua replied, his voice tinged with excitement. After Luo Hua left, Babata suddenly jumped out, excitedly asking, "Zhou Ze, do you have time now?" "No," Zhou Ze replied lazily. Babata wrinkled his adorable little snub nose and said, "You're getting lazier and lazier. Get up. I need to tell you something." As he spoke, he flew above Zhou Ze, tugging hard to pull him up. After all, he was the great demon Babata, tasked with guiding his master's disciples. How could he tolerate such laziness from a fallen ink star disciple? "Stop it." Zhou Ze yanked Babata back down, cradling him in his arms. He pinched Babata's little face and sighed, "Babata, you're not even a physical being, just a consciousness. What's with all the fuss? What are you doing?" Babata fluttered out of Zhou Ze's embrace, looking slightly flustered. "Ha ha." Zhou Ze couldn't help but laugh. "You're an intelligent being, and now you're even getting shy? That's hilarious." Babata protested urgently, "I just didn't want to be so close to you, you stinky guy. Besides, with this demon's age, I could easily be your Earth human ancestor's ancestor." Zhou Ze teased, "Such an ancient old woman, yet you still try to act cute around me every day. Damn Zhou Ze." Babata fumed, her already scandalously curvaceous figure drawing even more attention. "I'm not wasting my breath on you. That Black Dragon spacecraft is all set except for one auxiliary propulsion system. While it can't traverse space yet, it can still reach sublight speeds 100,000 kilometers per second. We've gathered too little metal on Earth. Luo Feng's golden horned beast needs metal. Come with me to Mars and see if we can mine some ore." Zhou Ze's eyes lit up. "It's already repaired?" Luo Feng's Earth body hadn't even been cultivated yet, and it was already fixed. Come to think of it, Luo Feng had emerged from the ancient ruins of Site 9 a month early, and Babata didn't transport people to Mist Island on a fixed schedule. "Alright, I want to see beyond Earth too." Zhou Ze's interest was piqued. Beneath the Pacific Ocean, a black, saucer-shaped spacecraft with a diameter of about 100 meters broke through the surface. It swiftly entered the atmosphere and rapidly departed Earth. After Babata activated the 100% external environment simulation, a massive, azure blue planet appeared within Zhou Ze's field of vision. This moment seemed frozen in time. Truly breathtaking. Zhou Ze murmured in awe before falling silent. "Hey, Zhou Ze, the ship has accelerated to 100,000 kilometers per second. We're now heading toward Mars at a constant speed." Babata sounded equally excited. After being stuck on Earth for so long, bored to death, he could finally venture into the cosmic expanse. Though merely interplanetary travel, it was a good start. Once the auxiliary propulsion system was repaired, they could truly venture into the cosmos and encounter other human races. He's ignoring me. Babata fumed, wanting to tease Zhou Ze, but suddenly froze, daring not to move a muscle for fear of disturbing him. Simultaneously, she hastily guided the Black Dragon spacecraft to maintain a steady, straight course at constant speed, preventing any sudden acceleration from disturbing Zhou Ze. But the moment she completed these actions, she sensed Zhou Ze's aura fluctuating erratically before suddenly stabilizing, accompanied by a distinct new vibration. Eternal moment. Zhou Ze murmured these 4 words softly, then turned to look at Babata. Her mouth hung open wide enough to fit a water fire rod, her eyes wide as saucers, utterly incredulous. Babata, what does Earth look like in the cosmos? That moment just now feels etched deep within my heart, utterly unforgettable. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. Aha! Babata exclaimed excitedly, darting over and grabbing Zhou Ze by the collar. Zhou Ze, tell me. Tell me. Did you touch a bit of the law? I sensed a ripple of the primordial law of time emanating from you just now. There's no mistaking it, it must be real. How did you suddenly grasp an origin law? And it's the time origin law, one of the 2 most profound and mysterious high laws. This is utterly unbelievable. You're still just a lowly planetary tier 1st rank minion, yet you managed to touch upon a thread of the time primordial law? How is that even possible? I must be dreaming. Babata's speech was so fast, it was practically like he was rapping. He was 100 times more excited than Zhou Ze himself. Zhou Ze replied with a calm expression, Babata, you're an old man. Can't you act more mature instead of acting like a little girl? Babata instantly deflated like a deflated balloon, hands on his hips. This demon does as he pleases. Got a problem with that? And no complaints. Zhou Ze spread his hands helplessly. As long as you're happy. Babata suddenly grew coy. Zhou Ze, do you prefer me like this, or the old lady vibe? Whoa. It's just a glimpse of the fundamental laws of time. Is all this excitement really necessary? Zhou Ze chuckled, ruffling Babata's hair. Of course I like you just the way you've always been. If you turned into an old lady, that would be absolutely terrifying. Zhou Ze understood why Babata was so excited. He knew far more than she did, and he felt a similar thrill, though not as intense. After all, he'd combined the insights of Luo Feng, Hong, Lei Shen, and Luo Hua, and his own innate grasp of the principles wasn't bad either. On top of that foundation, he'd achieved a certain level of enlightenment. Touching a thread of the primordial law was hardly surprising, it was entirely expected. What he hadn't anticipated was that instead of the water primordial law he'd been desperately trying to grasp, he'd accidentally grasped the time primordial law. That was a bit absurd. A martial artist breaking through to planetary level awakening often signifies exceptional talent in that domain. His awakening of the water attribute supreme talent, boundless ocean, actually represented his innate aptitude for comprehending the primordial law of water. Guided by this theory, he had persistently focused on comprehending the primordial law of water, only to unexpectedly grasp the primordial law of time instead. Insight is something you can never have too much of. Zhou Ze remained rational, fully aware that without the insight boost from external aids, he could never have grasped a thread of the primordial law of time at the 1st tier of planetary level. I wonder how I compare to Bolin now. Zhou Ze pondered Berlan, that peerless prodigy who emerged once every 10,000 eras. Then his thoughts turned to anticipation, the day when the Black Dragon was fully repaired, they would truly venture into the cosmos and make contact with other human races. Chapter 52, A Battlefield of Demons? Bright Moon Residential District. After returning from grueling mining work on Mars, Zhou Ze devoted himself entirely to comprehending the primordial law of time. Only by grasping the primordial laws can one truly step through the threshold of cultivation. Lying on a rooftop chair, Zhou Ze gazed up at the starry sky, a faint warmth stirring within him. Without secret techniques, comprehending the laws is utterly hopeless. Zhou Ze frowned. What were secret techniques? To ordinary people, they were simply methods to enhance a martial artist's combat power, used for fighting. But to Zhou Ze, the greatest function of secret techniques was to assist martial artists in comprehending the laws and grasping higher vibrations. At least, that was the case before reaching immortal status. Take the Ninefold Thunderblade created by the Thunder God. Beginners break through and grasp higher levels of power by practicing the blade techniques over and over. My comprehension just isn't enough. If I had stronger insight, I could create my own secret techniques. But right now, even directly grasping the laws feels incredibly difficult. And once we reach Cholong Star, I must make full use of the virtual universe. For the first time, Zhou Ze felt his comprehension was insufficient. First I'll ask Babata if there are any secret techniques related to the time primordial law. And once I formally step into the time primordial law, I must comprehend the water primordial law secret techniques, for that can't be neglected either. Higher order laws couldn't be rushed, especially the most mysterious and profound time primordial law. Yet to stand out in the genius war, mastering lower order laws was indispensable. Take this genius war that Luo Feng was participating in. Zhou Ze recalled that the top 20 contestants were all geniuses who had mastered dual laws. Just then, Zhou Ze caught a glimpse of a slender figure appearing on the path before the villa. It was Janet. She looked a bit nervous. Zhou Ze. Janet forced a casual tone, waving her hand in greeting before trotting toward the villa entrance. Hearing Janet's casual address, Zhou Ze felt a bit speechless. Ever since she'd become a rebellious apprentice, this young girl rarely called him Teacher Zhou anymore. She didn't call him Councilman Zhou or Mr. Zhou either, just his first name. She was one of only 2 people in the world who addressed him that way. Of course, during lessons, she still occasionally addressed him as Teacher Zhou. Martial artists never took the ordinary path. As the villa door swung open, Janet gave a slight leap. Her agile form shot upward swiftly before landing lightly on Zhou Ze's rooftop terrace. Teacher Zhou, long time no see. Did you miss me? Janet's beautiful eyes sparkled, appearing utterly relaxed, yet the jade-like hands hidden behind her back trembled ever so slightly. Not at all. Zhou Ze replied with feigned indifference. This made Janet tense up. Then she heard Zhou Ze add, "You haven't visited me in so long. How disappointing for your teacher." Zhou Ze smiled at Janet as he continued, "So you've broken through to High War God. Such rapid progress. Did you consume some rare elixir or treasure?" Janet instantly relaxed inside. No wonder she'd been so tense. The gap in their power, status, and standing was simply too vast. Ever since Zhou Ze had instantly killed the 3 titans outside Luo Feng's residence, he had become the undisputed #1 in the world. That moment had filled Janet with dread. The gap in status and standing was too vast, and she knew Zhou Ze was solely focused on strengthening his power. He had explicitly told her so. From that day on, she threw herself into relentless training. According to countless Chinese dating guides for women pursuing men, to win over someone like him, she couldn't be too weak herself and needed to share his interests. Teacher. Janet feigned hurt, pouting her Barbie red lips as she whinged, "Can't I just work my way up to the High War God tier through my own efforts?" Zhou Ze smiled without comment. "I know every hair on your body. You have the talent for High God tier, but come on, it doesn't happen that fast." "Fine." Janet regained her composure and smiled. "My grandfather gave me a plant spirit because of you. Then, through my own hard work and cultivation, I finally reached the High God of War tier not long ago. What does that have to do with me?" Zhou Ze's expression betrayed a hint of surprise, though he had already guessed most of it. Janet approached Zhou Ze, her delicate fragrance wafting like a breeze. "It's because he sees my teacher, who's now the world's strongest martial artist." "Teacher, you're so amazing." Janet's sweet talk flowed effortlessly, her expression utterly charming. Any woman witnessing this would instantly label her a manipulative vixen, yet to men, she appeared nothing but a devoted younger sister. "Is that so?" Zhou Ze raised an eyebrow, feigning disappointment. "Too bad. Even though I'm this amazing, a certain unqualified disciple took so long to visit me that we've grown distant." "Not at all." Janet rested her chin on Zhou Ze's arm, her voice thick with affected coquetry. "I was just worried my strength was too low, afraid you'd look down on me." According to her best friend, the gap between men and women was too vast even in that department. She worked so hard partly for that reason too. "I've been working hard these past few days, and not just on my physical strength. I'll show you right now." Like a child seeking an elder's approval, Janet immediately began demonstrating her martial arts skills beside him. Only Zhou Ze's rooftop was large enough and reinforced for such displays, otherwise, she would have torn it apart. After executing a full set of Ninefold Thunderblades, Janet immediately approached Zhou Ze, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Well. I managed to channel the power of the 9th tier of the Ninefold Thunderblades, Master. I might just become a female thunder goddess, haha. Janet's giggles made her utterly adorable. Inside, she brimmed with pride and confidence. She still felt a deep sense of accomplishment, recalling her grandfather's utterly shocked expression when he learned she'd mastered the 9th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade. "You've certainly worked hard. Well done, keep it up." Zhou Ze smiled faintly. He wasn't surprised at all that Janet had reached the 9th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade. She'd pestered him constantly before. The last time they met, she was already at the 7th level. Though he hadn't taught her the final 3 levels, they were more or less connected to the earlier ones. Most crucially, he had personally demonstrated and explained every level of the Ninefold Thunderblade from the 1st to the 9th. This meant she'd been practicing with a built-in cheat code the entire time. If she still couldn't master it, it could only mean she spent her days eating and sleeping, never putting any effort into cultivation. A woman adorns herself for the one who delights her. Janet's eyes crinkled into crescent moons at Zhou Ze's praise, her heart pounding as she quietly approached the chair. She rested her smooth chin on Zhou Ze's right shoulder. "Zhou Ze." Just as Janet was about to speak, she sprang upright like a coiled spring, her gaze fixed on a towering figure approaching from the distance. Janet's figure was already quite voluptuous, but she paled in comparison to the approaching figure. Swaying with the kind of curvaceous body you'd only see in anime, she quickly drew near Zhou Ze's villa. Yao Riao, what brings you here? Zhou Ze glanced at her in surprise. The villa's gate swung open as Yao Riao soared onto the rooftop. She managed a faint smile, glancing at Janet. Under normal circumstances, she would have thoroughly teased her. But now she had no mood for it. Hong's slumber had left her feeling perpetually low. Janet stared intently at Yao Riao as if facing a formidable enemy. Not only was the other woman far more powerful than her, but her face was nearly as beautiful, and her figure was something Janet had never seen before. Chapter 53, I am your teacher. Ignoring the faint hostility in Janet's eyes, Yao Fei remained composed. Teacher Zhou, my father and Uncle Lei Shen haven't regained consciousness yet. There's no one to oversee the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. I'm requesting you to become the second headmaster of Extreme Martial Arts Academy. That title. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. It seems you finally resolved your inner conflict. Without giving a direct answer, Zhou Ze could tell from Yao Riao's words that she had indeed resolved her inner conflict. He had taken her previous guidance quite seriously, as it was the first time he had felt somewhat powerless. However, judging by the insights Yao Riao had gained, it had made a significant difference. At the very least, it had allowed her to analyze her own heart clearly, enabling her to be more rational. Janet felt a surge of anxiety. She hadn't realized this woman had been so familiar with Zhou Ze all along, and she hadn't known about it. More importantly, what if Zhou Ze ended up becoming the headmaster at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy headquarters? And as the headmaster's personal guard, wouldn't he have far too many opportunities to interact with her? A look of obvious conflict flashed across Janet's flawlessly pale face, but she knew she couldn't interrupt and had no right to say more. I prefer a quiet life. Zhou Ze's expression remained calm as he cut straight to the point. You'll temporarily take over as the second head of the dojo in place of your father. If anyone has objections, they can come to me. Concise and to the point. But don't be stubborn. Don't think that just because you're taking over, everyone has to do things your way. Hong Jianli's martial arts academy system is actually quite solid. Zhou Ze added a few words of advice. MHM. Yao Riao felt equally conflicted inside, but suddenly remembered Zhou Ze saying she hadn't grown up yet. Gritting her teeth, she agreed. Thank you. I'll be going now. Yao Rong glanced at Janet, who was still staring at her, and felt a slight urge to laugh. After resolving her inner conflict, especially following the incident with the golden horned beast, the martial arts academy had begun to crumble internally. Power struggles and vying for influence were rampant. While not as chaotic as the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, it wasn't much better. No need to rush off. Though I'm here now, as the future head of the dojo, you must elevate yourself to command respect. Priorities mustn't be reversed. Strengthening your abilities must always come first, Zhou Ze said calmly. Truth be told, he harbored his own thoughts. Since catching a glimpse of the laws, he increasingly felt his own comprehension was insufficient. If Yao Riao could reach planetary tier, her innate talent and comprehension must be quite good. Even with Hong's assistance, if she lacked the foundation herself, Hong wouldn't possess the ability to arbitrarily help others break through to planetary tier. He held little interest in Earth's so-called geniuses, but when opportunity knocked, he wouldn't refuse the chance to gain more insight. MHM. Yao Riao nodded earnestly. Alright, you use a whip, right? Show me how you wield it, and I'll offer some guidance, Zhou Ze said casually. Yao Riao perked up. Though she didn't know Zhou Ze well, she'd heard about his remarkable teaching abilities. Before her father Hong went to confront the golden horned beast, he'd told her that if she ever encountered something important, she should seek out Zhou Ze. After her father fell into slumber, she'd been mired in a slump, nearly forgetting that advice. Now, perhaps he truly could help her progress. After all, she'd never seen Hong show such respect to anyone, especially considering he'd once been merely a war god. This space is too confined, my whip's too long, Yao Riao hesitated. Head straight for the high clouds. Watching Zhou Ze and Yao Riao vanish together into the sky's clouds, Janet stomped her feet in frustration. It felt like her husband had been suddenly snatched away by a mistress. After a long while, Zhou Ze finally descended from the sky onto the rooftop. Janet feigned nonchalance as she asked, Zhou Ze, who was that woman? I heard her call the pavilion master dad. Could she be Hong's child? Yeah, she's Hong's adopted daughter and his personal guard Yao Riao. Zhou Ze stretched out on the lounge chair with a smile. That lady is so impressive. Even Hong's own children haven't produced a warrior at the counselor level. Janet kept calling her that lady. Zhou Ze couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This little girl was quite the clever one, and her words were full of hidden meanings. How could he not see through it? Alright, she's not much older than you, yet her strength far surpasses yours. Work hard first, break through to the planetary level. With a flick of his thoughts, 2 Muya crystals floated before her. Janet's eyes widened as she boldly asked, Zhou Ze, is this your token of affection for me? Her earlier flirtatiousness had made her feel extremely threatened. Plus, having grown up in the West, she was bold and unafraid to voice her inner desires. Zhou Ze rolled his eyes. I'm your teacher. You ungrateful student. Janet's beautiful eyes flashed with fierce defiance. I've studied Chinese culture. You only tutored me like a cram school teacher, not a true master. So we can be together. Zhou Ze replied lazily, I knew your intentions weren't pure from the start. Janet's expression froze, then she hurriedly explained, I came because Luo Feng became the invincible war god. My grandfather sent me to build a relationship with him and deliver a vial of life water to you. That has nothing to do with how I later fell for you after you tutored me. I never approached you with that intention. Janet rattled off her explanation. Zhou Ze remained silent until she grew tired, then took a deep breath and pointed toward the sky. Janet, I'll be leaving Earth soon. If you truly like me, focus on your cultivation. Don't let me outpace you too much. East Pacific Ocean seabed, east of China. A colossal monster lay sprawled there. Within dozens of kilometers, not a single other creature dared approach. The slight undulations of its body indicated it wasn't dead, merely slumbering. Were Earth's inhabitants to witness this, they would surely lose all hope, succumbing to utter despair. Yet no one could have imagined that this entity, once the embodiment of despair for Earth's humanity, no longer possessed its own body. Instead, it now belonged to the hero Luo Feng, whom Earth's humans believed to be dead. Within the golden-horned colossus, shrouded in golden mist, an oval-shaped egg floated above the continent cast entirely from metal. Crack, crack. The egg shattered, revealing Luo Feng's human form. Finally born. Luo Feng cracked his neck and stretched his limbs. Meanwhile, Zhou Ze was inquiring with Babata about secret techniques related to the time law and water law, preferably ones that combined both. There are no secrets of time, Babata replied with a hint of frustration. As for secrets of space, my master created some. Pure secrets of the water law do exist, but they have no connection to either time or space. Your master has traversed the cosmos for 6,000 eras, yet he doesn't even possess a single secret technique? Zhou Ze sounded disappointed. Babata retorted, what do you know? Who would bind arcane knowledge into books and carry them about? They're all stored in auxiliary light brains. The odds of finding a secret technique book are slimmer than relying on soul searching. Zhou Ze nodded helplessly and asked instead. By the way, Babata, how much longer until your ship is repaired? Didn't you say it only has one auxiliary propulsion system? Why is it taking so long? Babata, stung by Zhou Ze's questioning of his expertise, retorted heatedly, you illiterate fool. You don't understand. Even after the auxiliary propulsion system is built, it still needs to be adapted and calibrated to the ship, plus the entire system requires comprehensive testing. It's not that quick. Seeing Babata slip on his black-rimmed glasses, Zhou Ze instantly changed his tone, wanting to give him a taste of uniform appeal. So how much longer, then? Babata was about to retort when his expression suddenly brightened. Zhou Ze, Luo Feng's clone has emerged. Want to come see it? At that moment, Babata had a sudden flash of inspiration and exclaimed excitedly, the golden-horned beast. It's all your fault for upsetting me. I completely forgot that the golden-horned beast's inherited memories contain a wealth of secret techniques. Chapter 54, Secret Techniques. No need to go. I reckon Luo Feng is already rushing here impatiently, Zhou Ze smiled faintly. True enough, Babata agreed, but his tone turned disheartened the next moment. But no, besides the spatial secret techniques, the metal law secret techniques, and a few soul-related ones, the other 6 major laws, including the time law, there's simply nothing. Zhou Ze sighed, that's remarkably focused. Aside from the spatial law and the law of gold that align with its own attributes, there wasn't a single tome on the other laws. Babata sighed, actually, considering the sake of future generations, the golden-horned beast's approach wasn't wrong. No life form would attempt to grasp a third law. Time and energy are finite. Whether it's the law of time or the law of space, even an immortal being would struggle to comprehend them fully. Zhou Ze nodded in understanding. Perhaps the ancient golden-horned beasts didn't record other law secrets to prevent their descendants from getting distracted. By the way, Babata, since that's the case, have Luo Feng pass me a volume of spatial secrets and one on the golden law. Babata's eyes widened. Your special ability is water attribute, and the law you've grasped is the time law. What are you trying to do? To draw connections between them. Zhou Ze explained casually. No way. I won't allow it. Human time and energy are limited. Do you have any idea how many people struggle their entire lives just to grasp a single lower-tier law? Before Babata could respond, Zhou Ze cut him off. If you won't ask, I'll ask myself. Fine. Unable to persuade Zhou Ze, Babata reluctantly vanished from his sight. Soon, she reappeared before Zhou Ze and said, Zhou Ze, Luo Feng has agreed to pass down the secret technique to you. I never expected him to agree so readily to pass on his secret technique. In Babata's view, such a precious secret technique, especially one concerning spatial manipulation, would drive even immortal-level powerhouses mad. No matter how close the master-disciple bond, such knowledge wouldn't be handed over so readily. For Luo Feng to agree to give it away for free was something unimaginable to countless beings across the cosmos. Zhou Ze nodded. What the hell? I helped you out, and you don't even show a shred of gratitude? If it weren't for my face, Babata's, Luo Feng would never have agreed so readily to pass on his secret technique to you. Babata grumbled discontentedly. Thanks, Zhou Ze replied with a faint smile. Humph, not a shred of sincerity. Babata felt stuck in limbo, nearly on the verge of an emo breakdown. He could only force out a cold snort to vent his inner frustration. Seeing this, Zhou Ze ruffled Babata's hair and smiled. Babata, thank you. Babata purred like a cat under the gentle stroke, but quickly snapped back to reality. He swatted Zhou Ze's hand away. You're wise to keep quiet. You'll soon learn just how precious this spatial secret technique is. Even the spatial secret technique master created himself can't compare. But your talent lies in the laws of time. Don't get too obsessed with spatial laws, it's not worth the cost. Yes, yes, yes. Your master is the greatest. Zhou Ze coaxed him like a child. Hu Yanba possessed genuine talent, especially in manipulating souls, truly remarkable. He had created numerous secret arts like the six-pointed star and soul imprint. Had he not been so solitary and instead joined one of the 5 great clans, he might have been crowned king long ago. Consider that he'd only lived through 6,000 eras, an exceptionally young immortal. To have devised so many soul-based secrets was truly remarkable. Outside Luo Feng's residence, his father Luo Honghua, mother Gong Xinlan, wife Su Xian, younger brother Luo Hua all were present, along with the twin boys now standing on the ground. Luo Feng approached step by step. Say daddy, Su Xian urged, holding the two nearly identical children. Daddy! Daddy! In that moment, Luo Feng wept tears of overwhelming joy. Baba Ta, where's my teacher? Overwhelmed with emotion, Luo Feng's gratitude toward Zhou Ze reached its peak. This was the second time his teacher had saved his family. The debt of gratitude he owed his teacher could never be repaid in a lifetime. Last time with the water of life, he hadn't been able to help. This time, he finally had the means to assist his teacher. Him? What else would he do but lounge on the rooftop every day? Probably figured you hadn't returned in so long, so he didn't bother you. Babata, visible only to Luo Feng, floated in the air, spreading his hands in a shrug. Haha, calling the teacher. No, I have to personally invite him. Luo Feng smiled as he greeted his family, personally inviting Zhou Ze into their home. Deeply grateful for Zhou Ze's quiet assistance, the Luo family offered him toast after toast. Zhou Ze accepted each one without hesitation. Sometimes being too polite can actually hinder genuine connection. Just as the conversation was flowing, Luo Feng's eyes widened in shock. Ahua, how did you break through to the planetary realm? Luo Hua scratched the back of his head, shyly replying, it's all thanks to teacher Zhou's excellent instruction. I practiced the genetic primal energy cultivation method he taught me. Then, using the Muya crystal you left behind, brother, I cultivated until I reached the 3rd tier of the planetary realm. Planetary level tier 3? Luo Feng exclaimed. That's incredibly fast. Even with the Muya crystal's aid, that's ridiculously fast. I'm only at planetary realm tier 3 myself. Luo Hua grinned at Zhou Ze, showing no modesty in front of family. Bro, the teacher took me as his disciple. I'm your junior now. He even said my talent isn't much worse than yours. If you don't work hard, watch out, I might just overtake you. Ha, if you can surpass me, I'd be thrilled. But while catching up to my rank might be easy, your strength is still far behind, Luo Feng replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Zhou Ze smiled and said, Luo Feng, don't be so cocky. Who knows? Little Hua might surpass you in just a few years. His talent for cultivating the mind is far better than yours. Oh? Luo Feng feigned surprise, though inwardly unconvinced. This wasn't arrogance, but confidence, a conviction he'd possessed even before possessing the golden horned beast, let alone now. After possessing the golden horned beast, his original form had reached stellar grade tier 3. Though his human body was only at planetary grade tier 3, the same as Luo Hua, his psychic power had surged to planetary grade tier 6 thanks to the enhancement of his special ability, Vajrabody. Moreover, because his consciousness was at stellar level tier 3, the amplitude of his psychic power was rapidly increasing. After finishing his meal and lingering a while longer at Luo Feng's home, Zhou Ze took his leave. Shortly after returning home, however, he found Luo Feng approaching him. Teacher, I've come to deliver the secret technique you requested. No need to rush, tomorrow would be just as fine, Zhou Ze teased Luo Feng. Su Xian might get upset with me. You two haven't seen each other in so long, and you come straight to my place the moment you get back. Luo Feng smiled awkwardly. I just didn't want you to wait too long. Chapter 55, Don't do anything rash. After receiving Luo Feng's secret technique, Zhou Ze began reviewing it in his mind. Zhou Ze, this is the secret technique I carefully sought out for you, absolute space. Luo Feng also studied this very manual. Babata popped up with a grin. This secret technique is divided into 3 layers. The first layer is called Arclight Dot. The second layer is called 1,000 Transformations. The third layer is called Teleportation Dot. Teleportation. Even our master, an immortal powerhouse, cannot achieve this. Impressive, right? Quick, thank me. He. Zhou Ze smiled as he looked at Babata. This little fellow was going to great lengths to prevent him from comprehending the spatial secret technique. Little did he know that this technique could only be directly learned by the golden horned beast. Through repeated contemplation and practice, one could reach the first layer. For others, even mastering the basics was a monumental challenge. Thanks a bunch. Zhou Ze chuckled back. You're welcome. It's what I, the great demon Babata, should do as your intelligent assistant. Babata declared proudly. In her view, Zhou Ze would eventually give up, convinced he lacked talent for spatial laws after failing to make progress. This way, he wouldn't waste his focus on spatial laws. Come to think of it, she felt a bit dazed. When had she ever found herself discussing the intricacies of laws with a mere planetary Tier 1? In the time that followed, Zhou Ze immersed himself in comprehending absolute space. Truth be told, grasping the spatial laws wasn't simple, but learning the sequence of movements was surprisingly straightforward. Not to mention Luo Feng had also been practicing this secret technique. Though Luo Feng grasped it instantly, continuous practice generated insights that Zhou Ze absorbed entirely. Too bad Luo Feng doesn't have my guidance on this secret technique, nor the insight boost from the cheat. Otherwise, 1 plus 1 would absolutely be far greater than 2. Zhou Ze instantly banished the stray thought from his mind. True strength ultimately came from within, at least in terms of mindset. Even with the cheat program, hadn't he still relied on his own efforts to reach this point? This secret technique could also be called a secret skill. Its essence lay in relentless practice and insight. With repeated training, one gradually mastered and comprehended it. This secret technique is truly exceptional. Luo Feng would rely on it for a long time afterward. While it appears to focus on burst speed, it actually guides one from shallow to deep, gradually grasping the cosmic spatial laws. A real gem. After mastering the basics, Zhou Ze drilled absolute space over and over again. Though it was intense practice, he found genuine enjoyment in it. Before he knew it, half a year had passed. During this time, aside from gathering once when Hong and the Thunder God awoke, Zhou Ze devoted every moment to practicing absolute space. He even shut down his auxiliary light brain, left Bright Moon residential area, and cut off all contact with others, immersing himself completely in the practice. He never feared hardship. What he feared was enduring hardship without reaping rewards. Even when he found suitable targets in his future plans, he had to showcase his unique strengths. After all, every genius was proud. Why should they listen to his guidance? Why should they choose him as their master? Not every prodigy was like Luo Feng, who would willingly offer himself up. Ultimately, he had to rely on himself. The greatest benefit of the cheat code was enhancing his comprehension, but strengthening that comprehension still depended on his own efforts. Another week passed in this manner. That day unfolded as usual for Zhou Ze. Every minute, every second, he was immersed in practicing absolute space, day and night. Amidst this relentless focus, Zhou Ze suddenly realized he had gained deeper insights into the fundamental laws of time. This left Zhou Ze both amused and exasperated. Damn it, I'm practicing absolute space to grasp the spatial laws, yet I've made progress in the temporal laws instead. Who the hell do I complain to about this? If before he had only glimpsed a sliver of the time law, now he could be said to have formally crossed its threshold. Master, the black dragon is repaired. Babata sent me to fetch you. At that moment, a crimson figure leapt down from the sky, landing before Zhou Ze. Luo Feng felt a strange unease. Why did his teacher, merely a first-tier planetary-level cultivator, make his heart race? Luo Feng didn't dwell on it. He was already itching to venture into the cosmos. Zhou Ze, how's your practice with absolute space been lately? Feeling it's tough? Babata appeared, grinning. Let me tell you, your talent isn't in spatial arts. It's okay. The basics are pretty simple, but the first layer is a bit tricky. I feel like I'll master it soon though, Zhou Ze replied casually. What? Babata exclaimed in disbelief. Seriously? You're kidding, right? Seriously. Zhou Ze blurted out before catching himself. Babata, who had been grinning mischievously, suddenly frowned. This stuff isn't that hard. Are you overthinking it? Zhou Ze, don't mess around. Babata stepped in front of him, hands on hips, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Relax. Zhou Ze pinched Babata's cheek gently, smiling softly. I know what I'm doing. Fine. Babata took a deep breath, opening her mouth to speak, but then remembered how Zhou Ze had grasped the time law. She had even researched ancient Chinese texts on cultivating the mind specifically for him. She knew someone like Zhou Ze, with his profound cultivation of mental clarity and the ability to see through illusions, possessed unwavering resolve. He wouldn't be swayed by others, though that didn't mean he wouldn't listen to advice. Since she'd laid out all the pros and cons to Zhou Ze, and he'd still chosen this path, what else could she do? Her advice would always remain supplementary. At her core, the intelligent Babata remained stubbornly so. Teacher, Babata, what are you two discussing? Luo Feng admitted he was a bit confused. When did practicing a secret technique become such a complicated affair? Kid, you don't need to know. Zhou Ze replied calmly. Babata, pretending not to hear the question, ignored him completely. Luo Feng could only ask, Teacher, Babata, when are we leaving? Zhou Ze inquired, have you discussed this with your family? Luo Feng nodded. I've already discussed it with my family. As for my eldest and second brothers, we'll wait until we've scouted the area and returned before discussing it with them. Had Zhou Ze not known beforehand, Luo Feng wouldn't have wanted to bring him along. The vast starry sky, alien races, everything was unknown. No one could predict what the future held. If something unexpected happened, if something did go wrong, he'd bear the consequences alone. Let's go. Stop dawdling. Babata urged impatiently. Zhou Ze glanced at Luo Feng before both of them soared upward into the sky. High above, a massive black saucer-shaped spacecraft materialized. Its outer hatch opened, and Zhou Ze and Luo Feng flew inside. The hatch slammed shut, and the vessel swiftly broke through the atmosphere, hurtling toward Earth's outer space. Chapter 56, Fortune and Misfortune are intertwined. Black Dragon Spaceship, Control Room. The moment they left Earth's orbit, Babata appeared on the console screen. Zhou Ze, Luo Feng, the ship has departed Earth. Babata glanced at Zhou Ze, then turned to Luo Feng. Luo Feng, this is your first time leaving Earth. Would you like to activate 100% external environment simulation? Want to see what your home planet looks like with your own eyes? 100% external simulation? Luo Feng considered it briefly. Turn it on and see. With a whoosh, the entire control room vanished. He now stood within the spacecraft, experiencing gravity nearly identical to Earth's. In that moment, Luo Feng felt as though he were standing amidst the starry expanse of space. Seeing it with my own eyes is truly awe-inspiring, Luo Feng murmured, gazing at the azure-hued Earth. Zhou Ze nodded with a smile. Even though I've seen it before, it still leaves me in awe. The black dragon continued accelerating, Earth gradually shrinking in size. Luo Feng couldn't help but say, Teacher, Babata, this is my first time leaving Earth to journey to another planet with life. I just can't seem to calm my heart. Zhou Ze replied softly, it's perfectly normal to feel this way. There's no need to fight it, just embrace it. Babata chuckled, isn't that perfectly normal? It's like someone from a small town visiting a big city for the first time, they're bound to feel this way. Not to mention we're leaving Earth for Chiolong Star to you, that place is 100 times more prosperous and powerful than even the most bustling imperial capital of the Silver Blue Empire, that primary level civilization ruling over 8 star systems. You've never even been to the Silver Blue Empire, how could you not be nervous? And you're not nervous at all, teacher? Luo Feng looked at Zhou Ze and smiled. Zhou Ze pointed toward the ship's navigation panel. Why be nervous? I'm actually quite excited. Luo Feng, no matter how difficult it is, could it possibly be harder than when you had a 100 billion bounty on your head, your psychic identity was exposed, you were trapped in the ruins of ancient civilization number 9, and faced the golden horned beast? For me, the most difficult phase was during the Great Nirvana period. No matter how hard I tried, I remained stuck at the intermediate war general level, unable to break through. I couldn't see any hope. Every moment was agony. But no matter how agonizing it was, as long as I was alive, I still had to endure every single moment, day and night. Why torment myself so? Luo Feng fell into deep thought, then scratched the back of his head and admitted with a sigh, Master, I understand all this. But I just can't do it. Zhou Ze replied calmly, it's okay that you can't. You're still young. The future belongs to you. Zhou Ze smiled. That said, what you've experienced these past few years is more than many people go through in a lifetime. Don't just focus on cultivation. Find time each day to quiet your mind, reflect on your life. You don't need to scrutinize yourself 3 times daily, but learn from your experiences. Gradually, your character will grow stronger. Babata suddenly chimed in, Luo Feng, you should listen to your teacher. Your earth cultivation methods must have unique insights. Luo Feng looked slightly taken aback. Babata, you never used to talk like this. That was then, this is now. Even an AI like me knows to keep up with the times and you're asking me this? Babata retorted impatiently. Look at your teacher, Han, and the Thunder God, all 3 possess domains, yet you do not. Doesn't that prove the uniqueness of Earth's mental cultivation? Luo Feng sighed. I've studied plenty of ancient texts on cultivating the mind. I understand, alright? But this kind of thing can't be forced. Throughout history, you'd be hard-pressed to find more than a handful who attained enlightenment in their 20s. Even figures like Laozi, Confucius, and Wang Yangming only achieved enlightenment in their middle or old age. So what am I supposed to do? Luo Feng spread his hands helplessly. My teacher, and my eldest and second brothers, they're decades older than me. Excuses. Nothing but excuses. Babata snapped. I've recently scanned every ancient text from your Huaxia civilization multiple times. Besides, Zhou Ze himself said your experiences these past years surpass what most people encounter in a lifetime. You've been so fixated on cultivation that you never took time each day to quiet your mind, reflect, and synthesize your experiences. All those years of hardship have been wasted. Luo Feng was at a loss for words. Babata, you're the one who packed my schedule with cultivation sessions. Now look. Babata was furious. When words failed, he resorted to action. After a brief scuffle, Babata vanished and reappeared on the screen, 12 seconds remaining. Reaching light speed. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Amidst the vast expanse of stars, a blurred black spacecraft abruptly vanished. Boom! Zhou Ze felt the ship tremble slightly. After about 10 seconds, once the surrounding darkness was complete, it finally stabilized. Interstellar transit successful. We've entered the dark universe, Babata announced on the screen. Shut down external environment simulation. What is the dark universe? Luo Feng asked. Babata's eyes widened in displeasure. I've shown you all that basic cosmic knowledge, and you still don't know what the dark universe is? If I hadn't constantly pushed you to learn universal language, I doubt you'd even have mastered that. Foreign languages were the last thing he wanted to deal with. If only the entire Earth or even the entire universe spoke Chinese. Luo Feng felt a bit embarrassed. During that period, I was indeed quite fixated on improving my own strength. Babata snorted coldly. The moment I test your universal language skills, you pull that miserable face. How dare you say that? You're practically a planetary-level psychic with near photographic memory, yet you learn so slowly. I've told you before in the universe, if you can't even speak the universal language, you're just a savage. A savage with no rights. Luo Feng groaned inwardly. That universal language is impossible for humans to learn. It's way harder than any language on Earth. Zhou Ze watched Babata and Luo Feng calmly. Even after nearly sacrificing everything to destroy the cosmic beast, Luo Feng's temperament hadn't improved much. He knew exactly why. Because from high school until now, no matter what happened, he was always there. The apparent difference from the original story was simply his presence. The trials they faced remained largely unchanged. But in truth, this had profoundly impacted his character. A man's true inner growth might not come from reaching adulthood, gaining independence, or establishing a family and career. Perhaps it comes when he realizes he must bear everything alone. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Who can say whether this is blessing or curse? Zhou Ze sighed inwardly. After chatting with Luo Feng for a while, Babata's consciousness vanished and reappeared on the screen before the control console. The Black Dragon spacecraft's maximum speed is 1.5 times the speed of light. For energy conservation, 1.2 times the speed of light is optimal. We are now traveling at 1.2 times the speed of light. Estimated arrival at Xiaolong Star is nearly 10 days. Zhou Ze, Luo Feng, you may rest or cultivate during this period. Chapter 57, Encountering Bandits. Once the novelty wore off, days spent traveling through either the universe or the dark universe became monotonous and tedious. For Zhou Ze, cultivation was possible anywhere, so it didn't matter. But for Luo Feng, his mind couldn't find peace unless he was practicing. Zhou Ze, Luo Feng, will be performing a cosmic jump in 20 minutes to reach Xiaolong Star. Luo Feng felt a surge of anticipation and excitement, and Zhou Ze felt the same. No native of a planet could remain calm when about to encounter life from beyond their world. The difference lay in whether one could adjust oneself. Xiaolong Star's atmosphere was extraordinary. Visible to the naked eye, swirling masses of gas in vibrant hues flowed slowly, making the planet appear dazzlingly beautiful from afar. Outside Xiaolong Star, an ancient Black Dragon spacecraft, having received the guidance signal, slowly followed it toward the planet's internal docking port. Through the external virtual display, Zhou Ze could see a massive silver city spread out below. Truly magnificent, Zhou Ze marveled at this uniquely sci-fi landscape. Truly awe-inspiring. You'd never see anything like this on Earth, Luo Feng murmured, a hint of wonder flickering in his eyes. Babata sneered, hide those wide-eyed expressions of yours later. You're embarrassing my Yuanmo star. Just a mere domain lord's planet. This was an immense docking port, vast even when viewed from the atmosphere. Within it, countless spacecraft large and small were densely packed. The smallest were mere tens of meters long, even some as tiny as a dozen meters, while the largest stretched over 10,000 meters. The Black Dragon ship descended slowly into Sector C as Zhou Ze and Luo Feng stepped out together. After paying 1 Qianwu coin, they flew toward Xiaolong City. It's thousands of kilometers from here to Xiaolong City, Babata cautioned. Only the city itself is protected on Xiaolong Star. With one of you at Planetary Tier 2 and the other at Planetary Tier 6, you'll be easy targets. Luo Feng, under no circumstances release the golden horned beast. If trouble arises, use one Silver Stream Guardian to protect both of you while the other distracts them. As long as you don't encounter a cosmic level opponent, you should be able to escape easily. Of course, cosmic level is purely theoretical. It's virtually impossible for cosmic level bandits to appear on Xiaolong Star. On the essential route from Dock C to Xiaolong City, A group of cosmic humanoids extremely peculiar from an Earthling's perspective gathered atop a mountain peak towering over 10,000 meters high. The strongest among them possessed stellar tier level 3 power, while the weakest were at stellar tier level 1. "Boss, maybe we should head to Sector B instead," a man with entirely green skin suggested timidly. The figure addressed as boss possessed an enormous head disproportionate to its scrawny body, somewhat reminiscent of the alien caricatures often seen in Earth movies. "Wait a bit longer," the leader said, his eyes reddening. "I refuse to believe every team has bodyguards." The other members looked like a group of gamblers, their eyes glowing with anticipation. One member, who naturally had red eyes, seemed ready to shoot laser beams. "We've waited half a month already. Giving up now would be a huge loss. Yeah, we can't let all this waiting go to waste. Quitting now? No way. Anyone who makes it out of C-Zone must be loaded with goodies. One big score and we'd be set for years." The green-skinned man glanced at his furious teammates, feeling at a loss for words. To him, the more desperate the situation, the more crucial it was to stay calm. This group was blinded by greed, especially since the reward hadn't even materialized yet. The green-skinned man glanced at the detector screen, where one or more red dots flashed intermittently. Beside them, the device automatically displayed the target's strength based on their life force. This detector had cost a fortune. Everyone had pooled their money to buy it, each chipping in at least a year's worth of wages. That was precisely why everyone's eyes were burning with greed. If they didn't make a killing, none of them could accept it. Beep beep. Suddenly, the detector emitted an alert. Instantly, everyone crowded around, eyes filled with intense anticipation. Only 2 people, one at planetary tier 6, one at planetary tier 1. The leader's eyes gleamed with greed. "No bodyguards? Just 2 planetary tier individuals. This is a golden opportunity. After waiting so long, we've finally found a suitable target." The green-skinned man timidly objected. "Boss, how could someone from the C-class zone be so weak? And without bodyguards? Could this be a trap?" Before the green-skinned man could finish, the only red-eyed man in the group cut him off with a sharp rebuke. "A scam? Bull. Probably just some rich kid on vacation who heard Zhou Star is scenic but didn't know he'd run into us. After this job, we're out of here. Zhou Star's huge hideout here, and no one'll ever find us." The other team members were all tempted. The leader, seeing their caution, said, "If you're all in, we'll play it by ear later. But we still need to be careful. Don't rely entirely on the detection equipment. We've lasted this long because we've been careful. When we spot them, if it's just 2 people, we strike immediately. But if there's a third, don't even think about it. Run." So beautiful. Luo Feng flew while gazing upward. The sky above seemed like a layer of purple gauze, while the distant horizon had turned blue. "The scenery on Zhou Star is quite lovely. Even your teacher once stayed here secretly for a while, immersing himself in the local culture and customs." Babata chuckled. "This place relies on its beautiful scenery to attract a large number of tourists, and even many powerful individuals have chosen to live here in seclusion." Luo Feng nodded and smiled. "It truly is beautiful. Even teacher Huyen Bo was captivated and lived here for a while." Along the way, Luo Feng exchanged occasional words with Babata, while Zhou Ze quietly admired the scenery, occasionally chiming in with a comment or two. Suddenly, figures emerged from all directions, closing in with such speed that Zhou Ze and Luo Feng scarcely had time to react. "Keep your hands where I can see them. See this anonymous black card? Transfer every last cent from your card to this one." The bandit leader's expression was savage as he cut straight to the chase. "Hurry up. Transfer every last cent over here, and we'll spare your lives. If you want to live, transfer it now. Think we can't find you hiding in here?" The other bandits echoed his demands, their shouts amplifying the leader's menacing aura. "Damn it, we actually ran into them. I didn't bring detection equipment. The Masters was smashed during that ambush. Otherwise, how could we have been stopped by a bunch of thugs who aren't even at the cosmic level?" Babata spoke rapidly, yet his demeanor remained remarkably calm. He immediately ordered a Silver Stream Guard to shield the 2. With the Silver Stream Guard present, their safety was assured. "Wonder if we can take them on." Zhou Ze felt a surge of excitement. Luo Feng, however, remained outwardly calm, though his heart sank. Previously, they'd faced at most a goldhorn beast at the first tier of stellar level. Now, they were confronted by a group of stellar-level foes, including one formidable opponent at the 3rd tier. Chapter 58, Renowned Master. En route from the C-class zone to Chulong City. 2 figures soared swiftly through the sky. One bore distinctive golden patterns across his face, while the other stood over 3 meters tall, seemingly serving as the young man's bodyguard. "Uncle Toss, the scenery inside Zhou Star truly lives up to its online reputation. Utterly breathtaking," Clark remarked, surveying his surroundings. "Heh, even in the starry skies, colorful celestial bodies are quite rare." "Your mother spent quite some time here back in the day," Toss replied, his eyes softening with warmth. "Haha, Mom still owns a property in Chulong City. She mentioned this Zhou Star to me countless times growing up." Clark was in high spirits, chatting casually with his butler from time to time. Before long, he spotted a group of figures floating ahead. Uncle Toss, look, 2 people up ahead seem to be getting robbed by bandits. Let's help them out. It's no trouble at all. Clark's expression lit up with excitement, surprised to encounter such a situation upon arriving at Zhou Star. Ah, Your Highness, I told you not to meddle in others' affairs. TOS felt a bit helpless. Clark chuckled, if we happen to come across them, it must be fate. Didn't grandfather tell me to make friends while traveling? I really have no idea what to do with you, Toss sighed helplessly. Clark added with a hint of playful petulance, I'm not deliberately meddling. Besides, I know my limits. The strongest among them is only a 3rd-tier stellar level fighter. Nothing bad will happen. TOS sighed and said nothing more. Over here. It's been a while since I last fought. I hope these guys can satisfy me, Zhou Ze thought silently. This was his first fight since comprehending the laws. Typically, mastering a domain rendered one unbeatable among peers of the same tier, meaning no planetary level opponent without a domain could defeat him. Now, however, he had crossed the threshold into the primordial laws, and not just any law, but one of the 2 supreme laws, the law of time. He was curious to see just how far his power had progressed. Master, rest assured. My silver flowing guard is nearly indestructible, even against cosmic level powerhouses. This group is merely stellar level, they can't harm us, Luo Feng transmitted to Zhou Ze. Hurry up and transfer the money. The bandit leader and his men, fearing reinforcements, looked extremely impatient. You think this robot can stop us? We're afraid of having to kill you outright. Don't be ungrateful. As the bandits hurled threats, unseen by anyone, the green-skinned man who had been monitoring the detection instruments silently retreated behind the others the moment Luo Feng activated his silver stream guard. Falling back a distance, he immediately took flight. As he vanished, he made sure to pocket the detection device. Halt! Clark flew over with Toss, unleashing his aura and bellowing a warning, hoping to deter the bandits. You bandits, get out of here. Sigh. TOS sighed inwardly with resignation. This young master was shielded too well by his young mistress, his worldly wisdom was still rather lacking. The bandit leader and his men were stunned. A 9th-tier stellar class? And another whose depth was impossible to gauge. This was far beyond what they could handle. The bandit leader and his crew turned pale with fear. Without a word, they attempted to flee. Yet before they could even take flight, they plummeted toward the ground like a crashing aircraft. Young master, once enemies have crossed us, no matter how weak they seem, we cannot let them go. Toss sighed. Clark replied awkwardly, I just saw they had no intent to kill, only to rob us. I understand. TOS shook his head. Kindness is good, but it must be applied to the right people. Luo Feng overheard their exchange and felt there was likely no immediate danger, yet he still didn't withdraw his silver stream guard. TOS pointed at Luoing guard enveloping Luo Feng and Zhou Ze. See how well they're doing? Even facing us who came to their rescue, they didn't immediately withdraw their Luoing guard. Clark's lips curved into a smile as he looked at Zhou Ze and Luo Feng. Are you both alright? Rest assured, we won't harm you. Luo Feng, who had been hesitating, immediately withdrew his silver stream guard. Sorry, but when you're out in the world, you have to be cautious. Clark nodded and smiled. Uncle Toss often teaches me to do the same. Are you also heading to Qiulong City? Would you like to travel with us? It would be safer for you. Babata's projected consciousness interjected, agree to them. This young man's background is no ordinary matter, his guardian is a domain lord. Cough cough. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. A domain lord? Wasn't the ruler of Qiulong Star a domain lord? Were domain lords so commonplace in the cosmos? Encountering one right after leaving home, luckily they held no ill will. Otherwise, he'd have been finished before even setting foot outside. The universe was vast and perilous indeed. Is it convenient? Luo Feng glanced at TOS, then turned to Clark. Clark's smile radiated warmth, no problem. It's on our way anyway. Uncle Toss will agree. TOS, hearing his young master mention him, spoke indifferently, you may follow. Since the young master has spoken. Clark quickly explained, Uncle Toss is a very kind man. Don't worry about it. This simple exchange completely put Luo Feng at ease. Next, Zhou Ze and Luo Feng followed Clark as they flew toward Qiulong City. Throughout the journey, Clark chattered incessantly. Luo Feng found it rather amusing and gleaned quite a few interesting tidbits from his ramblings. Zhou Ze, however, remained silent beside TOS. He's actually your teacher? Did I hear that right? Your teacher is only a 2nd-tier planetary level expert? Clark nearly fell over in shock. Luo Feng nodded solemnly. Of course. I began training under my teacher at a very young age. Luo Feng chose his words carefully, even though Clark showed no sign of malice. Impressive. For a teacher, nothing brings greater satisfaction than nurturing a disciple who surpasses their own abilities, Clark declared, giving Zhou Ze a thumbs up. Master Zhou Ze, how did you achieve this? How do you normally guide Luo Feng? You absolutely possess the potential of a legendary master. Clark fired off questions, showing unusual interest in Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze fell silent for a moment, unsure how to respond. Clark suddenly tapped his head, speaking with confidence. Teacher Zhou Ze, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Clark, visiting from the imperial capital of the Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom. I possess 9th tier stellar level strength, and most importantly I'm also a 2-star master teacher on Master Teacher. Zhou Ze perked up slightly, mentally asking Babata, what is Master Teacher? It's like the Master Teacher platform in the virtual universe, similar to apps, websites, or software on your Earth phones or internet. As long as you have the money, even immortal powerhouses can be hired to guide you. Zhou Ze's mental exchange with Babata happened in an instant. Impressive. Zhou Ze praised. You look so young, yet you're already a 2-star master teacher. I never would have guessed. Of course. Clark beamed. Both my grandfather and mother have praised my natural talent for teaching. Unfortunately, I haven't yet taught a student who surpasses me. Clark said regretfully. It must be said that compared to the earthly adage of the apprentice outshining the master-disciple relationship in the cosmos seems purer. Of course, this master-disciple dynamic isn't about a teacher and student, but rather an instructor and apprentice. Heh, it seems you yourself possess considerable talent, Clark, Zhou Ze remarked with a faint smile. Clark's expression darkened as he replied dejectedly, I'm only slightly better than the average person. But within my own family, I'm quite ordinary. Zhou Ze offered reassurance, there's no need to compare yourself to others. No matter how strong you become, in a universe this vast, there will always be someone stronger. You only need to measure yourself against your past self. As long as you improve, even a little each day, the accumulation will be remarkable. Tioa shot Zhou Ze a surprised glance, thinking no wonder he could teach a student like Luo Feng, whose strength surpassed his own. Clark's eyes lit up with admiration. You're the real deal. Just that one sentence has already enlightened me. Teacher Zhou Ze, you must be a teacher on Master Teachers too, right? What star rating do you have now? Zhou Ze smiled. I haven't registered on Master Teachers yet, so I don't have a star rating. Clark nodded excitedly. Then you should register. I believe in you, you might just become a true Master Teacher. According to the platform's classification, only teachers rated 7 stars or higher could be considered true Master Teachers. Of course, in a universe this vast, achieving even a single star was no small feat. Chapter 59, you didn't ask either. Brother Luo Feng, Teacher Zhou Ze, will part ways here. I need to visit a friend of my mother's who's also living in seclusion here. Clark smiled. Oh, by the way, what are your virtual universe network accounts? Let's add each other as friends. TOS watched indifferently, not interjecting. In his view, given his status as young master, the fact that these two had piqued his interest and he was proactively adding them as friends was their good fortune. Oh. Luo Feng froze. They didn't have virtual universe network accounts. Zhou Ze replied calmly, we haven't opened accounts with the Virtual Universe Corporation yet. Why don't you give us your virtual universe network number? We'll add you then. Clark was somewhat surprised. Who didn't have a virtual universe network account these days? It was like asking a Chinese person on Earth to have no QQ or WeChat. Clark didn't dwell on it, nor did Toss. Given their status, it wasn't worth overthinking. Zhou Ze. Babata said with some displeasure, why did you just tell them you and Luo Feng don't have virtual universe network accounts? Isn't that practically announcing you're natives? When traveling, you define your own status. Acting like this invites contempt. Besides, a native with 2 Silverstream bodyguards who can dock a starship in a C-class zone if they harbor ill intentions, we're in trouble. After noting Clark's account and parting ways, Zhou Ze walked on, murmuring with a faint smile, Babata, do they look like ordinary people to you? Clark's guards alone are domain lord level. And judging by the look on his guard's face when he found out Xiao Feng and I don't have virtual universe accounts. Whoever we are, it seems to make little difference to them. How do they say it on Earth? No matter how rich we are, to them we're just a little richer. Babata retorted, that may be true, but you're not allowed to reveal such things without my permission in the future. MHM. Zhou Ze acknowledged with a nod, then fell silent, instead taking in the local customs and the uniquely styled architecture around them. Teacher, Babata, the architecture here is so strange, yet undeniably beautiful. And the people's appearances in such a short time, I haven't found 2 who look alike. Oh, now I've found 2 alike. Luo Feng pointed to 2 figures not far away, both bearing 3 eyes and similar appearances. That one looks almost like the Buddha from the myths covered in gold, and something interesting on his head. Luo Feng observed while mentally communicating with Babata and Luo Feng. Babata couldn't stand it anymore. Luo Feng, can you act normal for once? Stop acting like a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. You're embarrassing me as a descendant of the meteorite star. Babata's skin crawled with goosebumps. He wanted to find a crack to crawl into, this was so embarrassing. Thankfully, the people around them were strangers, unfamiliar faces. All right. Luo Feng now obeyed Babata even more readily than he did Zhou Ze. After all, Babata was the intelligent assistant of a powerful immortal god. His knowledge was unparalleled across the entire universe. Zhou Ze followed Luo Feng and Babata as they made their way first to the administrative building of the Black Dragon Empire's garrison on Qiulong Star to acquire Black Dragon Empire citizenship. Then they proceeded to the Virtual Universe Corporation in Qiulong City to open an account and purchase a consciousness-sensing helmet. Stepping out of the Virtual Universe Corporation's entrance, Zhou Ze spoke up. Babata, Luo Feng, let's head to the slave market and buy some slaves to take back with us. Babata agreed, that's a good idea. At least we won't attract the attention of a bunch of bandits who are only at the second or third tier of the stellar realm. Luo Feng countered, but we're broke. Babata has less than 1,000 Qianwu coins converted to Black Dragon currency. That's barely enough to buy a weak star level warrior. Babata chuckled, haggle a bit. Maybe we can scrape together enough for a weak first tier stellar level fighter. Zhou Ze chuckled, let's head over to the slave market first. The area around slave markets is usually quite luxurious. We've got nothing else to do anyway, so let's go take a look. So the two humans and one AI headed toward the slave market. They browsed casually along the way, spotting many desirable items they couldn't afford. Too expensive. I can't afford it, not a chance. I wanted to buy some metal to speed up the golden horned beast's evolution. Luo Feng felt completely numb. It is expensive. Luo Feng, once your psychic power reaches stellar level and you unlock your first account, you might be able to afford it. Zhou Ze chuckled. Let's head to the slave market first. MHM. Luo Feng nodded, wishing he could break through to stellar level 1 psychic power immediately. His heart burned with determination. He planned to train relentlessly upon returning, striving to break through to stellar level stage 1 as soon as possible. But the slave market that followed quickly doused his fervor with cold water. High-tier battle gods? Here, they only cost 20 Black Dragon coins each. Not even worth the change for a decent-looking beauty. 100,000 Black Dragon coins could buy a 9th-tier planetary-grade mental force master, something he could afford right now. Even the golden horned beast that nearly destroyed Earth back then was only at stellar level stage 1, and a slave at that level cost a mere million. What shocked Luo Feng even more was Babata's explanation. Many of these slaves originated from a single planet, a world dedicated to breeding slaves. A planet with tens of billions of people, harvested in batches every few decades. Even Zhou Ze, who had known this for years, couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine, let alone Luo Feng. Babata, I want to sell the Arc Blade Disc. Where's the best place to sell it? Luo Feng's gaze was unwavering. You really intend to sell it? Babata couldn't help but whisper privately, but this item was originally meant for Zhou Ze. He never came to collect it. Ha? Luo Feng froze, clutching his head. Then what else do you have to sell? Babata's face turned wary. No way. I can't sell anything I have here. Luo Feng's eyes darted around. Babata, you don't want trouble on Earth, do you? Luo Feng, watch your tone. Babata pouted, clearly displeased. Items Master deems unworthy are usually stored on Meteorite Star. Only truly valuable things are carried personally. Luo Feng chuckled skeptically. Then how did the Black God armor end up on Earth? Or where did you get those Qianwu coins in your pocket? No way, absolutely not. Babata shook her little head vigorously. Even if you sell the sky-splitting shuttle, don't even think about taking mine. Luo Feng sighed in resignation. He knew that once Babata dug her heels in, no one could change her mind. Zhou Ze sensed Luo Feng's inner conflict and immediately caught on. Luo Feng, Babata, what are you two whispering about behind my back? Babata immediately tattled, Zhou Ze, this guy Luo Feng wants to sell my treasures for money. That's a treasure Master worked so hard to obtain, and this guy actually wants to sell it outright. Babata clenched his fists and wildly kicked with his two starlit legs to express his displeasure. Besides, Earth is concealed by Master's spatial magic. The odds of anyone else finding it are lower than winning the lottery. Babata stood with his hands on his hips. Zhou Ze pondered for a moment. But what about the Arc Blade Disc? That thing should fetch a hefty price. And since Luo Feng has the sky-skipping shuttle, the Arc Blade Disc isn't much use. Babata retorted, but that's your Arc Blade Disc. You're just going to sell it? You're a psychic after all. If you sell it, you'll be without a psychic weapon. Buying another one later will cost you a fortune. Zhou Ze looked stunned. My Arc Blade Disc? I had no idea you were planning to give it to me. Babata covered his face, embarrassed. You never asked. I've been saving it for you all along. Zhou Ze and Luo Feng both shot Babata a hostile look. Chapter 60, Too great a disparity in strength, it will break. After selling the Arc Blade Disc, Zhou Ze and Luo Feng obtained 18 billion Black Dragon coins. They then proceeded to the slave market and purchased 1,016 slaves. 16 stellar tier and 1,000 planetary tier 9th rank slaves. Such power could effortlessly sweep across not just Earth, but most ordinary planets. It was undeniable that compared to the entire universe, Earth was like a drop of water in the ocean, a grain of sand in the desert. After completing the master-slave binding outside the city, just as Luo Feng was about to depart Qiulong City for the port of anchor, Zhou Ze suddenly spoke up. Xiao Feng, you go back. I'll stay on Qiulong Star. Luo Feng's expression flickered with surprise. Master, why this sudden change of heart? You're not returning? Zhou Ze replied softly, I decided before coming. Returning to Earth holds little meaning for me. I have few ties there unlike you, or Hong and Lei Shen who have their martial arts academy. Luo Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. They'd been fine when they arrived, but now his teacher wasn't leaving. Babata shrugged indifferently. That corner of Earth really isn't worth returning to. Here in Qiulong City, I can broaden my horizons. Who knows, I might even stumble upon some opportunities. Luo Feng pondered for a moment. He had no grounds to demand Zhou Ze return with him. Master, he said, is 100 million black dragon coins enough? I can transfer more to you. That arc blade disc was yours to begin with. You only asked for 100 million black dragon coins. I feel a bit awkward accepting it. Luo Feng scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. No need for now. If it falls short later, I'll ask you then. You need the money more right now. If I run short, I can always reach you through the virtual universe, Zhou Ze replied with a smile. Unlike Luo Feng, who had the gold-horned beast a veritable money-gobbling machine, Luo Feng honestly had no pressing expenses. He'd considered purchasing some sacrificial potential to rapidly enhance his stellar grade artifacts, but that could wait for now. Alright. Luo Feng felt a pang of reluctance. This parting meant hundreds of thousands of light-years apart. From an Earthling's perspective, it seemed utterly absurd. Then get some more Muya crystals from Babata, she's got plenty of the stuff anyway. Luo Feng added, Teacher, how about bringing a 7th-tier stellar-level bodyguard? Zhou Ze pondered briefly. Have Ebola accompany me. He wasn't overestimating himself. Currently only at planetary tier 2, even though Qiulong City was relatively safe, if conflict arose, he wouldn't stand a chance against even a slightly stronger stellar tier opponent. As for choosing a beauty? Simple. If their power levels were comparable, why not pick a stunning woman to feast his eyes on instead of some guy? Ebola's face paled. She inwardly cursed her luck, not because she disdained Zhou Ze's low power level, but because each master binding ritual left her with excruciating headaches. They'd just been discussing it moments ago. Little did she know her misfortune would strike again. Alright. Luo Feng didn't hesitate, immediately initiating the process. Instantly, Ebola's eyes lost their luster, her expression contorting in agony. Moments later, the rebonding was complete. Babata, with Luo Feng and me so far apart, can you still communicate directly with me? Zhou Ze asked the floating projection of Babata's consciousness. No problem. I'll just split off a sub-entity. Besides, now that you've both registered virtual universe accounts, I can synchronize data anytime through the virtual universe. Babata nodded. Zhou Ze nodded. Xiao Feng, let's part ways here, Zhou Ze said with a faint smile. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Master, stay safe. Try not to leave Qiulong City. Zhou Ze chuckled. Don't worry. I value my life far more than you do. After parting ways with Luo Feng, Zhou Ze immediately rented a villa at a luxury hotel in Qiulong City, a place with an excellent reputation, top-notch security, and strict confidentiality. The daily rate was over 10,000 black dragon coins. Babata, this Qiulong City is quite interesting. Renting a place here means renting an entire villa, heh? Zhou Ze toured the villa, guided by a smiling, respectful female attendant. That's nothing. In the core region of the Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom, you can even rent entire planets as hotel accommodations. Babata dismissed it casually. Zhou Ze raised an eyebrow, not particularly surprised. Upon seeing that renting a hotel could mean renting an entire villa, he immediately recalled Babata's words. After briefly familiarizing himself with the villa, Zhou Ze dismissed the attendant and turned his attention to the stunning 7th-tier stellar class beauty of the Black Hmong tribe. Black Hmong men were exceptionally handsome, their women stunningly beautiful, and they bore a striking resemblance to Earthlings. Ebola sported long red hair and a face strikingly similar to Earth's. Faintly visible beneath her crimson lips were fangs, giving her an air reminiscent of Earth's legendary vampires. Come to think of it, he hadn't yet experienced women from human races beyond Earth. He wondered how they differed from Earth's beauties. He wasn't a eunuch, otherwise he wouldn't have had that period of decadence on Earth. But, damn it, the disparity in their fundamental abilities was too great. What if she got too excited and used too much force? The thought alone sent a chill down Zhou Ze's spine. He certainly didn't want to use Mu Yajing to regenerate his 5th limb. Ebola felt a flicker of shyness as Zhou Ze stared at her like that. Such matters stirred the heart, no matter how powerful one was, especially if untried. This man seemed decent enough, his looks perfectly matched her aesthetic. Since she was already his slave with no chance of resistance, she might as well enjoy it. But, compared to her own abilities, Master's power seemed overwhelming. She'd have to tread carefully with him. Find a room to practice in, Zhou Ze ordered impassively. Though this place is safe, you must remain vigilant against the outside world. Yes, master. Ebola smiled faintly and withdrew respectfully. Zhou Ze began purging all desires and distractions from his mind. With his state of mind, he could perfectly control his inner self and condition, restoring his spirit to a state of pure clarity in the next instant. Babada, what exactly is this master teacher website Clark mentioned? Zhou Ze inquired. Babada's consciousness projected directly, why do you ask? You're not seriously considering registering an account to become a teacher, are you? Zhou Ze smiled faintly. I'm considering it. What a waste of time and energy. Babada grumbled, but still explained. The master-teacher platform is essentially equivalent to Earth's tutoring institutions, but it operates as a monopoly. Rumor has it its founder is a major figure among the human race. This institution is fine for ordinary people, but for true geniuses, it's somewhat useless. After all, those geniuses either join the Qianwu dojo, receive special attention from their families, or are taken as disciples by powerful figures. It's mostly average independent cultivators or overlooked individuals who care about it. Oh, and some geniuses might feel awkward asking their elders or teachers every question, so they might pay for guidance from master tutor instructors too. Zhou Ze patiently listened to Babada's broad explanation of master tutors, and found himself growing somewhat eager about this institution. Wasn't this exactly what suited him? Chapter 61, Registering as a Teacher, Buying Traffic. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island. This ancient city featured streets paved with large, cut-shaped rocks. Passers-by varied in appearance, height, and race, most clad in plain gray garments, each with a small elf perched on their shoulder. Swish! Zhou Ze suddenly materialized amidst the crowd, a Baba Tao the size of a teacup perched on his shoulder. The Baba Tao wore the same uniform green attire, utterly adorable. Babada, teleport me directly to the Master Teacher Organization's headquarters, Zhou Ze commanded. Got it, Babada replied promptly. The next moment, Zhou Ze's consciousness went dark, and he found himself in a vast hall. The entire hall was comparable in size to an Earth city. At its very center stood a statue of a man, his left hand resting behind his back and his right hand holding a book, radiating a strong teacher's aura. That's the creator of Master Teacher. Babada pointed at the statue. I could only find that he founded Master Teacher, no other information was available. I've only heard scattered legends about him through some forums. Teachers under the Master Teacher Organization are divided into internal and external, certified and uncertified. Regardless of internal or external status, attaining a 1-star certification requires positive evaluations from at least 10 students and official review. To apply as an official internal teacher, one must possess at least stellar-level proficiency. They also undergo and receive standardized, rigorous training, with fees being relatively uniform. External personnel vary widely in quality. Those not officially recognized as internal master teachers, unrated instructors and students alike are classified as external personnel. Over there, let's register first. Babada gestured in a direction. Zhou Ze flew toward the direction Babada indicated, soon arriving at an exquisitely crafted metal desk. A peculiar-looking staff member sat behind it. Noticing Zhou Ze's approach, the staff member smiled. Hello. You're here to register, correct? Teacher registration is 1,000 Black Dragon coins, and student registration is 100 Black Dragon coins. Yes, both, Zhou Ze replied calmly. Certainly. The staff member showed no surprise at Zhou Ze's request. Many individuals were both teachers and students. After completing the registration, the staff member added, would you like to proceed with notarization? Notarization will grant you increased traffic recommendations. Certainly. You can also purchase traffic directly. For specific pricing, please log into the website to view the details. Zhou Ze raised an eyebrow. This felt suspiciously like buying traffic on Earth. No notarization needed. After declining, Zhou Ze walked over to log into the Master Teacher website. The webpage featured two main sections, teachers and students. The teachers section was where students searched for instructors. The students section was where teachers actively sought students. After briefly scanning both sections and getting familiar with the layout, Zhou Ze said to Babada, Babada, hide my cultivation level. Seriously, who in their right mind would hire a planet-tier second-stage powerhouse as a teacher? Zhou Ze, this platform is practically a monopoly. With countless teachers and students across the entire Black Dragon Kingdom, standing out inevitably requires spending money on recommendations and traffic. If your goal is to become a certified master instructor, Babada cautioned. Not only am I not making money, but I have to shell out a chunk up front? I'm speechless. Zhou Ze chuckled sarcastically. Babada couldn't help but laugh. If you're an official insider or a certified master teacher, you'd automatically get traffic recommendations. Even after notarization, you'd still get a small amount of traffic. But you? You can't register as an internal teacher, you're not a certified master teacher, and you haven't even been notarized. The master teacher institutions aren't stupid. There are tons of registered teachers out there, all wanting to make money or fulfill their desire to teach. Zhou Ze turned to Babata and asked, Babata, how do you buy this traffic? Babata explained step by step, it's divided into traffic and featured spots. Of course, since you're not an internal teacher, you have no star rating, and you haven't even been verified. No matter how much money you spend, you can't buy a featured spot. Even buying traffic has restrictions. Zhou Ze nodded in understanding. After all, newly registered teachers like him were countless. If anyone could buy exceptional traffic and recommendations with money, it would easily lead to student dissatisfaction. Your situation is quite common. At most, you can spend 10,000 black dragon coins to buy exposure, meaning 10,000 students will see your profile. That's ridiculously expensive, 10,000 black dragon coins for just 10,000 people. Zhou Ze chuckled. Babata explained, once students find you and give positive reviews, you'll be able to purchase more traffic. The amount available also varies based on the student's rating level. Zhou Ze couldn't help but chuckle. Sounds just like live stream viewer tiers, students are the audience. True. But the rating system is more complex. Factors like strength, cultivation level, spending habits, and more all influence a student's rating, Babata agreed. Zhou Ze chuckled to himself, this feels ripe for some shady tactics to boost teacher ratings fast. Babata shook his head. It's not that simple. The virtual universe network monitors everything. If caught, you'll lose your master teacher status permanently, and it could even damage your credit rating. Zhou Ze's eyes widened in surprise. Even in space, you can't escape credit scores. Babata said earnestly, even the most wicked, despicable villains care deeply about their virtual universe credit score. The virtual universe network isn't like your Earth. Once your credit rating falls below standard, it's absolutely terrifying. You'd be demoted from a cosmic citizen to a mere native. Zhou Ze couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He knew nothing about these details, they weren't even hinted at in novels or anime. Alright, Babata, I need data go all the way to the max. Zhou Ze said nonchalantly. He currently possessed 100 million black dragon coins. 10,000 was nothing to him. Besides, Luo Feng would soon become a stellar-level first-tier psionic master. By then, his money would be counted in Qianwu coins. Got it. Purchase 10,000 black dragon coins worth of data for you. Babata announced cheerfully. Simultaneously, a notification appeared directly in the center of the Master Teacher webpage. Zhou Ze, Clark has accepted your friend request and sent you a message. Babata suddenly announced. Oh? Zhou Ze opened his virtual universe network mailbox to find Clark asking if he had registered as a master teacher. Zhou Ze, Clark's background isn't simple. Befriending him could benefit you. He seems genuinely kind and just, without any ulterior motives, just starting his journey. Babata advised. Let's see how it goes, Zhou Ze replied indifferently before turning to Babata. Babata, you seem to know his background, right? Well, I have my suspicions. It can't be too far off. Babata pondered for a moment before continuing, I didn't mention it earlier because I was worried about your and Luo Feng's mindset. Even if you weren't deliberately trying to curry favor, you'd still feel constrained. That would only make him look down on you. Someone of his caliber, traveling incognito like this, must be seeking to experience the world of ordinary people. Zhou Ze scoffed, having a domain lord as your bodyguard hardly counts as low-key, right? Babata retorted, you're still underestimating him. His status might be even higher than you imagine. Chapter 62, Putting Up Her Hair. I just registered as a master teacher, Zhou Ze thought, and the message appeared instantly, no typing, no voice input required. His consciousness dictated it directly. Brother Zhou Ze, welcome to Master Teachers. Where in Xiaolong City are you now? I just visited my mom's friend, want to grab a drink? I'd love to discuss teaching methods with you. Clark's message arrived. Clark was genuinely enthusiastic, he truly loved teaching. Hold on, I'll give you the lowdown on what newcomers need to know about master teachers, Sure, where should we meet? I've been meaning to ask you about master teachers, it sounds pretty interesting. Let's meet at the 100 Flavors restaurant. It's quite famous in Xiaolong City. Alright. After ending the conversation, just as Zhou Ze was about to speak to Babata, Babata took the initiative. Zhou Ze, you're quite lucky. Not only did you meet him, but you two also share common interests. That's a great start. Babata, first help me reserve a private room at the 100 Flavors restaurant. Zhou Ze gave the instruction, then asked with slight curiosity, Babata, you seem to hold him in such high regard. What's his background? Is he from one of the prominent families in the Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom? Babata didn't reply immediately. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, I've already reserved the private room for you. Why ask so many questions? Just communicate normally with him. Treat him like a good friend and interact naturally. Don't go out of your way to flatter him. Zhou Ze rolled his eyes. You're messing with my head. You're the one who caught my attention first, okay? I already consider him a friend. After speaking, Zhou Ze pinched Babata's cheek playfully. Babata had grown somewhat accustomed to Zhou Ze's gestures. From her initial strong resistance and anger to later impatiently swatting his hand away, she now took it in stride. She usually couldn't be bothered to nitpick with Zhou Ze anymore. Of course, it required a certain technique. If he made Babata uncomfortable, she would still refuse. Zhou Ze glanced at the horns atop Babata's head in her tiny wings, feeling a sudden urge to touch them. But he knew she'd go berserk if he did. He'd tried sneaking a touch before, only to pay the price of Babata ignoring him for days. On the planet Chiolong, 320,000 light-years from Earth. North District of Chiolong City, 100 Flavors Restaurant. This way, this way. Hearing the call, Zhou Ze hurried over. Clark and TOS were already waiting there. Clark, didn't expect you to get here so fast. I rushed straight over after finishing my chat with you, Zhou Ze said with a slight smile. Ha, I live nearby. Clark, with his golden hair and radiant smile, had an easygoing personality that instantly drew people in. Come on, let's head upstairs. Clark turned to Toss. Uncle Toss, we're going upstairs to chat. You don't need to come, haha, we can't really talk with you here. TOS nodded without further comment. As Zhou Ze and Clark walked, Zhou Ze said, I just reserved a private room. Let's go in there, it's a bit noisy out here. I was so excited I almost forgot, Clark replied without pretense. Having grown up in luxury, he held little interest in money. If it were anyone else, they might have made polite offers to cover the bill. Zhou Ze and Clark sat down, ordered a few signature dishes, and began chatting. They chatted for the entire afternoon. Zhou Ze learned a great deal about the master teachers from Clark, a 2-star master teacher who had been immersed in their world for years and knew its inner workings well. Zhou Ze, as a new teacher, even if you buy traffic, it's tough to get your first student. But don't worry, once I get back, I'll give you a boost on my personal page. You might just get your first student sooner than you think. Clark was quite enthusiastic. Once you become a real master teacher, you'll have to treat me to a meal, haha. Zhou Ze smiled faintly, no problem. Let's call it a day for now. We can chat more when we have time later. Alright, I'm still not quite satisfied. It's rare to meet another top teacher in real life. Clark seemed reluctant to end the conversation. Oh, and where are your disciples? I didn't expect your strength to be only planetary tier 2. Clark paused, then blurted out, oh. Brother Zhou Ze, I completely overlooked that you're only at the second stage of planetary tier. This. You gave me the feeling of facing a profoundly senior master. Clark scratched his earlobe, embarrassed. Since I promised, I'll definitely recommend you. But don't get your hopes up about what I said earlier. Your strength is 2, you know? The moment they see you're only at the planetary tier, even if your amplitude is high, they won't choose you. After all, there are so many master teachers, and most students tend to choose internal instructors. Even when selecting external teachers, they almost always pick those with star ranks. Whether you're certified or not doesn't matter. You could hide your actual skill level and just briefly list your teaching subjects in your profile. That way, you might attract some shopping around students. You could start by lowering your rates, or even offer free lessons to build your reputation. If you're confident in your teaching skills, you could also raise your rates as a marketing gimmick. Both are great ways for new teachers to quickly build a following. Clark chattered on, but he was genuinely trying to help Zhou Ze. Alright, Clark, thanks a lot. We can chat more another time, got stuff to do. Zhou Ze thanked him and walked away without looking back. This guy could really talk, a real chatterbox. He hadn't stopped talking all afternoon. After leaving the 100 Flavors restaurant, Zhou Ze wandered around the area for a bit, quietly enjoying the sights and sounds of this foreign land. Before he knew it, he'd ended up in a small alleyway. He wasn't worried about safety. Chiolong City had excellent security, but what the hell were those meticulously dressed beauties standing at intervals along the alley? Hey handsome, need a massage? Just 10 black dragon coins. Zhou Ze ignored her. Though she fit earthly standards of beauty, the kind who turn heads in back alleys before the great cataclysm. What left him speechless was that these seemingly helpless women in need of male assistance were almost universally at the planetary power level, and he even spotted a few rare stellar level individuals. It was utterly ridiculous. After all, planetary level power holders would be the most esteemed council members anywhere on Earth, let alone stellar level beings. Today had truly broadened his horizons. As soon as they reached the villa entrance, Ebola approached and saluted, Master. Ebola's dazzling red hair and ruby-like eyes, slightly exposed fangs, and fair skin especially accentuated by her form-fitting combat suit showcased her stunning figure. Her power as a 7th-tier stellar class being was sufficient to annihilate all life on Earth, with no one capable of countering her. Yet such an immensely powerful entity was his slave, a truly jarring contrast. Zhou Ze's mind flashed back to the scene in the alley moments ago. Follow me. Zhou Ze suddenly felt he needed to unwind. Ever since acquiring the cheat program, it felt like he'd severed all ties with his former self. But he wasn't exactly a eunuch. Zhou Ze entered the living room, plopped down on the sofa, and gazed at the beauty standing before him. It felt like he'd slipped back into those decadent days. A touch of nostalgia. Ebola, tie up your hair. Zhou Ze shut off his auxiliary light brain, leaned back, and struck a relaxed pose. Chapter 63, The First Trainee. Hotel Villa. The dark-skinned beauty Ebola covered her mouth, her face flushed with bashfulness as she hurried away. Zhou Ze waited a while before opening his auxiliary light brain. Zhou Ze. The moment Babata's consciousness appeared in the villa, his eyes widened in displeasure. Why did you suddenly shut down the auxiliary light brain just now? Talking to that Clark guy all afternoon really got my blood boiling. Zhou Ze's face remained calm. Yeah, that guy's so annoying, I can't stand him either. Babata made an impatient face. Zhou Ze quickly changed the subject. Babata, set my master instructor listing to the maximum price of 1,000 black dragon coins. Then write in the description, satisfaction guaranteed or money back. Specializes in guiding domains, physical resonance, psychic resonance. Also, change my title to Holy Master, hide all details about my cultivation level and strength, and make it clear that I can coach students of any cultivation level. It's all just hype, whatever grabs attention. You're really into this, Zhou Ze. Don't get too hooked on this virtual universe, especially since you're not short on cash right now. Babata advised earnestly. Relax, I know my limits. Zhou Ze replied calmly. Fine, it's already set up for you. Babata rolled his eyes. Not to discourage you, but on Master Teacher, there are countless star-rated instructors. People like you? There are countless. I know what I'm doing. Stop nagging, you've been at my ears all afternoon, Zhou Ze shot back, glancing at Babata. You actually snapped at me. Humph. Babata pouted, clearly displeased. Within Xiaolong City, the most luxurious villa complex. Clark surveyed the place where his mother had once lived while telling TOS. Uncle TOS, the environment here is quite nice. The house has remained intact all these years, must have regular maintenance, right? TOS nodded. Yes. There aren't any valuables here, so your mother set aside funds years ago to pay for regular maintenance and cleaning. Clark chuckled, it's quite comfortable. For me, the rooms are just the right size. Too big, and it always feels. Just then, Clark's AI assistant chimed in, Master, your brother Gene Zilli is calling. Would you like to take it? Clark looked troubled and unhappy as he said to Toss, Uncle Toss, my brother Gene Zilli is calling. I need to take this. TOS nodded and walked out on his own, sighing inwardly. He had been by Clark's side since birth, caring for him, and had witnessed everything about Toss. Clark truly possessed a natural talent for teaching. Yet in this world, strength reigns supreme. Generally speaking, only those with formidable power earned the right to instruct students or even take apprentices. Yet he had put the cart before the horse. Similar advice had been offered by both his family and Toss himself, yet he never took it to heart. He believed Clark understood, merely using teaching to distract himself from his inner turmoil. Clark's cultivation talent and comprehension were actually quite good, or rather, it was rare for anyone in this family to be lacking in talent, but it depended on the comparison. Within the clan, Clark's talent ranked above average. Yet compared to his own younger brother, Gene Zilli, the gap was vast. Remember, the Genius War was only a few years away, and Gene Zilli was a far superior existence, a super genius with a real shot at cracking the top 1,000 in the entire cosmic nation. Hey, Gene Zilli, got something to say? Clark took a deep breath and chuckled. Bro, the Genius War is just a few years away, and you're still out here loafing around. Gene Zilli scolded bluntly. Can you spare mom and dad some worry? Give me some face when I'm hanging out with friends? Do you have any idea what happens whenever I sit down with them? They start asking where your brother's off traveling to next. Or mocking how your brother isn't even at the cosmic tier yet he's off teaching it, Master Teacher. Do you really want to be used as a marriage pawn for the family in the future? Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed. I know you always feel less gifted than me, but even among the geniuses who joined the 5 great giants, how many actually broke through to immortality? Talent isn't as crucial as people imagine. As long as you're passable, what ultimately matters is who goes further, okay? Besides, mom and dad never forced you to achieve any specific level. But at least show some dedication. That way, when we refuse arranged marriages later, we'll have a reason. Say you're immersed in cultivation and unwilling to marry. Cultivation takes precedence over everything, but only if you truly commit to it. Clark forced a smile. Jinsali, you're right. No matter how hard I train, I'll never catch up to you. Why should I even try? Then train harder. Once you're powerful enough, you can help me refuse those arranged marriages. Your brother's counting on you. Gene Siley was furious. Get lost. You're just wallowing in self-pity, okay? All you ever think about is being a sidekick. Your talent isn't bad, why are you always comparing yourself to me? Gene Zilli was at a loss for words and hung up the phone. Clark took a deep breath. He genuinely disliked cultivation. It held no meaning for him. What was the point of becoming stronger? Spending a lifetime struggling desperately, only to die at any moment? Better to abandon the pursuit of power and focus on what he truly enjoyed. As for being used for a political marriage later? Fine, let it be. Time flew by. Before he knew it, over a month had passed. Zhou Ze was utterly speechless. That 10,000 black dragon coins had truly been wasted. Even with Clark's recommendation, no one was willing to come. There are just too many people. Zhou Ze felt speechless. He had registered with Black Dragon Distribution, meaning his login region covered the entire Black Dragon territory. The Black Dragon Empire was a medium-sized empire, bloody huge. Not just the Black Dragon Empire, but even the Silver Blue Empire encompassing Earth controlled 8 star systems. 8 star systems, ah! Just the Milky Way alone had hundreds of thousands of habitable planets. The sheer number of citizens was unimaginable. Even if planetary level status was required for citizenship, the scale was still staggering. And that's not even counting the over 8,000 star systems under the Black Dragon Empire's jurisdiction. As a monopolistic institution, the Master Teacher Organization teaches the sole mainstream doctrine of the current era. This is far more extreme than any tutoring program on Earth before the Great Nirvana. And this institution operates with remarkable freedom. Anyone can become a teacher simply by paying fees and registering. Even the finest wine fears an obscure alley. Advertising is still essential, but with zero name recognition, promoting myself is tough. Zhou Ze felt he truly had no choice but to wait for the genius war. Upon reflection, it didn't seem so bad. In the devouring world, time was the one thing in abundance. With his cheat code, he didn't need to compete with Luo Feng. He would rise eventually. Getting dragged along by Luo Feng has me constantly chasing his leveling pace. It's just asking for trouble. As Zhou Ze pondered this, Babata suddenly chimed in. Zhou Ze, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? I prefer to get the good news first, Zhou Ze replied calmly. Someone has requested your guidance on Master Tutor. And the bad news? Zhou Ze raised an eyebrow. Babata chuckled heartily. You know this person well, it's that guy Clark. He's probably trying to get you off to a flying start. Ha! Happy? Touched. Chapter 64, see, he's in a rush again. Zhou Ze replied indifferently, better than no one applying at all. True enough. Babata chuckled. He's chosen immediate guidance. Shall we head to the virtual universe now? Yes, connect me to the virtual universe. Teleport me directly to the Master Teacher's Plaza. Zhou Ze instructed. Got it. The moment Babata agreed, Zhou Ze's consciousness went dark, and he instantly materialized in the Master Instructor Plaza. Zhou Ze, I've accepted your application. Once he confirms, you'll both be teleported to a training ground. As Babata explained, a prompt appeared before Zhou Ze's eyes. After confirming it, his consciousness went dark once more, and he found himself in a spacious training ground. Clark simultaneously materialized across from Zhou Ze. Teacher Zhou Ze, I look forward to your guidance. Clark waved cheerfully. Perched on his shoulder sat a small boy, his AI assistant. Zhou Ze sighed slightly. Clark, I never imagined you'd be my first student. Doesn't this violate the Master Teacher rules? But since you've gone this far, it probably doesn't matter much. Clark placed his hands behind his head and leaned closer. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Besides, I genuinely have questions to ask. Over the past month or two, through our meals and conversations, I've learned a great deal about teaching techniques. Master Teacher instruction isn't just about strength levels. Teaching ability and other aspects can all be guided by others. Don't worry, it's fine. Zhou Ze nodded with a smile. Clark shifted the topic. Teacher Zhou Ze, I was wondering, when you mentor students, where do you typically start? Zhou Ze paused briefly before countering, and you? Where would you begin? Well, I'm different from other teachers. Unless a student requests specific guidance, I usually focus on primal energy cultivation and level breakthroughs. After all, level is the foundation. No matter how strong you are in other areas, it's meaningless if you can't advance your level unless your amplitude is truly exceptional. Clark stroked his chin thoughtfully. Zhou Ze agreed, you truly have a gift for teaching, recognizing that level advancement is the foundation. I think so too. Clark was pleased with Zhou Ze's acknowledgement. What about you, Zhou Ze? Do you also start by guiding students on level advancement? Luo Feng's level is so high he must place extraordinary emphasis on level advancement. It seems our teaching approaches are indeed aligned. Zhou Ze shook his head earnestly. I generally don't start with primal energy cultivation or level advancement. I usually start with the student's mindset and carry that approach throughout their entire learning journey. I believe that as a teacher, one must always prioritize the student's inner world and character. As for primal energy cultivation and such, those are secondary. Clark pondered for a long moment before frowning. Guiding character development? I rarely focus on that. Usually, when I see a student getting impatient, I just tell them to calm down, set clear goals, and persevere. I often remind them of this too. After all, a true powerhouse possesses a cool-headed temperament and immense inner strength. But this stuff doesn't really boost combat prowess at best, it stabilizes your state. Clark looked at Zhou Ze and asked, do you have something else in mind? Zhou Ze replied calmly, mental fortitude is a vast subject. I believe it lies at the very core of what it means to be human. Take you as an example. Do you understand the meaning of life? Do you truly wish to live? Life itself holds no inherent meaning. But by having life, you gain thought, self-awareness, and with thought comes desire, things you wish to accomplish. When you pursue what you truly want, strive for it, and achieve it. That is the meaning of life. Only in the process of doing what you desire can you feel truly alive, and sense that your existence in this world is meaningful and joyful. If at first Clark had approached this with the mindset of helping Zhou Ze out, now he was completely absorbed in Zhou Ze's words. Not bad comprehension. Zhou Ze had long since slipped silently into Clark's consciousness window, and Clark felt as if he'd had an epiphany, as if Zhou Ze's words held a magical power. He recalled his past experiences, his expression shifting between anguish, rage, joy, and self-doubt. After a long pause, he finally murmured, "Teacher Zhou Ze, I understand." "No. You don't understand." With Zhou Ze's state of mind, he could sense Clark's inner turmoil even without the external program. "The impression you give me is one of outward cheerfulness, yet your heart remains weighed down by heaviness, helplessness, and even inferiority. You seem to be running away from something, pretending not to care. You haven't faced your own heart. Your heart is filled with fear." Clark's face turned pale. Zhou Ze spoke calmly, "You can tell me. We're friends, aren't we? I don't know anyone in your circle. If you tell me, only I will know. I promise not to share it with anyone else." Clark hesitated, then isolated the AI entity. He looked at Zhou Ze, who similarly blocked Babada. Seeing this, Clark could no longer contain his urge to confide. "Teacher Zhou Ze, to be honest, I'm from the royal family of the Qinwu Cosmic Kingdom. Being born into royalty might seem like good fortune to others, but I don't feel fortunate. Before my younger brother was born, my parents doted on me. But after he arrived, everything changed. They grew indifferent toward me. In a family like ours, strength is the foundation of everything. As long as you possess strength and talent, you can obtain whatever you desire. But I dislike cultivation. I just want to live peacefully, doing what I'm accustomed to, traveling, guiding students at the Master's Academy. That feels perfectly fine to me." Clark opened up completely, and Zhou Ze listened patiently. He wasn't interested in idle chatter, but when it came to serious matters, he could listen for as long as needed. After understanding Clark's past and his true inner thoughts, Zhou Ze waited until Clark's urge to vent subsided before speaking slowly. "Clark, I want to ask you something. Do you genuinely dislike cultivation, or is it that you're incredibly driven, yet the gap between reality and your ideals is just too vast?" Zhou Ze fell silent, and Clark followed suit. "Remember that offhand remark I made when we first met?" Clark quickly replied, "There's no need to compare yourself to others. No matter how strong you become, the universe is vast, and there will always be someone stronger. You only need to compare yourself to who you were yesterday. As long as you improve, even a little each day, the accumulation will be significant." After speaking, Clark looked at Zhou Ze, who replied softly, "We were strangers then. Yet you took my words to heart. While they hold truth, the real point is how deeply you valued them. Why do you compare yourself to your brother? Why do you care about your parents' opinions? Why do you care about others trying to mold you into what they expect?" Zhou Ze's words struck Clark like a meteorite, each syllable piercing his heart. Yes, why should I care about their opinions? This thought filled Clark with a sense of humiliation and anger. You're old enough now, a real man. Your character should be independent and self-reliant. You should pursue what you truly want, immerse yourself in what you love, not live for others' approval. Clark smiled bitterly. "Teacher, but my talent is truly mediocre. I can't control the restlessness in my heart. The more I practice, the less I want to practice. It's pure agony." "How do you usually practice?" Zhou Ze pondered. "Specific problems require specific analysis." Clark had forgotten the cultivation level of the person before him, merely a second-tier planetary-level practitioner. Meanwhile, he himself was but a single step away from becoming a true powerhouse, a cosmic-level being, already at the 9th tier of stellar-level cultivation. "I focus on primal energy cultivation, but I've been stuck for a long time. Reaching cosmic tier or domain master tier demands excellence in every aspect: physical conditioning, psychic power, combat experience. I train in all of them." Zhou Ze shook his head. "That's too scattered. Less is more is confusion." Clark frowned. "True enough, but cosmic tier demands comprehensive strength, no weak links. Focusing solely on one aspect." Zhou Ze sighed. "See, you're rushing it again." Clark remained confused. Zhou Ze patiently clarified, "I'm not saying you shouldn't practice other areas. It's about prioritizing. Especially in your current situation, you need to focus intensely on one aspect to prove yourself and build your confidence. From what you just said, I can tell your talent is quite good even among the royal family. In fact, your talent might be better than you realize. Because you've never truly dedicated yourself or worked hard, talent can't really be judged. Which aspect do you focus on most during your training?" Or rather, what do you most want to practice? What truly interests you? Clark pondered for a moment, hesitating to speak, his expression turning awkward. Chapter 65, The Student Who Unearthed a Treasure. What's there to be embarrassed about? Zhou Ze asked quietly. Clark stammered awkwardly, honestly, what I really want to do isn't sword practice, it's practicing with the colored silk. After voicing it, Clark felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He'd never confided this to anyone before. Colorful silk? Zhou Ze looked puzzled. Clark cleared his throat and deftly projected a stunningly beautiful ribbon somewhat resembling the heaven-shaking ribbon wielded by Neza in Earth mythology. Unlike its depictions in films and animations, Clark's rainbow ribbon was far more beautiful. At a glance, it radiated multicolored light, as splendid as the skies of Qiu Star. I understand, Zhou Ze nodded calmly. Clark admitted with a touch of embarrassment, this weapon is usually wielded by girls, but I genuinely like it and want to use the rainbow sash as my weapon. No other reason, it's just beautiful. And even some of the strongest among the immortals use this weapon, proving it's effective. But I've never dared to practice with it or wield it. Zhou Ze replied nonchalantly, then just use it. Once you wield it with flair, people will shift from mocking you to taking you seriously. Can I really use it? Clark glanced at Zhou Ze hesitantly. If you want to try it, then try it. See if it's truly effective, if it suits you. If it doesn't, you'll naturally lose interest. If it does suit you, then using it as a weapon is perfectly fine. Don't worry about what others think. I'm really sorry, but could I practice it in the virtual universe first? Zhou Ze's gaze remained unruffled. The world was vast and full of wonders. Having come to this world of devouring, he was already mentally prepared. After conversing with Clark for a very long time in the virtual universe, helping him formulate a cultivation plan and a strategy to mend his fractured psyche, Zhou Ze concluded this session. He hadn't placed much importance on this session, it was merely routine guidance. Yet Clark held it deeply in his heart. With Zhou Ze's encouragement, he could no longer contain himself. He paid for a training room in the virtual universe and began practicing the color sash. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to practice it, not even in a private training room within the virtual universe, let alone in reality. Meanwhile, Zhou Ze logged out of the virtual universe. Though he sensed a marked increase in his intuition, he showed no sign of joy. Instead, he frowned, puzzled. This cheat code is beyond my comprehension. On Earth, I only needed to guide him once to open the subconscious window for receiving insights. But here in the universe, after all this time and multiple conversations with Clark, even when I took the chance to guide him, the subconscious window never opened. Why is that? Could it be that the stronger one's power and the higher one's innate insight, the harder it is to open? But why did Hong and Thor open their subconscious windows so easily? Zhou Ze's eyes flickered with confusion before settling back into calm. If he couldn't figure it out, he'd wait patiently. With more experiences, understanding would come naturally. Your approach to power generation is flawed. You're fixated on the outcome and neglecting the process. Remember, when practicing with the gun, maintain absolute composure. Not a single emotion should cloud your mind. After calmly instructing the applicant, Zhou Ze logged out of the virtual universe. Ever since Clark's successful debut, a steady stream of trainees had stumbled upon him, each with their own motives for requesting his guidance. Without exception, each felt they'd struck gold. Though a satisfaction guarantee offered refunds, not a single one had claimed it. Many even tipped him shortly after lessons. A few wealthy individuals even proactively bought traffic for him, though they kept it secret in real life. They simply spent money silently to apply for his guidance. The soul mutation of Earthlings likely manifests in their mental willpower. In terms of innate comprehension and talent, they generally lag behind humans elsewhere in the cosmos. Zhou Ze stretched lazily, feeling quite content. From having no applicants for over a month at the start, he now saw a newcomer every 2 or 3 days, a truly visible improvement. Some exceptionally wealthy students were practically begging for his address, eager to personally escort him away for hands-on instruction. After Zhou Ze declined, they bought lessons daily, sometimes even purchasing entire days at a time, spending tens of thousands of black dragon coins. Wealthy individuals were indeed plentiful. Of course, Zhou Ze still held the upper hand. He limited personal sessions to 1 per day at most and even announced that anyone repeatedly disturbing him without completing their assignments would be blocked outright. This finally brought him some peace. They're just too impatient. Zhou Ze shook his head, thinking of those students. Their mental fortitude fell far short of even Earth's battle generals, let alone seasoned warrior-level martial artists. But then again, it made sense. Who would casually spend 1,000 black dragon coins on a tutorial from a teacher who wasn't even star-rated, let alone certified? Unless they were completely out of their minds, who among them didn't have tens or even hundreds of thousands of black dragon coins to spare? Zhou Ze, Clark has requested to join your class. Babata suddenly popped up with the notification. Zhou Ze's consciousness reconnected to the virtual universe, transporting him to the training room. Clark, didn't I tell you to contact me directly if you need anything? It's not that far from your place. You could also say hello to Babata and come find me at the hotel villa. Zhou Ze greeted him with a smile. I don't care about the money, and neither do you. It's just to help boost your performance metrics and split the profits, no big deal. Besides, you've been guiding me all along. Whatever you say. Zhou Ze didn't dwell on it. As Clark said, neither of them cared much, and he'd fulfilled his courtesy. You seem a bit down. Did your brother give you a hard time again? Zhou Ze asked with a slight smile. Ever since that last time, Clark had opened up to him completely, practically wanting to tell Zhou Ze even the color of his underwear. No, I'm just feeling a bit down. I realized Kai Ling is so hard to practice it's kind of discouraging. Clark said listlessly, I kinda don't feel like practicing anymore. Zhou Ze chuckled after hearing this. So deep down, do you actually like it, or is it just too hard that you don't want to practice anymore? Clark answered without hesitation, definitely because it's hard. I'm starting to doubt my talent. I just can't take it anymore. Zhou Ze sighed, you're already losing interest? How long have you even been at it? Kai Ling is a highly specialized weapon extremely difficult to master. But its power is undeniable, and it's incredibly unpredictable in combat, leaving enemies completely off guard. You know about it? Yeah, Kai Xing is hard to master, way too hard. Clark plopped down onto the ground, utterly defeated. Stop sitting there like a lump of mud. Show me what you've got. I'll give you some pointers. This was the first time Zhou Ze had ever used the word pointers in front of Clark. Clark chuckled. You're kidding, right? I'm a stellar tier 9th rank powerhouse. You're just a little karami, can you even handle it? Just tell me if you'll practice or not. It's your money going down the drain, not mine. Zhou Ze couldn't care less. Fine, your highness will grant you one chance to prove yourself. Clark raised an eyebrow, teasing, but if I'm not satisfied, I'm demanding a refund. I'm doing you a favor here. Any other powerhouse, even a Realm Lord tier cultivator, wouldn't get this chance if they asked for my guidance. Refunds? Not happening. Anyone who wants their money back hasn't even been born yet. Zhou Ze folded his arms, cutting off Clark's spellcasting mid-sentence. This guy could chat endlessly. I've practiced it. Clark's face flushed with embarrassment. This was his first time performing the colorful silk technique in front of someone else, and this was the only person who knew he'd been practicing it. So embarrassing. What to do? Maybe kill him to silence him. Chapter 66, The Killing Ground. Boosting Master Instructor Reputation. As Clark twisted his neck and wiggled his hips, a blindingly garish display of the color silk martial art unfolded. Zhou Ze couldn't help but call out, Clark, why are you practicing it so flamboyantly? Clark looked mortified. Isn't this the right way to practice? I saw all those powerful Kai Xian users, they all have this kind of aura. You're not a woman. Why are you doing such alluring moves? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were dancing. Zhou Ze retorted bluntly. Then how should I practice? Clark looked utterly bewildered. Watch me. Zhou Ze summoned a colorful silk ribbon of his own and began to wield it. Though using the same weapon as Clark, the visual effect was entirely different, utterly devoid of any trace of Clark's seductive aura. Instead, it radiated a dynamic, fierce aura. Zhou Ze's silk ribbon whipped through the air like a whip, crackling incessantly. It created a suffocating sensation, like a python coiling around its prey, moving so densely it seemed impenetrable. His entire presence radiated extraordinary valor, demonic yet not seductive, possessing a peculiar beauty. To draw a flower analogy, while others might seem like genuine eunuchs, Zhou Ze exuded the aura of a factory flower. Clark stood transfixed, captivated by the sight. His heart raced with excitement. This was the very essence of the colored silk he had always sought. Master, I want to learn this. Clark declared with intense conviction. MHM. Zhou Ze nodded. Start from scratch. Don't exert force. Master the first move until it flows perfectly. Only when you feel ready should you practice the second. Continue until you've learned all the basic techniques. Then gradually increase your power, doubling the amplitude each time. After dismissing Clark to practice on his own, Zhou Ze logged off to meditate on absolute space. He sensed he wouldn't need much longer to grasp a thread of spatial laws. China, Yangzhou City, one of the 8 great fortresses of Jiangnian Base City. The castle Luo Feng had purchased from the cosmos had long since landed in the West Lake Villa. This castle had become synonymous with Luo Feng. Hong's spaceship structure, Thor's 7-star tower, and Luo Feng's castle, these were the residences of Earth's 3 greatest peak powerhouses. On the castle rooftop, Luo Feng, Hong, and the Thunder God sat cross-legged in meditation, their minds as still as the ocean. At that moment, Babata urgently shouted, Luo Feng! Luo Feng! A spaceship has entered the alert zone. Meanwhile, Zhou Ze, 300,000 light-years away, was simultaneously roused from his deep cultivation state by Babata's frantic call. Has this day arrived without my noticing? Zhou Ze thought inwardly. Babata urgently demanded, Zhou Ze, what are you spacing out for? Did you hear me? Your home planet, Earth, is under attack by a spaceship. The situation is critical. I know, Zhou Ze replied calmly before sinking back into his cultivation of absolute space. Seeing Zhou Ze's reaction, Babata couldn't help but mutter, "It's like the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is." With that, Babata vanished. Meanwhile, amid Luo Feng's mounting anxiety, 7 figures soared through the sky. Some were gorilla-like giants, others strikingly handsome, and one possessed green skin. All 7 wore haughty smiles, their eyes radiating an air of superiority as if surveying natives beneath their control. Yet the next moment, Luo Feng had them subdued and interrogating. "Zhou Ze, Earth is in big trouble. Stop cultivating and figure something out." Babata urgently roused Zhou Ze once more. Zhou Ze sighed helplessly, "Babata, why the rush? Panicking won't help." Having witnessed all subsequent events and confirmed the corrective force at work through the golden horned beast's trial, Zhou Ze felt no anxiety. If pressed, he'd say Earth's greatest threat remained the golden horned beast itself. After that, Luo Feng could handle anything. So he genuinely couldn't bring himself to panic. "What do you know? Based on the intel I hacked from that adventurer ship's AI system, this is the Nolanshan plan's full-scale invasion of Earth. That ship and crew we captured were just the vanguard. Following them comes the true Naran Mountain Army, 8 direct disciples and over 30 Naran guards. Counting others, there are over 40 star-level 9th tier cultivators. A single star-level 9th tier could wipe out Earth, and now there are over 40. You Earthlings are finished. Thankfully, we have spaceships now, and you're on Xiaolong Star. Even if Earth is doomed, Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shen can still escape." Zhou Ze sighed in exasperation. "Can you stop declaring Earth doomed every time something happens? Back with the golden horned beast, you kept whispering Earth is finished in my ear and it's still standing. I might as well be talking to a wall. I'm done with you, humph." Babata, seeing Zhou Ze dismiss his well-intentioned warnings, was furious. He vanished on the spot, refusing to engage with Zhou Ze any further. Time passed slowly. While Zhou Ze continued his daily cultivation and occasionally mentored students in the Master's Hall, he had successfully attained the rank of 1-star master. Meanwhile, Luo Feng on Earth was busy. He first sold the Black Dragon spaceship to fund base installations, then poured all his energy into breaking through to the 7th tier of the planetary realm. He finally broke through to the 7th tier of the planetary realm without incident, gaining access to the first account left behind by Huyen Bo and temporarily resolving Earth's crisis. "Zhou Ze, Earth is finally safe. Thank goodness we unlocked the first account left by the Master before the Nolanshan incident and successfully purchased Earth." Babata was utterly content. By now, she considered Earth her second home and didn't want it to fall into others' hands. Babata, connect me to Luo Feng. Let him meet me in the virtual universe," Zhou Ze said calmly. Babata assumed Zhou Ze was equally delighted and eager to share their joy with Luo Feng. At that moment, the entire Earth's high command was immersed in joy. Even Luo Feng and his companions couldn't help but feel a sense of relief after surviving such a crisis. "Luo Feng, your teacher wants you to meet him in the virtual universe," Babata announced. Okay." Luo Feng nodded with a smile and entered the virtual universe to meet Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze got straight to the point. "Xiao Feng, have your family and the 5 great nations go into hiding. You and your servants prepare to deal with them." "Master." Luo Feng's expression darkened. Could it be? Luo Feng instantly guessed the truth, or rather, the fear he'd been harboring deep down. "Exactly. You haven't been in the cosmos long enough to grasp Earth's true value. Whether it's the golden horned beast carcass they covet or that mechanical race starship beneath the ocean, even a realm lord would covet it. And don't even get me started on Nolanshan. If there's a 20% profit on Earth, capital will stir restlessly at 50%, it will take risks at 100%, it will dare to risk the gallows, and at 300%, it will trample all human laws underfoot. How could they simply give up? Put yourself in their shoes, would you? Go." After speaking, Zhou Ze exited the virtual universe. Luo Feng urgently arranged for his family and the leaders of the 5 major nations. Thanks to Zhou Ze's warning, Luo Feng's family and the presidents of the 5 nations escaped unscathed. After a fierce battle, they ultimately eliminated the remaining members of the Nuolan Mountain clan. Thus, the resilient humans of Earth once again weathered an apocalyptic crisis. After this ordeal, Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shen all recognized the inadequacy of their own strength and began seeking ways to improve within the virtual universe. In the days that followed, the trio remained entrenched in the killing grounds for their cultivation. Seeing Zhou Ze buried in relentless training, Babata couldn't help but speak up. "Zhou Ze, this kind of solitary, grueling practice is useless. The killing grounds are a great place, you should go there and spar with yourself. Before, you couldn't afford it, but now it's different, you could spend every day there." Zhou Ze shook his head. "Babata, don't try to persuade me. I have my own plans. I will go to the killing grounds, but not now." He had visited the killing grounds once, primarily to gain free sparring partners and instructors to enhance his combat experience and arcane mastery. But in truth, its impact on fundamental aspects like amplitude and grasp of the laws wasn't as significant as he'd imagined. For him, it simply couldn't compare to his own insights into the laws. Moreover, Zhou Ze saw the killing ground primarily as an excellent place to build his reputation. He would go there eventually, but not now. His daily practice of absolute space had reached a critical juncture. He was on the verge of grasping a thread of spatial law that was the real key, the true foundation. Chapter 67, Don't compare yourself to Zhou Ze, your mind can't handle it. Got it. Zhou Ze's eyes remained tightly shut as he abruptly stood up, his body faintly radiating ripples of spatial law fluctuations. So this is it, the spatial law. It's inseparable from the temporal law. Grasping the spatial laws proved far simpler than Zhou Ze had imagined. Having mastered the temporal laws, he had barely begun to delve into the spatial laws when he found himself already gaining entry. Having high comprehension feels amazing. This is what it means to truly cheat at life. Zhou Ze increasingly felt that the greatest benefit of cheat codes wasn't teaching, it was boosting comprehension. With high comprehension, anything was possible. If it didn't work, it simply meant his comprehension wasn't sufficient yet. Arc Light. Zhou Ze moved swiftly, instantly creating two versions of himself. One was his phantom body. The moment he grasped the spatial laws, Zhou Ze understood the true essence of the first layer of absolute space. He wasn't the only one practicing the first layer of absolute space. Luo Feng had been training it too. Moreover, Zhou Ze had taken advantage of a discussion opportunity to guide Luo Feng once, granting him an insight bonus. Unfortunately, Luo Feng hadn't even grasped a domain, let alone a law, but his proficiency was maxed out. This had greatly benefited Zhou Ze as well, allowing him to unleash Arc Light the instant he grasped a thread of spatial laws. Solidify this foundation. Once you formally cross the threshold of spatial laws, head to the killing grounds to make a name for yourself. Attract more disciples and geniuses, then enhance your insight. A perfect cycle. Virtual universe. Thunder God and Luo Feng sat in a corner of the killing arena's main hall, sipping drinks and tea. Sanzi, you call me crazy? Big brother is the real madman. And you? Which one of you two isn't crazier than me? Thunder God grinned wickedly. I'm only slightly saner than your teacher after all. He's never even set foot in the killing grounds. Besides that one trip to 9-Star Bay to look at houses, he hasn't even met up with us once, has he? Luo Feng was speechless. You bastard, mocking my teacher right in front of me? How dare you? That said, curiosity piqued, he sent a mental message to Babata. Babata, what's my teacher up to? A place as great as the killing grounds, and he's never even been here. Babata materialized instantly, spreading his hands helplessly. That guy's locked himself away training day and night, building his own wheel. He won't listen to a single word I say. But someone of his caliber having his own ideas is only natural. Don't even try to compare yourselves to him, it's impossible. Luo Feng's eyes widened in surprise, and Thunder God, standing nearby, also listened with growing curiosity. Babata, what's wrong with Teacher Zhou? Why are you speaking like this? It feels like he's special, though he really is special. Thunder God recalled Zhou Ze's extraordinary teaching abilities and innate talent for power generation. Nothing. Babata declared, straightening his posture. I didn't tell you because I feared it would be too much for you to handle. In short, you must heed my advice more. As for him, I don't want to interfere, and even if I did, I couldn't. He simply won't listen to me anyway. Luo Feng, you've had good fortune. With the inheritance of my meteorite ink star, you might just have a sliver of a chance to catch up to that Zhou Ze guy someday. As for you, you'll never catch up to Zhou Ze in this lifetime. You can't even match Luo Feng. Babata shot the Thunder God a disdainful look. That rascal kept trying to ambush her, even attempting to ruffle her hair. If not for Zhou Ze's rigorous training, she might have let him get away with it. As if she was the great demon Babata. At her peak, she'd slain countless realm lords. She dared to toy with even the immortals under her master's command. And now this insignificant star-level nobody dared to violate martial ethics, daring to ambush her, daring to touch her head. He clearly didn't regard the great Babata as anything more than a petty demon. Given Thunder God's composure, he naturally didn't take Babata's words to heart. But he couldn't stand Babata's petty expression, so he chuckled and said, Babata, isn't Luo Feng the true heir to your Yuanmo star? That you have so little faith in Yuanmo star, actually thinking this heir, Luo Feng, is inferior to Teacher Zhou. TSK. It must be said that those with elevated minds possess extraordinary insight into human nature, cutting straight to the heart of the matter in arguments. You fool! What do you know? Zhou Ze is a transcendent being who's officially crossed the threshold. You couldn't catch up to him in 10 lifetimes. Despite living for billions of years, Babata still possessed the temperament of a child, instantly losing his composure in anger. Laws? Luo Feng and the Thunder God both startled. Both intelligent beings typically conversed in Chinese. Luo Feng was puzzled by the term laws, but for the post-90s Thunder God, it felt both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. There really is such a thing as laws? Thunder God was utterly stunned, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. The Thunder God reached out to grab Babata, wanting to pat his head, but was swiftly swatted away. Babata soared skyward, sneering. Yes. You're from the 90s generation. You've read novels and played games. Laws are exactly what you imagine them to be. Whether martial artists or psychic masters, ultimately, everyone must walk this path of laws. This path represents the ultimate level. Just think about it. Don't delve too deep, especially regarding Luo Feng. I didn't want to say this, but that Thunder God really pissed me off. Taking advantage of Thunder God's momentary daze, Babata delivered a vicious tail swipe to the top of his head, sending him clutching his skull in agony, nearly weeping. Kid, you're a real jerk. I just thought you looked cute and wanted to pet you like how you'd pet a cat or a dog. It was pure affection and goodwill. If you don't appreciate it, fine, but why hit me so hard? The Thunder God put on a heartbroken, tearful expression. Don't touch me. And don't call me little guy. Address me as Demon Lord, Lord Babata. Got it? I am the great Babata. No, I am the great little demon. It should be my great little demon Babata. It's all your fault. You've made me so angry, even my logic as an intelligent being is failing. Babata's little face flushed crimson with anger. This great demon Babata is no lowly cat or dog. Thunder God knew he'd really crossed Babata this time, but he just couldn't help himself. He desperately wanted to pet this adorable little thing. My apologies, the magnificent Lord Babata, the Thunder God chuckled, convinced he sounded sincere. Don't give me that smug grin. Letting you join my meteorite star was the worst luck I'd had in 8 lifetimes. You and that Zhou Ze guy just love to toy with me. Babata was thoroughly displeased. Teacher Zhou and I are truly kindred spirits sharing the same interests. Thunder God chuckled inwardly, though he dared not voice this thought aloud. Seeing Babata genuinely annoyed, Luo Feng quickly changed the subject. Babata, Thunder God, what exactly is a law? Teacher, he's grasped a law? Is that something even higher than a domain? Beyond domains lies the law. That's something most domain masters can't even comprehend. Luo Feng, don't get ahead of yourself. This isn't something you need to understand now. What about me? What about me? The Thunder God acted as if nothing had happened moments ago. Great demon Lord Babata. Babata was furious and initially ignored him, but seeing Thunder God's earnest expression, his heart softened slightly. He snorted coldly, you rascal. You're only at the first layer of domain. Countless others remain stuck at the peak of domain master, unable to grasp even a thread of the law even at the 9th layer. Enough. This isn't something you should grasp at your current stage. Laws are too distant for you. Your talents are decent enough, but don't compare yourselves to Zhou Ze. Your hearts couldn't bear the blow. At this point, Babata's expression froze in surprise. That Zhou Ze actually came to the killing grounds? That's like the sun rising in the west. Chapter 68, Encountering Nualanshan in the Killing Grounds. Zhou Ze, over there. Luo Feng and the Thunder God are in that direction, Babata pointed. The Killing Grounds hall was vast, no different from a city. Zhou Ze swiftly approached Luo Feng and the Thunder God, smiling faintly. Well, you two seem quite relaxed. Where's Hong? Thunder God chuckled, big brother's still in the killing space. He hasn't come out in 8 days. That guy's relentless. My longest stint in there was only 3 days. Luo Feng quickly asked, Teacher, what are laws? You. The moment Luo Feng spoke, he drew the attention of many nearby. He immediately switched to telepathic transmission. Teacher, Babata, they say you've grasped the laws? How did you do it? Can you teach me? You haven't even grasped your domain yet, and you're already thinking about laws? Zhou Ze snapped impatiently. Don't get ahead of yourself. Babata, why did you tell him about my law comprehension? Zhou Ze turned to Babata. Babata pointed at the Thunder God. This bald guy got me all worked up. It's all his fault. The Thunder God rubbed his bald head and teased, little guy, that's not fair. You're old enough now, sometimes you should reflect on your own actions, okay? You've lived this long and can't even handle a little teasing. Zhou Ze's lips curved into a smile. Only before the great nirvana, when he frequently watched videos, would he understand this. Thunder God, you despicable creature. I'm never speaking to you again. Babata, seeing Zhou Ze laughing too, flew into a rage and vanished in a huff. Thunder God roared with laughter. Luo Feng, your little AI is too adorable. You've really upset her this time. Luo Feng felt awkward. Brother Lei, please don't keep upsetting Babata. She's still childish. I suppose I did go a bit too far. The Thunder God replied with a serious expression. Zhou Ze said earnestly, Thunder God, you really went too far. Bullying a child like that. If Sanzi says that, fine. But we're on the same team. Babata hasn't stopped complaining about you. Ha ha. Zhou Ze and Lei Shen both broke into mischievous grins. If nothing else, teasing Babata did add a lot of fun to their lives. Her disdainful little expressions, paired with that child acting like an adult's seriousness, were almost impossible to resist. How could someone who'd lived tens of millions of years still retain that kind of childlike spirit? Hu Yanba must treat her well, like his own child. Sigh. Luo Feng sighed outwardly, though inwardly he felt a quiet satisfaction. After all, Babata was always belittling him, teasing him, and yelling at him. He was the Earth Lord, for heaven's sake didn't he deserve some respect? What are you two chatting about? You look so happy, a voice drifted over. All three turned to see Hong striding toward them in his black battle armor, radiating energy and showing not a trace of fatigue. Brother Hong, don't you ever get tired? Lei Shen was speechless. Luo Feng watched Hong and felt the gap between them keenly. He couldn't endure one extreme battle after another. After a while, his mind would grow weary. But Hong was like a monster. Not only did he show no signs of fatigue, he seemed to relish it. When you find joy in it, boredom simply doesn't arise. Hong smiled faintly, turning to Zhou Ze. Teacher Zhou, I didn't expect you to come to the killing grounds. Zhou Ze returned the smile. Just taking a look. All this relentless training has made things a bit dull inside. Had these words come from Lei Shen or Luo Feng, Hong would have believed them. But coming from Zhou Ze, they felt jarring. After all, the man's mental fortitude was no less than his own. As fellow cultivators of the heart, he could sense it. Luo Feng, Hong, Lei. Ha ha. Rare to see all three of you together. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, a tall, dark-skinned man built like a black bear and a pale, slender red-haired youth approached. Brem, Hirua, come sit down. Luo Feng beckoned. After Brem and Hirua sat down, they turned to Zhou Ze across from them and asked, This must be your friend, right? He looks unfamiliar. It's the first time we've seen you all together. No, he's my teacher, Zhou Ze. His first time at the killing grounds. Luo Feng chuckled. Oh? Brem expressed surprise, then politely addressed Zhou Ze. Hello, Teacher Zhou. I'm Brem, a friend of Luo Feng's. This is Hirua. Hello, Teacher Zhou, Hirua said with a smile. Hello, both of you, Zhou Ze replied with a slight smile. Brem and Hirua's arrival made the atmosphere slightly more subdued. It wasn't that Luo Feng and the others weren't familiar with Brem and Hirua, it was just that certain things couldn't be said casually. For Brem and Hirua, Zhou Ze's presence felt like an elder had joined the gathering, making it impossible to act as casually as usual. By the way, I have something to tell you. For the time being, both Brem and I won't be coming to the killing grounds. Hirua spoke up. What's going on? Luo Feng and the others froze. Both Brem and Hirua were regulars at the killing ground, just like the three of them. Our instructor has strictly ordered Brem and me to apply for the Cosmic Apprentice Mercenary program and take the assessment. Hirua lowered his voice to explain the dangers of the Interstellar Apprentice Mercenary assessment. This immediately drew gasps of astonishment from Luo Feng and the others. Zhou Ze listened intently, inwardly sighing. Being alone was truly the most comfortable state. Perhaps this was exactly what Huyan Bo had been thinking back then. Babata had always believed that if Huyan Bo had joined a major power, he might have survived. But what if joining meant facing certain missions that would kill him sooner? Take the Virtual Universe Corporation, for instance. Each year, thousands of geniuses selected from across humanity join through the Genius War. Those who survive almost invariably become immortals. Yet how many ultimately make it? But once you've joined the Virtual Universe Corporation and benefited from their resources, you must submit to their arrangements. There's always a trade-off. This wasn't Zhou Ze being afraid of death or cowardly. Why deliberately court life and death situations when steady advancement was possible? It was the same principle as elders urging youth to endure hardship. First the bitterness, then the sweetness was a given, but forcing yourself to endure suffering without reason? That's just being an asshole. Zhou Ze's eyes flickered as he contemplated his path after joining the Virtual Universe Corporation. The instructor is here. Brem's deep voice echoed. The instructor? Hirua glanced toward the entrance of the hall and immediately spotted three figures approaching, one of whom was indeed their instructor. Brem and Hirua immediately dropped their crossed legs, their expressions turning serious. Zhou Ze scanned the group and immediately spotted a man with pointed ears and slightly bloodshot eyes. Who'd have thought we'd run into him here? Well, I guess it makes sense. Brem and Hirua both ran into him. Zhou Ze muttered under his breath. From a distance, among the three figures, Lei Shen also spotted Zhou Ze and the others. However, his eyes were fixed solely on Luo Feng, for Luo Feng was the Earth Lord. Chapter 69, The Might of the Thunder God. The moment he saw Luo Feng, a surge of rage ignited within Lei Shen, racing straight to his brain. He was a formidable super-strong warrior, the Great Axe Warrior, with over 1,000 cosmic-level experts slain by his hand. When had a mere stellar tier first stage dared to defy him like this? Mr. Lei Shen? The two cosmic-level powerhouses beside him looked at him in confusion. Lei Shen paid them no mind, striding purposefully toward Zhou Ze and directly approaching Luo Feng. The two cosmic-level powerhouses hurriedly followed behind. They had business with Lei Shen. Even among cosmic-level powerhouses, there were ranks and distinctions. As a 9th-tier cosmic-level powerhouse bearing the title of the Giant Axe Warrior, Lei Shen held immense prestige. The hall was vast. The killing arena was not a place ordinary people could afford to frequent, yet tens of thousands of guests were present. A figure bearing the giant axe medal on his chest, flanked by 2 warriors adorned with 1-star mercenary medals, drew considerable attention. Luo Feng's brows furrowed slightly, though his heart remained utterly unafraid. Instructor. Rua and Brem immediately stood up. Thunder God whispered, Luo Feng, that man bears a striking resemblance to someone from the Nuolanshan family. No need to guess it's the Nuolanshan family. Luo Feng narrowed his eyes. He didn't recognize cosmic-level powerhouses. Besides, cosmic-level powerhouses wouldn't go out of their way to seek him out. Clack! Rua and Brem's combat boots clicked together as they saluted respectfully. Greetings, instructors. The 2 bald instructors gave slight nods, turning their gaze toward Nuolanshan. Standing between them, Nuolanshan looked down at the seated Luo Feng and coldly asked, You are Luo Feng? So what if I am? Luo Feng retorted, his voice equally icy. That planet is yours? Nuolanshan made no mention of Earth. Yes. Luo Feng grinned. Sell it to me. Nuolanshan's cold eyes fixed on Luo Feng. Name your price. Luo Feng shook his head slightly. 10 billion Qianwu coins? Nuolanshan ignored Luo Feng's refusal. Not a chance. Luo Feng didn't hesitate for a second. 100 billion Qianwu coins. Nuolanshan fixed his gaze on Luo Feng, as if daring him to refuse again, threatening to make him regret it. I said it's non-negotiable. No matter what price you name, it won't work. Luo Feng regarded Nuolanshan calmly. By his side, Hong and Lei Shen stood relaxed, their expressions serene yet alert as they watched Nuolanshan. Zhou Ze, meanwhile, leaned back on the sofa with his legs crossed, utterly unfazed by the formidable auras radiating from the 3 cosmic-level powerhouses before him, including Nuolanshan. This caused the 2 cosmic-level mercenaries beside Nuolanshan to frown slightly. Where did this bumpkin come from? He showed absolutely no respect for powerful beings. However, they were utterly astonished by Nuolanshan's offer. 100 billion Qianwu coins could easily purchase a top-tier life-sustaining planet, and then he'd blurted out a staggering 1 trillion? What kind of planet could possibly be worth that? Even for Nuolanshan, parting with that sum would be a significant strain. You're provoking me. Nuolanshan narrowed his eyes, glaring at Luo Feng like a venomous snake. Young man, I'm not known for my patience. Today, I'm giving you a chance. Transfer the planet under your name to me, and all grievances will be settled. Otherwise, give you the planet? Luo Feng chuckled, raising his cup slightly before downing it in one gulp. Sorry, I won't be offering you a drink. Master, big brother, second brother, let's drink. Come on, down it. Hong laughed. Down in one gulp, the thunder god chuckled. Zhou Ze raised his cup gently. The 4 completely ignored the massive axe-wielding warrior Nuolanshan standing beside them, treating him as if he were invisible. In reality, they would have kept their distance, but within the virtual universe, Luo Feng and his companions showed no sign of backing down. Zhou Ze and his companions drank as if the world didn't exist. Nuolanshan stood beside them, his face darkening. The 2 cosmic mercenaries accompanying him were equally displeased. In the cosmos, showing respect to the powerful was fundamental etiquette. To them, these 3 or 4 young men were acting far too arrogant and presumptuous. Especially that fellow Luo Feng cold teacher from the very start, he hadn't given them a second glance, sitting back on the sofa with his legs crossed. Rua and Brem exchanged glances, neither daring to speak. They inwardly cursed their luck for getting entangled in such a situation. This wine is truly exceptional. In the real world, it'd cost at least 100 times more, right? Thunder God praised. And it's probably hard to come by, Hong Wei added with a faint smile. The virtual universe sure has its perks, Luo Feng remarked appreciatively. Zhou Ze swirled his glass, admiring the swirling liquid inside. It truly is exceptional. Even someone like me, who doesn't usually care for alcohol, has fallen for it. Standing beside the table, Nuolanshan's eye muscles twitched. His gaze, as venomous as a snake's, swept over the 4 seated at the table, his anger intensifying. 4 ill-mannered brats. Yet Zhou Ze and his companions paid him no mind, continuing their conversation. Never before had Nuolanshan been so blatantly ignored. Rage boiled within him. I'll make you understand that even in the virtual universe, you must respect the strong. Consumed by rage, Nuolanshan abandoned all decorum and struck first. Whoosh! His right leg swung like a battle axe, slicing through the air in a lightning-fast diagonal strike toward Luo Feng beside him. Humph! Luo Feng, who had been ready all along, let out a low growl. His body snapped backward as his left arm blocked the kick. Boom! Luo Feng's entire body recoiled violently, stumbling backward several steps. His eyes flashed as nearby wine bottles, plates, and other objects instantly levitated and hurled toward Nuolan Mountain. All together now! The Thunder God roared, charging forward with Hong in a flash. Both were junior war generals. Neither Hong nor the Thunder God showed the slightest sign of backing down. Watch out, his power surge is even stronger. Luo Feng shouted repeatedly. Though he'd braced himself mentally, that kick still exceeded his expectations. His left arm was throbbing with pain. You lot? Ha! Lei Shen laughed in anger. When had mere stellar level, or even planetary level, fighters dared challenge him? It seemed that after years of seclusion to break through to Domain Lord, many had forgotten his formidable reputation. Lei Shen's expression turned icy as he swung a kick toward the charging Thunder God. The Thunder God twisted his waist like a twisted rope, dodging the strike. His fist then arced through the air, accelerated as if by a centrifuge, whistling eerily as it slammed toward Lei Shen. Lei Shen's brow furrowed slightly. His left leg, which had been striking out, instantly shifted into a horizontal slash, aiming for the Thunder God's midsection. Humph! The Thunder God's body softened, wrapping around Lei Shen's left leg like cotton as he prepared to execute his binding kill technique. Soft technique? Lei Shen's expression shifted. Buzz! His left leg snapped back like a giant python, slipping out of the bind with lightning speed. This guy's speed is incredible. I almost fell for it. Lei Shen's gaze turned cold as he looked up. Boom! Hong's right leg swung a sharp spike repeatedly toward Newland Mountain's head. The latter merely grinned savagely, shifting his body slightly to evade the strike. But Hong's assault wasn't over. His right foot changed course again, smashing toward Lei Shen's head. Get lost! Lei Shen roared, his neck swelling 2 or 3 times thicker as he charged head-on. Boom! Hong was sent flying backward, and Thunder God seized the moment to unleash a double-peak piercing ear strike, slamming toward Newland Mountain. Hong closed the distance once more, delivering a thunderous punch toward Lei Shen. Shatter the God! Luo Feng's low command sent psychic energy like a needle piercing straight into Newland Mountain's mind. Get out of here! Lei Shen roared, his arms swelling grotesquely as a strange, needle-like sensation surged through them. He simultaneously shattered the Thunder God's palms and Hong's fist, then slammed both fists into the chests of Hong and the Thunder God. Hong spat blood and flew backward. But the Thunder God swiftly retreated, evading the punch. He actually dodged. Incredibly fast reflexes. A flicker of surprise crossed Lei Shen's eyes, but with his vast combat experience, he wouldn't let this opening go to waste. He pressed forward relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of punches. Yet the Thunder God parried each strike. Despite his formidable strength, Lei Shen found himself unable to subdue the Thunder God immediately. Instead, the Thunder God managed to land counterattacks from time to time. Impressive! Luo Feng's eyes widened. He had always struggled against the Thunder God, but never imagined him to be this formidable. Hong's eyes also flickered with confusion. When did the gap between me and my second brother grow so wide? Hong's thoughts immediately turned to Zhou Ze. Only his second brother had persistently sought Zhou Ze's guidance on mastering force techniques. Yet even he hadn't anticipated the Thunder God becoming this formidable, especially without the use of his domain. Zhou Ze raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. Ever since Thunder God began studying force techniques with him, he'd been clinging to him relentlessly. Even when Thunder God stayed in Xiulong City, he'd constantly seek Zhou Ze's guidance through the virtual universe. Truth be told, he'd been fully immersed in comprehending the laws lately, barely practicing force cultivation himself. He'd been entirely reliant on piggybacking on the Thunder God's insights. Even so, his power generation had reached 26x. That level of force generation was truly impressive. Even Luo Feng, who had emerged from Chaos City, only managed around 30-something times. The subconscious window automatically synthesizes insights, refines them, and assimilates new understandings. So even if the Thunder God wasn't as advanced as him, he must have reached at least 24 or 25 times. He's about to lose. Zhou Ze watched calmly as the increasingly excited Thunder God and the utterly shocked Lei Shen filled the arena. Chapter 70, Zhou Ze's odd behavior, and the furious Lei Shen trio. Boom! The Thunder God couldn't block it. Lei Shen seized an opening and kicked him flying. Compared to Hong's bloody blow, Thunder God's defensive amplitude was higher, so he didn't suffer severe injury, just a momentary loss of breath that left him temporarily unable to recover. Yet despite this, no one present thought the Thunder God was overstepping his bounds. Instead, they silently marveled, many even murmuring among themselves. Is that bald kid really only a stellar tier stage 1? Unbelievable. That Lei Shen is a warrior with the title of Giant Axe Warrior, a 9th tier cosmic level powerhouse, just one step away from becoming a domain lord. Yet he's been locked in a stalemate with a kid who just entered the stellar level, barely gaining the upper hand. Yeah, while their physical conditioning is both at the war general tier, their combat experience, close quarters techniques, and mental fortitude shouldn't be on the same level. And that bald kid's power output? Downright terrifying. He's practically on par with Lei Shen. What a freak! The martial artists present couldn't help but be stunned. Thunder God's performance was simply too outrageous. Hong and Luo Feng were even more stunned. Last time Hong compared himself to the Thunder God, he hadn't sensed much difference, or perhaps the domain suppression had obscured it. Only now, in the virtual universe where neither could use domains, did he truly grasp the chasm in their power. Could my path be wrong? Hong, who had just entered the third level of the mind realm, had never doubted himself before. This time, however, he found himself questioning. Impossible. My domain is the absolute core, the foundation of my power. No matter how high my strength output, it can never match the boost gained from advancing my domain by a single tier. Hong steadied his resolve. His little brother, who he'd trained with day and night, had made a stunning breakthrough. Luo Feng clenched his fists, a bitter sting of regret in his heart. Last time I sparred with second brother, he had to activate his domain to defeat me. How long has it been since our last spar? He might be able to beat me without even using his domain now. Zhou Ze stroked his chin. The Thunder God truly possessed innate talent in power generation. With his childlike innocence, he heeded advice to focus solely on power and domain cultivation and likely stuck to it relentlessly. This was evident from the subconscious window through which he received the Thunder God's insights. Over this period, the Thunder God's recognition of him had nearly reached its peak. Luo Feng could increasingly stack the Thunder God's insights. Who knew what level the Thunder God's domain had reached, having absorbed all his insights while constantly meditating on it? Judging by Hong and Luo Feng's stunned expressions, this bald guy was clearly aiming for something big. Years of being held back by Hong had clearly left him with pent-up frustration. Any damage done, charge it to my account. Lei Shen barked, his icy gaze sweeping over Zhou Ze and the others before settling on the Thunder God. Your effort is commendable, you've managed to draw out some of my true power. But that's all it amounts to. Lei Shen shifted his gaze to Luo Feng and sneered coldly, You actually think you can use psychic attacks against me? In the giant axe battle arena, if you don't have ways to counter psychic powers, how could you possibly survive? Let alone win 1,000 consecutive matches to earn the title of Giant Axe Warrior. As for you, Lei Shen turned to Hong Dao. Your close combat techniques are passable, but your power generation is abysmal. If you could channel energy like that bald kid, perhaps the two of you together might entertain me a little longer. Lei Shen appraised Luo Feng and his two companions one by one, like an examiner, exuding the aura of a true master in the eyes of the onlookers. Well said. Universe Mercenary Quincy shouted from the sidelines. Exactly. In the virtual universe, even the weak must respect the strong. In terms of awareness, technique, experience, and power application, these youngsters are still far too lacking. Too cocky, young man, another cosmic mercenary with business with Lei Shen chimed in. However, among the other onlookers present, though some shared this displeasure, very few joined in the chorus. The reason was simple: Thunder God's performance was too dazzling. These were shrewd individuals who could see his limitless potential. Who knew when some big shot might take notice? Better safe than sorry. Besides, given the existing animosity between the two sides, there was no question of respecting the strong. Put another way, this young Thunder God wasn't afraid to confront power head-on. Hong, Luo Feng, and Lei Shen listened to Newland Mountain and the two cosmic mercenaries, their expressions turning icy. Just as they were about to speak, Zhou Ze opened his mouth with a faint, mocking tone. A warrior bearing the title of Giant Axe Master, a peak cosmic level powerhouse even with equal physical prowess, yet it took you this long to defeat a mere stellar level tier 1 brat, and you still act so nonchalant? You're regressing with age. I might as well just kill myself. Zhou Ze folded his arms, glaring at the two cosmic tier instructors. As for you two, both cosmic tier, supposedly elite warriors. Seeking Newland Mountain's help is one thing, but couldn't you at least maintain some dignity befitting your rank? Anyone unaware would think you're two mad dogs bred by Newland Mountain, constantly yapping and barking wildly. Zhou Ze unleashed a torrent of criticism like a machine gun, leaving Newland Mountain and the two cosmic mercenaries utterly mortified. The onlookers were stunned. Who was this formidable being with such astonishing combat prowess? Hirua and Brem grew increasingly awkward, yet helpless. Still, they couldn't help but wonder who Luo Feng's teacher was, someone bold enough to show no regard for three cosmic-level powerhouses. Damn! Luo Feng and his two companions were dumbfounded. They knew Zhou Ze intended to pull off something big, but never imagined he'd tear off the mask so abruptly. Even when Ninefold had been so aggressive earlier, Luo Feng had responded with utmost courtesy, never resorting to such direct confrontation. He showed no mercy even to Ninefold's two accomplices, Hirua and Brem's instructor. What are you staring at? Luo Feng, you're regressing with age. If you're this cautious online, wouldn't you have to kneel in real life? Zhou Ze didn't spare Luo Feng either. That scumbag Ninefold tried to forcibly seize your homeworld. He even disregarded Black Dragon Empire's laws and regulations, acting in secret and causing countless casualties among your people. And you're still worried about saving face, still concerned that he's a cosmic-level powerhouse. Zhou Ze shifted his tone. Oh, right, I actually understand your position. After all, Ninefold is a powerhouse with the title of Giant Axe Warrior, and his two lackeys are also cosmic level. Your reservations are perfectly understandable. After all, this great Axe Warrior doesn't even respect the Virtual Universe Corporation's killing fields. You must know the killing fields are governed by civil regulations: no fighting in the main hall, or you bear the consequences. Zhou Ze smiled faintly, appearing like an enlightened sage, yet his words dripped with sarcasm. Hong and Lei Shen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Luo Feng gave an awkward chuckle, gesturing toward them. These two aren't backing me up, not a word earlier. Though they sure were decisive when the fighting started, haha. The other martial artists watching also wanted to laugh, but feared offending Newland Mountain. Newland Mountain and the two cosmic mercenaries looked like they'd swallowed a bitter pill. Sharp-tongued. Quincy snorted coldly. The other instructor glared fiercely at Zhou Ze. They had never been so humiliated. Newland Shan's face flushed crimson, his inner rage now 1,000 times fiercer than before. Yet he could only force himself to restrain his outrage. After all, Zhou Ze had invoked the rules of the killing ground. His earlier attack had been somewhat understandable. But now, daring to strike in the main hall? The Virtual Universe Corporation stood behind the killing grounds. It was tantamount to slapping the company itself in the face. Cold sweat trickled down Newland-Shan's back. Thankfully, he hadn't fallen for the trap. His gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Zhou Ze. You smooth-talking little scoundrel. I nearly fell for your scheme. You're the one who's arrogant, not giving a damn about the killing ground or the Virtual Universe Corporation. Zhou Ze said lazily, I don't have your kind of clout. You're the one with the title of Giant Axe Warrior, after all. Ha ha. Luo Feng and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Thunder God even chimed in, feigning submission, exactly. He's a cosmic-level peak powerhouse with the title of Giant Axe Warrior. We wouldn't dare be so bold. Senior Newland, we beg your forgiveness. Thank goodness you held back earlier and sparred with me for hundreds of moves. I've truly benefited. The Thunder God may be useless at everything else, but he's number one at being sarcastic. Of course, he did perform admirably just now. Praise is in order. Chapter 71, The Gamble. Newland, the money deliverer. Kales, look into this man's background. Furious to the extreme, Newland ironically regained his composure and began investigating Zhou Ze's background. Within seconds, Carl's had Zhou Ze's records. Master, this man is Zhou Ze, a native Earthling. He was Luo Feng's teacher even before Luo Feng became a martial artist. When Bro arrived on Earth, he learned from online records that Zhou Ze was merely a planetary-level Stage 1 practitioner. Hoof. Newland laughed bitterly. He'd nearly been fooled into thinking this Zhou Ze was some formidable powerhouse who dared defy him outright. Turns out he was just a fledgling at the very bottom of the planetary tier. A weakling at the planetary level? A single punch from him would scatter them like dust. However many there were, they'd all die. So that's it. Newland Shan's eyes grew fiercer as he instantly understood. He wants me to offend the killing grounds, so their backers will come down on him. The idea was clever. He'd nearly lost control and attacked again. Too bad he saw through it. You seem quite confident in your abilities? Dare you face me in the peak realm? Newland Shan fixed Zhou Ze with a cold stare, letting out a dismissive snort. Choose any tier 0 to tier 5, your choice. Newland Shan added with a hint of provocation. If I win, I'll give you 100 Qianwu coins. If I lose, you'll have your disciple hand over that planet under his command to me. Dare you? Newland Shan shot a dismissive glance at Luo Feng before fixing his gaze on Zhou Ze. Seeing Zhou Ze's silence, Newland Shan pressed his advantage. What? Got nothing to say? Where's all that swagger from earlier? Good for nothing but talking big, huh? Luo Feng, hand over that planet to me, and I'll take you as my disciple. What future do you have following this guy who only knows how to shoot his mouth off? Luo Feng's brow furrowed slightly, but he said nothing more. Zhou Ze shook his head, replying calmly, if you wish to give me money, I naturally have no objection. But that planet is my disciple's homeworld. He paused. It's like betting your own mother. Would you really put your mother on the line? If you dare, I genuinely admire you. Ha ha. The Thunder God, fearless of heaven and earth, burst into a booming laugh that sounded like a pig squealing. Hong couldn't help but curve his lips. He hadn't expected Teacher Zhou to be so sharp-tongued. No wonder before the Great Nirvana, netizens loved to engage in online flame wars. It was genuinely exhilarating. Luo Feng's furrowed brow relaxed. He'd been pondering how to refuse, worried his teacher might get carried away. No, wait, with a mindset rivaling Brother Hong's, he couldn't possibly lose his cool. Newland Mountain suppressed his inner rage, 10 billion Qianwu coins. The stakes are that spaceship. Dare you? All you can do is talk big, but you're too scared to back it up. You're useless. Nothing but a clown. Quincy and another space mercenary glared at Zhou Ze with equal fury. They'd merely spoken on Nolanshan's behalf and he hadn't even known Nolanshan intended to forcibly purchase his disciple's homeworld. Their actions were entirely justified, yet he dared hurl such insults at them. He was completely out of line. 100 billion Qianwu coins. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. If you win, give me 100 billion Qianwu coins. If you lose, that starship is yours. Agreed. Newland Mountain roared instantly. Head to the peak space now. You choose first tier or second tier, your pick. If I lose, 100 billion Qianwu coins are yours. We can witness it through the killing arena and bind it with a contract. Luo Feng inwardly rejoiced. After learning Zhou Ze's background, he'd actually lost interest in winning Earth through this wager. But he'd still proposed it a fallback plan to provoke Zhou Ze into staking the Mechanic Clan starship. Sure enough, the kid took the bait. Master. Luo Feng glanced at Zhou Ze, his words caught in his throat. He then swept his gaze over Hong and Lei Shen, who remained impassive. Unable to contain himself, he mentally contacted Babada. Babada, come out. Calm down. Master wants to wager the Mechanic Clan ship against Nuolan Mountain in a bet. Babada, who had been sulking and immersed in a game, immediately popped up and asked, a wager? What kind of wager? Luo Feng hurriedly explained, peak space. What is that? Is there such a place in the killing grounds? Babada chuckled and hurriedly said, that guy Luo Feng is practically handing over money. Agree to it, don't let him back out. I've already agreed. Seeing Babada so confident, Luo Feng's mind settled. Good. The killing arena has many fine places. The killing space is just one of them. There are also dual spaces, peak spaces, and more. What exactly is the peak space? Luo Feng asked curiously. Babat, his mood greatly improved by the prospect of a free trillion Qianwu coins, explained, simple. It's where both combatants' physical prowess, psychic power, primal energy, consciousness, and everything else are controlled to be at exactly the same level. The peak space has 6 tiers, corresponding to apprentice level peak, planetary level peak, stellar level peak, cosmic level peak, domain lord level peak, and realm lord level peak. As long as you can afford it, even if you're only at apprentice level strength, you can experience realm lord level power and even spar with realm lord level experts. But the price is exorbitant. Even scions from major clans would have to bleed to afford it, and it's hardly worth it. Luo Feng nodded and asked, then the duels. Before Luo Feng could ask more, he saw Zhou Ze and Nuolan Shan seal their contract, vanishing the next moment. Babada, can I watch their fight? Luo Feng still felt uneasy. Babada, master's strength lies in the laws, right? But Nuolan Shan is definitely at the 9th level of the domain realm. His combat experience, awareness, techniques, and power delivery are all beyond master's reach. One was a peak universe level warrior, a giant axe warrior who had claimed over 1,000 universe level lives. The other was merely a second-tier planet-level warrior, having only recently stepped into that realm. They weren't even in the same league. In terms of age alone, Zhou Ze was less than a fraction of Nuolan Shan's years. Luo Feng still felt uneasy. Relax. You know the difference between having a domain and not having one. Babada chuckled. It's almost like a god. Luo Feng marveled. You could say that. But the difference between comprehending the laws and not comprehending them is even greater than the gap between having a domain and not having one. Babada declared with confidence. A domain holder is said to be peerless at their level. This means that once a martial artist comprehends their domain, no other martial artist without a domain can defeat them. But a warrior who comprehends the laws can effortlessly slay peers of equal rank. That is true peerless dominance. Moreover, they can easily defeat opponents even 1 tier above. Equal rank? Ha! Even if that Nuolan Mountain domain reaches the 9th tier, it wouldn't stand a chance against a warrior of equal rank who possesses the laws. Babada paused here and cautioned, Luo Feng, you don't even possess a domain yet. These concepts are beyond your grasp. Don't get ahead of yourself. Focus more on cultivating your mental state with your teacher. I'm increasingly convinced that your Earth's unique methods for cultivating mental states are truly valuable. Yeah, I know, Babada. Luo Feng nodded. Babada's face still bore traces of worry. Inside, she cursed the Thunder God. It was all that damn baldhead's fault. If not for him, she never would have revealed any of this. The inner workings of the mind were strange indeed. Sometimes you believed you wouldn't, yet the desires within would pull you in that direction, influencing your actions. Often, you couldn't even detect these inner urges, or you'd follow them blindly without realizing it. Chapter 72, The Ultimate Showdown. Come to the virtual universe. Naran Shan, the warrior known as the Giant Axe, is challenging someone to a bet fight. And it's a free live stream. Nuolan Shan's betting on a duel? He'll definitely show his true skills. Let's go learn a thing or two. Nuolan Shan? The one with the Giant Axe warrior title? Wasn't he trying to break through to Domain Lord? Why's he suddenly gambling on a fight? The Black Dragon Mountain branch of the Killing Grounds erupted with excitement. As the rare Giant Axe warrior title holder in the Black Dragon Empire, Nuolan Shan commanded extraordinary fame. His wager battle instantly drew the attention of many warriors who frequented the Killing Grounds. These warriors were either powerful themselves or had deep-rooted backgrounds, otherwise, they couldn't afford the cost of regularly visiting the Killing Grounds. So many people have come to the Killing Grounds. Thunder God remarked with surprise. Hong Danmo remarked coldly, they're all here for Nuolan Shan. Thunder God rubbed his shaved head. This Nuolan Shan really has a reputation in the killing arena. A single wager battle drew so many people. What do you know? Babata sneered. Though Mount Newelin is insignificant to my master, he stands among the peak powerhouses of the Black Dragon Empire's cosmic realm. And he hasn't fought in the killing grounds for ages. Many are eager to see him fight in the killing arena, hoping to learn from him. The Thunder God chuckled, giving him a thumbs up. Babata, you're impressive, you know all this stuff. I am the great demon Babata, of course I'm impressive. Need I say more? Humph. Babata's face showed displeasure, but the corners of his eyes betrayed his satisfaction. Let's go check it out. It'll start soon. Ha! Looks like we can even watch it live. Luo Feng felt a surge of anticipation. He was determined to see for himself what this mysterious law Babata had been raving about. While Luo Feng and the others chatted, in the meditation room on the second floor of the killing grounds, a burly man stood in a silver-white combat suit. Tall yet exquisitely built, his left chest bore a medal depicting two planets suspended above a surging sea of blood. Opposite him sat a man with blue-green skin. Though unremarkable in appearance, he bore a medal identical to Nilanshan's on his left chest. One of them was a cosmic 2-star mercenary, while the other was a cosmic-level giant axe warrior just like Newelin Mountain. Nilanshan is actually betting on a fight? Interesting. And it's happening in the peak space? What exactly is going on? The green-skinned man was intrigued. Mingyu's gaze remained impassive. As an external steward of the Black Dragon Mountain branch of the Virtual Universe Corporation, he possessed extensive privileges and instantly uncovered the entire sequence of events. So that's how it is. Mingyu's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. According to the records, though this was a second-tier peak realm wager, both combatants possessed physical prowess at the stellar-level peak. But Newelin Mountain was a cosmic-tier peak powerhouse who had earned the title of Great Axe Warrior. Zhou Ze, however, was merely at the planetary tier second stage. Such a matchup, especially as a wagered battle, was utterly absurd. Senior Mingyu, since we're bored anyway, shall we watch it together? The blue-skinned man chuckled. Not being an external steward of the Virtual Universe Corporation, he naturally lacked access to Zhou Ze's detailed records. Alright, Mingyu replied calmly. A Mechanic Clan starship as the wager? He was genuinely intrigued. Of course, as a Virtual Universe Corporation employee, he dared not covet this Mechanic Clan vessel. The Virtual Universe Corporation strictly forbids any disclosure or even the slightest hint of coveting client assets through data access. Not even subtle suggestions were tolerated. The longer one stayed at Virtual Universe Corporation, the more one understood its terrifying nature. Peak space. An immense black metal arena stretched out before him, exceeding 100 kilometers in length, width, and height. Zhou Ze wore a water blue combat suit, his hand gripping a slender, water blue longsword. Nilanshan wore a dark crimson combat suit, a massive dark crimson battle axe slung over his shoulder. Never expected you'd choose to go public. Seems you're quite confident, but it's a shame you're so clueless about your own limitations. Nilanshan's face showed neither contempt nor threat. Such tactics were beneath him. After all, this was merely a second-tier planetary-level trash. As an Earthling who'd only recently ventured into space, he knew nothing of the true terror of the universe's real powerhouses. Cut the nonsense. Anyone watching would think you're some kind of clown. Zhou Ze replied calmly. How arrogant. Who is this guy? Nilanshan is one of the 12 axe masters our Black Dragon Empire has ever known. Even if many domain lords suppressed their physical prowess to match his level, they still wouldn't stand a chance against him. Zhou Ze's words sparked murmurs among the crowd. Clearly, Newelin Mountain's fame and power commanded respect from most present. Yet Zhou Ze, an unknown entity, had dared to utter such insults. Those unaware of the full context couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. Is he truly confident? Or utterly clueless? Sitting in the VIP seats of the peak arena, Mingyu folded his arms, observing the scene from above. Senior Mingyu, this young man is outrageously bold. What's his background? Do you know? The green-skinned man frowned. Mingyu shot him a cold glance, prompting the green-skinned man to scramble with an apology. My apologies, senior. I forgot the rules of the killing ground. As they spoke, the entire peak arena space began filling with a dense swarm of figures. Unlike the dual space, viewing the peak arena offered two options: purchasing on-site tickets or watching via video stream. Generally, most contestants wouldn't activate live mode, and many wouldn't even provide video streams. For both modes to be activated simultaneously and for free was exceedingly rare. Begin. Nilanshan frowned as the crowd swelled. What are you waiting for? Zhou Ze yawned. What's the rush? As the first stepping stone for me to make a name for myself in the Black Dragon Empire, you should have the awareness of a stepping stone. With so few people here, how can we get any support? Nilanshan nearly frowned so hard a well pattern appeared on his forehead. He'd never wanted this to happen in public, but Zhou Ze had insisted on making it public, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly agree. In less than half an hour, the peak space was packed to the rafters. Newelin Mountain suppressed his inner rage and barked, "Can we begin now?" Almost. Though I'm not satisfied with the turnout, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. After all, I'm quite happy to pocket those free 100 billion Shenwu coins. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. Both sides confirmed, and the countdown began. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent, all eyes fixed on the center of the arena. Luo Feng clenched his fists tightly, his heart pounding relentlessly. Even with Babata's guarantee, he couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, a cosmic-level powerhouse was someone capable of battling on a white dwarf star. Hong and Lei Shen watched the arena with equal intensity, their focus fixed on the laws Babata had mentioned. Countdown 0. The ultimate showdown began. The clash erupted instantly. Chapter 73, The Sudden Instant Kill. The entire arena is stunned. Kid, since the stakes are this high, I'll let you strike first. Experience the true power of a real strongman. Nolan Shan, battle axe slung over his shoulder, felt less angry now. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips. If you beg me, I might lower myself to overlook past grievances. I could even offer you a bit of guidance to help you make a leap forward. Since both parties had sealed their pact in the killing arena, the mechanical race's spaceship was now within their grasp. Nolan Shan felt invigorated. You go first, Zhou Ze said calmly. If I strike first, you won't get a chance. That wouldn't satisfy the audience who've been waiting so long. Glancing around, he saw the area packed with spectators. Zhou Ze felt thoroughly satisfied. After this battle, his reputation would resound throughout the entire Black Dragon Empire, and even the Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom would hear his legend. That prospect was quite delightful. That would surely attract powerful figures and prodigies seeking to consult him. He didn't favor haste, but he understood the value of the right kind of speed. This would lay the groundwork for his next plan. Nuo Shen, seeing Zhou Ze continue his brazen boasts, showing no regard for him or the fight, and even surveying the spectators around him, was utterly enraged. He swore he would utterly trample Zhou Ze without killing him, forcing him to endure the torment until he surrendered. Looking for death. Nuo Shen moved. With only a kilometer between them, at the speed of a 9th-tier stellar-level martial artist, he closed the distance in less than 0.1 seconds. Soaring above Zhou Ze, he swung his battle axe down with a sideways strike. Not only that, Nuo Shen deliberately held back his strength, fearing a single blow might kill Zhou Ze and leave him with regrets. Yet to his astonishment, Zhou Ze's figure flickered like a phantom, evading the blow with a mere flash. Boom! The metal ground caved in under the impact. Only the peak spatial stability prevented this force from unleashing apocalyptic devastation on an ordinary life-bearing planet. Humph! Nuo Shen snorted coldly, his speed visibly escalating as he relentlessly pursued Zhou Ze, once again striking with the side of his battle axe. Zhou Ze flickered repeatedly, his movements ghostly and elusive. The vast majority of spectators present couldn't even discern his figure on the battlefield. Not even martial artists possessing the same stellar tier 9th rank strength could follow him. Only a handful of cosmic tier powerhouses and scattered domain lords could follow his movements. That movement, something's wrong. Very wrong. Absolutely wrong. Mingyu's heart clenched in dread. As the external steward of the Virtual Universe Corporation's Black Dragon Mountain branch stationed in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, he instantly recognized the problem with Zhou Ze's footwork. Or rather, this was no longer a simple movement technique relying solely on force. It had glimpsed a sliver of the fundamental cosmic laws. Laws. Definitely primordial laws. Zhou Ze must be a super genius who's grasped a thread of the laws. Mingyu felt as if his brain had been struck by a star-destroying cannon. He swallowed hard, utterly incredulous. As a domain lord-level powerhouse, he should remain unshaken even in life or death situations. Yet Zhou Ze's display had stunned him beyond measure. After all, Zhou Ze was only at the second tier of the planetary realm. Others might not know, but as someone who had suck. Mingyu finally snapped back to reality and urgently instructed his smart light brain to initiate an emergency video call to Lord Man Luo. Mingyu, what is it? Man Luo's profoundly aged face appeared on the screen, visible only to Mingyu, with the conversation muted to block out surrounding sounds. Lord Man Luo, Mingyu urgently reported, you must immediately access my peak space through back-end permissions. A young man, merely at the second tier of planetary level, appears to have grasped the primordial laws. Meanwhile, in a corner of the killing arena's main hall. Crack! The glass cup shattered in his hand. Man Luo's wrinkled forehead instantly smoothed out, his cloudy eyes widening sharply. The next moment, he vanished from the hall. This left a martial artist who had just emerged from the killing space utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Zhou Ze, leisurely dodging Nuolan Mountain's attacks within the peak realm, failed to notice a green-skinned elder suddenly materializing on the spectator platform. No one around him detected his presence. Nuolan Mountain, are you truly a peak cosmic-level powerhouse? If that's all you've got, I'm rather disappointed, Zhou Ze chuckled indifferently. Facing Nuolan Mountain's suddenly accelerated axe strike, he casually sidestepped it. Humph. Nuolan Shan suspected the Earth network data had been tampered with. This Zhou Ze was clearly not a second-tier planetary-level warrior, nor could he possibly be an Earth native. You cowardly rat, hiding your true strength. Nuo Lanshan held nothing back, unleashing his full power. Simultaneously, a blinding light erupted from his body as his domain power surged through his entire being. But he didn't spread his domain out, he chose to concentrate it on his battle axe. What defines a martial artist? It's that they can only unleash their full offensive power in close combat. Those area of effect attacks may seem earth-shattering, but they're largely ineffective against opponents of comparable strength. Only against weaker foes would a powerful warrior resort to such a dispersed attack. Newland Mountain's domain power truly placed Zhou Ze on the same tier as his opponent, perhaps even surpassing him. So this is the strength you pride yourself on? Well then, let's end this. Zhou Ze chuckled lightly. His figure vanished into thin air, reappearing behind Nuo Lanshan. Seconds later, Nuo Lanshan's pupils dilated in disbelief. Boom! Newland Mountain's head rolled across the ground. Then, both his severed body and head dissolved into streams of data, vanishing without a trace. The entire arena fell silent in an instant. Many people stood up, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. After a long moment, deafening cheers erupted. Almost everyone began discussing the event with those beside them, their voices filled with utter shock. Unbelievable. I was just talking to you, wondering when he'd fight back, and it ended in an instant. Unbelievable. Naran Mountain is a cosmic tier powerhouse with the title of Giant Axe Warrior. In our entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire, only 12 individuals who once held the title of Cosmic Tier Giant Axe Warrior are still alive today. Only 6 remain at the 9th rank of Cosmic Tier, representing near invincibility at that level. To think he lost to an unknown powerhouse with comparable physical prowess. Terrifying. Where did this powerhouse come from? Surely he's not from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire? He definitely isn't Cosmic Tier. He might be a domain lord, or even a realm lord. Otherwise, he couldn't have instantly killed Newland Mountain. The entire peak arena space was in an uproar. Yet, in one corner, unnoticed by everyone, a burly man approached an elder with cautious yet unmistakable excitement. Lord Man Luo. He's likely surpassed the special elite tier, hasn't he? Chapter 74, You've even grasped the law of time? Manluo's shock. 1-4. How could that be? Back in the killing arena, Newland Mountain's body trembled, his heart filled with dread. Fake. Absolutely fake. The information from Earth must be fabricated. With comparable physical prowess, not even a domain lord at peak strength could instantly annihilate me. He must be a domain lord level, or even a realm lord level powerhouse. The intelligence gathered by Carls has undoubtedly been falsified by him. Otherwise, how could Luo Feng, a mere stellar level being with a few stellar level servants, have prevented Bro and Tolii Wu from escaping? They didn't even get a chance to send a message. That mechanical race starship might very well be his. He's definitely a realm lord, or even an immortal level powerhouse. Nolan Shan had never suffered such a crushing blow. Instantly killed? He was a peak 9th tier cosmic level powerhouse bearing the Giant Axe Warrior medal. With comparable physical prowess, most domain lords couldn't possibly kill him in an instant. That kind of speed. Chapter 75, In the Name of the Holy Master, resounding across the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. 2-4. Teacher, didn't you say there were only domain lord level bloodline potions and E-grade nutrient pods? Luo Feng asked in confusion. Yeah, Teacher Zhou, what kind of secret technique is this? Sending it directly in the virtual universe? Lei Shen inquired curiously. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. I mentioned it as an afterthought. I never expected Senior Man Luo would actually send it, and with such efficiency. As for what secret method it is, I have no idea. Don't be so nosy. Zhou Ze emitted an eerie chuckle. Luo Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Lei Shen chuckled, rubbing his bald head, while Hong remained impassive. Alright, I've said enough. Zhou Ze glanced at Hong and Lei Shen before turning to Luo Feng. Little Feng, spend more time learning mental cultivation from your first and second brothers. When you reach the first level of cultivating the mind, when you achieve enlightenment and see your true nature, then come find me. And Babada's suggestion is quite good, perfect for you. That's something I can't offer, not. Chapter 76, Clark's Savage Friend Tumen 3-4. The sage is actually leaving our Black Dragon Mountain killing ground? This is too sudden. I was looking forward to when he'd start taking master-teacher appointments, so I could experience the dissension like speed firsthand. Too bad he's leaving. There's no helping it. Our Black Dragon Mountain Empire's stage is too small to hold him. I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to arrive so soon. No way. I'm heading straight to the Qianwu continent. No one there knows the Holy Master. Maybe he'll open master-teacher appointments there and pick me right away. A month of non-stop peak-level spatial battles had elevated Zhou Ze's fame to unprecedented heights across the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Major factions, even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's royal family, grew increasingly attentive to him, extending invitations multiple times, all blocked by Man Luo. Zhou Ze was grateful Man Luo was there, otherwise things would have gotten messy. Chapter 77, The Killing Hall boils over. 2-man, duped into limping? 4-4. Virtual universe, Shenwu continent, killing arena. Every instant, unimaginable numbers of people materialized in the center of the hall, only to instantly scatter in all directions, teleport away from their spots, or remain stationary, observing their surroundings. Babada, this killing arena on Shenwu continent is truly vast. Zhou Ze marveled as he surveyed his surroundings. And cosmic level and domain master level powerhouses are everywhere. In fact, several realm masters have already flashed past me in the last few moments. Of course. The Shenwu continent gathers all the martial artists with backgrounds and potential from the entire Shenwu cosmic nation. Babada perched on Zhou Ze's shoulder and explained, cosmic-level warriors might be considered powerful in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, but in the entire Shenwu cosmic nation, they're practically insignificant. You must understand, there are over 1 million realm lords in the entire Shenwu cosmic nation. Not to mention domain lords and cosmic-level powerhouses. These. Chapter 78, Top 10 in the Genius War Rankings? That's a piece of cake. He jumped. Holy Master has reached 9 stars. Holy crap, even most domain lords can't achieve that. Senior Holy Master is at least a realm lord, maybe even immortal. He only came to the 2nd tier to find disciples. Enough with the chatter, keep your eyes glued to the screen. If the Elder activates the challenge feature, we must be the first to jump in. Shenwu Continent, Hall of Slaughter. Small groups buzzed with excitement. Many had been misled by those who came from Black Dragon Mountain Island. They all overlooked the fact that once one reaches the Realm Lord tier, many Realm Lords, with their peak stellar level physical prowess, could achieve this level of accomplishment. Rather than Zhou Ze causing the commotion, the real instigators were the martial artists who followed from Black Dragon Mountain. In one corner of the Hall of Slaughter. What are these youngsters so excited about? A middle-aged man with facial markings approached a sofa where. Chapter 79, do you know why you struggled to cross that final threshold? 3 minutes of waiting time. The arena in the peak realm where Zhou Ze stood was now packed with spectators. Such an audience was rare even for open battles between realm lords. Perhaps only a battle between super geniuses who had crossed the threshold of the laws might command such a spectacle. Over 1,000 people had followed the Black Dragon Mountain Island to this location, some forming small groups, others arriving alone. Impatient smaller groups often drew crowds of dozens or even hundreds. Once drawn in, their innate curiosity was amplified by the shock of Zhou Ze's consecutive star jumps. They would inevitably reach out to their friends and acquaintances, drawing in yet another wave of spectators. Crucially, Zhou Ze imposed no entry restrictions. As long as the crowd didn't exceed capacity, anyone could enter free of charge. Had he charged, the Black Dragon Islanders and their followers would certainly have paid. Chapter 80, Rapidly Rising Insight. Pushkin froze, my teacher said my heart isn't pure enough. Zhou Ze nodded. That's one reason. What about other aspects? Have you considered them yourself? Others' words will always remain just that, others' words. Have you ever pondered why insufficient mental fortitude hinders your grasp of the laws? Why can those who comprehend the laws grasp them, while you cannot? Have you pondered that? At these words, most of the audience fell into deep contemplation, gradually enveloping the entire hall in silence. In a corner, the savage 2-man also sank into thought, lost in recollection. Pushkin sensed he was grasping at something, yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't quite pin it down. His large nostrils flared as he exhaled heavily, clearly growing impatient. After a long moment, he finally shook it off and bowed again. Elder, please enlighten me. I just can't figure it out. As an ape-man, he appeared impulsive and reckless on the surface, but he was not. Chapter 81, the Cosmic Tier 9th rank powerhouse who erected a living plaque for Zhou Ze. Shenwu's secret realm. At the very heart of the starry expanse, one could see countless luminous orbs of varying sizes and colors. Among these orbs floated a continent suspended in the cosmos. This continent was home to the members of the Shenwu secret realm Shenwu continent, sharing the same name as the entire Shenwu cosmic nation within the virtual universe. In the region closer to the center of the continent, towering castle stood. This was where the Shenwu secret realm's elite first-tier members resided. Within one such castle, nestled in an earth-toned valley riddled with deep pits. Pushkin slowly retracted his spreading earth-hued domain, his body faintly radiating a trace of law fluctuations. Within the Shenwu secret realm, once one comprehended the laws, they could become its most esteemed members. They would enjoy resources provided by the entire Shenwu cosmic kingdom for cultivation. The most outstanding individuals might even receive an audience with the Shenwu sovereign, or even have the opportunity to become the sovereign's disciple. Pushkin undoubtedly. Chapter 82, The Tormented Savage. The Level Up Cheat. Is this the law of light? Clark sat in meditation, ecstatic. This feeling is incredible. From this moment on, the self-doubt and helplessness within him vanished like dark clouds scattered by a sudden gust of wind. 9th tier stellar level, grasping the laws. I'll see which of those old farts in the family dares to use me for a political marriage. Hoof. Clark chuckled to himself, utterly thrilled. First, consolidate this breakthrough. Then, I'll team up with two-man to seek out Teacher Zhou and become his disciple. While Clark was breaking through the laws, Zhou Ze was currently in the peak space of the virtual universe, guiding Lei, who had reached the peak of the 9th tier of the cosmic realm. Since you trust me, break through to Domain Master first. Once you've done that, grasping the laws will be instantaneous. After consolidating your foundational understanding of the laws, you needn't delve deeper into them. Zhou Ze said calmly, at that point, your domain. Chapter 83, Double Insight. Comprehension speed skyrockets 40-fold. Slaughter space. Zhou Ze controlled 36 flying knives as they danced through the air, darting back and forth. Since emerging from the peak space, he had dedicated half his time to cultivating the amplitude of his consciousness and psychic power. With his extraordinary comprehension, he soon achieved a 36-fold amplification of his consciousness. Consider that Luo Feng had only reached this level by leveraging the consciousness of the golden horned beast, which was a full tier above that of a human body. Yet Zhou Ze, fueled by his innate talent, matched Luo Feng's feat in just over 10 days, a pace so blazingly fast it defied belief. So effortless. Let's push it further. Zhou Ze summoned a fresh throwing knife, blending it into the swarm already filling the air, yet still felt effortless. Keep going. Zhou Ze steadily increased the speed of the throwing knives, one after another, until he reached 40 knives. Only then did he begin to feel the strain. Moreover, he sensed he could soon break through to 41 times amplitude. Chapter 84, The Savage Rongjuan Becomes a Disciple. Qiulong's Star. Clark slowly opened his eyes and rose from the secluded training chamber. The laws are too profound. Before comprehending the laws, they seemed distant and unreachable, like stars in the sky. But after grasping them and entering the door, he found himself staring into boundless darkness. The path ahead resembled a pitch-black abyss, forcing him to grope forward step by step, each stride feeling like sinking into quicksand. It was too difficult, too difficult. Master, Tuman is trying to contact you. Bert said discontentedly. While you were in seclusion, that fellow came to urge you every single day, but I turned him away each time. Is he that impatient? Clark was taken aback. It hasn't been that long, has it? Clark felt a bit surprised. Two-man, a man of such extreme pride and composure, actually had a day when he was this impatient. He'd have to give him a good laugh about it. Bert, connect the call, Clark said with a mischievous grin. Clark spoke. Chapter 85, I'm only planetary level now, my strength can't match his. At this very moment, Tumang was filled with dread and unease. He had been lingering in the peak realm for days, watching and hoping to be selected. Every day, someone sought to become his disciple, yet without exception, they were all rejected by the Holy Master. Among them were even peak cosmic level powerhouses. Though he was confident in his own talent and aptitude, he couldn't help but feel nervous before Zhou Ze spoke. You may rise. Zhou Ze frowned. He couldn't bring himself to stop him, his own strength was inferior to Two-man's. If he failed to intervene, the consequences would be disastrous. Two-man obediently stood up, his gaze fixed on Zhou Ze's furrowed brow, his heart filled with unease and despair. Teacher Zhou, what about me? Clark had lifted his head at some point. You stay kneeling. Zhou Ze's expression was a mix of amusement and disdain. Fine. Clark muttered. Zhou Ze smiled. Never mind. You may rise too. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Chapter 86, Luo Feng feels betrayed by his teacher. As expected, Rongjun's comprehension far surpasses Luo Feng's current level. Only when Luo Feng's golden horned beast breaks through to Domain Lord, greatly enhancing his comprehension, combined with Domain Lord level consciousness, will he surpass Rongjun in power. Zhou Ze's eyes flickered. Moreover, he devoted most of his time to secret techniques. No wonder he could create his own methods at the stellar realm level, even the planetary realm level. It's a pity he took the wrong path. But precisely because of his self-created techniques, he caught the attention of the cosmic sovereign. He was taken as a disciple shortly after entering Chaos City. Even Bolin couldn't achieve that. Though Bolin is a once-in-10,000 era supergenius, to those lofty cosmic sovereigns and universe lords, time itself holds no value. They've witnessed countless geniuses. A single cosmic cycle spans over 10 trillion eras. Against such unfathomable spans of time, even a super genius emerging every 10 million or even 100 million eras. Chapter 87, Luo Feng's mindset begins. Brother, is this really okay? Lei Shen felt a bit uneasy. There's no right or wrong, just let things unfold naturally. Hong replied calmly. In the Thunder World, while Luo Feng immersed himself entirely in battle, Hong and the Thunder God fought ferocious beasts while still finding leisure to exchange thoughts. Third Sun's state of mind grows more extreme with each cultivation session. Enlightenment through clarity isn't about extremes. Thunder God's blade sent a charging beast flying. Hong's domain unfolded, his spear transforming into countless spear shadows that pierced the beast's body with innumerable holes. Extremism is the path of demons. Martial arts are the path of demons. Taking extremes is not necessarily a bad thing. Thunder God's voice carried a hint of amusement. Master Zhou certainly doesn't want Luo Feng to go to extremes. Though he didn't say it outright, that's clearly his intention. He wants us to guide Luo Feng. Hong replied calmly, such matters cannot be forced. Teacher Zhou also wants us to set an example, influencing Luo Feng through subtle, gradual means. Thunder. Chapter 88, The Practical Application of Mental Power. Speculations on willpower techniques. Or rather, the emperor observed, turning to Zhou Ze, it seems you've taken no other disciples besides Luo Feng? Zhou Ze chuckled, Your Majesty, I'm merely at the planetary level. How could I presume to take disciples? Wouldn't that be misleading young minds? The emperor paused, then asked, You truly are planetary level? Not some ancient being, or perhaps you accidentally possessed an earthling's body? Zhou Ze sighed wryly, a pure-blooded earthling. You're overthinking it. The emperor fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Man Luo chuckled from the side, Zhou Ze truly is a planetary-level cultivator. The emperor glanced at Man Luo, then back at Zhou Ze, still at a loss for words. It was simply too absurd. Even with Man Luo and Zhou Ze's direct confirmation, he couldn't help but doubt, you're really planetary level? Then why were you in the peak realm? The emperor hesitated, words failing him. Chapter 89, The Savage, Teacher, I'll challenge you first. Back in reality, Luo Feng frowned. Not far away, Hong and the Thunder God, who had been meditating, opened their eyes. Sanzi, what's wrong? Why the long face? Lei Shen chuckled. Don't call me third son. I don't know you. Luo Feng rolled his eyes. You tightwad. I'm only doing this for your own good. Look how quickly you've attained enlightenment. Not only are you not grateful, you're snapping at me. Thunder God chuckled. That for your own good comment finally broke Luo Feng's composure. He gave a thumbs up and declared, Brother Lei, you remind me of my mom when I was a kid. How so? Lei Shen asked, puzzled. Luo Feng sighed, because when I was little, every time my mom forced me to do something I didn't want to do, she'd always say, it's for your own good. Ha ha. The Thunder God chuckled. The words might be bad, but the reasoning isn't, right? I've been there too. I support your mom. Come to think of it, you're not even as old as my kid, yet you've become. Chapter 90, An Excited Rong Jun, a Trembling Clark. Damn it. You ungrateful disciple, trying to betray your master and destroy your lineage. Zhou Ze nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, utterly speechless inside. I told you I can't beat you right now, yet you still insist on fighting. You stubborn fool. I told you, I can't beat you right now. Zhou Ze stated plainly. But Man didn't see it that way. He thought this was just another teaching method from Zhou Ze. All he had to do was obey. In his mind, no teacher disliked obedient disciples. Which one of you wants to go first? Zhou Ze asked, his expression calm. In his view, Man was simply acting on momentary impulse. After all, he'd been watching from the spectator platform for so long. Clark, I'll go first. Man turned to Clark. Clark stepped aside, hands clasped behind his back, fingers splayed. He bent his waist slightly and teased, Mr. Man, please begin your performance. Man's serious demeanor nearly vanished under the playful banter. Zhou Ze chuckled, go ahead and use. Chapter 91, The Sudden Arrival of Divine General 13. Will Qianwu Kingdom take Zhou Ze as a disciple? In the Dark Universe, Luo Feng's team's spacecraft was heading toward Earth. In the central hall of the spacecraft, Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shen exchanged bewildered glances. Tai Nanha and Ao Gu. Is that it? Luo Feng muttered. What about the trial we agreed on? It feels like nothing happened before it ended. The Thunder God chuckled. You're just whining about not getting to suffer. Isn't it better to take it easy? Don't you know how ruthless that guy was, relying on his royal status? Hong sighed. It was brutal indeed. Who'd have thought the 9th prince would unleash 3D6 class laser cannons? A single strike wiped out thousands. And he brought so many C2 class laser guns. If they'd targeted us, we wouldn't have stood a chance either. Thunder God slung an arm around Luo Feng's shoulder and chuckled, all thanks to Third Son's influence. Third Son is a disciple of the Holy Master. Who would dare to attack him? Chapter 92, Genius Battle Registration. In the vast starry expanse of the Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom, a giant stood amidst the cosmos, the surrounding space completely warped. Within the distorted void, Zhou Ze could not discern his features. Zhou Ze, do you accept to become my direct disciple? The voice boomed, causing the surrounding starry sky to tremble as if it might shatter. Yet, it did not harm Zhou Ze in the slightest. The sheer pressure alone, even if not directed at him personally, sent a chill through Zhou Ze's heart. Yet, far more than that, his mind went blank. A direct disciple? How could he possibly refuse? Truthfully, Zhou Ze had already suspected the Qianwu Kingdom Lord intended to take him as a disciple. A powerhouse of the Qianwu Kingdom Lord's caliber held immense authority within the virtual universe. Even though Light and Man Luo had concealed much for him, once the sovereign knew, there was simply no hiding anything from such an existence. Your Majesty. Zhou Ze bowed respectfully, and Chapter 93, Man, his teacher says he's joining the Genius War too. Virtual Universe, an island off the coast of Qianwu continent. This picturesque island had originally been purchased by Clark's parents as a gift for Zhou Ze, intended as a token of his apprenticeship. The gift was too extravagant for Zhou Ze to accept, but he did end up staying here with Clark and Two Man. At that moment, Two Man and Clark were both opening screens to access the Virtual Universe Corporation's registration webpage. Two Man, where do you think the teacher went? Clark asked Two Man beside him while browsing the webpage. Why do you care? Two Man shot Clark a sideways glance. The teacher has his own business to attend to. Fine. Clark turned his attention back to the screen. At the top of the page, a very conspicuous row of numbers stood out, 11 3452 70 21. Seconds later, the numbers immediately jumped, changing to 12 4432 32 34. It surged upward by a significant amount nearly every second. Chapter 94, The Unbelievable Nobility of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Virtual Universe, the continent where the preliminary contestants resided. Bro, where are you guys? Luo Hua called out. We have no idea. Why did you join so late? Luo Feng asked. You guys were just too early. I was with Xiao Nan, Luo Hua chuckled. Besides, I've been in the virtual universe the whole time. Luo Feng rolled his eyes. Honestly, I'm amazed at you. You're way too calm about this. Aren't you worried about being late? Zhou Ze sighed. We did arrive a bit early, but you didn't have to wait until the very last minute to show up. Luo Hua scratched his nose sheepishly. Mainly because I don't need to time it, I can teleport over any time. Thunder God chuckled. Your temperament is the complete opposite of your brother's. Speaking of which, don't you two ever get sick of being glued together all day? The Thunder God was about to say more when the countdown ended. Wan Ru. Chapter 95, You Are Thunder? Rong Jun seeks out the Thunder God. World Zone 100. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, what joy. Cheers erupted throughout the ship's main hall. Those present included not only the Empire's own nobility, realm lords, and domain lords, but also the emperors of over 500 primitive cosmic civilizations. Yet at this moment, they were all overcome with excitement. Ha! The emperor, clad in his dark imperial robes, appeared remarkably composed, yet the joy in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Though Zhou Ze served as a safety net, who would ever complain about having too many super geniuses in the Empire? Four names appeared on the screen before him: Luo Feng, Hong, Lei Shen, and Nabini. All four were listed under Black Dragon Mountain Empire's provisional qualifiers. Luo Feng is a disciple of the Holy Master, ranking within the top 1,000 is hardly surprising. But where did Hong and Thunder God come from? Chapter 96, Thunder God vs. Two Man. Thunder God's terrifying power. World Sector 88. Most of the Qianwu Cosmic Nation's people aboard the airship in the sky were now watching this area. The Savage and Thunder have met. It's the Savage. Who'd have thought the Savage, whom Thunder had been searching for so long, would actually come knocking on his own door? Wildman vs. Thunderbolt, who's stronger? Definitely the Savage. He takes down anyone with a single strike, and Thunder clearly can't match him. Not necessarily. Thunder has clearly never shown his true strength before. Countless people debated whether Tumen or Lightning was stronger, with most favoring Rongjuan. After all, Tumen's performance had been far more striking than Lightning's. The Savage? The Thunder God gazed at the figure before him, clad in a deep purple force armor and wielding a short blade. A faint smile touched his lips. Savage. Finally, you've arrived. Chapter 97, Is Lightning the Holy Master's disciple? And who is the apprentice? I actually lost? Two Man, teleported back, was utterly bewildered. After 2 or 3 years training under his master, his progress had been nothing short of meteoric. Yet despite that, he lost in the preliminaries. Something's off. That strike he landed earlier felt wrong. Two Man shook his head. In that split second of close combat with Lei Dian, he felt as though his very will and consciousness had been affected. That's how he'd exposed a weakness and been struck down. What a terrifying psychic assault. I never expected that Lightning to be so underhanded. His attack contained psychic energy that affected my mind. How strange. Two Man glanced down at the crowd below, pointing and whispering about him. He frowned and teleported directly to the island. After a moment's hesitation, he sent an email to his teacher, Zhou Ze. Damn it! That time-consuming secret technique almost cost me the fight. Thankfully, Teacher Zhou guided me, allowing my. Chapter 98, The Meeting of Two Yin-Yang Individuals. World Zone 100 was precisely where Zhou Ze resided. Due to Zhou Ze's rampage, numerous cities lay in post-apocalyptic silence, with only the occasional chirping of birds and beasts breaking the stillness. This is so boring. That was the sentiment shared by many viewers in World Zone 100. This must be the most boring zone in the entire tournament. The preliminaries aren't even over yet, but it feels like they're already wrapping up. What can we do? It's all the apprentice's fault. His strength is on a completely different level from the other fighters. The apprentice's fights are so tedious. He just spots someone and takes them out with a little golden sword from his derived divine weapon. Everyone else is fighting, but he's practically harvesting lives. Wanna tag along to other regions? Zone 100 is just too dull. Many martial artists, unconcerned about the ticket cost, flock to other world zones to watch. Chapter 99, Dad Spanks Son. What are these two doing? Lovey-dovey? They haven't fought in ages. This is hilarious, these two young people. Who knew Kaiguan was actually of the Qian Witch royal clan? No wonder he's so powerful. Good heavens. That explains why Kai Liang always gives off this aristocratic, melancholic dandy vibe. The spectators above were amused. Many could tell these two weren't as harmonious as they appeared on the surface. Both were deliberately being sarcastic and snarky. Who knew Simpson was in Sector 55 too? Xiao muttered coldly, suddenly remembering something. Laura didn't say much, only furrowing her brow slightly. She knew that because of Xiao, Clark had been targeted by Simpson quite a bit when he was younger. Now, in the World Zone, they were encountering Simpson again. Sigh. Laura sighed inwardly. She hoped Clark wouldn't be crushed by Simpson again. After all, he'd finally started showing some interest in training. Laura glanced at Joe. The memory of young Clark. Chapter 100, Countdown to the End of Qualifiers. So powerful. Spectators in the sky were all stunned. They had expected Clark to pay a heavy price for provoking Simpson like that, yet it turned out to be a one-sided battle. The mighty royal of the Chenwu secret realm, a super genius who had crossed the threshold of the laws, was utterly powerless against Clark. Clark's power is astonishing, and that colored silk of his is downright bizarre, impossible to guard against. This is the first time I've seen a colored silk scarf used like this. I'm going to try it out when I get back. Clark Cohen is so handsome. I kinda want to be treated like that too. It ended so quickly? I barely got to chat before it wrapped up. Who is this Clark? His power is terrifying, yet I've never heard of him before. Clark, of course, had no idea that countless eyes were now fixed on him, and that his colored silk had sparked all sorts of ideas. At that moment, he was checking his rankings. Chapter 101, In the Name of the Holy Master, Fame Shakes the Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom. Right's Gift. Black Dragon Mountain Empire? Isn't that one of our Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom's vassal states? Seriously, are you kidding me? Too fake. If it weren't for the virtual universe's public rankings, I wouldn't believe it. 2 first-place rankings, 2 in the top 10, and over a dozen more in the top 1001? Unbelievable. Did the Black Dragon Mountain Empire people take drugs? This is insane. Only a select few could afford to buy tickets and watch the matches live. Yet, as soon as the preliminary rankings were announced, the name Black Dragon Mountain Empire spread like wildfire across the entire Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom. Countless people scoured for information related to the empire, and soon, many discovered the culprit behind it all. Holy Master? Never heard of him. Is he really that powerful? I'm from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire myself, and I can tell you for sure it's the Holy Master Senior. Chapter 102, Master, I want to learn this. Of course I remember. Senior Light once said that if I broke into the top 10 of the universe rankings, he'd give me a great gift. I've been thinking about it ever since. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. Truthfully, Zhou Ze remembered purely because of his sharp memory. He hadn't truly dwelled on it. It wasn't that he looked down on light, but as someone familiar with devouring, he understood that what an ordinary immortal could obtain was inevitably of limited value. Of course, he did appreciate Wright's goodwill. Judging by your performance in past Genius Wars records, I suppose I should give you the gift now. Light said calmly. Judging by Zhou Ze's demonstrated strength, he would easily rank within the top 10 in any Genius War. Whether he could claim first place depended entirely on whether that particular competition featured any truly exceptional talents. Senior. Zhou Ze's eyes flickered with surprise, but he remained silent. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. MHM. In a few days, I'll teleport it directly from the Divine Realm. Chapter 103, The Nirvana Pearl? Babata couldn't contain his excitement as he jumped out, exclaiming, Zhou Ze, you're incredibly lucky. Who would have thought that Light, just an ordinary immortal, could obtain such a treasure? This is something even our master, a powerful immortal deity, has never heard of. I only learned about it online. It's a legendary treasure. Zhou Ze cut Babata off. Just tell me what use it has. His excitement dampened by the interruption, Babata explained with obvious displeasure, you know the phoenix's rebirth from Earth mythology, right? It's exactly what you're imagining. The Nirvana Pearl, if you split off a fragment of your soul and infuse it into this, even after death, you can be reborn through the Nirvana Pearl. Zhou Ze replied calmly, seems like this pearl really is something special. Hey, aren't you even a little excited? With this thing, you could practically be called the real deal. Chapter 104, The Arena Battle Begins. Group 161. Time passed swiftly, and the day of the arena battle arrived. July 16, 2066, Huaxia timed the day before the tournament. In the virtual universe, above the Qianwu continent, a massive conference hall stood on one of the floating continents. The hall was immense, with rows upon rows of seats stretching out. This hall is huge, it can actually seat 100,000 people, Hong marveled with a smile. And the seating is surprisingly spacious. This is nothing. Every seat at the Qianwu auction is shockingly spacious, and there are 3 million seats. Luo Feng whispered to Hong, then glanced at a towering figure as tall as a building. That looks like the savage. Second brother held him in the highest regard as a super genius. If second brother hadn't played a dirty trick on him, it would have been second brother who died. Hong followed his gaze. He really is abnormal. His performance in the video was terrifying. Immediately after the Qianwu special envoy concluded, he sought out Luo Feng and the others, promising. Chapter 105, Nabini. On the Qianwu continent, Zhou Ze sat in his study within the island castle, delving into the secrets of the split soul technique. The moment he obtained the technique, Zhou Ze began his study, dedicating half of his subconscious window to mastering it. With his current double insight bonus and dozens of times faster comprehension speed, he mastered it in just a few days. However, the soul was the most crucial aspect of a person's existence, and now that he was in the genius war, he absolutely couldn't afford to be careless. Beyond studying the soul-splitting secret art, he also delved into soul-related techniques passed down by Hu Yanba and scoured the internet for any soul-related materials. Even with only 99% certainty, he wouldn't proceed. He had all the patience and time in the world to wait. Hu Yanba truly possessed remarkable insight, especially concerning souls. Zhou Ze mused inwardly. Soul cultivation was profoundly complex, far more intricate than mere martial arts or psychic arts. It demanded exceptional talent and insight from its practitioners. Chapter 106, Two-Man's Unstoppable Rampage. Hong suffers. Virtual Universe, Arena 10389. Approximately 3 hours after witnessing the chaotic battle at the Nabini Arena, the 161st group of arena battles was about to commence in Arena 10389. Cheers echoed throughout the arena as the beautiful commentator introduced brief profiles of the 100 geniuses participating in this battle. First up, Rong Jun, representing the Golden Sword Empire. Qualified as the runner-up in the 88th World District. As the beautiful commentator introduced him, a section of the audience erupted in cheers. Over 1 million spectators from the Golden Sword Empire roared. Rong Jun! Rong Jun! Rong Jun! Amidst the roaring cheers, the beautiful commentator introduced the second contestant. Contestant number 2, Hong, representing the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, ranked 7th in the 72nd World District preliminaries. The same cheers erupted, this time from the Black Dragon Mountain. Chapter 107, Tumen? The Three's Perplexity. We're done for. Thunder God clutched his head, Big Brother's been targeted by savages. This is bad. Luo Feng exclaimed in alarm. This savage has no martial ethics. Zhou Ze watched silently, saying nothing. Two-Man, aside from not using his signature killing move to create his own secret technique, was pushing every strike to its absolute limit, something Hong simply couldn't block. Moreover, he'd seized the moment Hong turned away. Put. Inside the arena, Two-Man seized the opening, shattering Hong's hands with a single slash. A phantom figure swept past him almost simultaneously. Hong. Eliminated. In the stands, citizens of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire erupted in curses. Damn, Hong is that weak. A disciple of the Holy Master, and he gets one shot by this savage in 2 swings. The gap is too wide. He's not even on the same level as the Thunder God. What a noob, he didn't even have time to react before getting taken out. Black. Chapter 108, Rong Jun is Zhou Ze's disciple. The three were utterly shocked. Who is Two-Man? Luo Feng was deeply puzzled, though he already had an answer in his heart. Could Two-Man be that savage, Rong Jun? Thunder God stared wide-eyed at Zhou Ze in disbelief. Hong also turned to look at Zhou Ze. Yes, Two-Man is Rong Jun. Zhou Ze frowned. I accidentally let it slip. By the way, don't reveal his real name. Spreading it would cause trouble. Zhou Ze said earnestly. It just rolled off my tongue. A name alone wouldn't significantly affect Two-Man, but it was a matter of respect even for his own disciple. Though Two-Man hadn't specifically asked him to keep it private, Zhou Ze was well aware of certain circumstances surrounding Two-Man. Understood, Master. Luo Feng, seeing his master's earnestness, immediately agreed. Hong and Lei Shen nodded in agreement. Luo Feng and the other two had achieved success in their cultivation. Since they had answered. Chapter 109, Hong's teacher Luo. Luo Feng and Rong Jun. Fated rivals. Inside the room, only Hong and the military commander Luo remained. Hong, I'll be frank, I sought you out to take you as my disciple. Luo cut straight to the point. Hong remained internally calm, but the astonishment on his face gave Luo ample satisfaction. Luo sighed, truthfully, with your talent having grasped one lower tier law and one higher tier law, I'm not qualified to be your teacher. You flatter me, Commander, Hong exclaimed. Your talent is rare, even in my many years of experience. Had you not encountered that Rongjun, you could have achieved a top ranking even in the grand finals. I came seeking you because I have confidence in my own path. Your nature mirrors mine from years past, a passion for combat techniques. Though I never attained immortality, I earned the title Lord of the Timeline Realm. Like you, I walk the path of the light source law and the time law. If you become my disciple, everything I have will be yours. Chapter 110, First Meeting of Fellow Disciples. One-on-one on the stage, perfect for confirming your opponent. If Luo Feng wins all 3 matches and 2-man also wins all 3, they will face off in the final showdown. Why does that savage act like he has a grudge against us, wanting to fight each of us 3 brothers one by one? Thunder God chuckled, turning to Luo Feng and saying, Luo Feng, Teacher Zhou said this is a battle between disciples of the same sect. If you lose, you'll have to step down and let that guy Rongjun become the senior disciple. Luo Feng remained composed. Victory isn't certain for either side. We'll only know after the fight. I'll give it my all. Hong nodded. Third son still holds the advantage. At least he's never revealed his true strength, whereas Rongjun exposed some of his capabilities during his fight with second brother. Thunder God looked at Zhou Ze and smiled. Master Zhou, you don't want your top disciple Luo Feng to lose, do you? Didn't you say that Rongjun still has a trump card up his sleeve? Zhou Ze knew Lei Shen's. Chapter 111, Luo Feng vs Rongjun. A battle among fellow disciples. The battle arena was packed to capacity, a sea of people. Cheers rose high from the multiracial crowd representing over 1 billion star systems. The madman Luo Feng from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and the savage Rongjun from the Golden Sword Empire are now making their way to the arena. The male announcer's voice boomed. Madman. Madman. Savage. Savage. Spectators from over 100 million star systems cheered and roared with excitement. Compared to their real names, these nicknames were instantly embraced by countless fans. Inside the arena, Luo Feng and Rongjun faced each other across the distance. Both of you know the rules for the final battle on the arena, the commentator addressed them. This battle will determine the final spot. The victor among you two will secure a place, while the loser must endure the long cycle of reincarnation battles. Is that clear? And now, the battle begins. Chapter 112, I recall Teacher Zhou mentioning he'd told you all he'd also entered the Genius Tournament? Congratulations, Luo Feng. A loud, resonant voice echoed throughout the entire arena, and thank you to Rongjun. These two have delivered an absolutely spectacular, peak-level battle for the billions of people of our Qianwo cosmic nation. This is undoubtedly the most thrilling battle of this Genius Tournament, indeed, of the past 100 tournaments. However, every final battle has a winner and a loser. In this contest, Luo Feng prevails. Luo Feng has secured a spot representing our Qianwo cosmic nation, qualifying him to face off against geniuses from other cosmic nations in the ultimate showdown. Of course, Rongjun needn't worry. With his strength, he can certainly secure a spot through the reincarnation battle. Now, let us anticipate Luo Feng achieving even greater glory on the stage where geniuses from countless cosmic nations clash. The commentator's heartfelt excitement was so palpable he tossed aside his prepared script, delivering an impromptu performance fueled by sheer exhilaration. Boom! This soul-stirring. Chapter 113, Two-Man's Collapse. The Unbelievable Clark. #%. Clark and Two-Man both blurted out their hometowns' catchphrases. Though Luo Feng and the others couldn't understand the words, they could sense the high affectionate content. With Clark and Two-Man like this, the entire scene instantly fell silent. Just as Luo Feng was about to speak, Zhou Ze said, "Come on, let's go to the rooftop." Even though Clark and Two-Man felt like a herd of wild beasts was trampling through their minds, they swallowed their words and followed Zhou Ze and the others to the rooftop. On the rooftop now stood only Zhou Ze, the 3 Luo brothers, Luo Hua, and the disciples Clark and Two-Man. The atmosphere remained tense. Zhou Ze broke the silence first. You two, ask whatever questions you have. Master, are you truly a stellar-level cultivator? Before Two-Man could speak, Clark couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out the question first. I've always said I'm stellar grade. I've never lied to you. Chapter 114, Just how powerful is the teacher? Two-Man and Clark felt a chill run down their spines upon reflection. Qiulong's star. Ever since arriving here, Clark had initially wandered around, but afterward, he'd stayed secluded in his mother's old villa, training intensely. Especially after becoming Zhou Ze's disciple, Clark had been immersed in cultivation almost constantly. The more he cultivated, the stronger he became, the more driven he was to cultivate an endless virtuous cycle. As his power grew, Clark spent his time either in the killing fields or offline, secluded in meditation, comprehending the laws of the universe. But this time, after logging off, Clark didn't start cultivating. Instead, he collapsed onto the floor with a thud, staring blankly at the ceiling as his mind raced wildly. After a long moment, he finally calmed down slightly and blinked rapidly. Master, back then I was actually a second-tier planetary-level cultivator? Clark's mind kept replaying the scene of their first meeting, then recalled the guidance he'd received from the master during the master's gathering. Teacher. Chapter 115, The Master Prioritizes Martial Arts. Just to guide me, he specifically learned the derived divine weapon. On the rooftop, Zhou Ze and the others remained seated. After the battle, Luo Feng had many questions for Zhou Ze. Hong and Lei Shen hadn't left either. They were listening in and took this opportunity to ask their own questions. Luo Feng, your mastery of the heavenly sword form remains unpolished. Once you've perfected it, you may attempt the 4th level. Supreme skill lies in simplicity. While practicing the heavenly sword form, contemplate how to merge all golden swords into a unified whole, rather than treating them as separate entities. Hong, Thunder God, you place too much emphasis on combat techniques. It's like the division between the sword sect and the chi sect in Jin Yong's novels. Both are important, but the chi sect is fundamentally the foundation. Similarly, you should prioritize the fundamentals. I can tell you with certainty that before reaching immortal status, delving into your own secret techniques won't be of much use. A complete waste of time. The reason I had Rongjuan delve into these things was because Zhou Ze spoke eloquently. Chapter 116, Rebuking Luo Hua. Luo Feng and the others turned into little quails. I'm not dismissing psychic practitioners. Zhou Ze raised an eyebrow. But think about it, psychic practitioners control weapons through psychic energy. That means no matter how much you study, you can't channel your physical strength into psychic weapons. But martial artists, in the future, they might be able to channel their psychic energy into their weapons, into close combat. Everyone present pondered this, yet none could truly absorb Zhou Ze's words. They remained immersed in Luo Feng's earlier statement. The first to break the silence wasn't Two-Man or Rongjun, who had posed the questions, but the Thunder God. Is that true? Thunder God's eyes widened in disbelief. Hong's eyes flickered slightly as he replied slowly, it seems like it's been a long time since we sparred with Teacher Zhou. We've somewhat overlooked his capabilities in this area. Even Hong and Lei Shen, who had spent so much time with Zhou Ze, were utterly astonished, let alone Two-Man and Clark. Chapter 117, The Noah Cosmic Nation has a super genius named Bolin. Teacher, are you confident? What's there to say? My own aptitude was lacking. I just couldn't break through to advanced war general. Later, I developed an interest in teaching and took Luo Feng as my disciple. Never imagined that kid Luo Feng would be so capable. Truth be told, I never expected my path would lie in teaching. It's precisely because of my teaching abilities that I've reached this point today. Zhou Ze sighed sincerely. Luo Feng replied helplessly, Teacher, that may be true, but your cultivation talent was merely slightly lacking. Your comprehension far surpasses ours. With your abilities, you're at worst a late bloomer. Exactly. Lei Shen chimed in, clapping his hands in agreement with Luo Feng's words. Hong smiled faintly. Gold will shine eventually. Oh, come on. He knew better than anyone else. Without that cheat code, he was nothing. That's why Zhou Ze always remained clear-headed, his original aspirations never wavering. Alright, we've talked enough for today. That's all. You. Chapter 118, The Ordinary Super Genius of the Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom. The Apprentice. Facing Clark's inquiry, Zhou Ze smiled faintly. Why ask me? I'm not skilled in combat. I'm just an ordinary teacher. If we're talking about coaching ability, though, I'd say I'm the best in the entire universe. Clark rolled his eyes. That's a bit much, you know. But when it comes to teaching, I can't think of anyone who could match the master. Ha ha. Clark flattered him before turning to Luo Feng. Senior brother Luo Feng, you seem so calm. Do you have confidence? Luo Feng shook his head. You never know until you try. Two-Man, what about you? Clark tilted his chin toward Two-Man. Didn't senior brother just say we won't know until we fight? Two-Man countered, his eyes equally serene. That's so unlike you. Clark muttered, sounding defeated. Two-Man glanced at Clark. People change. Unlike you. Chapter 119, Luo Feng, Betraying His Master and Ancestors. Qianwu Continent. On the exquisite island where Zhou Ze resided, Luo Feng materialized at the castle gates. After a quick survey, he flew toward Zhou Ze, who lay stretched out on the sandy shore. Master, this is my Demon Slayer clan avatar, Luo Feng's avatar exclaimed excitedly. It finally emerged. After all these years, you were quite the difficult birth. Zhou Ze teased. Luo Feng was speechless. Teacher, what you're saying? I don't know how to respond. Haha, how does it feel? Zhou Ze chuckled. It feels incredible. Beyond replicating innate techniques, I've practically become the favored child of space itself. Luo Feng marveled, with the same grasp of cosmic laws, using this body allows me to perceive the exquisite fluctuations of space with far greater clarity. This body moves through space like a fish in water. It's truly the darling of the primordial essence of space. I can effortlessly manifest nearly 1,000 illusory bodies, far surpassing what a human body could achieve. Chapter 120, The Shock Brought by Death God Berlan. Death God Berlan. It's him. Undisputed first place in this overall ranking. Whispers finally broke the silence, rising from every corner of the plaza as they focused on the young howling god race member cloaked in black. The universally acknowledged top geniuses across the cosmic realms, the breathtakingly beautiful dream snail-winged girl, the battle-hungry prince of Mankastar, the 6-meter-tall, burly man bearing a blood-red giant axe, the green-haired youth with peculiar green mystic patterns on his face. Even Zhou Ze, Luo Feng, Two-Man, Lei Shen, and Clark, the true super-elite, standing at the forefront among the millions of geniuses scattered across the square, all fixed their gazes upon the white-robed youth bearing the crimson longsword. Death God Berlan, the most astonishing, peerless genius to emerge from the 1008 cosmic nations in this genius war. Even among the geniuses of previous generations. Chapter 121, Cultivation in the Trial Realm. Luo Feng and Two-Man mocked by the immortals. After a long while, Man Luo's expression turned astonished. He's forgotten. To be precise, he only seems to remember hosting you. I just contacted right. It seems only right, and I remember the specifics about you. It must be that the sovereign of Qianwu secretly intervened. Man Luo gasped in astonishment. I never imagined he would go to such lengths for you. It seems the sovereign of Qianwu truly holds you in exceptional regard. Logically speaking, for someone of his exalted stature, even if you were exceptionally talented, even if you were a once-in-a-million, once-in-a-billion era prodigy defying the heavens, he wouldn't go this far. But you're not just exceptionally gifted yourself, you also possess the ability to cultivate geniuses. Each of your disciples is more astonishing than the last. Thinking about it this way, his willingness to conceal some of your information actually makes perfect sense. Zhou Ze frowned, saying nothing more. Chapter 122, The Shockwaves from the Qianwu Cosmic Nation. 5 of the top 10 spots belong to the Qianwu Cosmic Nation. The genius battle unleashed a tidal wave of excitement across every universe, drawing the attention of countless beings. Now, the peak battles of the 1008 Cosmic Kingdoms geniuses naturally had countless people across all cosmic kingdoms anxiously anticipating them. Yet, the trials and eliminations weren't publicly broadcast, much like the preliminary rounds within a cosmic kingdom, only the rankings were being streamed. Thunder is so cool. And Apprentice and Colorful Light are awesome too. Why are Luo Feng and Rong Jun ranked so low now? That shouldn't be happening. What exactly are they doing? Look! The Virtual Universe Corporation's official website just released another promotional video for Lightning. On a street in the Qianwu continent of Virtual Universe, a girl pointed at a street side screen and exclaimed excitedly to herself. And the Apprentice and Kailiang, they're climbing so fast. The boy beside her chuckled. The rankings keep shifting. Anyone breaking into the top 100 nationally. Chapter 123, Rankings finalized. 5 of the top 10 are connected to Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze can't stay calm. That Death God Berlan is insane. He actually conquered the entire 6th trial tower. He cleared the 7th floor of the 6th tower with apparent ease. But the difficulty spikes dramatically between each tower. The first floor of the 7th tower is several times harder than the 7th floor of the 6th. I wonder if he'll make it through. Millions of elite geniuses gathered in the central plaza were now glued to the screens. The maximum points per floor remain consistent across all 7 floors of each trial tower. Thus, while the difficulty of ascending increases, the increment isn't substantial. The real difficulty surge occurs when advancing to a new trial tower. For instance, the first floor of the 6th trial tower yields 10 times the points of the first floor of the 5th tower. Such a massive point increase meant the difficulty had clearly skyrocketed as well. But the 7th trial tower was entirely different. Its first floor alone offered 100 billion points. Chapter 124, Luo Feng, I have a favor to ask of you. Defeated. Defeated. Finally defeated. Those two were pure torture. Both stopped at the 6th tower's 7th level. Seemingly just one level behind Berlan, but it's a world of difference. Phew. Finally over. That was brutal. These two are crazy too. But they're still way behind Berlan. They lost so decisively they must have been holding back. It's useless. Even if they held back, they'd never stand a chance against Bolin. Amidst the murmurs of the gathered prodigies, Luo Feng and Two-Man successively appeared in the central plaza. Senior brother Luo Feng, you lost quite decisively. I just died, and you're already out. Two-Man chuckled telepathically. I was watching your score. The moment you died, I came out. Luo Feng replied with a mental chuckle. Two-Man nodded. Speaking of which, even the 6th tower's 7th level isn't much. Chapter 125, Underestimated you, overestimated him. Master, are you asking me to contact the Holy Master? Hong sighed inwardly, his voice calm. Luo felt slightly awkward. He had taken Hong as his prized disciple, yet until now, aside from secret techniques, he hadn't truly helped him in any significant way. And now, he was asking his own disciple for a favor. As a teacher, this was utterly humiliating. Yet with his time running out, he couldn't rest in peace unless he seized every possible opportunity. Having lived so long, he understood clearly, to achieve breakthroughs and attain eternal life, pride meant nothing. What mattered was seizing opportunity. Even so, the thought of begging his own disciple for help still made him feel uneasy. Very well, master. I'll try, but please don't set your hopes too high. Hong sighed. Though outwardly cold, he harbored deeper emotions than anyone. He knew his master was willing to. Chapter 126, Illusion Demon Galaxy instantly defeats Zhou Ze? The rules of the arena finals were brutal, based solely on performance in the trial space in 3 elimination rounds. The virtual universe system would directly select the top 100 most outstanding candidates. These would then face off one-on-one against the initial 100 qualifiers from the trial space. This meant the remaining 900 contestants were instantly eliminated, denied even the chance to fight, and would be sent directly to the apocalyptic secret realm. This sparked discontent among many self-proclaimed geniuses, but their grievances could not sway the Virtual Universe Corporation's resolve. The next morning, 1,000 peerless geniuses gathered in the central plaza. Honored Elder. The 1,008 immortals bowed respectfully from afar. The 9-sword revered one, suspended in the distant sky, gave a slight nod before turning to survey the 1,000 young people below. Today, within a single day, we shall select the top 100, the top 10, the first place, and the second place from among you 1,000. Chapter 127, Rongjuan's turn against Bolin. The battle everyone's watching. Can Rongjuan possibly defeat Bolin? What is he doing? Has that Phantom Mage Galaxy lost his mind? Wow, what an eerie battle. Phantom Mage Galaxy's actions stunned all the geniuses watching the battle. Waves of astonished gasps drew the attention of numerous other geniuses, and even attracted some immortals. What's happening? What's going on? This is truly absurd. A being as powerful as Phantom Demon Galaxy was defeated in an instant. I never expected this apprentice to be so powerful, defeating Phantom Demon Galaxy this quickly. This apprentice has been hiding his true strength. Phantom Demon Galaxy clearly possessed top 10 caliber power, yet he was instantly defeated. Zhou Ze's battle with Phantom Demon Galaxy ended so swiftly that the drawn-in geniuses merely assumed Galaxy had been instantly defeated. They marveled at Zhou Ze's prowess, completely unaware of the events that unfolded in between. Chapter 128, Bolin vs. Rongjuan. Both unleashed their ultimate cards. Enveloped by a translucent light membrane, Two-Man and Bolin stood facing each other on the stage. Two-Man wielded a massive, pitch-black earth-splitting blade, towering as high as an earthen building. He wore a purple force battlesuit, complemented by matching purple wings on his back. The terrifying aura and battle intent radiating from him were intimidating, as if a primordial war god stood before them. As one of the undisputed top 3 talents in this genius war, his power displayed over 4 years ago alone was enough to crush the super geniuses of countless cosmic nations, let alone now, 4 years later. No one could fathom the true extent of his power now. Bolin, I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. Two-Man's lips curved into a faint smile, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve and a fierce hunger for battle. I hope you won't disappoint me. Bolin stood there in the low sky, clad in white. Chapter 129, The Unbelievable Immortals. The 9-sword sage who could not fathom Rongjuan's secret arts. Silence. The scene fell utterly silent. Not only the geniuses from the 1008 cosmic nations, but even the immortal team leaders from each cosmic nation felt utterly bewildered. That strike. Luo Feng frowned. That strike was kinda cool. Clark thought that if he were a woman, he might have fallen for Two-Man, that big barbarian. His face flashed with astonishment and excitement, but the next moment, it turned ashen. Damn it! Who would have thought that Two-Man actually defeated Bolin? And so decisively. Everyone, even the 9-sword sage, wore astonishment in their eyes. Only Zhou Ze remained calm, as if he'd anticipated this outcome. After the cheat upgrade, his innate comprehension had permanently stacked with everyone else's. When he merged with them, his disciples gained double the comprehension boost. Luo Feng, Hong, Lei Shen, Rongjun, Clark, and the 90-plus super geniuses across the Qianwu continent who had grasped laws or domains. Chapter 130, Bolin vs. Luo Feng. Bolin, questioning his existence. P.S. The setting error at the end of the previous chapter has been corrected. Poor Lei Shen, the beauty. Even with her victory, she couldn't advance. Alas. After the top 5 list was announced, many geniuses expressed regret for the lightsword, Lei Shen. It can't be helped. The Venerable said from the start that advancement isn't determined by victory or defeat, but by individual performance. Though Bolin lost to Rongjuan, who can say the victorious Lei Shen truly surpasses Bolin? But how did Kai Guang even advance? We were all focused on the battle between Bolin and Rongjuan earlier, so we missed Kai Guang's fight with the apprentice. The virtual universe system's judgments are truly hard to fathom. Among the 1,000 geniuses gathered in the central plaza, many recalled how they'd been eliminated without even getting a chance to compete, and their hearts couldn't help but stir with emotion. But they knew the decisions of the Virtual Universe Corporation's higher-ups were beyond their questioning. Chapter 131, The Thunder God's Insidious Scheme. Bolin's Complete Despair. While chatting, the geniuses and powerful immortals casually watched Baran and the Thunder God on the arena stage, while many others observed the battle between Luo Feng and Kai Guang. Many joked among themselves about who would finish their fight faster, Berlan or Luo Feng, though most favored Berlan. After all, Luo Feng and that Kai Guang were fellow disciples. He'd at least give some face and play by the rules of courtesy. An instant kill would be too humiliating. I have only one chance, I must give it my all. Whether I can rank in the top 3 and enter the primordial secret realm depends entirely on this battle. The Thunder God's expression was grave. Martial artists must still compete. The gap between the primordial secret realm and the primitive secret realm was evident from the 9 sword sages' words. Typically, only one member from each genius battle would be admitted into the primitive secret realm. In contrast to Lei Shen's solemnity, Bolan couldn't muster any fighting spirit. In his view, aside from Luo Feng and Rong Jun, the others posed no real threat. Even if he stood on the stage once more. Chapter 132, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Luo Feng and Rong Jun, I can't wait to see them battle. Who's stronger between these two? On the central plaza, the showdown between Luo Feng and Rong Jun had completely captivated all the geniuses from the 1008 cosmic realms. I think Luo Feng has the edge. He's not his senior brother, right? 5 or 6 years ago, during the Cosmic Nations Genius Tournament qualifiers, Rong Jun was crushed by Luo Feng, utterly dominated. Clearly, Rong Jun isn't even in the same league. Judging by the law fluctuations they've displayed, Luo Feng is clearly far stronger. He should be the superior fighter. No need to speculate. The match is about to begin, and the outcome will be clear soon enough. Most of these prodigious experts believed Luo Feng would prevail after all. The awe inspired by his effortless mastery was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the majority of the immortals believed Rong Jun would prevail. A battle between fellow disciples is always difficult to predict. Chapter 133, The Genius Battle concludes. Bolan had finally fallen. He was a martial artist, not a psychic. No matter how profound his grasp of spatial laws, he still needed his hands and feet to act, hands and feet now tightly bound by the colored silk. Unable to unleash even a fraction of his power, he faced Clark, a master of both time and light laws with profound expertise in colored silk, leaving him little room to struggle. It was hard to fathom that Bolan, possessing truly once in 10,000 era talent, could be defeated 4 times in a row on the peak genius battle stage. The first 2 losses to the terrifyingly powerful Luo Feng in 2-man were understandable. Even the defeat by the Thunder God's single strike could be justified. After all, how many in the entire primordial universe truly mastered will-based attacks? But losing to Clark? That was simply inexcusable. Yet that was the reality. Defeated. All the geniuses and immortals watched the arena. Clark. Chapter 134, The Essence of Laws. 2-man shock. Please stay for a moment. There are matters to discuss regarding your transfer to my Virtual Universe Corporation's Universal Headquarters. In a moment. In the second-floor conference room of Restaurant No. 2 in Central Square, Zhou Ze and 999 others were seated. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mana. A man standing near the conference room entrance, approximately 2.67 meters tall with distinctive markings on his neck, smiled and said, "Since my Virtual Universe Corporation will be dispatching spacecraft to retrieve you, please write your precise planetary coordinates on the paper before you. This will facilitate our pickup." Zhou Ze picked up the paper in front of him and began writing, Qianwu Cosmic Nation, Black Dragon Mountain Star Domain, Imperial Capital Black Dragon Star. The other 999 young people from various cosmic nations began writing as well. Is this really necessary? Just tell us the rendezvous point, we can get there ourselves. This is too much trouble. Each of us has almost. Chapter 135, Destroying Earth and All Celestial Bodies in the Solar System. The Madness of the Assassination Organization. The Virtual Universe Corporation's peak genius battle concluded, and soon the official website was flooded with videos of the final showdowns. Citizens across the universe, who had been eagerly awaiting the results, flooded the site to view the final rankings. What they saw left everyone utterly stunned, especially the citizens of Noah Universe and Qianwu Universe. Citizens of Noah Cosmic Nation were questioning their existence. How is this possible? Our Grim Reaper, Berlan, only ranked 5th? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is Berlan, the super genius hailed as a once-in-10,000 eras phenomenon. Unbelievable. Berlan didn't even make the top 3. Damn it. Is this some kind of illusion? Countless citizens of Noah Cosmic Nation flooded the official website upon seeing this ranking, utterly unable to accept it. While Noah Universe citizens questioned their reality, countless citizens of Qianwu Universe felt equally as if they'd been hit by an illusion spell, utterly unbelievable. Chapter 136, Zhou Ze, Trouble. Bobata's Scream. Virtual Universe, Qianwu Continent, on the private island gifted to Zhou Ze by Clark's parents out of gratitude. After sending 2-man off to practice, Zhou Ze reclined on a lounge chair, gazing out at the distant ocean. The Virtual Universe's simulation reached 100% accuracy. The seaside scenery was virtually indistinguishable from reality. The genius war is finally over. Zhou Ze murmured lazily. A competition to select promising talents in the virtual universe had taken nearly 5 years, truly an agonizingly long time. Even with his combined past and present lives adding up to nearly 80 or 90 years, it still felt like an eternity. By the standards of my past life, or even before the great nirvana, I suppose I'm considered an old man now, ha! Zhou Ze chuckled. But this age is but infancy in cosmic terms. For those immortal deities, a mere nap might span hundreds of years. Chapter 137, Star Destroyer Cannon Charging. Earth Destruction Countdown, 60 seconds. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, a profoundly dark hole rotated slowly, absorbing every last bit of light emitted by the surrounding stars. For billions of years, it had stood unchanged in the cosmos, warping time and space itself. Unlike the highly unstable states of other black holes, this one was exceptionally stable. Such a stable black hole bore another name, wormhole. Buzz. Not far from this wormhole, a massive fleet suddenly materialized in the distant starry sky. The hatch of the lead F-class starship opened, and a fiery red beam shot toward the black hole at near light speed. Soon, it approached the wormhole and plunged directly into it. Moments later, the crimson light emerged from the wormhole's other end. The instant it exited, it cloaked itself using spatial magic before accelerating at an astonishing. Chapter 138, The Revered One. Earth-Star Alliance. Lunar Monitoring Center. Good heavens! How did such a massive interstellar fleet appear out of nowhere? We're done for. Is that a Star Destroyer cannon? Earth is finished, humanity is finished, everything is finished. The Starfleet's appearance was too sudden, and upon arrival, they immediately launched simultaneous planet-killing cannon attacks against Earth. At that moment, the Earth monitoring department responsible for observing the outer cosmos was utterly devastated. It was too sudden, there was simply no time to respond. Even if they had activated the highest level alert, it would have been too late, or rather, this was simply beyond humanity's current capabilities to handle. Earth. A golden horned colossus, several kilometers long, streaked across the sky like a golden lightning bolt. In less than 10 seconds, it arrived at Hongning Base City. Its psychic force radiated out, forcibly subduing everyone within a luxurious villa and transporting them directly onto its back. Chapter 139, Han's Request, Luo's Excitement. Ha! What's going on? Aboard the meteorite star, Luo Feng and the Thunder God waited for ages, yet not a single sound came. Could it be? Luo Feng and the Thunder God felt a surge of excitement, vaguely guessing what was happening. Babata immediately leapt forward, his voice trembling with excitement. Luo Feng! A powerful being. A powerful being has halted time. Earth is saved. You are saved. But mid-sentence, Babata's expression froze. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. Babata, don't get so worked up. What exactly happened? Luo Feng's mood had just soared from the depths to the heights, but seeing Babata's expression now sent his heart racing once more. Huff! Luo Feng cut off all negative emotions within himself, regained his composure, and waited quietly for Babata's response. Almost immediately, Babata projected a screen without a word. Luo Feng and Lei Shen's attention was instantly. Chapter 140, Senior, please take me as your disciple. Qianwu Continent, a picturesque private island. A white-haired elder appeared at the castle's entrance. The old man glanced around somewhat nervously but remained silent, waiting quietly. Seconds later, a telepathic voice reached his ears. Fly straight up. You'll see me. Come here. Luo took a deep breath, rose into the air, and ascended toward the castle at a steady pace. Soon, he spotted a young man seated cross-legged on the rooftop of a towering building within the castle. The youth appeared almost unnaturally young, yet Luo felt no surprise. He had encountered the Holy Master several times before, but this was his first direct meeting. Come over and sit down, Zhou Ze gestured toward a green round cushion opposite him. After gently landing, Luo bowed respectfully. Elder, Holy Master. He then complied, sitting cross-legged opposite Zhou Ze. Chapter 141, Arrival at the Virtual Universe Corporation's Universal Headquarters. A new journey begins at this very moment. The primordial secret realm. The entire realm was shrouded in a faint mist. In the distant horizon, colorful cloud formations could be glimpsed, occasionally interspersed with large meteorites. Within the primordial secret realm lay numerous continent-like fragments of stars. At the center of each star fragment stood a grand mansion, serving as the residence for the members of the primordial secret realm. In the meditation chamber of one such mansion, a cat-eared older sister type wiped her fair cheeks like a cat. Her eyes betrayed a distinct air of sulkiness. Rejected, as expected. Maggie sighed, then added with a hint of excitement, no wonder the top 4 in this genius war are all disciples of the Holy Master. If it were me, I could have entered the primordial secret realm back then. It's incredible. The teachings of the Holy Master rival the Chaos Steel. No, the Chaos Steel can't compare to the Holy Master's guidance. It's so detailed, so incredibly detailed. Chapter 142, Journey to the Primordial Universe. It's enormous. The stars and planets beside those colossal landmasses drifting through the cosmos look like mere specks. The spaceship kept flying closer and closer, yet after a long while, that continent still felt impossibly distant. Your Highness, if our company headquarters were to traverse the dark universe without using a cosmic shuttle, even traveling at near light speed, it would take decades to cross from one side to the other. Luo remarked with a smile. A continent dozens of light years in diameter. Man-made, right? Zhou Ze chuckled. Luo shook his head. I'm not entirely sure about that. Zhou Ze nodded slightly, choosing not to press further. The F-class starship traveled at near light speed for over 10 hours before finally reaching one of the entrances to the Virtual Universe Corporation's universal headquarters. Whoosh! The spacecraft entered the Continental Gateway at sublight speed. Chapter 143, Chaos City. Doubt, amazement, and shock in the discussions. In the Grand Hall, 1,000 geniuses stood utterly silent. Facing an immortal was pure, overwhelming pressure like a mountain crushing you. Yet confronting this purple-scaled man, visible to the naked eye yet seemingly ethereal, felt entirely different. Even without deliberately projecting his aura, the mere casual emanation of his presence compelled everyone to look up in reverence. If he were to consciously release even a fraction of his pressure, well, Zhou Ze knew that feeling best. After all, among the 1,000 geniuses, no one had ever faced the pressure of a venerable, not even a tiny bit. The primordial universe. Zhou Ze mused. Stop. A thunderous roar echoed through the spaceship, reverberating throughout the vessel. All the geniuses felt a surge of dread, leaving them helpless. Many even murmured inwardly. No. Chapter 144, Youngsters, don't be overly ambitious. The kind advice of Bolin and the black-robed messenger. Along the way, the escort explained many rules and taboos of Chaos City before finally arriving at the City Lord's mansion. This was a majestic structure standing over 300 meters tall. From afar, one could see the three most dazzling characters in the universal language adorning the City Lord's Mansion. City Lord's Mansion. These three characters seemed to possess a magical allure. Gazing upon them, one couldn't help but feel drawn in, as if the characters themselves formed a self-contained space, a universe unto itself. One's entire spirit felt constantly drawn in, as if being absorbed into the cosmic space within the characters. The geniuses all quickly averted their eyes, too frightened to look again. The three characters' Lord's Mansion glance at them once, but don't stare too often, the black-robed envoy chuckled. They'll make your mind go hazy. Even immortal beings usually wouldn't dare to keep staring at them. Oh? So mysterious. Many geniuses who hadn't noticed the characters before now glanced at them out of curiosity, each falling victim to its power. Chapter 145, The Chaos City Lord's Doubts. After the black-robed envoy spoke, at least 800 of the 1,000 young people instantly transformed into streaks of light and flew away. Zhou Ze chose the cosmic chaos steel, which was the least studied in every genius war. In fact, no one had ever chosen to study it, and naturally, he was among them. Zhou Ze and his companions reached the entrance and advanced along a corridor 60 meters wide and 120 meters high. Along both sides of this corridor, they beheld towering bronze-colored gates. Each colossal bronze door measured approximately 160 meters in length and 120 meters in height, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Each bronze gate bore inscriptions in the universal language. Mother Ancestor, Giant Axe, Dragon's Path. Before each bronze gate stood an elderly figure with a benevolent countenance. Strangely enough, every elder before these bronze gates bore an identical likeness. Zhou Ze and Bolin arrived together at the entrance to the secret chamber of the cosmic chaos steel. The two looked on as. Chapter 146, Luo Feng conquers 5 layers of the heaven-reaching bridge. The unbelieving sect masters. The heaven-reaching bridge stretched endlessly to the horizon, shrouded in misty white fog, with surging seas churning below. The moment Luo Feng stepped onto the 9-universe heaven-reaching bridge, Babata's voice echoed in his mind. Luo Feng has just received an email from the Virtual Universe Corporation. What does it say? Luo Feng asked urgently. It's the points reward system, Babata explained. Points? Luo Feng countered, crossing the heaven-reaching bridge earns points too? Points were valuable currency. Within the Virtual Universe Corporation, countless priceless items, telekinetic weapons, life fruits, and a wealth of other resources could only be exchanged for points. Compared to the outside world, even the wealthiest individuals couldn't necessarily purchase many exclusive items available only within the Virtual Universe Corporation, items that could only be obtained through points. Yes, Babata clarified. There are numerous ways to redeem points, and you're currently in the mix. Chapter 147, Baran, even if I can't catch up to those two for now, I must hold on to third place. Luo Feng's breakthrough through the 5th layer of the heaven-reaching bridge was first learned by the other 999 geniuses, including Zhou Ze. To fuel competition among these prodigies, Lei Shen, the guardian of the bridge, sent notifications to all participants whenever someone conquered a layer. Of course, those still meditating in the Chaos Steel Chamber weren't disturbed by the AI notifications. But those who had already emerged were utterly stunned. I knew Luo Feng was strong, but I never imagined he'd be this insane. Whoa, that's insane. I got wiped out on the first layer, but Luo Feng actually cleared the 5th layer? Damn it, even Berlan that once in a millennium super genius only made it through the 2nd layer, and Luo Feng just cleared the 5th? That's just too outrageous. No comparison. Absolutely no comparison. Berlan alone makes us feel hopeless, let alone that Luo Feng. Chapter 148, An Unnerving Atmosphere. Not a single apprentice invitation email. Virtual universe, mid-slope of the central mountain range on Thunder Island, only cosmic reverends may dwell here. Can't find it? With my privileges, I can't even find out who this little brat's master is? Strange. Why can't we find it? Numerous cosmic sovereigns now felt puzzled or astonished. Which cosmic sovereign could have taken him as a disciple? That doesn't make sense. If Luo Feng is a disciple of a cosmic sovereign, why would that sovereign need to conceal their identity? Could he be a disciple of the Great Axe founder or the Chaos City Lord? That seems unlikely. They'd have no reason to keep their own disciples a secret. Could it be a hidden cosmic sovereign from our human race? That's the only possibility hiding their identity. Upon learning that Luo Feng had cleared the 5th level on his very first attempt at the heaven-piercing bridge, these cosmic sovereigns could no longer contain themselves. They immediately searched his records. With their sovereign-level access, Luo. Chapter 149, have you noticed the effects of the Chaos Steel seem somewhat inferior to the Master's guidance? Zhou Ze channeled all his subconscious windows into contemplation, his thoughts flashing like lightning. To explain this situation, one must first rule out the possibility that Luo Feng and his companions lacked sufficient aptitude or appeal. Yet this was impossible. Even Clark, the relatively weakest among them, had passed the 3rd layer. Even those like Berlan, who hadn't caught the attention of any reverend, surely had sect masters eager to recruit them as disciples. Second, it could be that they knew the disciples already had teachers, so no recruitment emails were sent. But this was also unlikely, as it was perfectly normal for a powerful individual to have multiple teachers. Even if a king-level cultivator felt unqualified, reverends and certainly universe lords possessed the authority to recruit disciples. After all, recruitment tiers were distinct: king level, reverend level, and universe lord level. A cosmic sovereign could take an honorable as a disciple, and an honorable could take a king as a disciple. Originally, after Luo Feng had taken True Origin King as his master, he also took Chaos City Lord as his master. Therefore, this couldn't be the reason. Chapter 150, Luo Feng becomes a disciple, leaving the True Origin King stunned. Within a vast and magnificent divine realm, boundless golden plains stretched endlessly. Within one such grassland and forest region, numerous humans lived amidst many technologically advanced city structures. Hundreds of technologically advanced cities were built within this realm, housing nearly 1 trillion humans scattered across them. Each city boasted a towering statue of a god. Countless people came to pay homage. The human-inhabited zones constituted only a minuscule fraction of this divine realm. Approximately 30 million kilometers beyond these settlements rose mountain ranges piercing the clouds, their peaks soaring over 1 million kilometers high. At the very summit of this range stood a dazzling temple, radiating brilliant golden light. This temple towered 100,000 kilometers high, its interior bustling with countless figures, clearly housing a vast population. Inside the temple, massive insectoid warriors patrolled the halls, and occasionally, golden warriors of the immortal tier could be glimpsed. Besides the insectoids. Chapter 151, Beginning the Breakthrough to Cosmic Level. I humbly request the Master to accept me as a disciple. Seeing no response, Luo Feng called out again. His voice echoed out, instantly startling everyone awake. Many wondered if the True Origin King would accept a disciple. Those who recognized Luo Feng stared wide-eyed at him, their hearts pounding with shock. What's going on? What the hell is Luo Feng up to? He should have already sought out cosmic sovereigns or even greater masters as teachers. Why is he asking the True Origin King to be his master? Not only that, but some friends were exchanging thoughts through their minds. I was just wondering why Luo Feng would come to class. Turns out he really doesn't have a teacher. Holy Master probably isn't affiliated with the Virtual Universe Corporation, so, come to think of it, it's normal for a super genius to have multiple mentors. But why did he choose the True Origin King? Could it be that this True Origin King possesses some special? Chapter 152, only an 80-90% chance of breaking through to Domain Lord is still too forced. Soon, the vast nebulae, dust clouds, and countless minuscule planets born from the Big Bang coalesced into a colossal spiral galaxy. At its very core, the smallest stars were most numerous, countless millions. Simultaneously, the entire spiral galaxy possessed 8 spiral arms. At the densest core of this spiral galaxy lay an extremely small dark region. This was the very heart of the entire spiral galaxy, the first black hole. This minuscule black hole was slowly devouring the surrounding stars, dust, and other matter. Yet, in an unreachable place, it was simultaneously generating threads of pure, refined power. Hiss. Like a mist of psychic energy, it materialized out of thin air, appearing around the vast vortex and enveloping the entire galaxy in a halo of light. Once everything stabilized, Zhou Ze opened his eyes with a smile. Cosmic level psychic power achieved. Next up, the Force. The breakthrough in psychic power occurred within the sea of consciousness, within the spirit. Chapter 153, An Ordinary Nirvana Pearl? Through spatial transition, Zhou Ze materialized in a vast, desolate plaza. The plaza was steeped in a dark, ominous style, covered in intricate, densely packed patterns. At its center stood a colossal altar, and above it hung a dull, grayish orb that appeared utterly unremarkable. With the Chaos City Lord's control over the primordial universe, even if something happened to me in the World Ring, he could still save me. Zhou Ze recalled that items could be transported into Chaos City from the outside world. It was unlikely that every shipment would be emptied for inspection before being repacked. Therefore, there was only one possibility: the contents of the spatial ring were not hidden from the Chaos City Lord. I don't know what this thing is, but it feels like it's more than just a pearl of rebirth. Zhou Ze stared at the grayish orb, hesitation vanishing as he immediately crossed his legs and sat down. Caution was one thing, but hesitation and delay were another. Since Chapter 154, Clark, I can't catch up to my senior brothers, but I can't let Baran catch up to me either. Chaos beasts are low intelligence creatures, but their sheer numbers and reinforcements catch you off guard. The inner layer extends 2,000 kilometers, typically inhabited only by cosmic-level chaos beasts. I'll hold my ground around 1,000 kilometers. Zhou Ze was clad head to toe in aqua blue force armor, wielding an aqua blue longsword in one hand and a dark gold staff on his back. Come to think of it, I haven't actually fought in reality for over a decade since entering the cosmos. Does that make me an oddball addicted to the virtual universe? Zhou Ze flew with a hint of excitement in his expression. Chaotic air currents swirled, obscuring the view beyond a short distance. Across the vast, desolate wasteland, weeds grew thickly. On this barren land, whose age was unknown, even the nameless weeds and scattered boulders differed fundamentally from the matter found in the original universe. Nurtured by the chaotic currents year after year, these boulders, no matter how long they'd existed. Chapter 155, The Unbelievably High Stakes of This Genius Tournament. The Three Crown Kings and Their Peculiar Apprentice. What? That Clark actually broke through the fourth layer. The fourth layer? Baran just cleared the third to reach the fourth. To reach the same fourth layer as him, and then he's already pushed through to the fifth? Interesting. I wonder what Bolin is thinking. I can't help but feel sorry for Bolin. He finally caught up, only for the other guy to leap ahead again. News of Clark clearing the fourth layer and reaching the fifth layer of the Sky Bridge spread instantly throughout the entire Genius War. But before anyone could process it, another email arrived. Thunder God had conquered the fifth layer, joining Luo Feng and two men at the sixth layer. Damn it, Brother Lei, you're ruthless. After reading the email, Clark couldn't help but vent. Couldn't he at least savor the satisfaction of catching up to them? Chapter 156, The Primordial Ancestors' Doubts. Breaking through to Domain Lord Tier. While the three crown princes were chatting, in a secluded neighborhood of Chaos City, Bolin sat cross-legged on a rooftop, gazing at the crystalline filamentous patterns at the edge of the spatial rift above him. The fourth layer. Baran murmured inwardly. He had just attempted the fourth layer, failing miserably without putting up much of a fight. They say every third layer of the heaven-piercing bridge is a threshold, but who could have imagined that starting from the fourth layer, even the scenery itself would change? The difficulty was entirely new, requiring a completely different level of comprehension of the laws. No matter how confident he was, he felt he had little hope for at least several more years. Yet how had Clark passed the fourth layer so quickly? And that Thunder God during the final battle, both of them had clearly grasped the laws far less profoundly than he had. Yet in the 3 years since, they had completely surpassed him. Now, they had pulled ahead by a full 2 layers of the heaven-reaching bridge. Bolin was utterly devastated. If the blow of losing 4 consecutive genius battles could be attributed to carelessness. Chapter 157, The Realm Where Communication with Cosmic Origins Fails. Domain Lord Breakthrough Failure? Zhou Ze, you've already broken through to Domain Lord? Babata appeared almost instantly after Zhou Ze's breakthrough, blinking rapidly with a dazed expression. Is that so strange? Zhou Ze chuckled. You were watching the whole time, weren't you? It was much easier than I imagined. No. Babata froze, struggling to protest. Luo Feng has the golden horned beast, and he hasn't even reached Domain Lord yet. You've already become one? What's so strange about it? Zhou Ze chuckled. Babata was dumbfounded. Even if you're a genius, you shouldn't have broken through to Domain Lord without hitting any bottlenecks. It's not like you possessed the golden horned beast. Of course there was. It took me over a year to finally feel confident enough to break through to Domain Lord. But Babata's head buzzed. Something felt terribly off. Domain Lords, as the tier just below Realm Lords, held immense power even across all universes. Chapter 158, Realm Lord Peak. Anomalies within the inner world. Zhou Ze immediately summoned all his subconscious minds to ponder every possible cause, instantly grasping the truth. Could it be because I'm in the primordial universe, within Chaos City? Zhou Ze frowned. It's possible. After all, the initial universe is still a universe, it doesn't exist within the primordial universe. The idea was sound, yet Zhou Ze sensed something amiss. He trusted his instincts implicitly. Soon, the torrent of spiritual will and the torrent of primal force within Zhou Ze's life core had completely merged. Following the natural evolution guided by an unseen force, they transformed into a primordial pearl. The primordial pearl spun gently, releasing endless threads that connected to the life core, causing it to undergo a complete transformation. The entire space within the life core began to expand continuously, growing increasingly solid. As time slowly passed, the life core underwent a complete transformation into a world primordial core. After ceasing its expansion, the entire primordial core space reached a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. Chapter 159, The Apprentice. The apprentice seems to be crossing the heaven-piercing bridge. Oh? Zhou Ze's eyes flickered slightly. This was much faster than anticipated. What about Luo Feng and the others? Having reached the peak of Realm Lord strength, it was time to proceed with the next phase of the plan in Chaos City. As for them, Babata replied, only Clark attempted it once. The others haven't made a move. That Thunder God fellow tried once too, but after failing, he's been quiet as well. Zhou Ze nodded slightly. Luo Feng and two-man should have cleared the 6th layer ages ago. Why haven't they attempted it? Are they really that low-key? At the mention of low-key, the ever-proud Babata grumbled, this is all your fault. You're always going on about being low-key and such. Now they're all playing it safe, one more than the other. Happy now? It's not that bad. I've always emphasized being high-profile when it's appropriate and low-key when it's necessary. Meaningless high-profile behavior is unwise. Besides, I've consistently urged them to be more high-profile. In Chaos City, it's definitely him. Chapter 160, Teacher, what exactly did you discover? The Chaos City Lord's Curiosity. Virtual Universe, Tongtian Bridge Plane. This plane stretched out as far as the eye could see, an endless ocean. Upon this ocean lay a beautiful island. 52 ports lined its shores, each extending an endless bridge that stretched toward the horizon. Zhou Ze suddenly materialized in the central plaza of the island. His arrival instantly drew the attention of many young geniuses gathered in the square. That guy looks like an apprentice? It's him. He actually came to the heaven-reaching bridge? Out of our entire cohort, he's the only one who hasn't crossed the sky-piercing bridge. Yeah, everyone in our cohort except him has cleared the first level. Unusual people or events always draw attention. To the young talents participating in this year's Genius Battle, Zhou Ze's behavior was undeniably peculiar. I wonder how many levels he can pass. Chapter 161, Luo Feng and the Thunder God's suspicion of Zhou Ze. The 4th level. 5th level. Even the 6th layer. Zhou Ze instantly defeated every gatekeeper and advanced. With each layer Zhou Ze conquered, Bathan sent an email to all the geniuses of this session and the super entities monitoring him. The barrage of emails prompted several great beings to materialize directly in the sky bridge plane. At that moment, their hearts burned with intense passion. As for the surviving geniuses of this cohort, nearly all had arrived at the sky bridge plane. This brought an unusual bustle to the normally serene plaza of the sky bridge plane. Freak. Total freak. That apprentice was hiding his strength way too well. Yeah, I think he deliberately held back his strength during the genius battle. But why would he do that? This guy is unstoppable. He instantly took out the 6th layer's mysterious figure. Can the 7th layer really stop him? The young crowd buzzed with excitement. Chapter 162, Apprentice, do you know the requirements for becoming a disciple of the Holy Master? How could that be? How could this apprentice be this strong? Why did he never show it before? Holy crap, I just barely passed the first tier of the heaven-reaching bridge, and he cleared all 7 tiers in one go? First Baran, then those 4 from the primordial zone, and now another apprentice? This is just too much. The poor geniuses of this year's competition were nearly all in disbelief. The competition had barely begun when they were stunned by Bolan's terrifying power. Yet who could have predicted that Bolan, the one hailed as a once-in-10,000 eras prodigy, would suffer 4 consecutive defeats in the finals, failing even to enter the primordial secret realm? They thought Bolan had been careless, but after arriving at Chaos City, he was left far behind by Luo Feng and the others, unable to catch up even if he tried. That much could be expected, but what was this sudden appearance of an apprentice? He had directly surpassed even the strongest, Luo Feng. Chapter 163, Luo Feng and the others, even they said the effects of the Chaos Steel weren't as good as their teacher's guidance. Requirements? Zhou Ze stroked his chin thoughtfully. His requirements for taking apprentices? Seeing Zhou Ze deep in thought, Bolan and the others waited patiently, eagerly anticipating his answer. I suppose there aren't really any requirements. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. The first one would definitely be respecting the teacher and valuing the teachings. Bolan and the others nodded. In the cosmos, the bond between master and disciple often proved stronger and more reliable than familial ties, though it inevitably had its share of disgraceful incidents. What's the key point? AI Chen asked eagerly. Does the Holy Master accept female disciples? Qianxue timidly inquired. Zhou Ze blinked. He hadn't taken any female disciples, only males. I don't know, but it seems he hasn't taken any female disciples. Zhou Ze answered honestly. Alright, Qianxue said, sounding defeated. Why? Worried female disciples might cling to him? Ai Chen's beautiful eyes held a hint of exasperation, joking. Chapter 164, The Holy Master is a Good Man. Within the starry borders of the barbaric cosmic kingdom, a vast divine realm existed within the corresponding spatial interlayer of a certain starfield. This magnificent divine realm served as the base for the insectoid race's covert organization. Within the divine realm stood a mountain range towering over 1,000,000 kilometers high, the highest peak in the entire realm. At its summit, a colossal temple over 10,000 kilometers tall gleamed with dazzling golden light. From afar, one could see humans and fierce insectoid warriors moving about within its halls, coexisting in remarkable harmony. Master! Master! In the vast hall at the temple's highest level, a figure clad in golden robes flashed into existence, urgently proclaiming, "Critical intelligence! Critical intelligence!" Roar! Over 10,000 golden insect warriors, seeing the golden-robed figure burst in so rudely and without regard for etiquette, immediately let out warning growls directed at him. What intelligence? Chapter 165, Baran's request to take a disciple. The Master-Teacher Organization. This was a super-organization spanning the virtual universe, standing at the pinnacle of humanity, second only to the 5 great titans. The origins of the Master-Teacher founder were shrouded in mystery. At least, Zhou Ze's current access level couldn't uncover any information about this founder. After Luo Feng and others gained fame overnight in the Genius War, Zhou Ze received extraordinary attention from Master-Teacher, granting him extensive privileges. Could the founder behind this be the primordial ancestor? Zhou Ze stood in the center of his private Master-Teacher space, pondering aloud. Considering all the clues, along with the astonishing privileges inadvertently revealed by the Master-Teacher organization, he concluded that the entity behind Master-Teacher was most likely the original ancestor himself, or perhaps one of his disciples. The giant axe clearly wasn't cut out for education. The Chaos City Lord, he always gave off the vibe of being the true power behind the scenes for the human race. Or perhaps it was because Giant Axe was straightforward and lazy about managing affairs, always lingering in the cosmic sea. He should. Chapter 166, I never said you had to give up cultivating both time and space laws. If you're willing, you can start practicing with me first, Zhou Ze said with a faint smile, looking at Bolin. Practice with me? Bolin looked slightly puzzled before asking, practice with you? Like Lightning and the apprentices? Zhou Ze nodded. You could say that. Bolin still seemed reluctant. Senior, then how can I become your nominal disciple, or even your direct disciple? Zhou Ze smiled gently. My disciples aren't divided into direct or nominal. Once you've taken me as your master, you're all my disciples. Berlan's eyes lit up. So, training under the senior meant he was a registered disciple, perhaps lacking the official status of a disciple, but enjoying the perks of one. Just call me Teacher Zhou from now on. That's what all the students in the Master-Teacher space call me. Zhou Ze said casually. If you have any questions, feel free to ask any time. Alright then. At least for the first lesson. Chapter 167, Synergy. Baran's Comprehension. An unexpectedly terrifying synergy of comprehension. It's fine, I understand your concerns. Zhou Ze's eyes held confidence and calmness. It's just that theory that's killed who knows how many people. Whoever came up with it? Zhou Ze dismissed it with disdain. The fastest way to enhance one's strength is naturally through cultivation in the face of life and death. Between life and death lies great terror. And boundless motivation. It's like when a needle pricks your eye, you reflexively shut your eyes without thinking. When facing mortal danger, every cell in your body struggles instinctively, even your genetic material accelerates its evolution. The terror of life and death pushes both body and soul to a peak state of evolution unattainable under normal circumstances. In this state, humans truly become more receptive to insight, more capable of evolution, and more easily able to enhance their strength. Baran listened intently, his curiosity and anticipation growing by the moment. Clearly, Zhou. Chapter 168, 30 Years in Chaos City. Preparations complete before breaking through to immortality. Berlan, how does it feel? Soon, at the entrance of the Berlan Manor, Wuka, Longyun, Aichen, and Qianxue all rushed over to ask. Borlin ushered them into the hall, a hint of astonishment flickering across his usually impassive face. Beyond imagination. Now I understand why they grasped the laws so swiftly. His words instantly left everyone hanging on his every word. Wuka hurriedly pressed, Berlan, tell us. What was it like receiving guidance from the Holy Master? The more lively Aichen shared his curiosity, is it really that miraculous? Berlan's tone remained detached, yet a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Beyond imagination. No wonder the apprentices are progressing so rapidly. Can you elaborate? Ai Chen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. As the apprentice said, he explained it in such minute detail. Baran paused before adding, for us, in a certain sense. Chapter 169, Thunder God passes the 8th layer? A great fish soared through the unstable chaos of the primordial universe. The nine-sword sage sat enthroned, surveying the three-dimensional projection below. It depicted a stunning woman clad in jade armor. After bowing respectfully, she reported, Honorable sage, of this batch of geniuses, 816 remain alive. Among them, the most outstanding. Long Yu Wang paused, momentarily at a loss for words. The Nine Swords revered one smiled faintly. I am naturally aware of the levels they've conquered on the heaven-piercing bridge. Just tell me what you've observed about them over these past 2 or 3 decades. Long Yu Wang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even though the Nine Swords revered one had a decent temperament, facing such a gap in life levels still weighed heavily on her, even if the revered one's aura wasn't directed at her. I focused my observations on the members of the primordial secret realm and the primordial beginning secret realm. The behavioral patterns of Luo Feng and his 3 companions show little variation. As for the other 6 primordial realm members, Chapter 170, 2 super monsters emerging in a single era. The Chaos City Lord's expectations. Thunder has broken through the 8th layer. Guardian Bathan declared again, his tone slightly firmer. The words sent shockwaves through the entire assembly, leaving even the Nine-Sword revered one stunned. How is that possible? The 8th layer? He's conquered the 8th layer. Unbelievable. That's the 8th layer of the heaven-piercing bridge. How did he cultivate to that level? I've spent millennia in the primordial secret realm and still haven't reached the 8th layer. This thunderbolt is simply inhuman. So that's how it is. I'm in no rush anyway. The ones scrambling are those domain lords and realm lords at the bottom of the primordial secret realm. This is insane. He's already met the minimum requirement for domain lord level in the primordial secret realm, and they've all cultivated for tens of thousands of years. On the bridge to Heaven Plaza, amidst the collective astonishment, reactions ran the gamut: schadenfreude, existential doubt, and bitter envy. After all, the gap between people. Chapter 171, Survival is the ultimate strategy. Steadiness is my only choice. Rong Jun has failed. He still couldn't pass the 8th layer. On the central island plaza of the Skybridge Plain, the crowd watched 2 men reappear after revival. Had he succeeded, the Guardian Bathan would have announced it immediately. It's only natural. The 8th layer isn't that easy to clear. That savage Rong Jun was already a tier or 2 below Luo Feng. Ever since the Genius War, he's been far behind. If he had passed the 8th layer, it would have devalued the prestige of Tongtian Bridge's 8th layer. For a single Genius War to produce 3 peerless geniuses who passed the 8th layer. That thunder was clearly weaker than Rongjuan at first, yet he ended up surpassing him. The square erupted in a roar of commotion. The shockwaves Luo Feng and Lei Shen had unleashed showed no signs of abating. Yet the next moment, Bathan's trembling voice silenced the entire crowd. Luo Feng has passed the 9th layer. Chapter 172, Dreaming of the Chaos City Lord? Primordial Universe, Chaos City. Over 900 figures all flew in the same direction. Above Chaos City, a vast, deep blue fish nearly a kilometer long hovered motionless in the air, like a monstrous beast born of chaos. Before the fish, the Nine-Sword Sage in his azure battle robes and over a dozen immortals floated, their innate aura alone enough to send shivers down one's spine. Soon, Zhou Ze and the other 816 geniuses, along with nearly 100 immortals, gathered here. Greetings, revered one. The group of immortals led the way in paying their respects, followed by Zhou Ze and the 816 geniuses, who likewise bowed with reverence. MHM. The Nine Swords Venerable responded indifferently, and every present soul held their breath. To be honest, this year's Genius War has pleased me, yet it has also left me somewhat dissatisfied, the Nine-Sword Revered One declared. Chapter 173, The True Yin King's Request. Holy crap! It really is the Chaos City Lord. Zhou Ze's eyes widened in disbelief. He'd been pondering this very matter these past few days. He was certain the Chaos City Lord, or perhaps the primordial ancestor, knew about him every detail of his existence. There was no way to hide it from them. Yet all this time, aside from subtly helping conceal and obscure his information, they had never once met him. Nor had they ever expressed any desire to take him as a disciple, giving off an air of no interest whatsoever. At times, he did feel curious about what the Chaos City Lord, or even the primordial ancestor, thought of his existence. But there had been no sign of it. Yet, unexpectedly, just before leaving Chaos City, he was suddenly presented with this surprise. Zhou Ze's gaze fell upon the Chaos City Lord, his soul trembling involuntarily. At first, he saw only a figure, but then it seemed as though he beheld the boundless cosmic laws themselves. Chapter 174, Journey to the Primordial Secret Realm. Zhou Ze's inner turmoil. Beg you? The Thunder God transmitted his voice as well. You wouldn't be asking me to contact Teacher Zhou and request his guidance, would you? The Thunder God instantly guessed True Origin King's purpose, and couldn't help but chuckle as he spoke. Holy crap, Teacher Zhou is in for a headache. To have a peerless powerhouse like the Crown King think he can be guided by Teacher Zhou so quickly. Ha ha. If the situation hadn't been inappropriate, he would have burst out laughing. Luo Feng forced a smile. If this had happened to anyone else, he'd have laughed too, but the problem was, it was happening to him. Over the years, Teacher Jinyan had treated him with such reverence, practically like a cherished disciple. To say he was held in the palm of his hand, feared to be dropped, wouldn't be an exaggeration. Moreover, Master Jinyan knew that Teacher Zhou was guiding him in the realm of laws, so he never interfered excessively. He was like a private tutor, closely following. Chapter 175, Bazaar. The Vanished Nirvana Pearl. Day after day passed. Everyone out. The Meteorite King's voice echoed throughout the spacecraft. We've reached the primordial secret realm. Prepare for cosmic transit immediately. Zhou Ze stood up, a flicker of anticipation in his heart. The primordial secret realm was finally within reach. In the ship's control room, Zhou Ze and the other 7 primordial secret realm members gathered alongside Meteorite King and a group of immortals. We're about to initiate cosmic traversal, Meteorite King declared with a booming laugh that seemed to shake the entire control room. Traveling to the primordial secret realm differs slightly from traversing ordinary star domains. Oh? Clark, Bolin, and the others were curious. You'll find out soon enough. No sooner had Meteor King finished speaking than a cold voice echoed throughout the control room, initiating hyperspace jump. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. The entire ship shuddered slightly. After a moment. Chapter 176, The Thunder God Storms the Illusory Sea. Virtual Universe, Primordial Zone. The Primordial Zone originally had 111 core members, but with the addition of Luo Feng, 2-man, and Lei Shen, there were now 114 core members. Each prince of the Primordial Zone was the Virtual Universe Corporation's most precious asset. Babada, why did the teacher go into seclusion immediately after arriving at the primordial secret realm? Luo Feng asked gloomily. Isn't that quite normal? Babada shrugged indifferently. Luo Feng sighed, I promised Teacher Jinyan I'd ask Teacher Zhou for him. Even if it's just going through the motions, since I can't reveal the truth, it would at least ease my mind a little. Now that Teacher Zhou is in seclusion, who knows when he'll emerge? Babada chuckled. Don't worry. For a super powerful being like King Jinyan, waiting a few months is nothing. Even waiting years, or hundreds or thousands of years, is no big deal. Besides. Chapter 177, The Thunder God Breaks Through 21 Layers of the Illusory Sea. The Stunned Illusory Sea Administrator. Illusion Sea Plane. Rumble. The Black Sea roared, its waves churning up towering crests dozens of meters high that crashed relentlessly against the cliff-lined shores. Thor stood atop the cliff, gazing out at the endless sea of illusions with a faint smile. This sea of illusions is quite spectacular. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Don't be fooled by the Thunder God's usual carefree, jovial demeanor. His drive to challenge and improve himself rivals anyone's. With a smile, he transformed into a bolt of lightning with a thunderous crack, streaking toward the first island in the illusory sea. Is this all the Illusion Sea has? Way too easy. After conquering 10 islands in one breath, the Thunder God smiled as he surveyed his surroundings. This white gravel island was adorned with trees and flowers unseen on Earth, its beauty serene and tranquil. Too bad there's no 10-fold point bonus. Otherwise, I'd have cleared the 10th island by now. Chapter 178, Zhou Ze seeks aid from the Chaos City Lord. Illusory Sea Plane. Black Scales stood with utmost reverence before the towering figure 3 meters tall before him. Lord City Lord, your servant will remember this well. MHM. The Chaos City Lord nodded without further comment, about to depart in search of someone, when he noticed several figures appearing along the cliff edge at the very outer perimeter of the Illusory Sea. This piqued the Chaos City Lord's interest, halting his departure. On this side, Luo Feng, 2-man, and Clark all arrived here with immense anticipation, and the Thunder God appeared as well. Holy crap! Brother Lei, I still can't believe it unless you show me your points balance right now. Clark's eyes nearly popped out of his head. As soon as the Thunder God appeared, he rushed over. You're hopeless. The Thunder God gave him a teasing smile. In that instant, Clark felt offended, though he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Luo Feng and 2-man also. Chapter 179, Chaos Confusion, Primordial Ancestor Perplexed. Zhou Ze, completely numb. Within a colossal palace in the virtual universe. Zhou Ze had just logged in when he was transported here. Before him stood the Chaos City Lord, still clad in his dark red battle armor, towering 3 meters tall. Elder, an unexpected incident occurred during my cultivation. Zhou Ze cut straight to the chase, stating his purpose. For him, the most crucial matter was the cheat code. Everything else could be explained. Zhou Ze recounted the entire incident from start to finish, holding nothing back. Oh? The Chaos City Lord furrowed his brow. Frankly, this was the first time he'd ever heard of an inability to communicate with the primordial source of the universe. Where did you obtain that Pearl of Nirvana? The Chaos City Lord inquired. It was given to me by Senior Light. He warned me to be cautious back then, but I never imagined it would prevent me from communicating with the cosmic source. Zhou Ze frowned. It was truly baffling. He sensed the primordial universe held no hostility toward him. Chapter 180, Luo Feng. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you. Primordial Secret Realm, Star Fragment 803888081. After logging off, Zhou Ze remained in the secret chamber without leaving. He genuinely hadn't expected even the primordial ancestor to be unaware this was utterly absurd. I really have no idea how Senior Light managed to create this thing. Even the Chaos City Lord and the primordial ancestor, those peak human realm powerhouses, can't see through it. Zhou Ze couldn't help but inwardly rant. Amidst his musings, he now felt utterly certain that this situation was entirely tied to that Nirvana pearl. He just couldn't fathom how a single bead could sever his connection to the cosmic primordial realm. It was utterly baffling. The Chaos City Lord must have used time reversal earlier, yet even he couldn't detect how that bead vanished or where it went. This shouldn't be possible. And even the primordial ancestor looked troubled afterward. That means even he couldn't figure out the cause. This thing is completely overpowered, it shouldn't exist at this stage. Chapter 181, Zhou Ze, slain by the Chaos City Lord's palm strike. What's wrong? Zhou Ze rarely heard Luo Feng speak like this. Luo Feng's nature was to avoid troubling others and never want anyone to worry about him, unless absolutely necessary. This look hadn't graced his face in ages, undoubtedly signaling he'd encountered something truly beyond his control, yet something he had to do regardless. Teacher, let's talk privately later. Luo Feng scratched the back of his head, a hint of awkwardness in his voice. Thunder God and the others, seeing this, didn't press further. Though they joked around together daily, when it came to genuine matters, especially personal ones, they all knew their boundaries. All right. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. What were you guys talking about earlier? You seemed pretty excited. Clark immediately exclaimed, Teacher, we just conquered the Illusion Sea. You should try it too. Brother Lei cleared 21 stages, you can definitely do it. That's over 200 million points. You'd never have to worry about points for the rest of your life. Chapter 182, The Original Ancestor, he has a deep connection to your Earth. 9-star Bay. Teacher, I've been stuck at the first level of the core state for so long now, yet I still feel nothing of the second level. What must I do to reach it? Luo Feng asked. His elder brother Hong had once mentioned that the 3 levels of mental cultivation held no inherent hierarchy. Yet despite this, the first level only allowed him to conquer the 10th island of the Illusory Sea, while his second elder brother, Lei Shen, had cleared it entirely. Wasn't that gap obvious? Moreover, his teacher had explicitly stated that since the mental state was divided into 3 layers, the first layer was inherently inferior to the third. He had also expressed his hope that his eldest disciple wouldn't remain stuck at the first layer of mental cultivation. Honestly, the pressure weighed heavily on him. Witnessing his second elder brother, Lei Shen, directly clear the Illusory Sea this time only intensified that pressure. Beyond the pressure, he himself yearned to elevate his own state of mind. After Luo Feng posed this question, Two-Man and Clark likewise pricked up their ears to listen. Though they hadn't even reached the entry level, it didn't stop them from. Chapter 183, The Mountain Hermit, equally worried. Zhou Ze was completely stunned. In an infinitely distant, perilous realm, deep within boundless currents of air, a solitary palace faintly glowed with azure light. Within the palace, servants abounded, all of them cosmic revered level beings. Come directly. A towering elder over 900 meters tall spoke directly from the throne in the palace's grand hall. The next moment, the 3-meter-tall Chaos City Lord appeared here, bringing Zhou Ze with him. Mountain Dweller, Senior. The Chaos City Lord offered a slight bow. This being represented the very pinnacle of the cosmos, having existed for untold ages. Such antiquity commanded profound respect, no faction dared lightly offend this solitary figure, and showing deference was simply the proper course. Zhou Ze likewise bowed, though he remained silent, instinctively positioning himself as the Chaos City Lord's junior attendant. He held his breath, studying the towering elder. Standing over 900 meters tall, he wore seemingly ordinary blue robes. Chapter 184, Refusing Mountain Guest's Invitation to become his disciple. Faced with Zhou Shanke's inquiry, Zhou Ze naturally shook his head with a look of slight bewilderment. Zhou Shanke glanced at the Chaos City Lord, who tactfully vanished into the palace. Standing 900 meters tall like a mountain, the mountain dweller's voice boomed as he smiled faintly. You must sense the peculiarity of your earthlings. Why, throughout human history, have you never possessed the power of martial artists, yet some among you exhibit such extraordinary mental willpower, even developing relatively systematic cultivation methods? Why do Earth humans possess such extraordinary talent and mental willpower, far surpassing other human races across the cosmos? And why does your comprehension surge dramatically after each major level breakthrough, each leap in life tier? Have you never pondered the reasons? Zhou Ze's eyes narrowed in thought. I have considered it, but not deeply. Overthinking it serves no purpose. I believe the answers will come naturally after advancing. Zhuo Shan Ku. Chapter 185, An Opportunity to Guide an Invincible King Rank Powerhouse. Virtual Universe, 9-Star Bay. Luo Feng and the others watched Zhou Ze return and asked in unison. Teacher, why did you suddenly log off just now? You gave me quite a scare, it was so sudden. Teacher, what happened just now? No matter how significant the event, it shouldn't have required disappearing without a word. After all, in their eyes, even someone of Zhou Ze's cosmic level power should be capable of multitasking. Babata should be fine with you all. Zhou Ze smiled, offering no further explanation. Luo Feng and the others, seeing this, wisely chose not to press further. That's the perk of being a teacher, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Alright, any other questions? Zhou Ze scanned the group. Seeing no response, he turned to Luo Feng. Luo Feng, come with me to my private island. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng felt a bit embarrassed. Chapter 186, King Jinyan's speculation on Zhou Ze's intentions. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island, Jinyan King's Palace. Teacher, I asked Zhou teacher about it. He neither agreed nor refused. Luo Feng relayed Zhou Ze's words to the true origin king. Seated high upon his throne, King Jinyan pondered thoughtfully before sighing. The deliberations of such a great being are beyond the grasp of most. Yet since he hasn't outright refused, there remains an opportunity. Perhaps we must bide our time. Thank you, Luo Feng. Luo Feng replied with trepidation, Master, you flatter me. It was nothing, just a passing inquiry. Ha ha. King Jinyan laughed heartily. But it's precisely this casual inquiry that countless powerful beings and geniuses across the cosmos never get the chance to make. Luo Feng smiled without further comment. As the senior disciple who had witnessed Master Zhou's growth firsthand, he too felt profound pride, that feeling of hoping one's teacher would rise to greatness, and indeed, the teacher has proven worthy. Chapter 187, The Excitement of Massive Points for Babata. Is that it? In the land of primordial essence, Zhou Ze fiddled around for a while and figured out how to increase the primordial essence. Truth be told, it wasn't difficult, yet it was indeed simple. Put plainly, it was more like an instinct, a capability that had always been active, albeit passively. This instinct required no conscious thought. Zhou Ze instinctively knew how to actively activate it and accelerate the conversion of other energies into primordial power. Moreover, Zhou Ze discovered that while primordial essence primarily absorbed energy from his inner world, it could also draw upon various forces from the external cosmos to form itself. The inner world functioned more like a purifying filter. By absorbing external energies and converting them into world power, it transformed energy into primordial essence more efficiently than the primordial land could by directly absorbing external energies. Understanding this brought Zhou Ze a sense of relief. According to Zhou Shanke's teachings, as long as the primordial essence remained unspent and his will remained unbroken. Chapter 188, Zhou Ze, you're truly a super pervert. You won't even spare intelligent life. Zhou Ze, by this. This is absolutely perfect, only 670,000 points. This one's also great, just 2.34 million points. This one. Babata's eyes gleamed greedily as he stared intently at the screen, muttering to himself. Just pick these out and buy them for me. Zhou Ze casually replied, start by selecting some plant-based lifeforms. The top priority is high sentience. Babata looked at Zhou Ze, high intelligence? Yes. Zhou Ze nodded. High intelligence, great potential. Take a look at this one. It should meet your requirements, and you can purchase it with your current access level. Acquiring it from external sources would waste a lot of time. Babata pointed to a plant he had selected. Below was its description. 10,000 spirits herb, a highly unusual species born within a special cosmic secret realm, none. Chapter 189, a major shopping spree before heading to the Bloodlow world. What are you thinking? I don't understand at all. Zhou Ze exclaimed with feigned dismay. Babata, I never imagined that you, a formidable immortal level intelligent being, the great demon Babata, could harbor such sordid thoughts. I'm an intelligent being, not a fool. I'm quite clever. Babata folded his arms, wearing a smug expression that seemed to say, I saw right through you long ago. You're just a closet pervert. You clearly want it, yet you won't act or even say it. Babata snorted coldly. I've seen plenty of this over the years. Zhou Ze was speechless, too lazy to argue with Babata. Just say whether you want it or not. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? After trading banter with Zhou Ze, Babata felt less shy inside. He immediately shouted, anyway, you're loaded, you sucker. Why pass up free money? Had. Babata was lost in his own delightful fantasy, prompting Zhou Ze to roll his eyes. Chapter 190, landing and immediately receiving a blood lotus crystal delivered right to his doorstep. Bloodrow continent. An asteroid inadvertently breached the outermost cloud layer. This is the spot. Zhou Ze activated the ship's AI to halt its descent, then exited through the hatch, stowing the F-class spacecraft into his storage device. The Bloodlow world has 18 cloud layers above. Pressure increases with altitude. Only those with cosmic level strength can break through all 18 layers to reach the void. But the natives of Bloodfall World dare not ascend beyond the 18th layer. For the extraterrestrial races will slay any native who ventures beyond. Zhou Ze scanned through the cloud layers, spotting a relatively suitable location and heading straight for it. To temper its core members, Virtual Universe Corporation had only provided a general overview of the entire Bloodfall continent, offering little detailed information. Further discovery would require independent exploration. Most of the Bloodfall world was covered in mountain ranges and dense forests. Chapter 191, a huge surprise. An insatiable craving for Bloodfall crystals. These guys actually mistook me for a meteorite. Zhou Ze shook his head in disbelief, but his expression abruptly changed, revealing astonishment. Ha! There's actually a Blood Luo crystal. Is this the allure of the world city? Even a peak cloud realm cultivator can possess a Blood Luo crystal. This saves me a lot of trouble. Zhou Ze had originally planned to sneak into the domain city of a powerful lord and try to get his hands on a Blood Luo crystal. Little did he expect to arrive near a world city instead. So be it a world city. It didn't matter much. With his strength and resources, most realm lords were no different from domain lords to him. He simply preferred to keep a low profile and proceed cautiously. But since fate had brought him to the vicinity of a world city, there was little to discuss. With a slight stir of his psychic power, he obliterated the spiritual seas of the 5 raiders who had attempted to ambush him. Chapter 192, Infiltrating the Purple Flame City Lord's Mansion. Purple Flame World City. As the center of a region spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers, the entire city was vast beyond compare, far exceeding any domain lord's capital. The world city alone was larger than the entire landmass of Earth. Purple Flame Pavilion, as its name suggested, undoubtedly stood under the patronage of the city lord of this world city, otherwise, it wouldn't bear the name Purple Flame. At this moment, Zhou Ze sat within the most opulent lodgings, enjoying music at the entertainment quarter. Though not as grand as the cosmic melodies, it possessed its own unique charm. As the most opulent lodging, it was called a lodging by name, but in reality, it was an entertainment complex integrating various venues. Those who could afford to stay here, or even those who came to play, were either exceptionally powerful individuals or possessed extraordinary backgrounds, either wealthy or noble. The currency of the Bloodlow world uniformly took the form of knife coins, graded from lowest to highest: red small knife coins small change, black medium knife coins medium change, and green large knife coins large change. Chapter 193, Mortals Caught in the Crossfire. Zhou Ze, dragged into the conflict of immortal gods. Gray, where do you think you're running? Today, you die. A furious roar shook the heavens, its fury laced with such intense hatred it seemed to demand the other man be torn limb from limb and his bones ground to dust. Haha, Jean, is it really necessary? After all the years we've shared as brothers, it's just sleeping with your wife and daughter, right? You should count yourself lucky, at least your daughter is biologically yours. Ha ha. The other voice dripped with endless scorn and smugness, yet the more it taunted, the more it fueled the other's boundless fury. Die. The pursuing crimson light unleashed a fiery blade aura, radiating boundless murderous intent, seemingly slicing the entire sky in two. The aqua-blue figure spun around, barely mustering divine power to block the strike with his own blade. Boom! Boom! Endless divine power collided, blade energy spattering everywhere, visible to the naked eye. Chapter 194, The Secrets of the Primordial Land. A second to none cheat code. Holy crap, that was close. Thank goodness they didn't dare break through the clouds, or I'd have had to risk my life using the Fire God Source Crystal. In the void, aboard the F-class mechanical airship, Zhou Ze felt a chill run down his spine. This is insane. Looks like I'm not cut out to be the protagonist. Just arrived in the Blood Luo world, wanted to make my move, and stumbled right into a fight between immortal gods. If it weren't for the Nirvana Pearl, I'd probably have to wait for the Chaos City Lord to resurrect me. Zhou Ze still trembled at the memory. The combat prowess of immortal gods was terrifying, even for ordinary ones. Beyond the heart-pounding terror, a heavy weight settled in Zhou Ze's heart. An entire world city, home to countless billions of people, had been swept away in the crossfire of two immortal gods' battle. The entire city reduced to ashes, its ruler unable to escape. No wonder the universe's powerful held the lives of the weak in such contempt, even geniuses met with indifference. Even if. Chapter 195, Blood Demon Sea Slaughter. 3x Life Gene Tier. Sanyu City. As a world city on par with Purple Flame City, it spans over 10 billion kilometers. The city lord's mansion stands as its most vital core. On ordinary days, aside from a few individuals coming and going for work or other purposes, no one dared to approach. Yet today, an unfamiliar celestial visitor arrived. Zhou Ze charged straight through, arriving at the inner palace where the lord of Sanyu City resided. Lord City Master, an old acquaintance has come to pay his respects, announced the steward outside the door with utmost respect. An old acquaintance? The lord of Sanyu City looked puzzled, his eyes momentarily vacant. Then he opened the door and bowed respectfully. Senior. Zhou Ze nodded and smiled. Sanyu, take me to your library. After staying at that Sanyu city lord's residence for quite some time, Zhou Ze finally departed. However, Zhou Ze was a master of soul-binding techniques, capable of effortlessly ensnaring others' minds. Chapter 196, Fivefold Life Gene Tier. The unrestrained, man-devouring immortal deity. Blood Demon C. Within a sealed cavern he had carved out, Zhou Ze stored the 2 newly acquired Realm Lord grade blood cores within his primordial realm. Kill. Instantly, a well brimming with frenzied killing intent erupted from the blood cores, crashing against Zhou Ze's own will. Yet Zhou Ze's mental fortitude had reached the 3rd tier. A mere will attack, unless vastly superior several tiers above his own, could not affect him in the slightest. The influence of the will contained within these blood cores is truly terrifying. Zhou Ze was secretly startled. He recalled that each blood luo crystal fused increased physical demands tenfold. Yet the ferocious will within each crystal doubled with every additional fusion. Unlike blood luo crystals, each additional blood core absorbed delivered an impact on his will 10 times greater than the previous one. As for the physical demands, since the primordial land directly analyzed and utilized them, Zhou Ze remained unaware of the specific requirements. Chapter 197, Instantly Slaughtering the Immortal Deity That Crushed Itself. This time, hunting down 5 Realm Lord tier blood demons at once with the primordial essence within me, it should be able to sustain the drain from 5 Realm Lord tier blood demons. As my life genes advance, the drain on my primal energy has doubled. Perhaps the primal energy requires a deeper analysis of the blood cores? That must be it. How these blood demons and blood cores formed within this sea is beyond me. That they possess the power to enhance life genes is truly wondrous. Zhou Ze suspected it might be connected to the beast god, but he didn't dwell on it. After all, whether it was related to the beast god or not made little difference to him as long as it enhanced his life genes, that was all that mattered. Zhou Ze. An immortal deity is rapidly approaching you. He's detected your presence, you're almost certainly his target. He means you no good. Run. Babata's voice echoed repeatedly within Zhou Ze's consciousness. Could my identity as an extraterrestrial visitor have been exposed? Chapter 198, 100-fold genes, just one more to go. Luo creates a top-tier secret technique. Time ticked by. Zhou Ze's life genes continued to enhance through absorbing blood nuclei. Even though the absorption time synchronized with the outside world, he had already reached 10x genes. A 10x gene level placed him on the same biological plane as the golden-horned beast. Compared to before arriving in the blood luo world, Zhou's strength had increased far beyond tenfold. 10x gene power meant Zhou Ze's physical strength, psychic power, and law-based attack power had all surged tenfold, and that was just the baseline. Through comprehensive amplification by various secret arts, Zhou Ze's power could even reach dozens or even hundreds of times his previous strength. Even among those at the peak of the Realm Lord tier with 10x power, the disparity in demonstrated might can be as vast as heaven and earth. The power boost from enhanced life genes is truly a bug in this world. Even on the origin continent, superior genes will keep you ahead. Zhou Ze. Chapter 199, Luo prepares to break through to immortality. Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom. Qianyu Star. As one of the 9 administrative planets of the Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom, this was also one of the locations where Luo and his master Hong had stayed during their wanderings. In a secluded cultivation chamber belonging to one of Luo's friends, Luo logged off and resumed his usual detached expression. He approached Hong, who was in the midst of cultivation. Hong, I intend to begin my breakthrough to immortality. Thank you for helping me contact the Holy Master predecessor. Luo expressed his sincere gratitude. Hong looked stunned. Master, you've already created a top-tier secret technique? Luo nodded slightly, sighing, this is all thanks to the Holy Master Senior. He didn't look down on this old man who's practically ready for the grave. Hong, why didn't you seize the chance to apprentice under the Holy Master? Given your connection, you'd likely have succeeded. Hong's heart twisted painfully. How could he possibly become his disciple? While others might not know, he certainly knew Zhou Ze. Come to think of it, he had once considered. Chapter 200, 100-fold genes. Crushing the immortal blood demon. Blood Luo World, Phantom Demon C. Zhou Ze sat cross-legged within his newly carved cave dwelling, feeling his life genes reach 100-fold. Finally, 100-fold. I never thought it would take this long. Zhou Ze opened his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. But it was worth every moment. My genes have reached 100 times their base level, the cosmic limit. My foundational power now rivals that of a peak realm lord multiplied by 100, comparable to a newly ascended immortal. Combined with my years of insight into the laws of the universe, I should be able to rival an ordinary marquis. Though I still feel uncertain about breaking through to immortal status, with the immortal body from the primordial realm and my current strength, I'm essentially on par with a typical marquis. The only drawback is I can't burn divine power. Immortals possess divine bodies that can be ignited. Once ignited, they unleash a 1,000-fold power utterly terrifying. However, this kind of burning. Chapter 201, Luo breaks through to immortality. Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom, Xiangyu Star, one of its 9 administrative planets. Hong did not cultivate, instead, he gazed up at the constellations in the sky. I wonder if the master can break through to immortality. Hong felt a flicker of worry, but quickly regained his composure. He couldn't quite grasp it, with his master's grasp of the laws rivaling that of an immortal-level marquis. How could he have been stuck at the Realm Lord stage for nearly 10 million years? Why is this? Is breaking through to immortality truly this difficult? As Hong pondered this, his thoughts turned to Zhou Ze. Teacher Zhou is simply extraordinary. He can even guide a teacher who's been stuck at this level for an entire generation, giving him complete confidence to break through to immortality. That level of guidance is simply beyond belief. Even though the Genius War had ended long ago, the sensation teacher Zhou had created still hadn't cooled down. Holy Master's disciple, Holy Master's guidance. Chapter 202, Luo becomes a disciple. Zhou Ze, Luo has broken through to immortality. Babata jumped out to inform Zhou Ze. Luo's breakthrough to immortality likely reached Zhou Ze before Luo himself realized it, for while Luo might be immersed in the state of breakthrough, Zhou Ze could sense it directly. Rare indeed. After tens of millions of years of torment, nearing the end of his lifespan, he finally broke through to immortality, attaining eternal life. Zhou Ze sighed. He had no idea when he himself might achieve immortality, likely not for an incredibly long time. After all, his own breakthrough would require him to drive the evolution of his inner world into a divine realm. It truly is rare. Luo is incredibly fortunate. With his lifespan nearly exhausted, he managed to take Hong as his disciple at the last moment, then connect with you to receive your guidance. Otherwise, he could never have grasped such a supreme secret technique. Babata chuckled. Zhou Ze's expression froze as a sudden realization struck him. Chapter 203, I am the apprentice. Luo questions his existence. Zhou Ze nodded with a smile. Rise. Now that you're my disciple, your first requirement is to stop kneeling at every turn. Got it. Luo stood up immediately, his face brimming with excitement. As for the rest, I'm a free spirit by nature, and I teach my disciples the same way. There aren't many specific requirements. The only thing is, brothers in the craft must help each other, be sincere, and never scheme against one another. Understood. Luo nodded vigorously, his expression earnest. Paired with his snow-white hair and Zhou Ze's unnaturally youthful appearance, the sight might strike outsiders as somewhat jarring. Now that you've become my disciple, there are a few things you should understand. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. Luo looked at Zhou Ze, his face brimming with curiosity. After all, the entire universe was speculating about his master's identity. Everyone speculated that Zhou Ze was a figure of cosmic sovereign-level importance. Chapter 204, Hong's embarrassment. That light earlier was likely the Law Ocean descending when the Realm Lord broke through to immortality. Hong's face lit up with a hint of joy as he gazed toward the chamber. Master, the breakthrough was successful. Hong had been exposed to the cosmos before he was even 100 years old, and he had followed Luo for nearly 2 centuries. Though outwardly cold, he was deeply sentimental. True heart for true heart. Over 2 centuries of Luo imparting his knowledge without reserve naturally made Hong regard Luo as one of the most important people in his life. Luo's breakthrough to immortality filled him with genuine, heartfelt joy. Silently, a figure materialized beside Hong. Tall and gaunt, with a head full of bumps, it was Luo's close friend, Bu Sheka, an immortal deity nearing the rank of marquis. Luo and Hong resided in his home. Hong, congratulations on your teacher breaking through to immortality. Bu Zika smiled and remarked, and once your teacher breaks through to immortality. Chapter 205, Hong's teacher Luo? Immortal and marquis rank? His own junior disciple? Luo Feng and the others were utterly stunned. The words sent shockwaves through Luo Feng and the others. If they thought about it carefully, their master hadn't taken on any disciples since the Genius War. Luo Feng glanced at Hong. Could it be Big Brother? Did Big Brother take on a master? Thunder God's heart was equally complex. Who would have thought the eldest brother would suddenly take a master? This puts me in a difficult position. Compared to Luo Feng and Lei Shen, Two-Man and Clark didn't overthink it. To them, whether it was Hong or Lei Shen taking a master was perfectly normal. Or rather, even though neither of them had formally taken a master, they might as well have, especially Brother Lei, who asked questions far more frequently than they did. Luo Hua sat quietly in the corner, still an unnoticed figure. He didn't dwell on it much. With ample resources at his disposal, he had become a cosmic-level powerhouse over the years. The sensation of cultivating and growing stronger was truly satisfying. Over time, the reverence others showed him due to his status gradually. Chapter 206, The Touch of the Mechanical Clan's Babata. Bloodlow Continent. A golden pyramid soared out from the clouds. Finally leaving. Never imagined I'd stay here for over 80 years. Zhou Ze gazed down at the bloodlot continent through the external simulation, a hint of emotion in his voice. It's only been 80 years, what's there to feel sentimental about? You're at the peak of Realm Lord now. Secluding yourself for a few hundred or even 1,000 years is perfectly normal. Babata recalled something. Besides, you now possess infinite lifespan, so secluding yourself for 10,000 years wouldn't be an issue either. True enough, Zhou Ze chuckled. But from birth to now, I'm only 200 or 300 years old. That's incredibly young in cosmic terms. True enough, Babata nodded. Zhou Ze suddenly remembered something. Babata, did you have Luo Feng send over that host crystal core of yours? Luo Feng is still in the primordial secret realm, which is a vast distance from the primordial secret realm. It's already been delivered to your star. Chapter 207, Luo establishes his divine kingdom. Zhou Ze's realization and reluctance. Qianwo Cosmic Nation. On the surface of an unnamed planet near Qianyu Star, a dazzling light suddenly appeared out of thin air. A flying saucer-shaped spaceship materialized from nowhere. Zhou Ze emerged, retrieved a standard D-class spacecraft, and set course for Qianyu Star. That bastard, thinking he could wait for us to return and make another quick buck? Fat chance. Babata snapped irritably. It's nothing. It's only human nature. Going there and back allows for 2 teleports, saving 2 rounds of energy consumption. Zhou Ze replied calmly, but for caution's sake, we can't have the same immortal deity handling both trips. Yeah, better safe than sorry. Babata nodded, then projected a star map, pointing out. This is Qianyu Star. We should reach it in just a few hours. I specifically chose this. It's the closest divine realm teleportation point to Qianyu Star. Zhou Ze chuckled. Ha! Chapter 208, Zhou Ze's unconventional breakthrough to immortality. Zhou Ze increasingly sensed it wasn't that he couldn't communicate with the cosmic source, rather, the cosmic source was blocking him. Judging from his earlier deductions, as long as the cosmic source desired it, within the primordial universe, it was impossible for him to be unable to connect with it. There was only one possible explanation. For some unknown reason, the cosmic source was deliberately preventing him from communicating with the cosmic source domain. Why is this happening? Could the primordial sources will recognize me as an exotic celestial fiend and thus fear me? Zhou Ze dismissed this notion after a moment's thought. How could that be the reason? Impossible. If it truly feared me, why not block me from the very beginning? If it had blocked me from the start, I would never have been able to comprehend the laws, let alone grasp the domain. Besides, my cheat code, even if it only enhances comprehension, is far beyond what the primordial cosmic sources will could ever match. Even the supreme laws of origin continent probably couldn't. Chapter 209, has Teacher Zhou broken through to immortality? Or is he comparable to a crowned immortal? Hong was completely stunned. Qianwu Cosmic Nation, Xiangyu Star. Xiangyu Hotel, a top-tier private suite. Zhou Ze and Luo Yi entered to find Hong seated and waiting. Seeing Zhou Ze and Luo enter, Hong immediately stood up, smiling slightly. Teacher Zhou, teacher. Long time no see. You're being polite now, huh? Zhou Ze stepped forward and shook Hong's hand. Come to think of it, it's been 200 years since we last met in person, hasn't it? Indeed. 200 years seems like an eternity, yet in cosmic terms, it's but a fleeting moment. Hong smiled faintly, his heart filled with reflection. Teacher, please take a seat. Hong, call the waitstaff to bring the dishes. Luo instructed. Right away, teacher. Hong immediately switched to the virtual projection interface to contact the waitstaff. Luo poured Zhou Ze a full glass of wine and smiled gently. Teacher Zhou, won't you let my friend host a grand banquet in your honor? In life, breakthroughs. Chapter 210, Babata, with my current strength, even you might not be my match. Half a year after Luo Feng returned from the Blood Luo world. Virtual universe, Tongtian Bridge Plane Space. At the center of that beautiful island, the guardian Baffin, clad in a black starlit robe, stared in astonishment at Luo Feng, who had materialized out of thin air. Luo Feng, you haven't been here since passing the 9th layer all these years, have you? Yes. Luo Feng nodded with a smile. Attempting the 10th layer? Baffin asked in surprise. Are you confident? I'll only know once I try, Luo Feng replied with a smile. His progress in the Blood Luo world over these 80 years had been immense. He didn't even know how powerful he was now, but his human body alone had fused with 10 Blood Luo crystals, making him the legendary Black Warrior of the Blood Luo continent. 3 Blood Luo crystals alone had doubled his affinity with the laws when channeling Blood Luo power, causing the potency of those laws to skyrocket. Becoming a Black Warrior had further multiplied his foundational power by tenfold, and then... Chapter 211, Hong, I've got something to share, otherwise, my thoughts won't flow freely. Damn, Sanzi is way too over the top. He's already past the 10th layer? How did he cultivate so fast? In the primordial zone, the thunder god rubbed his bald head, genuinely impressed. After all, even he couldn't pass the 10th layer, not even with his mental power techniques. Also in the primordial zone, Two-Man naturally learned of Luo Feng's breakthrough to the 10th layer. Senior brother Luo Feng. Two-Man stood in the training ground, gripping his battle blade tightly. Soon. Once I master my secret technique, I'll absolutely conquer the 10th layer too. Two-Man felt the pressure. Originally, he and Luo Feng had dominated the top 2 spots, but after Bolin received guidance from Zhou Ze, he gradually closed the gap. Currently, Bolin could be said to rank just below them provided the Thunder God didn't employ his secret technique of mental fortitude. If he used his Mind Force secret technique, Bolin simply couldn't withstand it. In this cohort, only Luo Feng and Zhou Ze might be able to endure it. Chapter 212, Do you know Teacher Zhou's current strength? The moment Hong uttered those words, both Luo Feng and the Thunder God wore expressions of shock and confusion. Their big brother had summoned them here just to share something? What was it? Why had their elder brother Hong specifically summoned them for a meeting in the virtual universe? Brother, what's going on? Luo Feng asked, his curiosity tinged with a hint of worry. Could it be something happened on Earth? Impossible. If Earth faced trouble, he'd be the first to know. Babata had deployed countless monitors across Earth and the entire solar system. But if it wasn't Earth, what could possibly be so important that even Big Brother felt compelled to share it? Thunder God looked deeply troubled. He knew Brother Hong's character. If it weren't truly important, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to summon them. Brother Hong, what's going on? Something this serious to warrant your attention. Thor rubbed his bald head, his eyes mirroring the same concern. Hong smiled faintly. No need to be so tense. Chapter 213, 2 more sufferers added. How much do you know? At these words, Luo Feng and Lei Shen fell deep in thought. They realized they had rarely considered this question. After all, Zhou Ze had grown alongside them. All this time, they'd been under his guidance, knowing only that Zhou Ze possessed immense power and a far deeper grasp of the laws than they did. But they all assumed Zhou Ze's exceptional teaching ability was the reason that he could explain any law he comprehended with crystal clarity. They hadn't considered how profound his grasp of the laws truly was. Come to think of it, I never really considered that. Luo Feng mused. Yeah, me neither. I don't think I've ever really thought about it. Lei Shen said, then shook his head and glared at Hong. Brother Hong, don't change the subject. What exactly are you trying to say? How does this relate to Teacher Zhou? Ever since you arrived, you've been acting so strange. I'm starting to think you've been possessed. Chapter 214, who knows? I might even join you in the cosmic level qualifying battle. Holy crap! Becoming an immortal king? How is that even possible? Did our teacher cheat or something? Two Man and Clark stared in disbelief, their brains overheating to the point of breaking. They couldn't fathom how their teacher had broken through to become immortal and crowned immortal at that. It felt utterly unreal. Seeing their reactions, Luo Feng and Lei Shen grinned ear to ear. The feeling was pure bliss. Remember, when they first heard the news, their brains had fried too. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Pure agony. Now sharing that agony with others felt incredibly refreshing. Hong watched this joyful scene with a faint smile, feeling utterly content. Heaven only knew how utterly devastated he'd felt when he first heard the news. But now? Pure bliss. Pure bliss. I know this is hard for you two to accept, but it's the truth. Lei Shen said with feigned nonchalance. This is our. Chapter 215, Luo E returns home in splendor. The Primordial Secret Realm. Near star fragment 803888081. Within the spatial interlayer, Zhou Ze searched for a moment before locating a fragment roughly 10,000 kilometers in size. With a thought, the primordial core emerged from his body and approached it. Simultaneously, a black hole materialized before the primordial core. It gradually expanded, finally swallowing the spatial fragment whole. With my hundredfold genes, my potential far exceeds that of ordinary realm lords. Not only can I expand space by devouring fragments, but I can also rapidly expand it by absorbing cosmic crystals. My spatial expansion speed is vastly superior to others. Zhou Ze flew toward the original universe, his inner world expanding with every step. This expansion was of paramount importance to him, for the larger his inner world grew, the more robust his primordial essence became, its quality heightened and its quantity amplified. The importance of primordial essence was beyond question. Moreover, most crucially, he discovered that the power within his inner world was. Chapter 216, Luo's Agony and Conflict. What the hell happened? Why did you keep it from me? Luo's expression was cold. I should be entitled to know now. After speaking, Luo forced down his inner impatience, striving to maintain composure. Follow me. Lamont sighed and flew toward the three-axe star. Luo immediately followed suit, while Hong, sensing something amiss, also joined the flight. The three successively pierced through the atmosphere, descending like meteors into a palace bearing the distinctive three-axis mountain emblem atop its structure. Commander Lemoyne. Commander Luo. A group of guards immediately bowed respectfully. MHM. With a brief acknowledgement, Luo eagerly followed Lamont into the palace. Hong hesitated, then decided against entering. He felt no particular curiosity. Judging by Lamont's expression, there were only two possible outcomes. One was that Commander Molia had fallen, the other that she had suffered severe. Chapter 217, Luo seeks help from Zhou Ze. Lamont, I knew you'd egg Luo on to seek help from that twisted woman. Leah strode over in her combat boots, her inner turmoil completely overshadowing her physical pain. Me? Lamont stammered. Lady, Luo went of his own accord. Malia approached the table, pressing both hands down on the stone surface. You didn't say anything, but you're the one who encouraged him. You're being unreasonable. Lamont muttered under his breath. What did you say? Leah's eyes narrowed, and Lamont instantly shrunk like a frightened little quail. Women are such a hassle. Lamonter inwardly complained. Thank goodness he'd immersed himself in cultivation back then, ignoring worldly affairs. Otherwise, just look at brother Luo now. TSK. Enough, Leah. Luo's eyes were as calm as a mirror. It was indeed my idea. I couldn't just stand by and watch you continue like this until you perish, accomplishing nothing. Chapter 218, if you weren't so old, I'd actually think you'd taken the Holy Master as your teacher. Solution for the Demon Soul Grass. Zhou Ze searched directly in the backend, and detailed information about the Demon Soul Grass immediately appeared. Zhou Ze scanned through them one by one. Damn, this thing is really complicated. It requires one Demon Soul Grass. This thing is actually the raw material for making Fama venom. Only because I have plenty of points could I afford it. After carefully studying the solution process, Zhou Ze went to the treasure vault, searched for the Demon Soul Grass, and purchased one. In reality, Zhou Ze smiled at Luo Dao. I've found a solution, but it'll take some time. I need to learn a soul-related secret technique. Luo Dao felt a flicker of curiosity but refrained from asking further. Thank you, teacher, Luo murmured softly. Yet the more understated his words were, the more genuine and heartfelt they felt. No big deal, Zhou Ze chuckled. Actually, I also have. Chapter 219, Zhou Ze's Deep Pockets. Malia instinctively probed with her divine power and discovered there was still quite a bit of rock divine water inside. Judging by the storage device's volume, there had originally been at least 10 cubic meters of lot divine water worth roughly 100,000 Hun Yuan units. Most immortals possessed only a few thousand Hun Yuan units, and the poorer ones held less than 1,000. How could she possibly deserve such a vast expenditure from the elder? Senior, I am already profoundly grateful for saving my life. I cannot accept this remaining locked divine water. Leia refused without hesitation. Lamont also hurriedly chimed in, yes, senior. The fact that you personally came to save Malaya is more than we could ever hope for. Zhou Ze inwardly nodded. He hadn't intended to test her, he simply held no regard for the meager remnants of the divine water of rock. But now it seemed clear, those who could become close friends with Luo couldn't be entirely bad people. There's an old saying in our homeland. Chapter 220, The Nine Tribulations Secret Scripture. Watching Zhou Ze produce two more exquisite bottles of wine, Man Luo and Light were both stunned. Zhou Ze, what the hell have you been through these past years? Light couldn't help but ask. 3 bottles of such extravagant liquor, and you just whipped them out like that? Man Luo hadn't intended to pry into Zhou Ze's private affairs, but he still couldn't resist asking, did you obtain these by chance, or did you purchase them with money or points? Zhou Ze chuckled. I've been through a lot and earned some points. Don't worry, seniors, these points mean nothing to me. A few points. Is that even human speech? Man Luo was speechless, his tone tinged with reproach. You youngster, don't go flaunting your wealth in front of others. Even those closest to you might start coveting it. Though she scolded him, a smile couldn't help but play at Man Luo's lips. Let also joked, yeah, and... Chapter 221, Treasure Hunting in the Wulong Star Domain. Before arriving, Zhou Ze had already mastered the Yenshin clan's script, realizing that the fragmented Nine Tribulations secret classic posed no real challenge. Only the first tribulation was complete, the rest were fragmented. But that wasn't the crucial point, the real question was whether his inner deductions would hold up. Zhou Ze arrived and departed unnoticed. Back in space, he retrieved an invisible E-class starship. He placed the Tianhun crystal containing the Nine Tribulations secret cannon into a world ring, then summoned a clone to pilot the ship as it soared into the cosmic expanse. Though called a clone, it was indistinguishable from the original. If any difference existed, it was that nearly all of his personal belongings now resided within this body. If the real Zhou Ze were to be destroyed, even the current him would feel a pang of regret. Earth. Through the atmosphere, the vast expanse of land below was clearly visible: cities, highways, and occasionally, some deliberately preserved great ruins. Chapter 222, Babata, I feel like you and the teacher have been hiding a lot from me. What is this? Luo Feng glanced at Babata, then looked down at the black metal plate in his hand. The palm-sized black metal plate felt cold and smooth, with a texture akin to jade. Babata shook his head. I don't know either. All I know is that Zhou Ze found it on Earth. This thing can't even be penetrated by a microdetector. I've never seen this material before. But according to Zhou Ze, it contains a secret technique. You should try it yourself. Try using your psychic energy to penetrate it. Luo Feng stared at the black metal plate in his hand. With his keen eyesight, he could clearly see the nuclei within cells when examining dissected specimens. Yet even so, he couldn't discern anything unusual. Psychic force. Luo Feng's intent stirred, and an invisible, colorless, and incredibly fine thread of psychic energy gently. Chapter 223, The True Mystery of the Nine Tribulations Secret Scripture. Zhou Ze's Unprecedented Restlessness. Xianwo Cosmic Nation, Black Dragon Mountain Star Domain, within the dark universe inside the F-class mechanical race starship where Zhou Ze resided. A faint smile touched Zhou Ze's lips. It really works. After being struck dead by the Chaos City Lord, even his virtual universe had to reconnect, proof he had truly died. The Nine Tribulations Secret Classic, upon its creation by the venerable mountain dweller, immediately faced resistance from the cosmic laws governing the universe. Should this secret art ever be transmitted to someone of the Earth lineage, the cosmic laws would automatically erase its contents. The celestial soul crystal existed precisely for this sliver of hope. The transmission of the Nine Tribulations Secret Classic relied entirely on the innate power of the celestial soul crystal itself. If the Earth lineage humans could endure the illusory realm trial, they could obtain the Nine Tribulations Secret Classic from the heavenly soul crystal. However, the crystal's existence only permitted the secret classic to be passed down once. As long as the practitioner remained alive, it could not be passed to a second practitioner unless the first practitioner perished. Chapter 224, The Enthusiastic King Longjue. The Wulong Star Domain, one of the 9 so-called garbage star domains, was in fact a true treasure trove. Ripples of space undulated through the dark starry sky as a disc-shaped spacecraft materialized out of thin air. A figure then shot out from the hatch. Zhou Ze glanced at the cluster of palaces suspended in the distant starry sky. His left hand clenched into a fist and extended, instantly summoning a D-class standard spacecraft into the starry sky. Zhou Ze flew directly inside and commanded the ship's AI. Head for that palace complex. The spacecraft accelerated, transforming into a blurred streak of light as it raced toward the palace complex. The palace complex was square and symmetrical, enclosed by outer palace walls. Within these walls stood dozens of palaces of varying heights and sizes. The entire complex spanned over 100,000 kilometers in length and width. Black armored guards patrolled the outer walls, and the palace complex's defense and surveillance systems had already detected Zhou Ze. Stop. The F-class mechanical spacecraft sent a warning signal to Zhou Ze. Chapter 225, Found. Fragments of the Jie body. Within the majestic, boundless divine kingdom, high above in the towering temple. Clack! 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 A green-skinned man with a black unicorn horn swiftly traversed the crystalline floor. His footsteps echoed through the corridors as he moved with such speed that within mere seconds, his ethereal form materialized before a golden gate radiating a bone-chilling aura hundreds of kilometers away. Rumble! The massive doors thundered open. The green-skinned man stepped into the hall, a vast chamber measuring roughly 100 kilometers in length and width. Within this expansive space, aside from the green-skinned man, only a figure cloaked in golden robes sat cross-legged in solitary meditation. The figure in gold robes lifted its head, its piercing gaze like a sharp blade fixing upon the green-skinned man. Master! The green-skinned man immediately knelt. According to intelligence, within the 9 scum star domains of humanity, the Wulong Star Domain. Chapter 226, The Bug Clan Assassin begins his move. Wait here for me. I'll be right back after searching for treasure. Zhou Ze said indifferently before flying straight toward the garbage mountain. Watching Zhou Ze rapidly approach the garbage mountain until he became a tiny black dot disappearing into its vastness, the 2 white-robed figures exchanged glances and chuckled. That trash mountain is huge. Prince Zhou Ze probably won't emerge for 10 days or even half a month. Let's use this time to relax and play some virtual games together? Sounds good. We've got nothing better to do anyway. With that, the 2 robed figures stood in the void, splitting off a thread of consciousness to connect with the virtual universe and begin their game. Meanwhile, Zhou Ze was steadily burrowing deeper into the garbage mountain's interior. Spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers in diameter, dozens of times larger than Earth, the mountain was a colossal pile of debris, including all manner of decaying wreckage. Zhou Ze burrowed deeper and deeper, like an armadillo. Closer. Closer. The closer. Chapter 227, The Soul Control Secret Technique of a Peak Realm Sovereign. Scavenging had become a tradition in the Wulong Star Domain and 8 other major garbage star domains. History had indeed witnessed fortunate individuals unearthing priceless treasures worth astronomical sums. After all, some garbage mountains within these domains had been accumulating debris for untold billions of years, perhaps concealing overlooked treasures. Therefore, combined with the strong demands from the rank-and-file personnel within the 9 trash star domains, and the higher-ups acknowledging that trash mountains were essentially a game of chance, true treasures being exceedingly rare, plus the fact that the rank-and-file personnel truly faced monotonous work, the higher-ups agreed. Thus, a benefit was established. Every 10,000 years, internal members would receive 1 opportunity to use the small world ring for treasure hunting. Clad entirely in a uniform white battle robe, Coles transformed into a streak of light, swiftly traversing the starry void filled with endless debris. He had entered the Wulong Star Domain roughly a month prior. During this month, he had been. Chapter 228, the flaming immortal who self-destructed without hesitation. The cosmic sovereign descends. Holy! Zhou Ze, it's an assassin! Babata screamed, though his voice held no trace of panic. Damn it, I wasn't scared by the assassin, you scared the hell out of me. Zhou Ze retorted irritably. Speak properly. Don't suddenly explode in my consciousness. I was just a little nervous, Babata admitted sheepishly. It's my first time encountering an assassin. It's not you facing them, it's me. Why the hell are you the one freaking out? Zhou Ze scolded with a laugh. Thoughts raced faster than light itself. In that split second, Zhou Ze still found time to banter with Babata. Impossible. Kors felt his soul magic fail, his face frozen in shock. He was a peak realm lord infinitely superior to some mere cosmic level apprentice. Though he wasn't a master of soul magic, even with his limited expertise, his overwhelming power advantage should have crushed Emir. Chapter 229, Zhou Ze, to be honest, I don't have much affection for our human race. Greetings, venerable elder. Zhou Ze immediately bowed respectfully. Such palpable pressure could only belong to a cosmic venerable. He had encountered one before, and once faced the pressure emanating from the sovereign of Qianwu Kingdom, though that had been greatly restrained, incomparable to the overwhelming force now. Who are you? The booming voice echoed throughout the cosmos, reverberating within Zhou Ze's mind. Damn! Zhou Ze was genuinely stunned. His current body was comparable to that of a king-level cultivator, there was no way to conceal it from a venerable. The only sensible course of action now was to call for backup. Babata, send an email to Senior Chaos. Only he can handle this conversation with this venerable elder, Zhou Ze instructed mentally. Babat, recalling one of humanity's most pinnacle existences, hesitated before asking, how should I send it? Zhou Ze sighed inwardly. How else? Just send everything that happened earlier and what's happening now. Chapter 230, Battle Inflicted Losses, King Longjue's admonition. Lord Chaos remained impassive, seemingly unaffected by Zhou Ze's words. Zhou Ze took a deep breath and continued, back when my homeland hadn't yet made contact with the cosmos, we didn't understand it well enough. But after we did, I never imagined that in this vast cosmos, across the boundless human territories, civilizations and societies far more advanced than Earth's, slavery would still be permitted. Slavery once existed on Earth too, but it was abolished long ago. Admittedly, slavery still persists in the shadows on Earth, but at least it doesn't exist openly. It's hard to imagine what would have become of Earth without us, a handful of leaders standing at the pinnacle, inheriting our legacy. All of humanity would have become slaves of the Nolanshan family, subject to their whims of life and death. How utterly innocent we are. If it were an alien race enslaving us, that might be bearable. But facing our own kind, we. Chapter 231, the deliberately disgusting giant infant, King Zhu. Zhou Ze and King Longjue chatted idly amidst the starry expanse. Not far away, ripples rippled through the cosmos as one spacecraft after another materialized, each appearing within a half-minute interval of the last. All four spacecraft had now materialized. Only after all four were present did their hatches open simultaneously. Whoosh! 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 As the hatches opened, a flood of figures streamed out from the four spacecraft, over 100 in total, the majority being immortal deities. What's going on? Such chaos? What's happening, King Longjue? The four chief officers led their large contingent as they flew in. The most striking figure was the stunningly beautiful man in a white robe flying at the very front. He was breathtakingly beautiful, so stunning that even men found themselves captivated, his beauty transcending gender. His flowing silver hair cascaded down, his skin glowed like crystal, and his features were flawless. A faint, mysterious inscription adorned his forehead. Chapter 232, alright, fine, you're my boss. Investigate thoroughly? Is there a specific time limit? Are you saying I have to remain detained here indefinitely if you don't finish your investigation within a day? Zhou Ze smiled faintly. With such a massive breach in the Wulong Star domain, I'd be dead already without some hidden cards. I haven't questioned why your domain security is so lax. Allowing an immortal deity to infiltrate its ranks is bad enough, yet you persist in pressuring me? If you want to detain me, produce evidence. I am, after all, a member of the primordial secret realm. Detaining me without due process shows a lack of respect for my virtual universe corporation, doesn't it? Besides, even if I were truly at fault, it's my virtual universe corporation that should handle me. You seem to lack the authority to detain me, don't you? The other four kings present couldn't help but startle. They hadn't expected Zhou Ze to be so defiant, refusing even temporary stay at the Silk Rain Hall. King Longjue felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no, the apprentice. Chapter 233, Apprentice, are you confident you can enter the primordial secret realm? Somewhere in the cosmic starry sky, a towering figure stood there, its form hazy yet imposing. Even without deliberately projecting its aura, it commanded awe. Father! I must have him dead. I must kill him. King Zhu roared hysterically. The erosion fire sage frowned. His son had never reacted this way since being cast into the Ninth Star Domain prison 1,000 years ago. What had happened? What had driven him to this? Could it be that true origin king again? That shouldn't be possible. The true origin king had been holed up in Chaos City all this time and had scarcely interacted with his son. Yanzhu, compose yourself. Look at your state, this is utterly disgraceful, the erosion flame sage commanded coldly. King Yanzhu froze. Usually, when the erosion flame reverend called him Chalak, it signaled warmth and a good mood. But when father was displeased, he would address him as Yanzhu. Chapter 234, the cosmic level qualifying battle begins. Teacher Zhou's requirements for taking disciples? Zhou Ze muttered under his breath, feeling a bit off inside. Over the years, he hadn't placed much emphasis on accepting disciples. His fame across the cosmos was so great that anyone fortunate enough to receive his guidance treated it as the most cherished opportunity. Moreover, those he instructed followed his teachings almost without exception. The greatest difference between a disciple and a non-disciple lay not in how much they amplified his insight, but in the fact that as a disciple, he gained access to all their cultivation insights. Without that disciple status, he could only absorb the insights from the specific guidance he provided. Given his current grasp of cosmic laws and foundational cultivation, even if Ai Chenwaka or even Bolin became his disciple, it would offer him little benefit. Naturally, he paid little attention to the matter. Moreover, as he had stated, the most crucial aspect of taking disciples now was introducing them to the cultivation method for refining their state of mind. Indeed, Ai Chen fluttered her star-like eyes, her gaze brimming with anticipation. Chapter 235, Luo Feng's favor toward Mo Luo, the Thunder God's reminder. These are the 7 most formidable newcomers since the inception of the Genius War. Each possesses a grasp of the laws at least at the 7th layer or higher. Unbelievable. But they're incredibly fortunate to be in the same cohort as Luo Feng, gaining guidance from the Holy Master. If I could receive guidance from the Holy Master, I wouldn't be any worse than them. Facing the stares of the crowd, Zhou Ze and his companions were well accustomed to it. Their fame from this year's Genius War was simply too great. Every time they entered the public area, they drew the attention of a large crowd. Amidst the crowd, Croft clad in gray battle armor, his face framed by yellow sideburns that gave him the appearance of a wolf, frowned as he watched Zhou Ze and his companions. What rotten luck! Croft wasn't one to complain about fate, but this was undeniably bad luck, an occurrence so rare it had no parallel in the history of the Genius War. If only this year's Genius War were just a little more normal. Chapter 236, Apprentice, why haven't you sought a master? This man's intentions are impure, the Thunder God remarked indifferently. Two-Man glanced over upon hearing the Thunder God's words. Luo Feng looked slightly startled. How did you know? The Thunder God resumed his usual cheerful demeanor. Third son, the first core principle is to see your true nature through clarity of mind. Since you've mastered it, you can naturally sense others' inner thoughts. This Mo Luo appears warm and open-hearted on the surface, like an innocent youth, but his inner self isn't as sunny as his outward appearance. Well, you can't judge a book by its cover. Luo Feng sighed softly before asking, does cultivating the mind realm grant this ability? The Thunder God chuckled, originally, no. But after your teacher pioneered the state cultivation method, granting us all mental power, we gained the ability to sense others' inner thoughts. Truthfully, my elder brother and I could always sense others' inner thoughts through conversation. What was once an intangible intuition has now solidified into a tangible skill. Chapter 237, the unspeakable disappointment of the return to one sage towards Zhou Ze. Maybe I just prefer freedom, Zhou Ze said with a smile. Besides, I can always ask Teacher Zhou for guidance. Xian Shui propped her delicate, patterned face with her jade-like hands, her adorable expression radiant. Teacher Zhou is truly wonderful. Even though we're not his disciples, he still guides us wholeheartedly. Exactly, Ai Chen chimed in with a smile. We're so lucky. Wuka exclaimed boisterously. Clark nodded, rare seriousness in his expression. We've all been fortunate, ha. Whether it's taking on disciples or offering guidance, the teacher considers it a matter of fate. Those who receive his instruction are truly fortunate, and we're exceptionally lucky. Clark mused. His words resonated with everyone present, each feeling a pang of emotion. Without Master Zhou's guidance, they might still be like the members of the primordial secret realm from past genius battles, nowhere near where they stood today. Master Zhou's kindness was a debt they could never repay in a lifetime. Chapter 238, a battle without suspense. Have you all seen clearly? The bald man asked Zhou Ze and the other 5. The 6 nodded. Now that business is concluded, you may all share lunch together and get acquainted. The revered Gui cast a brief glance at Bolin. All 6 took their seats. Soon, the hotel swiftly delivered course after course of delicacies, along with rare and precious wines and beverages. As they ate, conversation flowed freely. Of course, most communication was telepathic, given the presence of the outsider, Bolin. Big brother, congratulations. Your first opponent is the master. Luo Feng gloated. Yeah, brother Lei, congrats on hitting the jackpot. Clark chimed in with equal schadenfreude. Lei snorted, as if you guys won't have to face Teacher Zhou later. You can't escape it either. What's there to gloat about? The knowing glances exchanged between Luo Feng and the others were palpable even without Buren looking directly. He said little, for after all, being able to. Chapter 239, The Shock of the Return. One Sage. Virtual Universe, Battlefield, Zhou Ze versus Luo Feng. Luo Feng felt the world shift, then found his feet firmly planted. Surveying his surroundings, he saw endless primeval forests stretching as far as the eye could see, the air thick with humidity. Finally facing my teacher in combat. The pressure weighed heavily on Luo Feng. He took a deep breath as his dark red battlesuit solidified into flawless armor, even forming a helmet over his head. On his back rested the dark golden staff he'd never tested before in this contest. Whoosh! Luo Feng shot skyward, soaring thousands of meters above the primeval forest. Simultaneously, a water blue light rose toward the heavens not far ahead of him. Master! Though he had long anticipated this outcome, Luo Feng's fighting spirit burned fiercely. Little Feng! Zhou Ze's face beneath the helmet beamed with a smile. Before Zhou Ze and Luo Feng's battle even commenced, the other two contests had already concluded. All eyes were now fixed on the impending clash between Zhou Ze and Luo Feng. Chapter 240, The Revered One of Unity Complain. Virtual Universe, Primordial Zone. All the newcomers to the primordial secret realm were seated at Wuka's open-air dining table. Even Wuka, who never stopped talking, had fallen uncharacteristically silent, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. Holy crap! That apprentice is insane. Even Luo Feng can't handle him. Wuka swallowed hard. Too strong. AI Chen's beautiful eyes were equally glued to the screen. Chen Shui's expression remained calm as he watched the screen, but the tension in his eyes clearly revealed his concern over whether Zhou Ze could emerge victorious. The apprentice. Bolin recalled how this once unremarkable apprentice, whether in the Genius Battle or within Chaos City, had surged past Luo Feng and Rong Jun by clearing the 7th level of the heaven-piercing bridge on his first attempt. After that, he fell silent again. Following his 8th layer breakthrough, he had completely gone into hiding, his presence barely noticeable. Who would have thought that in this qualification battle, even Luo Feng, giving his all, couldn't keep up with him? Chapter 241, Freeloading the Royal Armor. The Yearning for Imperial Armor. The Chaos City Lord pondered briefly. You do have a point. And he has grown a bit too complacent. Without undergoing trials, even the highest grasp of the laws would be difficult to manifest. But this youngster can't stand any constraints. We need a way to get him to take the initiative. The Revered One of Unity didn't dwell on the Chaos City Lord's special attention toward Zhou Ze after all. The potential Zhou Ze had displayed was simply too astonishing. Especially his tutoring abilities utterly extraordinary. The day after the competition concluded, Zhou Ze had just moved into the primordial zone when he received an email from the Chaos City Lord. After reading it, excitement inevitably flashed across Zhou Ze's face. According to the Chaos City Lord's instructions, he was no longer to scavenge trash on the garbage mountain. Instead, he was to undertake external assignments, eventually heading to the outer battlefields to slay a king-level opponent. If he could accomplish these tasks. Chapter 242, Open Holy Master Guidance Exchange. Shocked Virtual Universe Company Members. Within the spatial interlayer of the primordial secret realm, Zhou Ze pressed deeper into the divine realm's layers. After searching for a while, he spotted a spatial fragment roughly 100,000 kilometers in size and finally halted with satisfaction. This one it is. With a thought, Zhou Ze conjured a gradually expanding black hole before his eyes. Simultaneously, the 100,000-kilometer spatial fragment began drifting toward the void, steadily shrinking as it moved until finally consumed by the black hole. Main body taken care of. With a thought, Zhou Ze conjured over 30 clones from thin air. They scattered rapidly, and Zhou Ze then flew toward the original universe space. As he flew, he mused inwardly, the rate at which my primordial essence increases is still far too slow. The amount of primordial essence consumed to create each body, who knows how long it will take to recover that. But it's all worth it. The more bodies I have, the more inner worlds I possess. Sooner or later, the feedback to the source will only grow stronger. Chapter 243, Carving Out a Holy Master Plane Alone. Full-scale ceremony. The impact of this event was immense, stirring up far too many people. Even some geniuses and powerhouses in seclusion were roused from their meditations by the intelligent assistants. The performance of this year's Genius-worn newcomers had already sent shockwaves throughout the entire Virtual Universe Corporation. Newcomers from both the primordial realm and the original realm had all cleared at least the 7th layer of the heaven-piercing bridge, an unprecedented feat in the entire history of the Genius War. Naturally, the title Holy Master reverberated throughout the entire Virtual Universe Corporation, the entire human cosmos, and even beyond to alien races. Countless individuals sought guidance from the Holy Master, and though the price was steep, the human universe was teeming with wealthy individuals. Zhou Ze watched helplessly as the queue for consultations grew longer. They were treating him like a workhorse. Thankfully, the Virtual Universe Corporation had granted him special privileges. As long as his consciousness amplitude held out, he could simultaneously guide multiple powerful individuals or prodigies. Moreover, there was a time limit. The stronger the individual, the longer the interval between exchanges. Chapter 244, This hard-earned money is too hard-earned. Clark gasped, I saw the queue for your guidance sessions. It's already tens of thousands long. Doesn't that mean you've earned at least hundreds of millions of points in one go? Thor buried his head in his hands. All my hard work clearing the illusion sea pales in comparison to that many points. Luo Feng's eyes widened. The company isn't taking any cut? The teacher won't have to worry about points ever again. Two-Man quickly calculated the figures, his face betraying obvious envy. Luo remained calm. He knew the teacher had already spent over 100 million points purchasing demon soulgrass to treat Mo Li's illness. Given the teacher's exceptional status, casually purchasing such an expensive treasure back then clearly meant he had achieved financial freedom long ago. Come on, it's no big deal. Just some hard-earned money. Zhou Ze remained composed, speaking plainly. Luo Feng retorted, hard-earned money, my foot. Chapter 245, Primordial Secret Realm. Primordial Secret Realm, Star Fragment 803888081. Your Highness. Your Highness. Led by Domain Lord Gorn, a group of guards and other servants bowed respectfully to Zhou Ze within the estate. Stepping out of the reception hall, Zhou Ze gazed at the assembled servants and guard squad, a sense of emotion welling up within him. Before his departure, he still needed to visit the Primordial Secret Realm. He might never return here again. Though he'd spent most of the 100+ years since leaving Chaos City in the Blood Lotus world, and hadn't been here long, he still felt a certain attachment. Not to mention the 2 centuries spent in the virtual universe, where they had frequently interacted. Gorn, you and your group have been with me for nearly 2 centuries. Though you're no longer my guards, we've shared a bond. This is what I propose, should any of you have the fortune to reach the pinnacle of Realm Lord, you may contact me. Your Highness. Realm Lord Gorn and the others. Chapter 246, Farewell, Departure for the Dream Universe Kingdom. Primordial Secret Realm, Wuchen Continent. In Luo Feng's palace, an open-air dining hall displayed exquisite dishes and fine wines upon the table. Cheers! Zhou Ze clinked glasses with Luo Feng, Lei Shen, and Two-Man one by one before downing his drink in one gulp. Truth be told, having grown accustomed to expensive wines, these ordinary-tasting varieties left something to be desired. Of course, the essence of drinking lies in the atmosphere. With the right company, even mediocre wine could feel perfectly acceptable. Zhou Ze and the others chatted and laughed. When Luo Feng and the others heard that Zhou Ze had to be sent out on an external assignment immediately after arriving in the Primordial Secret Realm, they couldn't help but feel surprised. Teacher, why are you being sent out on an external assignment so soon after arriving? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Thunder God nodded. Yeah, I thought we'd get to spend more time together. Ever since leaving Earth for space, we've rarely seen each other. Zhou Ze chuckled. It's not like you guys don't want me around. I just had to go on an external assignment. Chapter 247, Zhou Ze, the Overlooked One. In the Dream Universe Kingdom, the most opulent palace complex on the Dream Continent stretched as far as the eye could see. Above one of its magnificent mansions, a figure materialized at the designated teleportation point behind the building. Zhou Ze, who had been concealed within the Beisha World Ring, and his guards simultaneously materialized there. Beisha, is this your residence on the Phantom Dream Continent? Zhou Ze surveyed his surroundings, his words barely finished. A wave of psychic energy swept over them, followed by figures flying toward them. Your Highness. The arriving crowd bowed respectfully in unison. Beisha glanced at Zhou Ze with a touch of awkwardness. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. It's fine. Beisha silently breathed a sigh of relief. Though the apprentice prince seemed quite peaceful and approachable, she feared leaving a stain on his reputation. Beisha, I never imagined you were a princess of the Dream Empire. Chapter 248, Beisha's fiancé Man Feng, member of the Giant Axe Secret Realm. Within the most central palace complex of the Dreamland continent. Within another lavishly opulent palace, a man with green hair, pointed ears, and a slightly sinister gaze spoke coldly. Why has Beisha suddenly returned? The middle-aged man kneeling on the floor raised his head respectfully. Master, Princess Beisha brought someone back. From their conversation, that man appears to be a member of the primordial secret realm of the virtual universe, and Princess Beisha has become his chief bodyguard. Oof. My sister truly seems to be regressing with age. The esteemed eldest princess of the Dream Universe Kingdom, who once possessed the power to threaten me, now reduced to someone else's bodyguard? Utterly laughable. Gatto sneered with disdain. In his eyes, no matter how gifted or powerful a woman might be, she was still inherently stubborn. Yet here she was, a mere primordial secret realm member, willingly becoming someone else's bodyguard. The status of a primordial secret realm member was... Chapter 249, Men Make Me Sick. Father, I told you to take His Highness's arrival seriously. Is this how you show it? Besha glared angrily at her father, the current emperor of the Dream Universe Kingdom. The emperor remained unruffled, accustomed to being rebuked by this unfilial daughter. Besha, how else could I show my respect? I personally hosted a banquet and invited him to the palace. Humph. Besha snorted coldly, her gaze fixed on the emperor. The newly crowned empress spoke softly, Besha, His Majesty is still the emperor of a cosmic realm. No matter how exalted that apprentice's status may be, it's only slightly higher than that of an emperor from a mid-tier civilization. Had it not been for your insistence, His Majesty might not even have deigned to meet that apprentice. Ha! Besha scoffed. Frogs in a well. That's exactly what you two are. With that, she vanished without a backward glance. Ellie, have. Chapter 250, even without my intervention, that brat will still end up at my feet. Enough with the banter. Since it's already happened and the appointment is official, complaining won't help. We need to strategize our response. Lord Frostfall declared in a deep voice. Her voice was low and somewhat neutral, carrying a distinct queenly tone. The Fire Spirit Marquis grinned mischievously at the Frost Marquis. Frost Marquis, I suddenly think you're the perfect fit. There are plenty of weak women like me in the universe. And whether it's Lord Ji Yan or you, men just love conquering types like you. Shut your mouth, you. Ji Yan snapped irritably. Lord Frostglow's icy blue eyes fixed coldly on Lord Firemaiden, offering no reply. Fine, I admit defeat. It was just a joke. Why take it so seriously? Really? Fire Enchantress, finding herself at a loss, sounded less like a powerful marquis and more like a manipulative schemer. Lord Frostsnow's voice turned icy. Chapter 251, Zhou Ze alone with the Fire Spirit Marquis. Welcome, apprentice of the Supervisory Envoy. The three Lords Frostflowing, Extreme Flame, and Fire Spirit spoke in unison, their voices filled with respectful warmth. Whoosh! A dense sea of figures stretching beyond sight knelt in unison, declaring, Greetings, Your Highness the Apprentice. Greetings, Apprentice. Hundreds of immortal deities bowed. Apprentice, welcome to our Dream Division. A faint smile touched Lord Frost's lips. She, who never revealed her true face, now showed her features. Zhou Ze felt nothing unusual. After all, he didn't know that the Marquis of Frost, like him, always wore a helmet. He merely thought her features appeared overly childlike. As one of the three great pillars of the military faction, she possessed the appearance of an adorable little loli. Combined with her imposing aura, it felt like a little girl pretending to be an adult. Apprentice, I've long heard of your fame. Little did I expect the holy. Chapter 252, Welcome Banquet. The Virtual Universe Corporation's Fantasy Division held an exceptionally exalted status within the Fantasy Universe Kingdom. This is because the Dream Division represents the Virtual Universe Corporation in managing aspects of the entire Dream Universe Kingdom. Though ostensibly governed by the Dream Universe Kingdom, even the Dream Kingdom's ruler must defer to the Virtual Universe Corporation. This dynamic makes every branch across the 1008 universe kingdoms a magnet for countless marquee-level immortals vying to become ministers. An invitation from the Fantasy Division? Headquarters dispatching a special inspector to join the Dream Division? No wonder those three bigwigs were in such a rush. Even an emperor wouldn't dare refuse an invitation to a banquet hosted by the three titans. As invitation after invitation was dispatched, the entire upper echelons of the Dream Universe Kingdom were sent into an uproar. An invitation from the Dream Realm's triumvirate? No one dared refuse. Amidst the tremors rippling through the entire Dream Universe Kingdom, Zhou Ze sat sipping wine with the Fire Spirit Marquis. Chapter 253, You're just an apprentice? Whoosh! 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 Three sleek figures instantly materialized at the main entrance. Apprentice! Lord Frost Shadow called out. Apprentice, you must take a good look around your estate. Lord Frost has put considerable effort into it for you, heh. Lord Fire Spirit chuckled, covering her mouth. Lord Extreme Flame chimed in with a laugh. Don't let Lord Frost's icy demeanor fool you, she has a unique eye for aesthetics. Thank you for your concern, Lord Frostsnow. Zhou Ze smiled as he entered the Zhou Manor, welcomed by the three great lords. The Zhou Manor's construction took nearly 3 days, yet preparations for this welcome banquet stretched over 10 days. This delay stemmed primarily from the need to transport precious foods and items from other parts of the cosmos. Additionally, since many influential figures within the Dream Universe Kingdom resided at considerable distances from the Dream Continent, the invitations had to be sent out one. Chapter 254, Picking a Fight. Manfeng stood high above, looking down at Zhou Ze. Beside him was a human who bore a striking resemblance to him, clearly of the same race. This figure did not deliberately project his aura, yet the overwhelming pressure radiating from him completely overshadowed the three titans. There was no doubt this was an immortal deity possessing the power of a sealed king. Who is this? Here to cause trouble? Zhou Ze's faint mental transmission reached the three titans. He was puzzled. Since his alter ego had emerged, he hadn't offended anyone besides the Nightmare Candle King. Could it be that this infantile tyrant had sent someone to cause trouble? We don't know. I don't know this person. Lord Ji Yan and Lord Liu Shuang frowned and shook their heads. Fire Spirit Marquis asked in confusion, what's he doing here? Zhou Ze and the others turned to look at Marquis Huomei, who immediately explained. This man is Man Feng, a descendant of the royal family from the neighboring Manhwa cosmic kingdom. Man Feng grew up. Chapter 255, Man Feng's Utter Madness. We came with good intentions to attend this youngster's welcome banquet, but the brat showed no gratitude. He actually mocked and taunted Man Feng. The Marquis, clearly sharper than Man Feng, smiled faintly and spread his hands. Man Feng is, after all, a giant axe secret realm master. While this youngster shows promise for the future, he's merely a domain lord now. Such disrespect toward a powerful figure Man Feng is merely disciplining him on behalf of your virtual universe corporation. To prevent him from causing serious trouble in the future. Compared to the brute Man Feng, the king-level expert he brought seemed just as reckless on the surface, but his inner cunning was immeasurable. And compared to Man Feng's straightforward, brainless approach, this king-level expert was the real irritant. Lord Ji Yan, it was you who distributed the invitations, wasn't it? Zhou Ze's expression remained utterly unruffled as he turned his head to ask the Lord of Extreme Flame, whose face was as cold as ice. Ji Yan. Chapter 256, Time Stands Still. This, is time pause? Man Feng felt his body completely immobilized, even the boundary lord power within him stalled. In the next instant, he realized he'd been struck by the ultimate technique of the time primordial law, the time pause, the counterpart to the space primordial law's ultimate technique, teleportation. As the most unnatural technique within the time primordial law, once struck, even beings vastly stronger than the caster would be affected. As a near-invincible superpower approaching the level of a crown king, the Extreme Spirit King was the strongest presence there. The only other crown king present was the one brought by Man Feng, a mere novice compared to the Extreme Spirit King. The difference between them was immeasurable. If the Extreme Spirit King so desired, no one present would even possess the ability to self-detonate. The Extreme Spirit King. It's actually the Extreme Spirit King. How could he be here? Why would he attend a mere domain lord's welcome banquet? The newly crowned king-level immortal felt a chill in his heart. As a king-level powerhouse, no matter where he was, he. Chapter 257, The Supreme Spirit King's Sincere Request. Information on the precious treasure. Zhou Ze proactively bowed and said, Senior, I apologize for keeping you waiting. The Supreme Spirit King opened his eyes, his gaze profound and unfathomable, as if it could draw one's very soul into its depths. Disciple, I shan't mince words. I have a request to make of you. The Extreme Spirit King cut straight to the point. Senior, speak freely. If it's within my power, I'll fulfill it without hesitation. Zhou Ze replied with a faint smile. The Spirit King nodded, a hint of melancholy and solitude flickering across his face. You should know that even for us sovereigns, let alone ordinary immortals, as the ages pass, the vast majority of our once beloved friends and family will eventually depart from us. This is why many powerful beings across the cosmos take on disciples. After all, those deemed worthy of apprenticeship possess remarkable talent, making their breakthrough to immortality highly probable. But disciples remain disciples, they can never replace one's own kin. I came from poverty, my parents and wife in my youth. Chapter 258, Zhou Ze roams the jungle, basic collapses completely. The Spirit King never imagined the person he sought stood right before him. No one could have imagined that the universe-renowned Holy Master was merely a youngster who had cultivated for barely 200 years. Even the insectoid faction plotting Zhou Ze's assassination never linked him to the Holy Master. And certainly no one could have imagined that the planetary-level youngster from 2 centuries ago, who had recently participated in the Genius War, would now stand as a king-level powerhouse. Just like Two-Man and Clark back then, even after learning Zhou Ze's true identity, they found it hard to believe. Then I'm truly sorry to trouble you, the Spirit King sighed deeply. He is my only surviving blood relative. I truly cannot bear to lose him. If my grandson were to leave me, I would truly be utterly alone in this world. Though Zhou Ze held absolute confidence, he still offered a faint smile. Elder, it's best not to be too certain. Chapter 259, Betsa, stop thinking about this all the time. Even Zhou Ze hadn't considered the breakthrough in his relationship with Bei Sha. After all, these past years, he'd been utterly absorbed in cultivation, guiding and planning for the future, leaving little room for thoughts of romantic entanglements. The human race among the myriad species of the cosmos numbered in the billions. Human form was the mainstream among humanoids, so by Earth's standards of beauty, many beauties across the universe aligned with human aesthetics. Yet in the vastness of the cosmos, physical beauty meant little. For the powerful and the gifted, cultivating and enhancing one's strength brought far greater satisfaction than any woman could offer. Women were, at best, mere diversions. The exhilaration of cultivating and elevating one's life level far surpassed any pleasure women could provide. Zhou Ze was no exception. During his period of slacking off, he had fantasized about venturing into the cosmos to experience the allure of otherworldly beauties unlike any on Earth. But ever since acquiring his cheat code, even when faced with the most stunning women, those thoughts. Chapter 260, Buzzer, who doesn't know the Sage Master? After logging in, Buzzer received an email shortly after arriving at a virtual estate in the universe. It contained Zhou Ze's teleportation coordinates along with a simple message. Come here. The user didn't hesitate, immediately teleporting to the address. He was well aware of his grandfather's status and power. The fact that even he held this person in such high regard and spoke of him in such terms made it clear that this elder was undoubtedly a formidable presence. Whoosh! Everything blurred before Buzzer's eyes, and he found himself on a private island. You're here. The moment he arrived, a calm voice sounded in Buzzer's ear. Buzzer wasted no time, flying toward the source of the voice. Soon, he spotted a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the rooftop terrace of a building. Before him lay a green round mat. The rooftop was sparsely furnished, just one person and two mats. Chapter 261, Buzzer breaks through to immortality, the extreme spirit king's excitement and aspirations. It seems you know a thing or two about me. Zhou Ze chuckled faintly. He wasn't trying to show off. After all, as a mere realm lord, he had no need for such pretension. His goal was to make the other fully trust him, revere him, and believe he could help him. It was all about gaining his recognition. Without that recognition, his cheat code would be useless. Though with his current teaching abilities, even without the cheat code, he was confident he could rival the most renowned teachers in the universe. But without the cheat code, those he guided wouldn't fundamentally change. If their comprehension was too low, they wouldn't grasp it even if he fed it to them. Indeed. I never imagined the senior was such an extraordinary being. To receive your personal guidance is truly an honor. Buzzer smiled, deeply moved. You've experienced too much hope and disappointment, leaving your heart utterly lifeless. Do you understand why I'm having you do this? Zhou Ze said calmly. Chapter 262, Zhou Ze's shortcomings. Virtual universe. After logging in, Buzzer personally drafted a lengthy email expressing his gratitude. Just as he was about to send it, he felt it was too wordy. After multiple revisions, Buzzer looked at his concise yet sincere words, ready to hit send, but hesitated again. After much hesitation, Buzzer took a deep breath and sent the email, his heart pounding with trepidation. The brief minutes of waiting felt like an eternity of torment. I wonder if the Holy Master will even agree to let me come personally to thank him. Probably not. A figure like the Holy Master wouldn't dwell on such a trivial matter from me. I truly wish to thank the Holy Master in person. Amid Bouge's anxious anticipation, the reply finally arrived. Wonderful. Receiving the approval, Buzzer's heart surged with excitement. Chapter 263, the one who tied the bell must untie it. Damn it. Damn that apprentice. Nanfang's rage boiled over. He never imagined that apprentice could be so despicable and shameless, reporting him directly to the Virtual Universe Corporation's top brass. Now the Virtual Universe Company's leadership would hold him accountable through the giant axe battle arena. How dare he? How dare he? Nanfang's eyes burned crimson. The entire opulent palace now teetered on the brink of collapse, its very foundations groaning under the weight of his rage. Not only had his attempt to cause trouble failed, but he'd been met with sarcastic remarks. Worse still, he'd ended up paying a tremendous price for it. Never in his life had Manfong endured such humiliation. My teacher asked me to come over. Manfong forced himself to calm down, teleporting into a massive palace. Within it sat a man bearing a striking resemblance to him, clearly a member of the royal family of the manhwa cosmic kingdom, seated high upon the throne. Even he. Chapter 264, the Chaos City Lord who couldn't enter. At the very peak of the central mountain range of Thunder Island in the virtual universe stood the most magnificent and exquisite palace. Zhou Ze teleported into this palace, where a formidable being sat upon the throne before him. Though his countenance was fierce, his gaze was unusually serene. He wore dark crimson battle armor. This great being was none other than the Chaos City Lord. Elder Chaos. Zhou Ze bowed respectfully. Zhou Ze, how have you found your time on external assignment? The Chaos City Lord's eyes always radiated an aura of profound tranquility and serenity. It's been manageable, though the assignments have been slow to come. Lord Chaos, surely I won't be stationed out here for tens of thousands of years like the other domain lords? Zhou Ze couldn't help but vent. He'd become quite familiar with the Chaos City Lord, though many cosmic reverends weren't as fortunate as him to meet the City Lord so frequently. How long has it been? Already impatient? The Chaos City Lord chuckled. But think about it. Chapter 265, 7-Colored Glass Light. Fine. Zhou Ze frowned. He sensed that the primordial ancestor had delved even deeper into the exploration of the mind cultivation method than he had. After all, his realm and power were far too high. Yet from his conversation with the Chaos City Lord, he could tell that a lofty mental state alone didn't guarantee easy entry or the ability to sense mental energy. Hong and the Thunder God had entered the method so easily back then, leading him to believe that once one mastered the initial stage of mental cultivation, sensing mental power would follow effortlessly. Now it seemed that was far from the truth. In a sense, once one broke through to immortality in the cosmos, they possessed endless ages. With such prolonged accumulation, one's character couldn't be too flawed. Even a cursory understanding of the three realms of the mind realm would at least place them in the first core mind realm. If that were truly the case that reaching the first level of mindset would grant entry into perceiving the power of the mind, then it wouldn't be the case that even the Chaos City Lord, or even those super-existent beings who had cultivated his techniques, were unable to gain entry. Viewed this way, mental power isn't purely willpower. Chapter 266, 1000-fold amplification of mental force. The instant Zhou Ze unleashed the multicolored crystal light, the revered one of unity activated the spatial primordial law, isolating this entire segment of space. The multicolored light, which could have engulfed the entire phantom dream continent, was now confined entirely within the secret chamber where Zhou Ze stood. Within the chamber, as Zhou Ze gradually absorbed the multicolored glass-like light, the radiance inside was slowly drawn into his body. The glass-like hues covering his skin were also progressively absorbed. Once the absorption was complete, even the surface of Zhou Ze's soul had transformed into a vibrant spectrum of colors. Once all the multicolored glass-like light was absorbed, Zhou Ze's soul would undergo a complete transformation. Combined with the soul secret technique, this would rapidly enhance the amplitude of his soul's psychic power. Finally absorbed, Zhou Ze opened his eyes and linked his consciousness to the virtual universe, only to discover that a full 3 years had passed. To him, who had been in deep meditation, it felt like nothing more than a brief dream. Chapter 267, Cheat Code Upgrade. Overclocking boosts insight speed by 100x and increases perception cap by 10. Teacher, I agreed. I even sent you a gift, it'll be delivered shortly. Zhou Ze gently pressed down on Bei Sha, who was diligently working. Bei Sha lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with astonishment and delight. She then redoubled her efforts. After a long while, after Zhou Ze's body and mind had released, Bei Sha remained excited, clinging to him like an octopus. Thank you so much, Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze placed his hand on Bei Sha's back, caressing her exquisitely smooth skin. Saying things like that between us? Seems you look down on me. Well, you are the contemporary imperial princess of the lofty dream universe kingdom, a marquee-level powerhouse. I'm just a lowly domain lord. After Zhou Ze finished his playful banter, he noticed something off about Bei Sha's expression and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Bei Sha stared at Zhou Ze strangely. That's not right. You're just a domain lord, while I'm a. Chapter 268, The Inhuman Slave Trader. Zhou Ze's first task was to deal with a slave trader. Back when he confronted the Chaos City Lord, Zhou Ze had despised the slave system with all his being. Now, he must truly confront this reality. Slave trader. Zhou Ze's gaze remained calm as he quietly scanned the detailed information within the email. Mission overview. With the tacit approval of Prince Godot, slave trader Gemin employed various methods framing, suppression, and fabricating evidence to rapidly expand his profits. He seized countless life-sustaining planets and secretly transformed them into slave worlds. Target strength details. 1. Prince Godot, Peak Realm Lord, backed by 1 immortal bodyguard. 2. Gemin, ordinary immortal strength. However, as a long-established slave-dealing family, their patriarch possesses marquee-level immortal strength. 3. 100 million ordinary members, comprising 34 realm lords, 1,023 domain lords, and 103,345 universe-level beings. Chapter 269, Zhou Ze, Your Way to Holy Mother. Babata stared at the screen and said, the fourth mission? Well, at least there's no punishment for failing. This mission was indeed difficult. It requires judging or eliminating every single member under slave trader jamming, not a single one can be missed. But you don't need to handle it personally, the Cosmic Army will take care of it. Zhou Ze nodded. This slave trader has 100 million followers spread across the entire Dream Universe kingdom. Actually, eliminating them isn't difficult. Babata interjected, the Cosmic Army's approach to this is essentially a dimensional strike. Zhou Ze raised an eyebrow. I never said kill them all. Even though they work for the slave trader, many are forced into it. They have no say in what the slave trader orders them to do. Babata couldn't help but retort, Zhou Ze, you're being way too saintly. It's only 100 million people. Why make such a big deal? You should know that every day in the universe. Chapter 270, Nightmare Task Force. Special Envoy, these are the 100 commanders under my 3rd Legion, some from the Virtual Universe Corporation, others from the Dream Universe Nation. Seeing Zhou Ze glance behind him, the 3rd Army commander stepped forward to introduce them. The Dream Universe Nation's military ranks included over 10,000 immortal deities holding command positions. Half of these immortals hailed from the Virtual Universe Corporation, while the other half originated from the Dream Universe Nation. They are intermingled across various army groups to prevent the entire Cosmic Legion from fracturing. Special Envoy, what does this mission require of my 3rd Legion? The 3rd Army commander asked Zhou Ze. I will send you the detailed mission procedures in due course, Zhou Ze replied. Understood, the 3rd Army commander replied with a slight smile. Naturally, Zhou Ze wouldn't disclose the 3rd Legion's operational plans prematurely. After all, someone might have connections to the Black family, one of the royal noble houses with deep-rooted influence spanning every industry. Chapter 271, The Unrivaled Nightmare Clan Chieftain. Whoosh! The Pyramid Mechanic clan's starship streaked toward South Star, simultaneously activating its cloaking system. Though South Star possessed planetary defense systems, they were utterly useless against an F9 class mechanic clan vessel. Unnoticed by anyone, Zhou Ze had already landed at the Virtual Universe Corporation's outpost on the planet. Within the vast estate, 9 Nightmare clan members stood there, gazing at the golden pyramid-shaped spaceship. That's a mechanic race ship, an F-class one at that. The young man in battle armor's eyes gleamed with excitement, his mind nearly bursting out of his helmet. This Zhou Ze is truly loaded. An F-class mechanic spacecraft like this is worth at least 10 million universal units. The other 7 marquee immortals of the Nightmare clan shared the same look of covetousness in their eyes. Work hard. Once you attain king-level strength, I'll gift you each an F-class starship. The elder observed. Chapter 272, The Move. At Zhou Ze's command, all actions commenced simultaneously. Due to varying arrival times at the target, different ships traveled at different speeds. Yet under Babata's coordination and control, all would make contact and initiate actions simultaneously within 1 hour, with no deviation exceeding 30 seconds. Even if the Black family members reacted, escape would be impossible. Boom! Once Zhou Ze and the entire Nightmare Task Force boarded Zhou Ze's mechanic clan spacecraft, it transformed into a streak of light, soaring rapidly into the sky and heading toward space. Rumble! The Earth shook violently. 10 colossal interstellar warships, each over 10,000 meters long, slowly lifted off and hovered in the air. Their speed rapidly increased until they became 10 streaks of light, plunging directly into the vastness of space and following closely behind Zhou Ze's mechanic clan starship. Simultaneously, throughout the entire Dream Universe Kingdom, space fleets led by Zhou Ze's guards were deployed, alongside. Chapter 273, The Nightmare Clan Chieftain's Concerns. King Class. Black's pupils contracted sharply. Over countless eras, he had naturally encountered several king-level powerhouses, but none of them had ever instilled in him the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the figure before him. Elder. I do not know where I have offended you. I am willing to pay any price to beg your forgiveness. Black, ever the opportunist, immediately knelt to plead for mercy. His superior was, of course, Clan Chief Prine. In all his years, Black had only ever encountered king-level peak power, never even the pinnacle of king-level, let alone the unrivaled might of a king-level immortal. Humph. Prin never forgot Zhou Ze's orders, resolve matters swiftly. He couldn't be bothered to exchange another word with a mere marquee-level immortal god, offering only a cold snort. Blake felt his very soul had been crushed. True to their name, the Nightmare Clan were masters of soul manipulation. Yet even they deemed Black unworthy of deploying their full power. Chapter 274, Capturing Prince Gatto. By the way, Chief Prin, have you left any immortal divine power near the Dream Continent? Zhou Ze asked, looking at Prin. Naturally, Your Highness, Prine nodded. As the capital of the Dream Universe Kingdom, the Dream Continent was a place where any immortal residing in the kingdom would leave traces of their immortal divine power nearby. Alright then, let's teleport directly through the divine realm, Zhou Ze proposed. Alright, said Prine. Dream Universe Kingdom, Dream Continent. On an unnamed planet hundreds of thousands of light-years away, a golden pyramid materialized out of thin air. After appearing, it transformed into a golden streak of light, vanishing instantly from the unnamed planet and streaking toward the starry sky. Soon, the golden pyramid accelerated to light speed and vanished into the primordial secret realm. Besha, there's something I need to tell you, Zhou Ze said gently, looking at Besha. Chapter 275, Arresting the Prince Before the Entire Imperial City. Dreamland Continent. A golden pyramid plummeted from outer space like a meteor, abruptly halting above an estate spanning thousands of kilometers in the capital city. Whoosh! A hatch opened, and Zhou Ze, Nightmare Clan Chieftain Prine, and Beisha flew out together, followed by 8 marquee immortals. Such a formidable display instantly drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. Yet, they dared not even project their psychic senses toward the group, merely watching from afar, their hearts filled with awe and dread. With a flick of his thoughts, Zhou Ze retracted the mechanical spacecraft behind him. Without delay, he led the Nightmare Task Force directly toward the Imperial Palace. Such a conspicuous display naturally drew the attention of many within the Imperial City. Halt! The palace guards braced themselves to block their path. Zhou Ze didn't bother with a mere guard, merely stating indifferently, please inform your emperor that the virtual universe. Chapter 276, The Mysterious Youth. Zhou Manor, Dream Continent. Bessie hesitated for a moment before asking, Zhou Ze, how will you deal with Jado? Zhou Ze wrapped his arm around Beisha and smiled softly. How would you like to deal with him? A warmth washed over Beth's heart as she hesitated. I suppose it depends on what he actually did behind the scenes. All right. If the company issued such an order, I'm also curious what exactly he did behind the scenes. Zhou Ze was genuinely intrigued. Even if a high-ranking cosmic emperor had committed some heinous crime, the corporation wouldn't personally intervene. Could this guy have betrayed his own plan? Let's go. We'll interrogate Jado, Zhou Ze murmured softly. Flying with Beishao to the courtyard where Gato was being held, Zhou Ze addressed the nightmare-clad youth guarding him. Thanks, Neil. Your duty's done. I'll handle this. Chapter 277, Ascension is a Grand Deception. The Heavenly Mandate's Chosen One, divinely protected. This kid must have caught the Heavenly Saint King's eye. Zhou Ze muttered under his breath. With a flick of his thoughts, the youth plummeted from midair. Just as he was about to crash into the ground, his body suddenly halted mid-fall before gently settling onto the earth. Simultaneously, Zhou Ze dispelled the simple mind control spells cast upon him. The youth slowly opened his eyes from slumber, his gaze still hazy. But the next moment, he jolted upright, flipping off the ground with startling speed. He stared at Zhou Ze with intense vigilance. Turquoise and crimson energy surged from his body, seemingly distorting the very fabric of time and space around him. Zhou Ze felt a slight shock. This kid was beyond extraordinary. At the planetary level, he had already grasped 4 fundamental laws, even the primordial laws of time and space. This was even more extraordinary than his own planetary level self back then. Even Bolin paled in comparison. He was the most gifted individual Zhou Ze had ever witnessed in reality. Chapter 278, telling Xinyu about the vast and majestic primordial universe. This world, this expanse of heaven and earth, is called the primordial universe. Its vastness is beyond imagination. Zhou Ze smiled gently at Xinyu, whose face was filled with curiosity. Xinyu, do you know how fast light travels? The speed of light. Xinyu furrowed his brow slightly, deep in thought, remaining silent. Zhou Ze continued, the speed of light is approximately 300,000 kilometers per second. Distances in the primordial universe are typically measured in light years. A light year is the distance light travels in 1 year at its speed through the cosmic expanse. That distance is called a light year. Xinyu nodded, grasping the key point. Elder, how many light years is this primordial universe you speak of? You understand my words. It seems the slave traders left some basic knowledge on your planet, or perhaps long ago, people from your planet ventured out into the cosmos. Zhou Ze looked at Xinyu. Chapter 279, I will master this, then become your disciple. Senior, what lies beyond the Realm Lord? Is the realm above Realm Lord that of immortal deities? Shen Yu asked excitedly. Zhou Ze nodded indifferently. Yes, above Realm Lords are immortal gods. They possess eternal life, and at a certain level, even if their bodies are shattered, they can resurrect. A single full power strike could obliterate an entire planet. Shen Yu's breath caught. It was terrifying, whether it was eternal life, the legendary ability to regenerate from a single drop of blood, or the power to obliterate an entire minor world with a single strike. Was this the sheer power of being a god? Watching the young Xinyu, his mind racing, body trembling slightly, shifting between excitement and longing, Zhou Ze couldn't help but smile inwardly. He also sighed privately. Youth was truly wonderful. Senior, can cultivators like us become gods? Xinyu's eyes locked onto Zhou Ze, eagerly awaiting his answer. Of course you can. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. What we call gods. Chapter 280, Xinyu's decision. Babata, how can this secret technique be so difficult? Within the virtual universe, in the Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom, within a villa study in Zhou Ze's castle, Xinyu complained weakly. Is this secret technique even real or fake? Throughout her life, Xinyu had mastered any secret technique she encountered with ease, even those taught by Babata. Yet facing Zhou Ze's newly created mental state cultivation method, she hit a wall for the first time. And the stumbling block was the same for everyone. They were stuck at the bottleneck of being unable to sense the so-called heart energy. Even if everything else was perfect, they simply couldn't perceive it. It's supposed to be hard. Even those far stronger than you can barely get started, Babata said, half reclining in midair, bored out of his mind. I told you to give up. Don't waste your time on this. Xinyu felt somewhat disheartened, but upon hearing Babata tell him to let go. Chapter 281, The Special Secret Art of Reincarnation. MHM. Xinyu nodded. He felt a stir of anticipation for the Elder's homeworld, the birthplace of those great figures whose profound yet simple maxims filled the books. Babata watched Xinyu's earnest expression, his round eyes twinkling mischievously as he asked with a sly grin. Little Xinyu, what do you plan to do once you get to Earth? Xinyu pondered. I think the best approach would be to integrate myself into it. Snap. Babata snapped his fingers and laughed. Well then, you should go to school. School? Xinyu's eyes widened slightly in surprise. I suppose so. The sky was a deep, azure blue, like a vast piece of blue jade suspended high above. Judging by the sun's position, it was probably around 3 in the afternoon. Ian District 3rd High School. Ding ding ding. The loud bell echoed throughout the campus, instantly filling the air with a cacophony of noise as students poured out of the various academic buildings. Chapter 282, A Bold Hypothesis. Babata, speaking of After Effects, I think you've developed some yourself. Zhou Ze chuckled softly. Me? What after effects could I possibly have? Babata pointed at himself, puzzled. Zhou Ze looked at Babata with a smile. After just 10 years of interaction, you've become so invested in that little guy Shinyu. Babata curled his lip. That's no after effect. I just thought the kid showed promise and had some thoughts about mentoring him. Zhou Ze chuckled. Come to think of it, even though you didn't cultivate my secret technique, you did focus most of your consciousness on that robot back then. Yet you deliberately blocked off your own memories. The inner workings differ, but the outward effects aren't that different. Babata shrugged indifferently. Say what you will. This secret technique of yours seems unreliable. Once you reached the highest level, your memories just woke up. That's precisely why I'm refining it. Chapter 283, It's Over Divine Blessing has gone mad. Babata remarked indifferently, your concept is sound, but the moment your soul leaves your body, your consciousness sea will collapse completely. Then you'll only be able to possess another body, rendering your original one utterly useless. Therefore, you can only enter another body with a portion of your consciousness. But in that case, wouldn't it be better to invest all your consciousness into the virtual universe? Shenyu frowned. Babata, you've played games with me. They claim virtual games simulate reality 100%, but I feel it's clearly inferior, especially those life experiences. Babata agreed, if games truly rivaled reality, countless people would use them to temper their willpower. The moment a soul enters the virtual universe, no matter how much memory is blocked, your subconscious still knows it's fake, unreal. Alright, stop overthinking it. Let's take it slow. I think you'll get through this. Chapter 284, The Horrifying Consumption of 140 Million Points. Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze. It's bad. It's bad. Shinyu has gone mad. Babata gasped, breathless. In the sealed chamber, Zhou Ze slowly opened his eyes and sighed helplessly, must be a memory conflict. Influenced by Zhou Ze's composure, Babata calmed down and said, seems like it. But his current state is really off. Zhou Ze sighed, something's definitely off. This second cycle is completely different from the first. This time, he lived a full life from infancy to old age and death. Such a complete life, experiencing all the trials and memories of existence, was too overwhelming for him. He was just a 16-year-old kid to begin with. Zhou Ze shot Babata a look. He's gone mad? And you've gone mad with him? Babata. Babata scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I didn't realize the impact would be this severe. But he chose this path himself. The secret technique also. Chapter 285, The Little Junior Brother's Divine Protection. Zhou Ze sped toward the spatial torrent layer. After a while, upon reaching the right position, hundreds of clones materialized around him. They scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, directly ahead of Zhou Ze's main body, an immense black hole materialized. Though appearing to move slowly, it rapidly engulfed the spatial fragment approximately 10 million kilometers ahead. After devouring this colossal spatial fragment, Zhou Ze set his course for the original universe. From now on, I'll likely rely on the internal worlds of these clones to provide the energy for my overclocking. Zhou Ze thought silently. Each clone, once created, would continuously convert cosmic energy into internal world power within their bodies to varying degrees, supplying the energy needed for the overclocked state. If he possessed 5,000 clones now and had them convert cosmic energy at full capacity, the energy cost of activating his overclocked state would be drastically reduced. Take his perspective, for instance. Chapter 286, Teacher, you're being biased. Zhou Ze shot Clark a glare, exasperated. He introduced himself at the very beginning. He's from the Dream Universe Kingdom. You're so young, yet you have such a short memory. Two-Man teased, Teacher, forgive this kid for his forgetfulness. Clark turned and glared at Two-Man, get lost. I'm just a bit surprised. Didn't you once say Earthlings have innate advantages in cultivating mental states? And little brother Shinyu looks just like an Earthling. He might even be of earthly origin at his core. Two-Man sneered, and you call yourself diligent? You don't even know Earth's history. Hundreds of years ago, Earth hadn't even entered the cosmos. How could it have traveled so far? Clark was at a loss for words, unable to find a rebuttal. He could only weakly mutter, who knows? Maybe countless eons ago, Earth's technology or cultivation civilization was highly advanced. Chapter 287, Luo Feng plans to take an overseas post. Teacher. Clark asked sheepishly, can the secret art of reincarnation be passed on to my family? I want to try it. Clark chuckled, I'll just bring my parents along on the reincarnation journey. That way, I'll always have only my parents, no new set of parents appearing in every lifetime. As for the rest, it doesn't really matter. Zhou Ze nodded. You may. Clark inquired, Teacher, is the secret art of reincarnation difficult to practice? I'm worried my parents and I might not master it. Zhou Ze considered it. For me and Shinyu, it's not difficult. As for you and your parents, I can't say. If you truly wish to practice reincarnation, and find yourselves unable to master it later, come find me. I'll guide you. Clark beamed. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. With that, Clark shot a slightly cocky glance at Two-Man. Hey, little bro Two-Man, I'm taking my parents to practice reincarnation after class. When that happens? Chapter 288, the attention Luo Feng attracted crossing the heaven-reaching bridge. It had been quite some time since Zhou Ze took Xinyu as his disciple. During this period, Luo Feng remained immersed in comprehending the essence of space. With Zhou Ze's guidance and the external program's boost, coupled with his own Demon Slayer clan avatar being practically favored by the spatial laws, his cultivation progress reached an astonishing pace. By now, he was nearing mastery of all 108 spatial essences. Once he fully comprehended them, it would mark the moment his human body broke through to Domain Lord and assumed an external post. The 108 spatial essences corresponded to the raindrop diagram, fine rain diagram, and heavy rain diagram of the 9 universes chaos steel. Each diagram grew progressively more profound than the last. Luo Feng had already fully grasped the 36 essences of the light rain diagram. Yet the 72 raindrops contained within the heavy rain diagram held even greater profundity. Even with Zhou Ze's assistance, progress remained exceedingly difficult. According to the texts and his master's teachings, these 72 spatial essences surpassed the previous 36 in complexity. Chapter 289, Luo Feng gets serious. Xinyu and Wang stroked the fine hairs on his face. He should be able to pass the 11th layer, but the 12th will be very difficult. Longyu King agreed. Layers 10 through 14 correspond to the ordinary immortal stage. The gap between each layer is greater than the sum of all previous ones. For an ordinary immortal to advance a single layer, it takes billions of years. Even historically renowned geniuses couldn't reach the 12th layer in just a few hundred years. King Tongnan remarked, just wait. The results will be clear soon enough. 11th layer, the opponent, the man in yellow, unleashed the 8th tier derived divine weapon technique, golden sword severing the void. Luo Feng struck him down in a single exchange. 11th layer passed. 12th layer, the yellow-robed man again unleashed the 8th tier of the derived divine weapon, golden sword severing the void, but its power was immeasurably greater than that of his 11th layer counterpart. Boom! Boom! Chapter 290, the awe-inspiring power of the 7 transformations of the divine. At this moment, Luo Feng resembled a monstrous beast incarnate. His entire body was covered in scales, emanating the domineering and ferocious aura of a beast god. This was precisely the first layer of the derived divine 7 transformations, the scale armor chapter. As the secret technique most suited to Luo Feng, the 7 transformations of derived divinity was created by the Golden Horn clan's cosmic overlord, Hiroto. Hiroto devised this technique based on his innate beast god nature, specifically, a beast god imbued with the attributes of spatial laws and metallic laws. This perfectly aligned with the golden horned beast's innate spatial and metallic talents. It could be said that even its creator, Hiroto, was less suited to the secret technique than Luo Feng himself. The 7 transformations of the derived god is also known as the 7 slays of the beast god. Mastering the first 3 layers grants invincibility below the rank of cosmic sovereign. Mastering the first 6 layers grants invincibility below the cosmic sovereign realm. Master the 7th layer, and one transforms into a true beast god equivalent to a living beast god, rivaling genuine cosmic sovereigns, standing. Chapter 291, the 15th layer of the heaven-reaching bridge. The shock brought by Luo Feng. In the central plaza of the heaven-reaching bridge, nearly everyone stared in stunned silence. Even Luo Feng's teacher, the true derivation king, was utterly astonished. Xinyan, is this what you meant by the 12th level being difficult? Tongnan King glanced at Xinyuan King with a speechless look as he watched Luo Feng charge straight toward the 15th level of the heaven-reaching bridge without a word. King Black Mist offered a rare smile. Xinyan, as a teacher, you certainly know your disciple well. Longyu King covered her mouth and giggled softly. Xinyuan King didn't seem annoyed. Instead, he laughed heartily. You all don't know Luo Feng's insights into the laws primarily stem from guidance by the Holy Master predecessor. Naturally, I'm unaware of his exact capabilities. King Tongnan sneered, if everything requires guidance from the Holy Master Senior, then what use is Luo Feng to you? King Xinyan retorted sharply, humph. The Holy Master is a being of unimaginable stature. How could he possibly attend to every single detail for Luo Feng? Chapter 292, Zhou Ze, the Chaos City Lord seeks you. Having returned from his failed attempt to breach the 15th layer, Luo Feng was back in reality, yet many immortal powerhouses and peerless geniuses remained unsatisfied. Today, we have undoubtedly witnessed history. Indeed. We've witnessed the birth of a monster that emerges only once every 10 million eras. Terrifying. If Luo Feng hadn't perished, he'd likely become a venerable in the future. Indeed. Emerging from Chaos City, his cultivation speed not only didn't slow but accelerated. Even among those monstrous talents born once every 10 million eras, he stands as the absolute pinnacle. I disagree. Luo Feng is indeed exceptional, but I've studied his growth trajectory. Compared to those once-in-a-million-era monsters throughout history, Luo Feng's brilliance stems entirely from the guidance of the Holy Master. It's only through the Holy Master's tutelage that he could display genius rivaling those legendary figures. When an immortal marquis spoke these words amidst the crowd, it immediately sparked reactions. Chapter 293, it's his honor that the senior would take him as a disciple. Senior Chaos seeking me? Zhou Ze pondered thoughtfully. Yes, log in quickly, Babata urged. Zhou Ze nodded, connecting his consciousness to the virtual universe. The instant he logged in, he was transported to the temple of the Chaos City Lord. Elder Chaos, Elder Gui. Noticing the revered Gui present, Zhou Ze bowed respectfully to both. Back then, if not for revered Gui, Earth would have been destroyed. A faint smile touched the Chaos City Lord's fierce features, while his eyes radiated an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Zhou Ze, the Chaos City Lord said in a gentle tone, I summoned you today to discuss a matter. Zhou Ze smiled faintly. Is this about Luo Feng, Senior? Precisely, the Chaos City Lord replied with a smile. Luo Feng has truly shone this time, displaying the brilliance of a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Even I find myself somewhat moved. Generally speaking, even in 10 million eras. Chapter 294, Aftermath, Reactions from All Sides. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island, within the Nine Swords Revered One's temple. The Nine-Sword Reverend, clad in a blue battle robe covered in purple scales, stood there frowning. Honorable One, this Luo Feng is truly terrifying. Born merely a few hundred years ago, he has already conquered the 14th level of the heaven-piercing bridge. Moreover, his failure at the 15th level wasn't due to insufficient comprehension of the laws, but rather his incomplete mastery of psychic weaponry. Given time, conquering the 15th level is merely a matter of time. King Longyu stood anxiously beside him. He is undoubtedly a once-in-a-million-era prodigy. The other reverends would surely all be eager to take Luo Feng as their disciple. Reverend, you must not hesitate any longer. The Nine Swords Revered One raised a hand in a slight, dismissive gesture. Longyu King's torrent of words instantly caught in his throat, and he said no more. I understand, the Nine Sword Revered One nodded. But King Longyu was anxious. Longyu Wang was the foremost immortal of the king-level rank under the Nine Swords Revered One. Chapter 295, you were personally recommended to me by Teacher Zhou. It wasn't just the insect clan. Across the boundless cosmos, all the major peak races received word, a monstrous genius, the likes of which appeared only once every 10 million eras, had emerged among the human race. However, aside from the mechanics, insects, and demons, the other two major peak races remained largely unconcerned. After all, their territories lay far from the human race, unlike the mechanics, insects, and demons who shared borders with them. For them, the fiercer the conflict among these four great races, the better. Two blossoms, each telling its own tale. News of the human race giving birth to an unparalleled genius spread throughout countless alien races across the cosmos within a single day. Luo Feng also learned from Babata that the Chaos City Lord intended to take him as a disciple. Luo Feng. What are you spacing out for? Becoming his disciple is crucial, it's the Chaos City Lord, after all. Babata urged him. Don't rush. First, I need to activate the virtual universe network to receive messages. I expect quite a few powerful beings have sent me emails. Chapter 296, Luo Feng, your master yearns to progress. Hearing Luo Feng's words, King Jinyan's face betrayed surprise. I truly never imagined this, that the Holy Master himself personally recommended me to you. What merit do I possess to have made an impression on the Holy Master? Luo Feng felt a touch of awkwardness and strangeness seeing how deeply King Jinyuan revered Teacher Zhou, though he understood the sentiment. Teacher Zhou once said that teaching isn't about having the strongest power, it's about having the strongest teaching ability. Guiding those below immortal level, many marquis level and even ordinary immortals can do that. The key is how to clearly point out what the student doesn't understand and guide them to correct it. Luo Feng repeated the words Zhou Ze had once spoken. True enough. But ultimately, it all comes down to the student's innate talent and comprehension. And in those areas, only the Holy Master possesses the ability to turn the ordinary into the extraordinary. King Jinyan heaped praise upon Zhou Ze before Luo Feng, then grinned as he leaned closer. Chapter 297, the Chaos City Lord's expectations for Luo Feng. The shocked Unification Sage and Golden Axe Sage. From this moment onward, you shall be my 32nd direct disciple, declared the Chaos City Lord solemnly. Disciple pays respects to his teacher. Luo Feng knelt down in submission. The Chaos City Lord gazed at the young lad kneeling before him. Compared to his own vast lifespan and supreme power, this youth was indeed insignificant. It was much like how parents, if they had several children, might show a bit more affection toward the youngest. Essentially, they cared for all their children equally, but the youngest naturally required more attention and thus received more pampering. The principle was the same. With Luo Feng added, the Chaos City Lord had only 32 direct disciples in total. Of the 27 still alive, 25 were universe reverends, one was a peak immortal king, and the last was Luo Feng, the weakest in power. Naturally, the Chaos City Lord showed greater care toward his weaker disciple. Today, as he gazed upon Luo Feng kneeling before him, a fleeting vision emerged as if he were witnessing that same kneeling figure from long ago. Chapter 298, The Two Disabled. Golden Axe Reverend raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. I'm observing our junior disciple here. What makes you so special that the master holds you in such high regard? Luo Feng scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. The unification Reverend smiled faintly. Old Nine, don't put our junior brother on the spot. His uniqueness is something you can easily look up online. Besides, the fact that he mastered the first layer of scales from the 7 transformations of derived divinity in just a few hundred years speaks volumes. Golden Axe Sage's expression shifted in surprise. I was so astonished that the master would directly take the little junior disciple as a direct disciple that I overlooked how young he is, yet he's already grasped the scales chapter of the first layer of the 7 transformations of derived divinity. The revered one of unity observed the revered one of the golden axe and said, don't underestimate your junior brother. While in Chaos City, he had already reached the 10th level of the heaven-reaching bridge, comparable to an ordinary immortal. Having left Chaos City for only a few hundred years, he is now at the cosmic level, possessing insights comparable to those of a marquee-level immortal. Chapter 299, Collecting Some Interest First. Two-Man and Clark managed a faint smile, saying little else. Their spirits had indeed been somewhat dampened. In mythical tales, some grow stronger with each cycle, while others weaken or even fall into complete ruin. Compared to Two-Man and Clark, Luo, who also experienced reincarnation, clearly suffered far fewer negative effects. But this was only natural. Luo had endured tens of millions of years, nearly succumbing to old age in the end. Through such prolonged trials, he never wavered. His spirit was truly tenacious. Two-Man. Clark. Zhou Ze suddenly barked, his voice sharp. Have you forgotten your original purpose? Startled by the sudden outburst, Two-Man and Clark snapped to attention. You underwent reincarnation to temper your will, ultimately to master the basics of the mental cultivation method and thereby enhance your strength. Therefore, no matter what, your fundamental goal is to enhance. Chapter 300, You Have No Way Out. The Barbaric Universe Nation. It was named thus because this universe nation housed 2 exceptionally formidable human races, the Manka Star People and the Wasteland Gods. Both races rank among the top 10 in cosmic human lineage. Even without cultivation, they can easily become powerful domain lords upon reaching adulthood. Though their populations are exceedingly sparse, they form the very core of the savage universe kingdom, the true, exalted imperial clans. Moreover, beyond these 2 dominant races, the barbaric universe kingdom is home to numerous other powerful human races and clans. It can be said that the overall strength of the wild universe kingdom absolutely ranks among the foremost of all 1008 human cosmic kingdoms. It is also one of humanity's most ancient cosmic kingdoms. Within such an ancient and formidable cosmic nation, internal competition is naturally exceptionally fierce. Even establishing a basic cosmic civilization typically requires the power of a realm lord. And 2. Chapter 301, When did senior brother Luo Feng become a realm lord? Wuchen Continent. Your Highness Rongjuan, the virtual universe network has detected through your network interface that you have ascended to the domain lord tier. Per company protocol, we require real-world verification. 3 black-robed stewards stood before Two-Man, speaking respectfully. Two-Man nodded coldly. Very well. Please release your psychic power and primal force, Your Highness, the lead black-robed attendant respectfully requested. Understood. After Two-Man cooperated with the black-robed attendants through a series of verification procedures, the lead attendant smiled and announced. Your Highness, all this data has been synchronized into the virtual universe network. Congratulations, you have ascended to the domain lord tier. MHM. Two-Man nodded. Now that Your Highness has been confirmed as a domain master, according to protocol, you are entitled to one more opportunity for physical enhancement, the lead black-robed attendant stated, his violet eyes brimming with goodwill. We have already prepared the nutrient chamber. Chapter 302, The day has finally come. Purple Crystal Island, under the jurisdiction of the barbarian continent in the virtual universe. Each continent in the virtual universe possessed such an island, a breathtakingly beautiful land entirely formed of purple crystal, its size rivaling that of an island belonging to a medium-sized civilized nation. The island also featured undulating palaces formed from purple crystal. Each palace varied distinctly in height and grandeur, with the central one, a towering purple crystal palace over 10,000 kilometers high, being the most dazzling of all. Within the vast hall stood an enormous circular table over a kilometer in diameter. Flanking the table were 3 towering thrones, each currently occupied by a figure. Who would have thought headquarters would suddenly dispatch a special inspector, and one who's a member of the primordial secret realm, no less? We hit the jackpot. Why else would Rongjun, whose hometown is so far from here, insist on coming to our place instead of staying home? As an inspection envoy, Rongjun has the authority to investigate our on-duty conduct. Chapter 303, Fierce Rivals Meet. Within the Lava Sanctuary's temple. Ancestor. A man standing about 3 meters tall, with a single horn on his head and lava-like patterns etched into his skin, knelt before the altar. Ailey, did you have any encounters with Two-Man, the adopted son of the Two-Clan chieftain? Back then, the lava god asked calmly. Eli replied solemnly, "Yes, ancestor." "Very well." The lava god nodded. "This time, the 3 leaders of the barbarian division personally sent me an invitation. This is a welcome banquet for the supervisory envoy dispatched by the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters. Invitations were sent to all major families across the entire cosmic nation. Due to space limitations, I'm only bringing you along this time." Eli lifted his head, his heart aflame with excitement. In the instant Eli looked up, the lava god's gaze grew profoundly deep. Eli was merely a minor figure at the universe level. Facing the lava god's soul control, he had no. Chapter 304, The Lava Godlord and the Golden-Robed Man's Confrontation. 2-man's banquet proceeded as scheduled, yet 2 attendees remained utterly disengaged from the festivities. One was 2-man, of course. With the man who had killed his father and annihilated his clan standing before him, he seethed with hatred, wishing to tear his mortal enemy limb from limb and scatter his bones to the winds. The other was undoubtedly the lava god. From their first exchange of glances, he had known without a doubt that the newly arrived Virtual Universe Corporation inspector was none other than the adopted son of the 2-clan chieftain, the very man he had exterminated. The lava god lord was no indecisive man. He knew that unless 2-man fell, once 2-man truly rose to power, the annihilation of himself and his clan would be only a matter of time. Yet 2-man, as a disciple of the Holy Master and the revered Yuan Shen, was no easy target to eliminate. The lava god lord even suspected that even if 2-man were to fall, he might still be resurrected through the connections of his master, the Holy Master. As a long-established immortal marquis whose power approached that of an immortal king, the lava god lord was well aware that the pinnacle of human strength lay in. Chapter 305, 2-man's Revenge. Points Task Mail. Within a lounge of the Purple Crystal Palace in the virtual universe, 2-man and the 3 major leaders were gathered together. "Gentlemen, I've summoned you today to make a request." 2-man cut straight to the point. "Oh?" The 3 titans' eyes lit up. "A request? A request? Nothing worse than someone with no agenda, just business as usual. Haha, Rongjuan, this is way too formal. Just send an email if you need something." "Exactly. An email would have sufficed. Making it so formal just makes things feel distant. As long as it doesn't violate our principles, just say the word. If this old brother can help, I won't hesitate." The 3 titans beamed with smiles. 2-man's voice was deep and solemn. "I need you to take good care of the royal family of the Lava Empire." 2-man's tone, even a fool could tell, revealed the deep-seated conflict between him and the Lava Empire royal family. The word "take care." Chapter 306, Flawed Intelligence. 2-man confronts the Marquis soul-binding secret art. Barbaric Universe Kingdom, Gant Star Domain, Terralo Star System. A fleet of over 100 starships materialized out of thin air in a corner of the galaxy, led by a relatively small, saucer-shaped vessel. "Master, traveling at near light speed for about an hour will bring us to the planet Trololo Esia ahead. Your primary target is an immortal residing on Esia." A screen materialized before 2-man, displaying the image of a youth. Show AI, I'll leave this to you." 2-man turned to Show AI, a black-haired man standing a head taller than him, also sporting twin horns atop his head. As commander of the 10th Army Group, Show AI commanded an army composed of 100 divisions. Each division comprised 1 immortal deity, 100 realm lords, 1,000 domain lords, and 10,000 cosmic level beings. And this time, Chapter 307, The Golden-Robed One strikes. 2-man, enslaved by a soul. This is bad. Martin sensed the intent behind the blue-armored immortal's attack and immediately felt something was terribly wrong. He instantly ignited his divine power, attempting to shield 2-man from this soul assault. "You've underestimated me." The immortal Marquis, who had been battling Martin, possessed a pair of ram-like horns. He ignited his immortal divine power almost simultaneously with Martin, slashing his sword toward him. Martin had no time to guard against the ram-horned immortal Marquis' strike. Even if this blow would consume a portion of his divine power, he had to block the soul attack from the immortal Marquis in the blue battle armor. But the speed of a soul attack surpassed even light itself. Once unleashed, it was virtually impossible for anyone to block it. Even though Martin reacted instantly, he could only watch helplessly as the blue-armored immortal released his soul attack. The soul attack was about to invade 2-man's body in an instant. Yet, at that very moment. 1. Chapter 308, Master, you've been protecting me all along. It's over. The moment the golden-robed man moved, Deng sensed him. I never expected a peak-level Marquis to be lurking in the shadows. This time, it's truly over. Damned insects. Deng was both shocked and furious. He never imagined the insectoid faction's covert organization would deploy not only 3 immortal Marquis-level experts to deal with Rong Jun, but also a peak king-level powerhouse. They were truly insane. Your Highness. Martin was utterly horrified. He never imagined that this mission, originally targeting only ordinary immortals for points, would involve a king-level immortal. A king-level immortal versus a domain lord. No matter how extraordinary the domain lord might be, facing a king-level immortal was a matter of a single thought. Who am I? Where do I come from? What am I meant to do? Two-Man felt his will growing increasingly hazy, his mind more and more lost. A powerful. Chapter 309, instantly slaughtering the golden-robed man. The military elite's wild imagination. For major weaknesses prevent Fema Venom from rivaling certain god-defying weapons in value. Take the Casso dagger Zhou Ze possessed one too. Yet in its true form, this dagger could be used continuously and indefinitely. Stabbing it into a king-level peak powerhouse would instantly kill them. Whether in terms of permanent usability or efficiency, it far surpassed Fema Venom. Yet regardless, Fema Venom truly suits Zhou Ze. He lacked suitable secret techniques, and as an immortal king, he had to create his own to maximize his attack power. In a way, his offensive capabilities were even inferior to many immortal lords. But with the Femo Venom, combined with his forced control attack, that is, his psychic assault, he could directly target an opponent's willpower, completely bypassing their soul defenses. As long as their willpower was weaker than his, even a revered immortal would fall under his forced control. Seizing this opportunity, the Femo Venom could unleash its full potency.